as if to confirm Professor McGonagall's words. Just as Professor McGonagall finished speaking, in the sky, a figure descended from above. Dumbledore said with a smile, "It's so late, and you're all here." Seeing Dumbledore appear, a look of worry appeared on the faces of both Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout. As for Snape, his wand had slid into his hand from his sleeve at some unknown moment. Professor McGonagall saw the wand in Snape's hand. She felt a bit helpless. They all knew Snape's temper very well. Dumbledore naturally saw the wand in Snape's hand as well, but he didn't say much. Instead, he went to the edge of the black mist. After observing carefully for a while, a sharp glint flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. Then, Dumbledore smiled and said, "Seeing the four of you here, I am relieved. It seems there's nothing for me to do. Then I'll go back to sleep. I'm getting old and tire easily." After saying that, Dumbledore left directly without waiting for the four to respond. Seeing Dumbledore leave, Snape discreetly tucked his wand back into his sleeve. Professor McGonagall and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Dumbledore returned to his office. Interesting, an obscurial. And looking at the reactions of Minerva and the others, that obscurial is not in an out-of-control state. It looks like a mature obscurial. Is this Lucas's trump card? No, given Lucas's cunning, anything he allows to be exposed can no longer be called a trump card. Interesting, a controllable obscurial. I hadn't noticed it before. Is it a new ability? Dumbledore murmured as he went to the washroom. Beside a circular basin, he opened a cabinet and then took out a small glass vial from inside. Afterward, he pointed his wand at his temple, and a strand of blue mist was pulled out, which he then placed into the vial. He shook it gently. Truly surprising. On the other side, in the forest, Lucas was actually very clear about everything happening outside, although Snape and the others hadn't stepped into the range of the obscurial. But, don't forget, an obscurial is the purest form of energy. With the terrifying magic of people like Dumbledore and Snape, how could the obscurial not sense them? However, what surprised Lucas was that Dumbledore actually left directly. As for his obscurial being exposed in front of Dumbledore, Lucas didn't have much to say about that. Ever since it was exposed in the dark forest, he had already prepared for Dumbledore to find out. With Snape around, Dumbledore would definitely not make a move against him. After all, in Dumbledore's plan, Snape is an important first ring. Lucas looked at Aragog, who was now lifeless and being devoured, with a cold sneer on his face. "It's over, it's time to wrap things up." Lucas went under the tree and gently tapped Nagini's head. Nagini opened her eyes dazed. "Lucas." Lucas nodded. "Yeah, you've rested enough, right? I'll take you back to sleep, this place is cold." Nagini said, "That unicorn." Lucas said, "Don't worry, I gave it a bottle of healing potion as well. Its recovery ability isn't as good as yours, so it will leave on its own once it recovers in a bit." Nagini said, "We can't leave it in the Acromantula's territory, that's too dangerous." Lucas smiled, "Don't worry, from today on, there will be no Acromantula territory in the Forbidden Forest." Just as Lucas finished speaking, in the next moment, the black mist turned into spears, locking onto these Acromantulas. All the Acromantulas, except for the 20 or 30 small ones Lucas had selected, all died under the spears. And those small ones were now cowering there, shivering. Lucas extended his arm. Nagini crawled up. With a thought from Lucas, the black mist began to converge toward him. It funneled into Lucas's body. The ground was covered with the corpses of Acromantulas. Lucas said, "All right, let's go back." Nagini nodded her head slightly. She lay on Lucas's shoulder. In the sky, the black kite gave a long cry. Then it disappeared into the night sky. As the black mist dissipated, Hagrid saw Lucas. Lucas came to Hagrid's side. "I'm sorry, Hagrid." Hagrid shook his head. "It's not your fault, Lucas." "So, was Nagini injured?" Lucas nodded. "Yes, the Acromantulas were hunting the unicorn, Nagini saved it, and then she was surrounded and got hurt." Hagrid sighed. "I'm sorry, Nagini." "I'm sorry, Lucas. It's Aragog's fault." Nagini hissed twice. Lucas said, "Nagini says she doesn't blame you." Hagrid said, "I'll handle the aftermath here." Lucas nodded. "Then I'll leave it to you, Hagrid." Hagrid shook his head and walked inside with heavy steps. Nagini said, "This half-giant is indeed a very good person." Lucas said, "Yeah, I'll think of a way to compensate him later." Nagini nodded. Lucas walked outside and saw the 4 heads of house from a distance. Lucas took a deep breath. Then he came to Snape's side. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, Professor Snape. Snape looked Lucas up and down, and seeing that he wasn't injured, he clearly felt relieved. Then he turned around and walked straight out of the Forbidden Forest. Professor McGonagall came in front of Lucas. She knocked hard on the top of Lucas's head. Tomorrow, come to my office and tell me what happened. Lucas nodded. Professor McGonagall didn't ask any more questions and also left. Professor Flitwick smiled. You kid, making such a big scene. Lucas said, I'm sorry, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, for disturbing you so late. Professor Flitwick waved his hand. Forget it, it's not the first time I've been disturbed by you. Alright, I'm going back to sleep too. Professor Sprout looked at Lucas, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Does it hurt? Lucas shook his head. Professor Sprout chuckled. You, Headmaster Dumbledore came and then left. Lucas nodded. He knew Professor Sprout was reminding him that Dumbledore already knew he possessed the ability of an Obscurial. For a legendary wizard like Dumbledore, the Obscurial was not unfamiliar. Especially since the last widely publicized Obscurial was from Dumbledore's own time. Moreover, as one of the 4 heads of house at Hogwarts, she knew one more thing. That was that Dumbledore's sister, Ariana Dumbledore, was also an Obscurial. Therefore, Dumbledore was the person who knew the most about Obscurials. Professor Sprout asked, Did you wipe out the Acromantula colony? Lucas replied, I left some smaller ones, useful for extracting venom later. Professor Sprout nodded. Just make sure you know what you're doing. I'm going back to rest now, you should head back early. Lucas nodded. I know, Professor. Professor Sprout patted Lucas's head. Afterward, she turned and left. Professor Sprout was just like that, she was very gentle. Don't let her terrifying combat skills fool you, she truly is a very kind person. Lucas had known this since he was little. Lucas straightened his robes, and walked toward Hogwarts Castle. Just then, in his mind, the familiar crisp sound rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for corrupting the plot. Aragog, the Acromantula, has died. Plot corruption rating, A rank. Reward obtained, improved spider venom potion formula. Lucas was stunned. He almost forgot that Aragog was a very important NPC in the 2nd book. But this reward, the improved spider venom potion formula, wasn't this the new project Lucas and Snape had just started? Did this instantly complete the research project for Lucas and Snape? The corner of Lucas's mouth curved slightly. That's not bad. At least, when Snape takes his exam. If he gradually reveals the formula, Snape won't be able to say he spends all his time loafing around. Nagini looked at Lucas, puzzled. Lucas, what are you smiling about? Lucas replied, nothing, I just thought of something happy. Just as Lucas finished speaking to Nagini, the smile on Lucas's face froze. Nagini gave Lucas a look that said, fend for yourself. Then she burrowed back into Lucas's embrace. Lucas cursed Nagini internally for being disloyal. He sighed and continued walking forward. In the darkness, Snape leaned against the wall. Lucas walked over. Professor Snape. Snape asked, why did you attack the Acromantula? Lucas explained Nagini's situation to Snape. These were things Nagini had just told him. Very detailed. Snape listened quietly to Lucas's account. After Lucas finished speaking, Snape was silent for a moment before saying, Acromantula colonies are rare in the wizarding world now. The Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest were the largest supplier of Acromantula venom here in Britain. Lucas said, I kept some small ones for extracting venom. Snape said, I will talk to the tribe of centaurs and have them restrain those Acromantula. Lucas nodded. Even if Snape hadn't mentioned it, he would have done it himself later. Snape said, Dumbledore knows about your obscurial status. Lucas replied, it was only a matter of time, so I didn't plan on hiding it from him. Snape frowned. Dumbledore schemes too much. Don't trust him too much. Lucas said, don't worry, Professor, I have never trusted Dumbledore. And I never will trust him. Snape nodded. Just make sure you know that. Go back. After speaking, Snape turned and left immediately. Lucas watched Snape's figure melt into the darkness. He shook his head. Then, he also walked toward the Slytherin common room. Nagini poked her head out. Snape seems to have an issue with Dumbledore. I thought he was firmly in Dumbledore's faction. Lucas said, the professor, like me, will never be categorized into a specific faction. He might have preferences, but they are all driven by his goals. Nagini asked, "Isn't it exhausting living like this every day?" Lucas stopped and slowly said, "It is exhausting, but there's no choice. 100% trust cannot be easily given. For me, the only people I can fully trust right now are you and Professor Snape." Nagini hesitated for a moment and asked, "What about the other 3 deans?" Lucas smiled, but did not speak. But Nagini understood what Lucas meant. Lucas trusted the 3 deans, but he absolutely could not give them his complete, unreserved trust. Because Lucas carried too many secrets. Having been with Lucas for so long, many things were not hard for Nagini to figure out. The common room was already silent. Only the firewood in the fireplace was crackling and burning. This was done by house elves working in shifts to refill it, to keep the common room warm at all times. After all, living underwater, without a constantly burning fireplace, it would be truly cold. Returning to the dormitory, Nagini went to sleep in her usual spot on the bed. She had been injured today, even though Lucas had given her a potion. But the depletion of her energy could not be replenished by a potion. Lucas went to the restroom to clean up. By the time Lucas had finished washing up, Nagini was already fast asleep. Lucas tried his best to minimize the noise he made, then lay down on the bed. He also felt a degree of exhaustion. Although the use of the obscurial ability was very convenient, it still consumed Lucas's energy. However, it was much more convenient than consuming magical power. Lucas yawned, pulled the blanket up, and wrapped himself tightly. His consciousness gradually began to drift. Before falling asleep, Lucas felt like he had forgotten something. What was it? Lucas felt his eyelids growing heavier. He shook his head, too lazy to think about it, deciding to deal with it tomorrow. Meanwhile, inside Lucas's consciousness space, Lord Voldemort was muttering to himself, why hasn't he returned? Why exactly is that? Can someone truly resist the temptation of eternal life? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Lord Voldemort hissed through gritted teeth, but his hissing was very quiet. He didn't dare raise his voice, partly because he feared Lucas hearing him and breaking off negotiations. The other reason, of course, was that he was afraid of Lucas knowing. Specifically, he was afraid of being beaten. The next day, Lucas opened his eyes groggily. Nagini was still sitting at the table, drinking coffee and reading a book, as usual. I have to say, Nagini's habits were truly excellent. Is this the self-discipline of an animal? Nagini looked at Lucas. Hurry up and get up. You woke up a bit late today, so I had a house elf bring your breakfast to the room. Lucas came to the washroom, brushing his teeth, and asked, You got familiar with Hogwarts pretty quickly, you can even command the house elves now. Nagini said, Normally I couldn't, but when I said it was for you, those house elves got very excited and rushed to deliver it. Ultimately, it's because you have too much prestige at Hogwarts. Lucas laughed. Hearing you say that makes me quite proud. Lucas came to the table. Seeing the bread already buttered and filled with bacon, along with the hot milk, he didn't stand on ceremony and immediately started eating. Nagini, are you coming to class with me today? Nagini shook her head. No, I'm going back to the Forbidden Forest to check on that unicorn from yesterday. Lucas said, Then arrange your own schedule. There's nothing interesting today anyway. Nagini nodded. After Lucas quickly finished his breakfast, he prepared to leave. Nagini said, Drink the milk. You're still growing right now. Lucas said, You're showing more and more potential to be a butler. Lucas drained the milk in the cup in one gulp. Then he waved his hand, turned, and left the dormitory. Nagini watched Lucas's retreating figure and smiled. She continued flipping through the book in her hands. After arriving at the Transfiguration classroom this morning, Professor McGonagall hadn't arrived yet. Of course, there was no cat on the podium either. The same kind of shock only needed to happen once. Professor McGonagall wasn't someone who had nothing better to do. Lucas placed the report detailing yesterday's events, which he had quickly written that morning, on the podium. It wasn't the first time he had written this kind of thing. Professor McGonagall was meticulous in her work. Every time Lucas made a mistake, whether it was beating someone up, damaging armor, or ruining frescoes, just all these messy incidents, Professor McGonagall would always make Lucas write an accident report afterward. It was said that she learned this from the Muggle world. Of course, this was just a formality. Professor McGonagall wouldn't actually punish Lucas. For Lucas, the only effect was that he was now terrifyingly proficient at writing these reports. He could write one in a few minutes, and it would be highly detailed. Lucas went and sat down in his seat. The little snakes of Slytherin and the stupid lions of Gryffindor were whispering among themselves. They had all heard the cry of the black kite yesterday, but they didn't know exactly what had happened. Some students guessed it was related to Lucas, but essentially no one had the guts to ask Lucas what had occurred. But, you must understand one principle. In this world of species diversity, there will always be those who are clueless. For example, Draco at this moment. Draco leaned forward. Lucas, was that the sound of your black eagle yesterday? Did something happen? Lucas put down the book in his hand, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Want to know? Draco nodded eagerly. The classroom instantly quieted down. Every young wizard tilted their ears, afraid of missing any inside information. Lucas lowered his voice and said, just by me telling you, you probably won't clearly understand what happened. How about we wait until the lunch break, and I take you to the Forbidden Forest to give you a demonstration? Draco inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes met Lucas's somewhat dangerous gaze. Draco quickly waved his hands. No need. I'm not curious anymore. Lucas sneered, then why aren't you practicing transfiguration quickly? Your silver needle looks like a nail, how dare you stand here being curious? Draco pulled a long face, turned around, drew his wand, and started practicing. He was truly annoyed with himself. Wasn't this just pure, unnecessary nosiness? At noon, in the Great Hall, Gemma Farley saw Lucas was still only eating vegetables. She silently shared half of her steak with Lucas. Lucas's eyes lit up. The way he looked at Gemma Farley was as if he had seen Merlin's own daughter. Gemma Farley smiled. All right, hurry up and eat. Those house elves dare not offend you, and based on what I know about you, did you provoke the 4 heads of house? Or Dumbledore? Lucas said while cutting the steak. Smart. That old guy Dumbledore is too petty. Gemma Farley shook her head helplessly. This morning, during potion class, Professor Snape said that applications for acromantula venom would be temporarily suspended. Does that have something to do with you? Lucas casually said, yeah, I wiped out those acromantula yesterday. Gemma Farley's eyes instantly widened. Wiped them out? All of them? Lucas replied, of course not. I left some small ones, saving them to collect venom later. Gemma Farley looked Lucas up and down. Even after Professor Snape went deep into the Forbidden Forest and cleared out the acromantula once before, their numbers were still terrifying. You wiped them all out. Lucas, just how strong are you now? Lucas said, who knows? Perhaps I could easily beat you. Gemma Farley laughed, I believe that. So, you went to exterminate the acromantula in the middle of the night. Sure enough, Lucas, your vengefulness is as strong as ever. I know those acromantula offended you, and Professor Snape's previous cleansing was also because of you. But I didn't expect you would specifically go again several years later. That's typical of you. Lucas rolled his eyes, too lazy to bother with Gemma Farley. Wasn't this pure slander? How could he, Lucas Snape, be someone who holds a grudge? Of course, occasionally, he might hold a tiny grudge. But this time, he truly didn't go for revenge. If those bastards hadn't injured Nagini, Lucas wouldn't have bothered with them. After all, Lucas is actually a very kind person. Lucas coughed twice. He choked. This steak was so juicy. Sure enough, people shouldn't lie, Merlin is watching you. The 2 great conceptual gods, East and West. Wang Wei, who has everything in his poems, and Merlin, who has everything on him, are indeed omnipresent. After eating, Lucas called Harry Potter over. He then gave Harry Potter the broom he had made. Harry Potter looked at the magnificent broom in his hand. He was stunned for a moment. Mr. Lucas, is this for me? Lucas looked at Harry Potter in confusion. Who else would it be for? Harry Potter's eyes turned red. Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Lucas looked at Harry Potter. He could understand why Harry Potter was so excited. After all, this child had always felt that he had suffered too much since he was young, and no one had ever given him any good gifts. Suddenly receiving a flying broomstick that looked expensive, he was naturally very excited. Lucas touched his nose and said, this flying broomstick, I made it myself. You can test its performance first. However, I must tell you, it is very fast. Before you have fully mastered it, remember to be careful. Input your magic into it, and this broomstick will belong to you, others will not be able to use it. Harry Potter was shocked. You made this broomstick yourself. Lucas waved his hand. It is a simple little thing, just made it on a whim. Aren't you already training with Marcus? Just try it out during training at noon. Harry Potter nodded hurriedly. Lucas said, remember its name, Golden Meteor. It is on the handle. With this broomstick, I look forward to your performance in Saturday's Quidditch match. Harry Potter scratched his head, but Captain Marcus says I still need to practice, and I might not be able to play on Saturday. Hearing this, Lucas's eyes narrowed. What? Can't play? You are blocking my money-making path, aren't you? Marcus Flint, you have already invited your own death. Marcus, who was eating in the Great Hall, inexplicably felt a chill down his back. He hurriedly scanned his surroundings. He nudged the person next to him with his elbow. Do you feel cold? The person next to him shook his head. No, but the temperature has dropped a bit these past few days. Marcus was puzzled. Could it be that he wasn't wearing enough clothes? Lucas looked at Harry Potter and said, don't worry, you will be able to play. After saying that, Lucas could not be bothered to talk much more with Harry Potter. He turned and left. He did not intend to have Harry Potter advertise for him or anything like that, because it simply was not necessary. He believed that as long as he operated properly, it would not be him looking for consumers, but rather people who would take the initiative to contact him. Harry Potter returned to the Great Hall carrying the broomstick. He sat back in his seat. Draco hurriedly leaned in. Wow, Harry, did Lucas give this to you? It is so beautiful, I have never seen it before. Harry Potter nodded. Yes, Mr. Lucas said he made it himself. Draco's eyes widened instantly. What? He can also make flying broomsticks. Marcus, who was nearby, also heard it. He turned his head to look. At a glance, he saw the flying broomstick in Harry Potter's hand. Not to mention the performance, just looking at the design, Marcus was truly envious at first sight. Marcus cast a sour look at Harry Potter. What exactly is the relationship between this savior and that big demon king? Yes, in Marcus's view, Lucas was the big demon king. What? You say the Dark Lord? Stop joking. Marcus had not experienced the era of the Dark Lord. In his opinion, no matter how dark the Dark Lord was, could he be as dark as Lucas? In the afternoon, there was the defense against the dark arts class. It was Professor Quirrell's first defense against the dark arts class for Gryffindor and Slytherin. Lucas had to admit that Professor Quirrell's teaching was really quite good. There was no state of being possessed by Lord Voldemort as in the original novel. In class, Professor Quirrell used his own experiences and knowledge to enrich the lesson. Although there was no practical class, the theoretical knowledge alone did not make the young wizards feel bored. They were even listening with great interest. Lucas gave Professor Quirrell a thumbs up. Seeing this, Professor Quirrell taught even more energetically. After the class ended, the young wizards were still wanting more. After all, they really had not expected Professor Quirrell's lecture to be so interesting. Professor Quirrell received unanimous praise from the young wizards of Gryffindor and Slytherin. It was not in vain that Lucas had saved Quirrell. After class, Professor Quirrell specifically found Lucas. Lucas, how was it? What do you think of my class? Lucas smiled. Professor Quirrell, from the students' reactions, can't you tell? It was simply fantastic. Professor Quirrell scratched his head embarrassedly. As long as you think it is good, that is fine. I was really afraid that there would be some problems in class. But fortunately, I prepared well enough. Lucas smiled. Professor Quirrell, do not be so nervous. The defense against the dark arts class for the first years is inherently just some content from the books. What you should really consider is teaching the older students. After all, they have practical classes, which are not as easy to teach as the textbook-based curriculum. Professor Quirrell said, right, speaking of which, I will not talk to you anymore, I need to hurry to Diagon Alley. Lucas asked, puzzled, Diagon Alley? Are you not eating dinner tonight? What are you going to Diagon Alley for? Professor Quirrell said, the 6th-year students are about to learn about dragons. I have contacted someone to borrow a dragon egg from the Dragon Reserve to let the students see it. Lucas said, a dragon egg? Professor Quirrell nodded. Yes, that is right. After all, pictures in books are not as clear as the real thing, are they? Lucas pondered. It seems this is the dragon egg that Quirrell gave Hagrid in the original novel. Just do not know if it is the same one. If it is, presumably in the original novel, it was Professor Quirrell being instigated by Lord Voldemort, turning the original borrowing into stealing. Sure enough, the soul-fragmented Lord Voldemort did things too roughly. It was full of loopholes. Lucas said, "Who did you contact? Malfoy, Parkinson, or Greengrass, or perhaps Yaxley?" Currently, the largest dragon reserves in the British wizarding world are the industries of these families. Professor Quirrell said, "It is Malfoy. Their dragon reserve happens to have a dragon egg about to hatch." Lucas nodded. "Then you should hurry off. Do you need me to have a house elf leave dinner for you in the office?" Professor Quirrell shook his head. "No need, I will just grab a bite in Hogsmeade Village." Lucas nodded. After Professor Quirrell left, Lucas rubbed his chin. Just in time to compensate Hagrid. Why not use this dragon egg? Of course, he could not let Hagrid raise a dragon. However, he could, just like in the original novel, let Hagrid hatch a dragon himself. Just saying a word to the House of Malfoy would be enough. It should not be a big problem. After dinner, Lucas did not return to the dormitory but came to the outside of the castle. Lucas whistled, and from the sky, the black kite descended and landed on Lucas's arm. Lucas handed the 3 letters he had prepared in advance to the black kite. "Black kite, remember, the brown envelope is to be delivered to Malfoy Manor, do not mix them up. As for the other 2 letters, they are for the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler, the content is the same, so it does not matter if they are delivered to the wrong one." Black Kite listened to Lucas's words indifferently. Its eyes, however, remained fixed on Lucas's embrace. Lucas lightly tapped Black Kite's head. "Little fellow, listen carefully. Don't take this lightly. If you deliver it to the wrong place, you'll see how I'll deal with you." As he spoke, Lucas pulled out the pre-prepared jerky from his embrace. Black Kite quickly came over, snatched a piece in its beak, and swallowed it. Its eyes were full of satisfaction. Lucas shook his head helplessly. "Both of you are gluttons. All right, once you're full, hurry up and go. Remember, don't deliver it to the wrong place, don't mistake the location, and don't mistake the person." Black Kite nodded, then, holding 3 letters in its beak, it soared into the sky. Lucas watched Black Kite disappear into the air, then stretched. This way, his momentum building was sufficient. Lucas turned and returned to the common room. The rest was up to fate. However, according to Lucas's plan, there shouldn't be any major problems. Lying on his dorm bed, Lucas was about to start his daily Lord Voldemort education session. He suddenly remembered what he had forgotten yesterday. Hadn't he just forgotten about Lord Voldemort? He hadn't even bothered with Lord Voldemort this afternoon. Lord Voldemort must be furious by now, right? Lucas thought that the brainless Lord Voldemort's chances of dying from anger actually seemed quite high. And the truth was exactly as Lucas had imagined. At this moment, in Lucas's sea of consciousness, Lord Voldemort was completely in a daze. He murmured, why hasn't he come in yet, why? No one can resist the temptation of immortality, absolutely impossible, impossible. As soon as Lucas entered, he heard Lord Voldemort shouting impossible. Lucas scratched his head, wondering if he had made Lord Voldemort stupid. Lucas lightly coughed, a reminder to Lord Voldemort. But, to Lucas's surprise, Lord Voldemort ignored him. Still muttering to himself, Lucas was a bit bewildered. Oh no, he really had driven the Dark Lord crazy. No, he couldn't let Lord Voldemort continue like this. If he did, how could he lay out the Philosopher's Stone? Thinking of this, Lucas reached out with an imaginary grasp, and the next moment, a long whip materialized in Lucas's hand. Lucas didn't hesitate at all, directly lashing out with the whip. The next moment, Lord Voldemort screamed. He glared at Lucas. Are you sick? Why are you whipping me again? Lucas was startled by Lord Voldemort's strong reaction. That's not right, this guy has been beaten so many times, shouldn't he be used to it by now? Why such a big reaction? Could it be that he had hit him a little too hard today? Lucas was a bit silent, not knowing how to respond. He wouldn't have whipped Lord Voldemort into a rebellious state, making him stubbornly oppose him, would he? Then how would his plan be implemented? Lord Voldemort was also silent at this moment. He had been immersed in his own world just now, so, he hadn't noticed Lucas's arrival at all. Suddenly being whipped was a subconscious reaction. But the reaction was a little too strong. How could they talk after this? Most importantly, he wouldn't continue to be whipped, would he? Both of them had their own thoughts, and for a while, neither spoke. The situation fell into a stalemate. Lucas was thinking about how to continue with his plan and resume the conversation he hadn't finished yesterday. And Lord Voldemort was thinking about how to remedy the situation. Putting aside the facts, Lord Voldemort and Lucas were, in a way, both moving towards each other. There was silence between them for several minutes. Lucas lightly coughed. Lord Voldemort was immediately alarmed. "Don't mess around, I didn't lie to you. I can give you the secret of immortality." Lord Voldemort was afraid that Lucas, this madman, would attack him again. After all, he had realized during this time, Lucas was truly a madman, doing things without any rules whatsoever. It was all based on his whims. Most importantly, this bastard was incredibly ruthless. Lord Voldemort had clearly felt that his already fragile soul had become even more fragile during this period. All of this was caused by Lucas. So, if it wasn't necessary, Lord Voldemort really didn't want to provoke Lucas anymore. Lucas's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected this, a pleasant surprise. Lord Voldemort would actually bring up this topic himself. However, he couldn't directly trust Lord Voldemort now. Lord Voldemort had become stupid, but he wasn't completely idiotic. Trust that was too easily gained wouldn't be accepted so simply. This was especially true for a Dark Lord like Lord Voldemort. The three legends of this era, Lord Voldemort, Grindelwald, Dumbledore. None of them were people who could easily trust others. So, Lucas still needed to continue acting with Lord Voldemort. However, he had to grasp the extent of it. Lucas glared at Lord Voldemort. "Damn Dark Lord, you still dare to lie to me. I already checked the library yesterday. Even the restricted section, there's no such thing as so-called immortality in there. All the knowledge points to one fact: there's no such thing as immortality in this world. Dark Lord, you want to lie to me? You're dreaming. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson." As he spoke, Lucas lightly shook the long whip in his hand. The whip tore through the air, making a cracking sound. Lord Voldemort's heart immediately jumped. What the hell, what's going on? This kid actually went to check yesterday? Is he that cautious? But, if you're cautious, you should be cautious in useful places. What can you find by being cautious here? All records of Horcruxes and methods to destroy them had been dealt with by himself. How could Lucas possibly find them? Seeing the long whip in Lucas's hand about to be raised, Lord Voldemort quickly shouted, "Wait a minute, do you know there's a book in the restricted section called Secrets of the Most Advanced Dark Arts?" Lucas's hand paused. "I know, you're not going to say that it contains your so-called method of immortality, are you? The restricted section has no defenses against me, and I don't need any notes or anything to borrow books whenever I want. I've read that book you mentioned many times. But, there was never any of that stuff you're talking about." Lucas was, of course, lying. He was bullshitting. Masterpieces of dark arts like Secrets of the Most Advanced Dark Arts and Most Poisonous Magic had long been moved by Dumbledore from the restricted section to his office. Lucas didn't know if Dumbledore had guessed something. But, in any case, Lucas hadn't read these books. So, he naturally didn't know what was recorded in them. He was saying all this now just for Lord Voldemort to hear. Lord Voldemort said, "Since you've read that book, then you should know that the last part of that book is missing a few pages." Lucas showed a look of recollection. "It seems so." Lord Voldemort breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing he knew, otherwise, he truly would have been helpless. Lord Voldemort said, "Those pages record the method of eternal life. And I was the one who tore those pages out. In other words, nobody but me knows the method of eternal life." Lucas said dismissively, "Are you kidding? That book has been stored in the restricted section for so long. If it truly contained the method of eternal life, why couldn't they achieve it? You don't seriously think that throughout Hogwarts history, only you have been a person of such stunning talent, do you?" Lord Voldemort sneered. "They couldn't do it because they were all mediocre, and they lacked the guts. They gave up immense power for the sake of so-called justice. But I believe you wouldn't be so pedantic." Lucas scoffed internally. Yes, he certainly wasn't that pedantic. If eternal life were truly possible, he would even fill up a human emperor banner for it. Since it would be other people dying, he wouldn't care. In fact, in Lucas's assessment, these so-called villains in the West weren't truly that evil. Take Lord Voldemort, for example. How many people has he killed in total? And there was Bloody Mary, who was called super violent. She killed 300 people who defied her and was already labeled a super archdemon. But if you put these people in the East, could that even be called murder? Could that be called demonic? Forget mythological stories, just look at dynastic changes. How many people died then? Take the Battle of Xiongji Temple during the Tang Dynasty, how many people died there? Therefore, the East and the West are simply not on the same level. Don't look at how ruthless and decisive Lucas is now. If his current record were taken back to the East, other transmigrators would laugh at him for never having experienced a major event and for being too soft-hearted. So, killing people to create Horcruxes? If this were truly eternal life, it would be a magnificent thing for Lucas. In cultivation novels, it would be a shortcut that countless great powers would personally fight to obtain. But clearly, Horcruxes are a crooked path. Splitting the soul can indeed increase one's margin for error, but it makes one's temperament violent and also makes one foolish. Most importantly, even a split soul has a shelf life. Take Lord Voldemort's current Horcruxes, for example. Within 30 years, the soul fragments inside those Horcruxes will dissipate on their own. Therefore, the so-called eternal life is just a joke. Crucially, after the soul fragments in these Horcruxes dissipate, he won't be able to create more to replenish them. After all, there is a limit to how many times a person's soul can be split. You can't cut it infinitely, right? It's not like cutting legend. Thus, Lucas felt no temptation whatsoever regarding the promises Lord Voldemort was making. He even felt like laughing. However, Lucas still had to cooperate with Lord Voldemort and play the necessary role well. After all, Lucas was a truly good actor. Lucas displayed a look of contemplation. Seeing Lucas like this, Lord Voldemort's eyes brightened. He knew Lucas was starting to be tempted. Lord Voldemort struck while the iron was hot. I can share the method of eternal life with you. Then, you too can achieve true eternal life. Lucas looked at Lord Voldemort. You just said that only you know the current means of eternal life. Lord Voldemort nodded. That's right. Lucas said, then how can I trust you? Trust that you won't plot to harm me. Hearing Lucas say this, Lord Voldemort forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. I can enter a blood pact with you. You should be able to trust the constraints of a blood pact, right? If I were in my prime, I could resist the erosion of a blood pact, but the current me definitely cannot. You can completely trust the constraints of the blood pact. Lord Voldemort was truly, incredibly sincere. Even Lucas felt a little touched. What a good Lord Voldemort. Too bad he's an idiot. But idiots are great, idiots are wonderful. Lucas likes idiots the most. Lord Voldemort looked at the tempted expression on Lucas's face. He felt smug internally. Sure enough, no one could resist eternal life. No one. In his eyes, Lucas was already a confirmed pawn. As for the method of Horcrux creation he promised Lucas, a blood pact wasn't truly without ways to circumvent it. And coincidentally, he, Lord Voldemort, was an expert in that regard. Lucas said, what are your conditions? Hearing Lucas say this, Lord Voldemort knew he had succeeded. Sure enough, he, the Dark Lord Lord Voldemort, was the smartest one. The only person who could grasp everything was him. Lord Voldemort said, I want the Philosopher's Stone. Lucas feigned shock. The Philosopher's Stone? You want that? I want it too. Where am I supposed to find the Philosopher's Stone for you? That thing is in Nicholas Flamel's hands. Lord Voldemort said coldly, do you really think the Death Eaters have no power left? I already knew the Philosopher's Stone was at Hogwarts, handed over by Nicholas Flamel to Dumbledore. Dumbledore is helping to destroy it. Lord Voldemort sneered internally. He had already known the current status of the Philosopher's Stone for a long time, so how could Lucas trick him? Lucas, meanwhile, rolled his eyes dramatically. Death Eaters, my ass. You're still talking about Death Eaters. Lucas had to admit that the Death Eaters were so vast originally that they wouldn't simply vanish because some key figures were arrested and Lord Voldemort fell. There must still be hidden power, but under the sweeping efforts of the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore's faction, those people were hiding like rats in a sewer. Where would they get any intelligent source? He specifically told Lord Voldemort that information the day before yesterday, and now Lord Voldemort was using it to try and scare him. Sure enough, even if Lord Voldemort was foolish, he wasn't completely brain dead. But that was good too. Lucas pretended to be wary and said, I didn't expect the Death Eaters to still have such intelligent sources. However, I can't get the Philosopher's Stone. At least, not right now. Lord Voldemort said, it doesn't matter. We can first enter a blood pact. A blood pact sealed with the soul is even more indestructible. Once you've sealed the blood pact, I will naturally give you the method of eternal life. Lucas said coldly, impossible. Once I obtain the Philosopher's Stone, I will definitely be unable to shake off suspicion. After all, that's Dumbledore. I will certainly be in trouble, and even if you give me the method of eternal life then, I won't be able to use it. Since you lack sincerity, there's nothing more for us to discuss. As he spoke, Lucas made to leave the consciousness space. He had to display his eagerness and reveal some of his thoughts so that Lord Voldemort would trust him more easily. Setting up a plan isn't simple. You have to consider not only yourself but also the mindset of your pawn. This is why Lucas always disliked using his brain, because it was too much trouble. Seeing that Lucas was about to leave, Lord Voldemort immediately became anxious. Then what do you want? Lucas smiled. It's simple, Dark Lord. You should show some sincerity. Cooperation requires sincerity. Lucas watched Lord Voldemort with an air of composure. He wanted to make Lord Voldemort see his attitude now, so that it would increase his credibility. Only then would Lord Voldemort completely trust him. After all, wanting to use Lord Voldemort was no simple matter. At the very least, he had to ensure that Lord Voldemort trusted their cooperative relationship. Trust. Lucas was a sufficiently greedy and cunning person. Well, although Lucas himself was indeed such a person. Lord Voldemort said, I cannot hand over the method for immortality first. Otherwise, if you deceive me, what should I do? Lucas said, then there's nothing to talk about. In that case, Dark Lord, you can just keep hanging there. I'm tired today, I'll come back to entertain you tomorrow. As he spoke, Lucas turned around, intending to leave again. Lord Voldemort was immediately anxious. What was wrong with this person? People negotiate bit by bit. He flips the table right from the start. How is one supposed to play like this? The key was that the current Lord Voldemort was a bit foolish. With his missing soul, he simply couldn't think of one thing. This was the consciousness space. If Lucas really wanted to leave, he only needed to move his mind. What was the point of turning around? Lord Voldemort quickly shouted, I cannot give you the complete one directly, but I can give you a part of it first. Once the deal is reached, I will give you the other part. If you still don't agree, then our deal is off. Lucas turned around decisively, deal. Lord Voldemort's eyes were cold. I have already shown my sincerity, what about yours? Lucas said, simple. There is a Quidditch match on Saturday. Harry Potter is the seeker for Slytherin, and I will make a move on him. If he dies, then I am full of sincerity. If he doesn't die, then I am just expressing a token of sincerity. Lucas's bottom line was truly too flexible. His concept of sincerity was also truly too flexible. Lord Voldemort hadn't even reacted yet. Is this how one expresses sincerity? But now, he couldn't bother to think about these things. Harry Potter, hearing this name made him think of the day he suffered a crushing defeat. He wished he could tear Harry Potter apart with his own hands. Fine, deal. Let's form a blood pact. Afterwards, I will give you the part of the method for immortality. Lucas waved his hand, and Lord Voldemort was let down. He wasn't afraid of Lord Voldemort attacking. This place was Lucas's consciousness space. It was too simple for Lucas to suppress him. Lord Voldemort reached out his hand. Lucas did the same, and the two soul bodies formed a blood pact. A mark slowly manifested on their arms. Subsequently, it submerged into their soul bodies. Lucas clearly felt that there was something special in his soul. Lucas exclaimed in wonder. If this blood pact could be broken, it would be truly useful. In the future, he could go around forming blood pacts with people every day, then violate the blood pacts and engage in crazy backstabbing. Reap the benefits, and by then, the effect of the blood pact would be about the same as the oath of the Luo River. Yes, Lucas's moral standards were just that low. Of course, Lucas didn't think his moral standards were low. As long as one has no morals, no one can kidnap them. After the blood pact was formed, Lord Voldemort handed over part of the manufacturing method for the Horcrux. Lucas listened roughly. This Horcrux was not as simple as Lucas had thought. It wasn't just a matter of killing someone. It also required tearing the soul. The real difficulty was the step of tearing the soul. Using someone else's soul to tear one's own soul. One's own soul power must be extremely strong. However, Lord Voldemort did not hand over the key method for tearing the soul. Of course, he couldn't hand it over now either. However, this Horcrux manufacturing method made Lucas realize a problem. The Lord Voldemort in his prime, his soul was probably strong to a degree that Lucas dared not imagine. Sure enough, as the second-generation Dark Lord, he was capable. At the very least, based on this Horcrux manufacturing method, Lord Voldemort could cut his soul so many times. His soul power was absolutely unmatched by Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Of course, neither could Lucas. It's just unclear whether this was innate, or if Lord Voldemort had also come up with some method to cultivate the soul. If Lord Voldemort had one, perhaps he could find a way to get his hands on it. After Lord Voldemort told Lucas the manufacturing method for the Horcrux, he said, "Then, our deal is reached. I look forward to you bringing the Philosopher's Stone to me." Lucas nodded. I am looking forward to it too." Subsequently, Lucas waved his hand, and Lord Voldemort was tied back up. Lord Voldemort's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" Lucas looked at Lord Voldemort in confusion. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" "To control you. No, you don't think that just because we reached a blood pact, I could let you wander around in my consciousness space, do you? This is my consciousness space. If I don't add some restrictions to you, can I be at ease? Is this hard to understand?" Lord Voldemort's expression was ugly. "Fine, very good." Lucas said, "All right, it's getting late. It's time to sleep. I'll come back to entertain you tomorrow." Lord Voldemort was shocked. "We have already formed a blood pact. We are allies." Lucas nodded. I know. What about it?" Lord Voldemort said. "Then what did you mean just now?" Lucas said, "Forming an alliance, does that conflict with me beating you? Crazy." Having said that, Lucas's figure disappeared directly on the spot. Lord Voldemort was full of confusion. "Is there no conflict?" It seems there really isn't." "Wait, no, doesn't that mean I'm still going to get beaten?" Lord Voldemort was so angry he gritted his teeth. "Damn it, damn thing." However, this time, Lord Voldemort calmed down quickly. "Just wait. Once I get the Philosopher's Stone, I will find a way to leave. By then, everything you have done to me, I will do to you. I will hang you up and beat you day and night without stopping. You will repay every bit of humiliation without a single ounce left." Lord Voldemort's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Lucas did not know about this. Of course, even if he did know, he wouldn't care. His consciousness had already returned to his body. At this moment, he was thinking about the Horcrux. Does the Horcrux have any merits? To be honest, it is actually interesting. In Lucas's view, the greatest use of this thing seems to be similar to a substitute puppet. Of course, one cannot be a psychopath like Lord Voldemort and cut it so many times, otherwise one would become stupid. But leaving a substitute scarecrow should also be useful. Better to be safe than sorry. However, it is a pity that he probably couldn't get the complete manufacturing method for this Horcrux. After all, it was impossible for him to hand over the Philosopher's Stone to Lord Voldemort. So, he could only say goodbye to this backup plan. Of course, the biggest reason was that Lucas felt that tearing one's own soul would definitely have side effects. Regardless of what those side effects were, Lucas didn't want to take that risk. He liked being alive, and he liked living normally. Therefore, he couldn't just go looking for death recklessly. The sun rose in the east and set in the west. Life at Hogwarts once again settled into a routine. After a few days, the first-year students had grown accustomed to life at Hogwarts. Nagini also spent every day playing in the Forbidden Forest. Over these past few days, she had already thoroughly explored every corner of it. It must be said that after Lucas gave the word, most creatures in the Forbidden Forest were basically well-disposed towards Nagini. As for those without goodwill, such as the Acromantulas, they had already disappeared. Now only a few young ones remained, gathered up by Hagrid. The Centaur tribe was responsible for restraining them, specifically for the purpose of extracting venom. Lucas didn't feel that what he had done was inhumane or excessive. After all, the rule Lucas generally followed was, if someone shows him a bit of respect, he returns it threefold. If others showed him no respect, then he naturally had means to repay them in kind. Those Acromantulas had already experienced Lucas's methods. And Lucas hadn't been idle these past few days either. He was dragged by Snape to research an improved version of the spider venom potion. Lucas followed the rewards given by the system, improving it bit by bit. Although Snape didn't say it out loud, he was very happy in his heart. That Lucas could begin to make improvements bit by bit showed that Lucas hadn't been idle and was diligently researching every day himself. As long as Lucas wasn't idle and was putting in effort, Snape was happy. Seeing that Lucas's progress was even faster than his own, Snape simply handed over the improvement of the spider venom potion to Lucas. As for himself, he went to research the mana potion. However, this task was a long and difficult one. It was also fortunate that Snape was the one researching it. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even be able to get past the basics. But Snape was different. In just a few days, he had already found substitutes for 2 types of herbs. Of course, whether they would work or not would depend on subsequent experiments. Friday night, after eating in the Great Hall, the students were all very happy, because starting tomorrow, there would be a 2-day holiday. Students above the first year could also go to Hogsmeade Village tomorrow afternoon, after the Quidditch match in the morning ended. Of course, this had nothing to do with the first-year students. The first years were very envious, but there was nothing they could do about it. As for Lucas, he once again came to Snape's office. He skillfully began to operate the cauldron, performing the purification of the potion. Beside him, various herbs were laid out in front of Snape. Snape picked through them one by one, but not a single one was what he wanted. If the medicinal properties were different, they naturally wouldn't have the same effect. They worked until about 12 o'clock. Lucas stopped his work. He stretched his back. Then, he came to Snape's side. "What's wrong, Professor? Still haven't selected the right herbs?" Snape frowned. "I have never seen these extinct herbs before. I can only roughly estimate their medicinal properties to find substitutes. There are many substitutes with similar effects, but not every one of them can be used. After all, one must consider not only the substitute but also the neutralization and conflict between medicinal properties." Lucas nodded. He understood this principle, of course. After all, his potion level was no joke. Lucas said, "Didn't you contact those pureblood families to have them help you find those herbs?" "No results." Snape shook his head. Lucas said, "Take it slow. Anyway, the recipe is in our hands. If we really can't produce it, there's no other way. We can only do our best. I'll head back first. I can sleep in tomorrow." Snape said, "Slytherin cannot lose the Quidditch match. The House Cup is the same. You know what I mean." Lucas spread his hands. "I know, but there's nothing I can do about the House Cup. I don't have the authority to award points. As for the Quidditch match, don't worry. If necessary, I will take the field." Snape nodded. "You can't add points, but you can make sure they don't lose points. That group of fools needs someone to keep them in line." The corner of Lucas's mouth twitched slightly. Compared to the other houses, the students of Slytherin were already very well behaved. They also had the fewest points deducted. Yet, Snape was still not satisfied. "As expected, don't try to guess the professor's thoughts." Lucas said, "I understand. I'll have a word with Senior Gemma and ask her to be stricter with the students." Snape nodded, then turned around, ignoring Lucas. Lucas swallowed the words advising Snape to go to bed early. He knew Snape wouldn't listen to him. After all, for Snape, staying up late was the norm. Lucas returned to the dormitory. Nagini was already asleep in her spot. Who wouldn't envy that baby-like sleep? Lucas washed up and lay on the bed. As usual, he gave Lord Voldemort a lashing. However, after finishing today, Lucas felt a lack of interest. Because Lord Voldemort had stopped cursing, he wasn't roaring anymore either. This made Lucas feel that his mood was very poor. Bullying a Lord Voldemort who didn't resist was truly boring. Returning from the consciousness space to his body, Lucas rested his arms behind his head. Looking at the transparent ceiling, the black lake was pitch black. He could vaguely see dark shadows swimming past. When he first saw these scenes, Lucas had felt awestruck. But after seeing it for so many years, to be honest, Lucas was a bit tired of it. Lucas let out a yawn. Time to sleep. Tomorrow is a good day to make money. The next day, Lucas slept until he woke up naturally. Nagini had already eaten and drunk her fill and was sitting there reading a book. Seeing Lucas wake up, Nagini said, "You really don't waste this rare weekend." Lucas yawned. "Yeah, it's not easy to finally get a good sleep. What time is it?" Nagini said, 9 o'clock. Lucas nodded. "Perfect, plenty of time. After I've eaten, drunk, and washed up, there's still time to go see the Quidditch match." Hearing this, Nagini snapped her book shut on the table. "Quidditch? You're actually interested in that?" Lucas said, "Today is the first match between Slytherin and Gryffindor, and it's also the opening ceremony for Hogwarts Quidditch this year. It's only right to go. Besides, it's not just to watch Quidditch, there are other things to do. While washing up, Lucas told Nagini about how he had made a magic broomstick and given it to Harry Potter, as well as his own plans. Nagini was surprised after hearing this. You can also make magic broomsticks. Lucas washed the toothpaste foam from the corners of his mouth and wiped his mouth. I can. Nagini said, I'm really curious, is there anything you can't do? Lucas laughed, actually, there are some things. But let's not talk about that. Do you want to come with me? Today is the Quidditch match, and Hogwarts has lifted the lockdown, so people from outside the school will be coming to watch the Quidditch match. If you appear, it won't seem out of place. Nagini said, then let's go take a look. However, I don't intend to go in human form. I can watch the game just as well in my snake body, and I can sense heat, so I can see more clearly. Lucas nodded in agreement. It seems the blood curse isn't entirely useless. Nagini smiled, yes, it is indeed not entirely useless. After eating breakfast, Lucas took Nagini, who had transformed into her snake form, and headed straight for the Quidditch pitch. The stands at the Quidditch pitch were already mostly full. Lucas chose a seat and sat down directly. He scanned the audience. As expected of Harry Potter's debut, the four heads of house, Dumbledore, not a single one missing. Taking action against Harry Potter in a place like this, thinking about it is actually a little exciting. At this moment, in the players' tunnel, Harry Potter was wearing a brand new Slytherin Quidditch uniform, but there was an undisguisable nervousness on his face. Marcus looked at Harry Potter. He smiled, Harry, don't worry, we have all seen your progress. Besides, you have this broomstick that Lucas gave you. Believe me, that new seeker from Gryffindor will definitely not be your opponent. You just need to keep your eyes on the golden snitch and catch it, then your mission will be accomplished. It would have been better if Marcus hadn't smiled. Once he smiled, his prominent front teeth were all exposed. This made Harry Potter even more nervous. He gripped the broomstick in his hand tightly. A bit of determination appeared on Harry Potter's face. Through his training over the past few days, he could personally feel the power of this flying broomstick. This was a gift from Mr. Lucas. He could not let Lucas down. He could not lose this match. Absolutely not. Harry Potter's gaze gradually became firm. Meanwhile, on the field outside, Lee Jordan's voice came through. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hogwarts' first Quidditch match. Today's match is between Gryffindor and Slytherin. That's right, it's our so-called speedsters of Gryffindor and Slytherin. And they will kick off the Quidditch match for Hogwarts. The first Quidditch match at Hogwarts officially begins. As Lee Jordan's voice fell, the scene erupted with continuous applause and cheers. Lee Jordan said, next, let's welcome both teams onto the field. After Lee Jordan finished speaking, inside the players' tunnel, members of both teams rushed out from inside. Both teams quickly got into position. Harry Potter looked at the packed stands. His heart was surging. Lee Jordan shouted, let's see, there is no Lucas among the Slytherin players. This is truly good news. If Lucas were playing, then this match would have no suspense at all. But obviously, Slytherin doesn't intend to bring out this trump card. Lucas leaned back in his seat and rolled his eyes. Nagini poked her head out from Lucas's arms. Lucas, listening to that commentator, your Quidditch is also very strong. Lucas said, it's alright, just at the World Championship level. Nagini smiled, you really are not modest at all. Lucas didn't explain. Facts speak louder than words. When he played Quidditch that day, Nagini wasn't there, so naturally, she couldn't see his dashing performance. If there's a chance, he will perform for Nagini. As the quaffle in Madame Hooch's hand rose into the air, the match officially began. Lee Jordan was commentating with great passion. Slytherin and Gryffindor began a fierce confrontation. The scores were very close, and at one point, they were even tied. Lucas rubbed his chin, this is rare. Marcus actually didn't use any dirty tricks. Nagini said, you mean, using dirty tricks is the norm? Lucas laughed, of course. Who are we? We are Slytherin. Slytherin, where results are paramount, conspiracies and schemes run through the entire Slytherin. Nagini said, you're quite right, but looking at you, you even seem a bit proud. Lucas said, indeed, I am very proud. Methods are just the process, the result is destiny. If needed, my methods are much dirtier than theirs. Nagini didn't speak. To be honest, in the past, she would have looked down on such methods. But if it was Lucas using these methods, she felt it was quite good. This is the legendary double standard. And Nagini, without a doubt, is a snake with absolute double standards. In the air, Harry Potter and the new Gryffindor Seeker were hovering. The new Gryffindor Seeker pointed to his own eyes. "Harry Potter, I will keep an eye on you." Before the battle began, Wood had already formulated the tactics. The battle between Seekers is not just about finding the golden snitch. It is also about interfering with the opponent's golden snitch. So, Harry Potter was not at all surprised by the Gryffindor Seeker's words. He was scanning the air at this moment, hoping to see that flash of gold. Lucas was thinking, when should he make a move? Lucas didn't think he could kill Harry Potter. Taking action against Harry Potter in front of so many people was already a huge risk. And to kill him? Did he really think Dumbledore was dead? Or did he think the four heads of house were just for show? Even if it were Commite, if he wanted to make a move, he would need to be more subtle. Lucas yawned. It was still the same as in the original novel. He would wait until Harry Potter found the golden snitch to act. The broomstick going out of control, although the four heads of house and Dumbledore could see the truth at a glance. But Lucas still wanted to make others think that this was just a simple loss of control. At the very least, Lucas didn't want people to know for now that someone wanted Harry Potter's life. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in his interest. His gaze swept over the stands. Lucas let out a soft exclamation. Nagini asked, "What's wrong?" Lucas shook his head. "Nothing, just saw something interesting." Nagini looked in the direction of Lucas's gaze, but didn't see anything interesting. Shaking her head, Nagini couldn't be bothered with Lucas anymore. Instead, she started watching the match with relish. At this moment, Lucas's gaze landed on a certain spot in the stands. There, two people were standing, holding binoculars. Draco and Hermione. Lucas became interested. So, even if it was two Slytherins and one Ravenclaw, they hadn't even had classes together. But, they still ended up interacting. Moreover, seeing Draco and Hermione talking from time to time, the two didn't seem to be at odds like in the original novel. Although Draco, under Lucas's influence, to be precise, under the influence of Lucas's iron fist, was no longer the absolute bloodline purist he was in the original novel. But Lucas hadn't expected the two to be so harmonious. Lucas looked up at Harry Potter in the air. So, Harry Potter was the link. Indeed, someone who can be the savior is not that simple. However, it couldn't be said that it was purely Harry Potter's influence. There was another possibility. Lucas looked towards the audience stands where commentator Lee Jordan was located. Dumbledore was sitting there. As if sensing Lucas's gaze, Dumbledore also turned to look. Lucas and Dumbledore's eyes met, and Dumbledore gave Lucas a smile. Lucas rolled his eyes. Annoying, very annoying. Lucas had a reason for suspecting that this Golden Trio was orchestrated by Dumbledore. There's no need to mention the Golden Trio in the original novel. Ron Weasley, a loyal Gryffindor supporter, a Dumbledore supporter, used to influence Harry Potter's future alignment. As for Hermione Granger, the strategist, Lucas even suspected that these three were specifically prepared by Dumbledore for Harry Potter. No need to mention Ron, let's talk about Hermione. Hermione becoming a member of the Golden Trio seemed like a coincidence in the original novel. Lucas once thought so too. However, after coming to this world, Lucas noticed something was off. Everything about Hermione Granger's encounter with Harry Potter was too coincidental. Too many coincidences cease to be coincidences, they are meticulously planned. Of course, what made Lucas most suspicious was still the trio breaking into the room where the Philosopher's Stone was kept. It seemed like they stumbled in by mistake due to the moving stairs. But, because of some inexplicable connections with Hogwarts Castle, and after specifically asking Professor McGonagall, he learned something. Hogwarts has a system of permissions. As deputy headmistress, Professor McGonagall's authority was already enough to control the stone gargoyles and suits of armor in the castle. According to Professor McGonagall, when her name was listed under the Deputy Professor column, she already had this authority. And as the principal, would Dumbledore not have authority? Perhaps Dumbledore deliberately controlled the situation to make the three of them encounter the Philosopher's Stone. Anyway, when it came to Dumbledore, Lucas was always filled with malice. Dumbledore, he deserved it. Now Harry Potter has become the savior of the Snake House, and Hermione Granger has become Ravenclaw's know-it-all. If Hermione herself was Dumbledore's chosen helper for Harry Potter, then now that she has a relationship with Harry Potter and they seem to get along well, it's absolutely impossible that Dumbledore's machinations aren't involved. Logically, Hermione and Harry Potter should no longer have any interaction. Lucas even thought that the system's new Golden Trio reward might not be issued. But, clearly, something Lucas didn't know about had happened. Lucas's lips curved slightly. This was interesting. As time passed, more than half of the match time had elapsed. The Gryffindor and Slytherin teams still hadn't created a score difference. Now the outcome hinged on the Golden Snitch. However, the Golden Snitch still hadn't appeared. Just then, the Gryffindor Seeker suddenly moved. Lee Jordan immediately noticed, the Gryffindor Seeker is moving. Has he seen the Golden Snitch? Lee Jordan's gaze swept across the entire field, but he found nothing. The other spectators also quickly looked over, searching for the Golden Snitch. Harry Potter also hadn't seen the Golden Snitch, but he knew that focusing on the Gryffindor Seeker was the right thing to do. Harry Potter controlled his flying broomstick and charged directly towards the Gryffindor Seeker. Lucas watched Harry Potter. It was time, now he should show Lord Voldemort his sincerity. Thinking of this, Lucas lightly snapped his fingers. He didn't need to use the foolish method Quirrell used in the original novel, casting a curse on the flying broomstick. After all, Harry Potter's flying broomstick was made by Lucas. How could he not leave some hidden trick? As Lucas finished snapping his fingers, Harry Potter's flying broomstick in the air began to dart around rapidly. The speed was terrifyingly fast. Harry Potter was instantly startled. He quickly grabbed the flying broomstick, trying to control it. Lucas's lips curved slightly. Of course, he couldn't let the flying broomstick wobble around like in the original novel. That would greatly affect the reputation of his broom. He planned to monopolize and accumulate wealth with flying broomsticks. How could he dig a pit for his own business? In the eyes of others, Harry Potter seemed to be controlling the broomstick wildly. Or rather, the broomstick's performance was too good, making it somewhat uncontrollable. In the audience stands, a group of spectators was a bit confused. Lee Jordan said, "What's happening? We can see Harry Potter's flying broomstick moving at high speed in the air. The speed is really too fast. I've never seen such a fast flying broomstick. I heard this flying broomstick was made by Lucas and given to Harry Potter. Is he having trouble controlling this extremely fast flying broomstick?" Draco and Hermione exchanged glances. Draco said, "What's going on? What is Harry doing?" Hermione said, "Is he really having trouble controlling it? I heard Harry say that the flying broomstick Lucas made is incredibly fast, beyond imagination." Draco scratched his head, "Is that so? But Harry always controlled it well during training. Is it because he's too anxious?" But unlike these uninformed spectators, the four heads of house and Dumbledore simultaneously noticed some issues. It wasn't that Harry Potter couldn't control it, rather, the broomstick itself was out of control. Dumbledore immediately focused his gaze on Lucas. To be precise, on Lucas's mouth. However, Lucas appeared very calm at this moment. Dumbledore frowned. Snape didn't bother with any of that. He immediately began to countercurse Harry Potter, who was darting around in the air. Snape's strength was self-evident. The small hidden trick Lucas left on the broom was quickly resolved by Snape. Lucas wasn't surprised at all. If he hadn't been worried that Lord Voldemort still had hidden tricks at Hogwarts, he wouldn't even have needed to show sincerity. Now, this was already enough. Facing the Dark Lord, Lucas still felt he should be cautious. And his suspicion was not unfounded. The deal Lord Voldemort had made with him caused Lucas to highly doubt one thing. That was his own consciousness space truly exerting complete control over Lord Voldemort? If Lord Voldemort had no way to escape his consciousness space, would he need the Philosopher's Stone? Even if he obtained the Philosopher's Stone then, wouldn't it be futile under Lucas's control? Therefore, Lucas always felt that Lord Voldemort might have some kind of trump card. However, activating this trump card might require some effort. Lucas couldn't be certain of this conjecture. But it was never wrong to be vigilant. After Snape broke the hidden mechanism Lucas had left on the broom, Harry Potter once again urged his broom forward, chasing after the Gryffindor Seeker. And this time, he finally saw the Golden Snitch. The Gryffindor Seeker was chasing the Golden Snitch. However, due to the lighting conditions moments ago, others hadn't seen it. But now, the Golden Snitch led the Gryffindor Seeker into a well-lit area, and the Golden Snitch was revealed before everyone. the Gryffindor Seeker certainly had skills. At the very least, Lucas himself hadn't been able to spot the golden snitch with the naked eye just now. Lee Jordan shouted loudly, "The golden snitch! The golden snitch has appeared!" However, the Gryffindor Seeker is already very close to the golden snitch. On the other hand, Harry Potter is still a long way from the golden snitch. Can he still catch up? In the air, Harry Potter felt anxious upon seeing this scene. He looked at his flying broomstick. Harry Potter gritted his teeth. No, he absolutely could not disappoint Mr. Lucas. Thinking this, Harry Potter whispered, "Golden Meteor, it's up to you. Whether we bring honor, whether we win, it all depends on you." Harry Potter clenched his jaw and injected all of his magic power into the broom. The next moment, the broom suddenly accelerated. Seen from afar, it truly looked like a real golden meteor. A sharp glint flashed in Lucas's eyes. That's quite interesting. Harry Potter's talent on a flying broomstick is truly excessively good. Lucas had envisioned the golden meteor's maximum speed state, but he had never personally tested it. The reason he used a luxurious material like gold during its creation was because he had considered his flying charm. Golden Meteor. The flying broomstick Harry Potter was controlling now truly deserved the name Golden Meteor. In the stands, the audience watched the golden meteor streaking across the sky. Their faces were filled with shock. What is that? A golden meteor, it's so beautiful. It's so fast. Is this Harry Potter's skill? The spectators discussed animatedly. They watched as that meteor directly surpassed the Gryffindor Seeker. A hand reached out from the golden light, grabbing toward the golden meteor. Lee Jordan shouted excitedly, "A turning point. Another turning point. Harry Potter. Harry Potter has stepped up again. He has overtaken the Gryffindor Seeker. He's reaching out his hand toward the golden snitch. Can he create a miracle?" At this moment, in the stands, a figure stared blankly at the golden meteor. His name was Beecher Joyce, and he was a talent scout. Yes, there were also talent scouts in the wizarding world. However, talent scouts in the wizarding world specialized in discovering talent for world-class Quidditch teams. These talent scouts would go and watch the Quidditch matches held at the schools. They would then find promising prospects and introduce them to various world-class Quidditch teams. In exchange for compensation, they would sign contracts with world-class Quidditch teams, and if the players they discovered performed well, they could still receive significant rewards. And Beecher was just such a talent scout. He had actually come to Hogwarts specifically for Wood. He knew Wood, the Quidditch captain of Gryffindor, and he had been watching Wood for 2 years. Although Wood was very passionate about Quidditch. However, his talent was simply lacking. His skill level had improved, but not significantly. He had originally thought this trip was a waste of time. But then, he saw Harry Potter. In Harry Potter, he saw an intuitive seeker. And an exceptionally gifted seeker at that. Unfortunately, he was too young. Therefore, he was considering whether to approach Harry Potter early. He also knew about his identity as the British savior. He was unsure if he could manage Harry Potter. He had intended to think about it properly after the match ended. But now, he had discovered something even more valuable than Harry Potter. That broom. As a Quidditch talent scout, Beecher was intimately familiar with every flying broomstick on the market. But he guaranteed that he had never seen this broom before. The commentator just now also mentioned that Lucas made it. And Lucas, of course he knew him. After all, Severus Snape's reputation was so great, and Lucas, being associated with this potion's master, naturally had a considerable reputation too. Coupled with Lucas's own talent in potions, Lucas couldn't help but be famous. Beecher had excellent eyesight. He could tell that Harry Potter was indeed talented. But currently, being so young, it was absolutely impossible for him to unleash such speed. Therefore, the problem could only lie with the broom. A sharp glint flashed in Beecher's eyes. It seemed he had discovered another excellent path to wealth. Although he didn't know the specific data, this broom was definitely extraordinary. If it could be mass-produced, perhaps this broom would usher in a brand new era for magical broomsticks. Beecher watched Harry Potter, wanting to obtain more data on the broom. Meanwhile, Harry Potter on the field was still chasing the golden snitch. Seemingly sensing Harry Potter's hand grabbing toward it from behind, the golden snitch suddenly made a sharp turn. Harry Potter instinctively wanted to steer the broom to chase the golden snitch. But he forgot one thing: his current speed was too fast. Making a sharp turn in midair was not something easily accomplished. It not only placed extremely high demands on the broom's performance but also on the wizard himself. Lucas's broom, naturally, had no issues. However, Harry Potter's body truly could not meet the requirements for a sharp aerial turn. Therefore, the result was obvious: Harry Potter was flung directly off the broom. Lee Jordan shouted, "Oh no! Harry Potter has been flung off his broom. He's going to hit the ground. I can't imagine how painful it will be to fall at that speed." Harry Potter was also greatly alarmed. But it was unknown whether Harry Potter was lucky or unlucky. The direction he was thrown was precisely where the golden snitch was. Harry Potter screamed in panic, mouth agape, and swallowed the golden snitch directly. Lee Jordan was stunned. "My goodness, what did I just see? Harry Potter, he ate the golden snitch." Many spectators were also somewhat surprised. Harry Potter was getting closer and closer to the ground, about to land face first. However, at this moment, the broom suddenly emitted a magical fluctuation. The next moment, Harry Potter's body abruptly stopped just 2 centimeters from the ground. An invisible membrane caught him. Then, the membrane dissipated, and Harry Potter landed on the ground. Because of the membrane's protection, Harry Potter did not fall to the ground. After he landed, the golden meteor also slowly descended beside Harry Potter. Beecher's eyes widened instantly. He couldn't be mistaken, no one intervened, the broom saved Harry Potter. This broom actually has such an ability. In his heart, he re-evaluated the broom. This thing is far from simple. This broom might usher in a new era. It's just unknown if this broom has any other abilities. Lee Jordan excitedly shouted, "Harry Potter, he's actually fine. Oh my God, although there were rumors that the flying broomstick Lucas made could protect its user, I always thought it was nonsense. I can't believe it's true. Lucas, you must make one for me when you have time, I'll buy it." Lee Jordan, as expected, once again derailed the commentary. Professor McGonagall glared fiercely at Lee Jordan. Only then did Lee Jordan react. "Ahem, let's look at the final result. Harry Potter, he's standing up. Huh, what's he doing? Is he going to vomit?" On the lawn, Harry Potter stood there, retching repeatedly. Everyone's gaze was focused on Harry Potter, including the players from both Slytherin and Gryffindor. Lucas clicked his tongue. Indeed, as long as he doesn't catch the golden snitch with his mouth, Harry Potter is invincible. He is truly authoritative. He can catch the golden snitch with any part of his body except his hands. Under everyone's somewhat disgusted gazes, a golden ball was directly spat out by Harry Potter, covered in drool. The golden ball slowly opened on both sides, revealing 2 nearly transparent wings. Lee Jordan shouted, "Caught it. Harry Potter did it. He caught the golden snitch, so the victory of this match belongs to Slytherin." Madame Hooch also came to Harry Potter's side. She grabbed Harry Potter's hand and raised it. Thunderous applause immediately erupted in the stands. Admittedly, not many people liked Slytherin. However, this match was quite exciting after all. Therefore, the spectators couldn't be stingy with their applause. Draco and Hermione clapped their hands excitedly and forcefully, cheering for Harry Potter. Harry Potter was also full of excitement, his gaze sweeping across the stands. He wanted to find Lucas's figure. But by now, Lucas had already disappeared from the Quidditch pitch. In the sky, Gryffindor's Seeker came to Wood's side, looking somewhat dejected. Wood smiled, "All right, don't look like that, it's just 1 win or loss." Gryffindor's Seeker said, "Sorry, Captain, I didn't expect him to suddenly rush over. His speed was too fast." Wood nodded, his gaze fixed on the broom in Harry Potter's hand. "That broom, it really lives up to Lucas's handiwork. That thing is a bit unfair." Gryffindor's Seeker said, "Yes, it's really enviable." Wood said, "All right, it's time for us to leave. If we win the match against Ravenclaw in half a month, that'll be enough." Gryffindor's Seeker nodded. Subsequently, the Gryffindor team members left one after another. In the sky, Marcus looked at Harry Potter, who was receiving cheers from the crowd below. He also smiled. Lucas really gave him a big surprise. Indeed, the saying circulating in Hogwarts is true: anyone or anything Lucas sets his sights on will not be simple. This was something everyone at Hogwarts had concluded time and again. On the other side, Lucas had already left the Quidditch pitch with Nagini. Nagini said, "That broom, did you really make it?" Lucas said, "What do you mean by that doubtful tone?" "Of course I made it. How about it, isn't it quite impressive?" Nagini nodded, "It's truly impressive. Did you use your magic power drive device? Lucas smiled. Smart. How about it, isn't it a path to making big money? Nagini said, it truly is. What you told me wasn't exaggerated at all, including your plan to sell energy cores later. If you really achieve it, your wealth will be terrifying. Lucas nodded. Yes, that's what I think too. Nagini said, but I'm very curious, why do you want to earn so much money? You're not short of money, Lucas. What exactly do you want? Lucas was silent for a moment. Then he shook his head. I don't know what I want. I don't seem to have any goals. I just feel that doing these things is very interesting, so I want to do them. Lucas came to the Black Lake and sat down with a plop. Nagini transformed into human form and sat beside Lucas. Your strength is formidable, your talent is excellent, and you are now earning terrifying wealth. Have you never thought about doing something big? Like Grindelwald and Dumbledore, having a grand goal? Lucas said, what goal? To change this wizarding world. Nagini said, that's roughly what I mean. Lucas smiled, why change it? In Daxia, there's a very famous book that tells the story of a monk who took 3 disciples to obtain scriptures. They set off from a kingdom in Daxia to find scriptures and bring them back to that kingdom to enlighten all beings. But, when they first set off from that country, the initial crises they encountered were wild beasts like tigers, and then bandits. And as they were about to reach their destination, they encountered corpses strewn everywhere and pervasive fear of death. Do you know what this signifies? Nagini shook her head. Lucas said, it means that this world is already rotten to the core, every inch of it. He is beyond saving, and what seems like a warm harbor is, in reality, a hotbed of evil. The closer one gets to that so-called place of great good, the more evil there is. This indicates that the so-called great good is inherently intertwined with evil. There is no ultimate good, nor is there ultimate evil. Good and evil are merely ridiculous and vague concepts. If that's the case, why try to change them? Why do something that fundamentally cannot be done? Nagini fell silent. Looking at Lucas and reflecting on her own experiences, she had to admit that what Lucas said seemed to be entirely without fault. But what she didn't understand was how Lucas, being so young, could comprehend these things. It simply didn't make sense. Lucas looked at the silent Nagini and smiled. All right, don't think about these useless things. Let's go, it's time to eat. I think I'm going to get rich soon. With so many reporters today, plus Harry Potter's fame, the magic broomstick will quickly become well known. I need to make some finished products first, waiting to sell them. Nagini said, I think, before that, you should submit a patent application to the Ministry of Magic. After all, you know how slow the Ministry of Magic is. Who knows how long it will take for the patent application to be approved? Lucas said, I already did that, and the patent application was approved the very next day. The messy procedures for others might be slow, but for me, they wouldn't dare to be slow. They will expedite my application. My esteemed father is Snape. Nagini rolled her eyes. Indeed, when you're out in the world, background really is important. Nagini made a small joke. Lucas laughed heartily and led Nagini back to the castle. He needed to make a few brooms, and then he would need performance parameter reports. That evening, in Dumbledore's office, Dumbledore, Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout were all there. Professor McGonagall pushed open the door and walked in. I've brought Harry's broom. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall placed Harry's broom on Dumbledore's desk. Professor Snape immediately walked up to it. Then, his wand touched the broom. Everyone else watched him. A moment later, Snape shook his head. There's no problem, and no residual dark arts detected. The people present all frowned. Professor Flitwick said, what if it wasn't dark arts? Professor Sprout said, it's possible, but where is the caster? If it was cast on the spot, we were all here, it's impossible for us not to notice anything. And Severus didn't expend much effort to dispel the magic. But if it was cast in advance, why is there no trace at all? I didn't even feel any magic residue on it other than Harry's. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. His gaze, however, fell upon the magic power drive device that Lucas had set up. A glint flashed in his eyes. He, of course, recognized this contraption. After all, Platform 9 3/4 station used this. Although he couldn't create it himself, he had seen it many times. Professor McGonagall said, I think we should call Lucas to ask him. After all, he made the broom. Snape said, he hasn't appeared since the end of the match, he must be busy with something. Besides, asking him is useless. I think, no matter the reason, this broom lost control. But it all points to one problem: someone wants to harm Harry Potter. The other 3 deans nodded. Then, the 4 of them looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore pondered for a moment and said, Quirrell is not the problem, I can confirm that. But if it's not Quirrell, then it means there's another person hidden within Hogwarts. And this person is even more deeply hidden than we imagined. Professor McGonagall said, could it be a student? Dumbledore shook his head. I suspect Lord Voldemort's current state is definitely not good. The backlash from the killing curse, even if he has very special talent, would at most allow him to retain some fragments of his soul. An underage wizard's soul absolutely cannot bear his soul, even if it's incomplete. Snape said, what if it's brief control? Dumbledore mused for a moment. That's possible, but it cannot be confirmed now. Moreover, if there truly is a student who could be swayed by Lord Voldemort's special methods, then the scope of possibilities is truly too broad. Professor Sprout said, regardless, student safety is paramount. I think we should first screen the students. As for the professors, I already screened them during their enrollment, and I've been keeping an eye on them during this time. There are no issues. The others nodded. Dumbledore said, let's proceed with that then. Go investigate and screen. In any case, this is a threat. The danger is currently hidden, and no one can be careless. Dumbledore's office held a small meeting. Afterward, they each dispersed. The office door closed. Dumbledore had a thoughtful expression. Is it you, Lucas? Dumbledore was a little uncertain. If anyone had the most opportunity to act, it was Lucas. After all, Lucas made the broom. But he had no motive to act. Cooperating with Lord Voldemort? Dumbledore knew Lucas too well. Lucas was the kind of person who felt he lost out if he didn't gain an advantage. What advantage could Lord Voldemort offer Lucas? Clearly none. Therefore, the lack of motive was the reason Dumbledore repeatedly dismissed his suspicions about Lucas. Sighing, Dumbledore suddenly realized that things were slipping out of his control. This made him very uncomfortable. At 1 o'clock, Lucas, dragging his exhausted body, returned to his dormitory. To Lucas's surprise, Nagini was still awake. Seeing Lucas return, Nagini said, good heavens, how did you get so tired? Lucas said, don't even ask. I overestimated the energy this thing requires. I still need to figure out how to set up an assembly line. It's too tiring. Why aren't you asleep yet? Nagini said, I just got back. I saw it was almost time for you to return, so I waited for you. Lucas nodded. Okay, I'll go wash up first. Nagini nodded. She casually asked, today, when Harry Potter's broom lost control, was that your doing? Lucas squeezed toothpaste onto his brush and casually replied, yeah, it was. I left a hidden trick. Nagini gasped, you did that for the Philosopher's Stone. Aren't you afraid Dumbledore will target you? He's not a simple man. Lucas shook his head, he's definitely targeting me, but he can't be sure. Nagini said, what do you mean? Lucas chuckled, I understand Dumbledore. Actually, do you know what aspect of Dumbledore I dislike the most? Nagini thought for a moment, too much scheming. Lucas shook his head. No, you've got it backward. Having many schemes and many ideas is never the reason I dislike someone. Instead, it's something I admire. This world is very complex. A world without schemes and conspiracies does not exist. As long as people are alive, there will inevitably be schemes, conspiracies, and tricks. This is true for Dumbledore, true for Grindelwald, true even for Lord Voldemort, and true for me and everyone else. Someone without schemes or conspiracies, I would affectionately refer to as an idiot. Nagini asked, then what is it you hate about Dumbledore? Lucas said, his self-righteousness, his desire to both do the deed and maintain his reputation, that is what I hate most about Dumbledore. He is the White Dark Lord, he needs fame and needs to be the white side of this world. Therefore, his actions must follow rules, and he needs everyone to see those rules. In my opinion, this behavior of his is, doing the deed while maintaining his reputation. He is the one with the most schemes and calculations, yet he always wants to claim the moral high ground, or rather, he always wants to push the black side onto others. He always likes to say one thing, the greatest power comes from love. But he is so powerful, is it because of love? Perhaps he was once, but does the current him truly possess love? Love is nothing more than a rhetoric Dumbledore uses to blind everyone. And precisely because he needs this rhetoric and these righteous appearances, he must consider causality in his actions. He will suspect me, in fact, I might be the prime suspect. However, he will dismiss me, because he cannot find my motive. I have no enmity with Harry Potter, and after all these years at Hogwarts, he knows me well enough to understand that I would never do anything pointless. Therefore, since he cannot find my motive for acting, he will naturally be the first person to suspect me, and also the first person to eliminate me as a suspect. Nagini pondered for a moment. I understand. Lucas, you truly surprise me more and more. Your age and your intellect are fundamentally mismatched. Lucas chuckled. That's right. That's why I don't have a childhood. Nagini shook her head. So, this time, you're basically foolproof, right? Lucas was silent for a moment, then shook his head. No. As I said, Dumbledore will dismiss me because his actions require rules and causality. But not everyone is like him. Just then, the door to Lucas's dormitory was knocked upon. Lucas took a deep breath. He's here. The person who can directly pinpoint me has appeared. Nagini looked toward the door. Lucas waved his hand, and the door opened. Snape stood in the doorway, looking at Lucas. Lucas smiled. Professor, you've arrived. Snape nodded, entered the dormitory, and closed the door behind him. Lucas didn't say much either, wiping the foam from the corners of his mouth. He walked out of the washroom. Snape looked at Lucas and asked, why? Lucas didn't play dumb, trying to hide it would be useless. Just as he said, there is one person at Hogwarts who would immediately lock onto him as the target. That person is Snape. Snape understands Lucas, just as Lucas understands Snape. Lucas said, I didn't intend to take Harry Potter's life. Snape remained silent, simply looking at Lucas. Lucas met Snape's gaze. After a long time, Snape said, he must live. That is my promise. Don't get involved in certain matters, they are very troublesome. Having said that, Snape turned and left immediately. Without another word. Lucas was not at all surprised by Snape's reaction. He lay directly on the bed. Nagini also climbed onto the bed along the bedpost. Snape just left like that. Lucas nodded. What else? He only needed to know my stance. Your stance. Lucas said, Professor Snape could tell that I didn't plan to take Harry Potter's life, otherwise, the contingency I left behind wouldn't have been so simple. However, he wasn't sure if it was just a whim, or if I had genuinely developed a killing intent towards Harry Potter. So, he needed to come and ask me. I just needed to tell him that I didn't plan on taking Harry Potter's life, that was my stance. Knowing my stance, he naturally left. Nagini asked, what if you genuinely wanted to kill Harry Potter? Would he attack you for Harry Potter? Nagini originally thought Lucas might hesitate. After all, she had heard about Lily and Snape from Lucas. But she didn't expect that. Lucas shook his head without the slightest hesitation. No, he would send me out of Hogwarts. Nagini exclaimed in surprise, you're that confident? Lucas chuckled, yes, I am that confident. No one understands him better than I do. He wouldn't lay a hand on me, no matter what, and even if he genuinely wanted to kill me, I wouldn't fight back. Because my life was originally given to me by him. Without him, I would have died long ago. So, if he wants it, I can return it to him anytime. But he absolutely would not take it. Nagini asked doubtfully, why do you have so much faith in him? I'm very curious, earning your unconditional trust must be extremely difficult. Ever since I met you, I've always felt that you approach everyone with the utmost malice and suspicion, except for Snape. Lucas recalled every detail of his life from childhood to the present. When he was still in swaddling clothes, Snape awkwardly held the baby bottle, feeding Lucas formula. The first time he went to Nocturne Alley and was almost harmed by a vagrant wizard, Snape didn't hesitate, carrying his wand and barging into Nocturne Alley, clearing out several vagrant wizard camps. When he was bullied in the Forbidden Forest, it was also Snape, carrying his wand, who charged into the tribe of centaurs and into the Acromantula colony. Snape never hesitated, and he never spoke about any of the things he did. He did everything silently, and Lucas only learned the results of many things after the fact. Perhaps there are still many things he doesn't know. Lucas stretched. Perhaps because he is Snape, Severus Snape. Therefore, he is worthy of my unconditional trust, and worthy of my trust with my life. My esteemed Father Snape. As he spoke, Lucas had already closed his eyes. Nagini saw Lucas close his eyes and knew that Lucas had gone to the consciousness space to deal with Lord Voldemort. So she didn't continue talking to Lucas, curled herself up, and vaguely drifted into slumber. Inside the consciousness space. This time, Lucas didn't immediately deal with Lord Voldemort upon entering. Instead, he said, "I came in today to tell you that I've shown my sincerity, but unfortunately, someone intervened and saved Harry Potter. So, Harry Potter survived." A cold glint flashed in Lord Voldemort's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. I know." Lucas looked at Lord Voldemort. "You know." Lord Voldemort said, "Of course, you wouldn't think that just because I'm controlled here, I have no means at all, would you?" Lucas chuckled, "Of course not. After all, you are the Dark Lord, your methods are always endless. I've long since thought of that." Lord Voldemort nodded. "Now that we've both proven our sincerity, can we get the Philosopher's Stone sooner?" Lucas said, "That requires some planning. However, even if I get the Philosopher's Stone, how would I give it to you? I don't think I can bring the Philosopher's Stone into the consciousness space." Lord Voldemort said, "Once you get it, I will naturally tell you before the transaction." Lucas chuckled, "All right, then let's get to today's main business." Lucas reached out and clenched his hand in the empty air, and a long whip appeared. Half an hour later, Lucas's consciousness returned to his body. A slight smile played on the corner of his lips. "All right, it can be confirmed. Lord Voldemort has a backup plan, but his backup plan is definitely not in Hogwarts right now. Moreover, the soul fragment suppressed in his consciousness space, at least for now, cannot observe the outside world." And the method Lucas used to confirm this information was also very simple. Lord Voldemort's attitude. Lucas took the initiative to say that he had shown his sincerity and spoke of today's events. If Lord Voldemort truly had a backup plan, his first reaction should be to conceal it. No hunter would expose their trap before the prey takes the bait. But Lord Voldemort, he actually emphasized that he had means. This already indicates many problems. Even if Lord Voldemort had gone mad, he wouldn't do something so foolish. Then, there is only one possibility. Lord Voldemort has no backup plan at all, or rather, he hasn't activated his backup plan yet. Therefore, whatever Lucas said was true. And the reason why the Dark Lord would proactively say he had a trump card. It was nothing more than two reasons. First, he wanted to make Lucas wary. He wanted Lucas to know that he wasn't without means, to make Lucas not harbor any other thoughts about cooperating with him, and that he knew everything. This could also be considered a threat. As for the second reason, Lucas felt that Lord Voldemort might be trying to confuse him. A normal person, upon learning that their opponent has a trump card, would instinctively try to destroy or force out that trump card. But unfortunately, Lord Voldemort, under the influence of the soul fragment, wasn't thinking clearly, he acted too eagerly. He had some brains, but not much. Of course, there is also the possibility that Lucas was mistaken or miscalculated. For example, Lucas was on the 5th layer, while Lord Voldemort was in the stratosphere. In that case, Lucas could only say that he was inferior in skill, lacking in strategy, and deserved to lose. On Sunday, Lucas did not leave Hogwarts but continued to make flying broomsticks in the room of requirement. If all went as expected, soon, someone would contact him about these flying broomsticks. However, he just didn't know who would be the first to contact him. Sunday's The Daily Prophet had already reported on the Quidditch opening ceremony at Hogwarts. Thanks to Harry Potter's fame, this report occupied the front page. This surprised Lucas somewhat. And Lucas's flying broomsticks naturally caught the attention of some people. Nimbus Company Headquarters. As a large company, Nimbus Company's headquarters is located in an office building in Paris. It's a company established in the Muggle world, and even some of its corporate procedures are complete. Of course, their products do not need to be sold to the Muggle world, nor do they need to pay taxes. These were all negotiated with the Muggle government. At this moment, in the conference room, several high-level executives of Nimbus Company gathered together. They were not the true decision-makers of Nimbus Company. Behind them stood pure-blood families. Of course, there were those from Britain, and naturally, those from other countries. Again, in this wizarding world, most of the wealth is controlled by pure-blood families. Pure-blood families would certainly not miss out on a profitable business like flying broomsticks. On the desk lay today's The Daily Prophet. The man at the head of the table said, "Let's all discuss this. I believe everyone has noticed this flying broomstick, haven't they? The others nodded. It's not a product on the market. I specifically went to the Daily Prophet reporter to inquire, and I also asked the audience present that day. That broomstick is ridiculously fast. Not only that, that broomstick can also cast spells to protect the player. I have already inquired with the British Ministry of Magic, and this broomstick has been registered for a patent. And, according to the parameter sheet held by the Ministry of Magic, this broomstick is very special. I've had someone organize the information, please take a look. The executive speaking distributed sheets of paper with parameters recorded on them. The other executives read them carefully. Are these real data? I don't know, at least, Lucas Snape reported them to the Ministry of Magic this way. But you also know the situation of the British Ministry of Magic, it's controlled by pure-blood families. Lucas Snape, Severus Snape's adopted son. No one is foolish enough to doubt or investigate the truth of the parameters. Regardless of the parameters, just the performance this broomstick has shown, the speed it displayed in the match, has already surpassed all our products, including our rocket crossbow, which is currently being upgraded and not yet on the market. The executives spoke one after another. The middle-aged man at the head of the table gently tapped the table. So, what should we do now? The speed of this broomstick is terrifyingly precipitous. This will seriously affect our market control. An executive slowly began to speak. There are only 4 choices. First, do nothing, let him research and launch it, and then our market share will be diluted. Second, collaborate with him and make money together. Third, suppress him, using the same methods we used to suppress Comet Group. As for the 4th choice, that is to continue to improve our product performance and seize the market. After this executive finished speaking, an executive spoke up. The 3rd and 4th options are out of the question. Suppress Lucas Snape? That is simply impossible. Who is he? Snape's adopted son, the youngest potions master, Severus Snape. Don't forget, he's not just a potions master, his methods are never weak. If you provoke his adopted son, who knows how he will retaliate. I don't need to elaborate on how powerful a potions master's network is. Furthermore, he is one of the 4 heads of house at Hogwarts, the dean of the largest school of magic in Europe. No one can ignore that. As for enhancing our product performance, that is also impossible. The Firebolt is the hit product we developed, and it is also the pinnacle of what we can currently achieve. If we want to enhance the performance again, we cannot do it, unless we can invite Nicholas Flamel to take action. But who can achieve that? In any case, the people behind me cannot do it. As soon as these words were spoken, the other executives fell silent. Ask Nicholas Flamel to take action. Who can do that? Aside from legendary wizards like Dumbledore, they really don't have that much influence. The leading executive said, therefore, we currently only have one path, to cooperate with Lucas Snape. If we cooperate, have you thought about a cooperation plan? Buy out his technology, or let him contribute technology for shares. The others showed thoughtful expressions. If we buy it out, how likely is that? We don't know. Right now, we can't even gauge his attitude. We are unsure if he just casually made a broomstick for a friend, or if he genuinely intends to carve out a share of the market. In that case, let's approach him and see. If he only made it for a friend, then perhaps we can buy him out. If he wants to share the market, then we can discuss the details of cooperation later. The other executives nodded. Just then, an executive suddenly spoke. What if he refuses to cooperate? Everyone fell silent. Refuse to cooperate? It seems like we really can't handle that. Suppression? They dare not, nor can they. The families behind them would never allow them to do so. Offending one of the youngest potions masters, plus someone who is about to supersede the previous youngest potions master, is definitely unwise. And if we let it go unchecked, Nimbus Company's market share will be directly cut. Furthermore, if they fail to develop new products, they might even go bankrupt. The leading executive said, don't worry about that for now. Go and make contact first, gauge Lucas Snape's attitude, and then each of you go back and discuss it with the pure-blood families backing you. See what their attitude is. If all else fails, we still have one option, a price war. That broomstick is so fast, its price must certainly be steep to manufacture. Moreover, he is still a student. Even if he can impact the market, the impact won't be that severe. How many broomsticks can he make by himself? The rest of them nodded, acknowledging the logic. However, what they didn't know was that since Lucas planned to take this path, he naturally had already considered what these people were thinking. Furthermore, he had already made preparations for mass production at any time. Lucas emerged from the room of requirement past 5 in the afternoon. Lucas stretched vigorously. After working hard for so long, his gains were considerable. Building upon the original golden meteor, he added 2 versions, silver meteor and bronze meteor. The 3 types of flying broomsticks use different materials: gold, mithril, brass. This also means that if fully activated, the special effects are different: gold, silver, bronze. Of course, besides the different special effects, the magic power drive device also differs. The gold version can accommodate the largest magic core and has the highest utilization rate. The silver and bronze versions are stripped down, making them easier to manufacture. Their performance is naturally not on the same level. The 3 grades of flying broomsticks naturally have different prices. He made 3 of each broomstick, to be used later. According to Lucas's prediction, no one should contact him proactively today, because they need to verify some facts. Tomorrow, they will see who is the first person to seek him out. And the facts were exactly as Lucas had predicted. Today, the Department of Magical Patents at the Ministry of Magic was truly too busy. Everyone was there to check Lucas's flying broomstick patent. These Ministry of Magic employees were extremely busy. Their usually incredibly leisurely life was directly broken today. Of course, Beecher was also among them. The moment he realized this broomstick was unusual, he immediately came to the Ministry of Magic. He then retrieved the patent file for this broomstick. Looking at the data on the patent file, Beecher was astonished. Was this truly the data a magic broomstick could achieve? If someone else had told him that a magic broomstick could reach this performance level, Beecher truly would have slapped that person, because it would be pure nonsense. But as someone who had witnessed this broomstick, Beecher was filled with excitement. He had a premonition that this magic broomstick would create an era, and if it could be mass-produced, it might become a crucial factor in deciding the outcomes of future Quidditch matches. Beecher pondered for a long time. Afterward, he immediately arranged for an owl to deliver a letter to an old friend of his, the coach of the Ballycastle Bats in Northern Ireland. Beecher had always cooperated with the Bats team. Most of the players he recommended were sent to the Bats team. He transmitted all the information about that broomstick to his old friend. He had a premonition that this broomstick would have a huge impact on the current Quidditch rankings. However, Beecher felt that it would take some time to become a member of the Quidditch World Cup Flying Broomstick approved list. At the very least, before that, the broomstick would require official filing and testing by the Quidditch World Cup. However, this did not prevent him from informing his old friend first. Besides Beecher, many other people were also taking action. Beecher was not the only one with foresight. Many people saw the impact this flying broomstick was about to bring to the arena. After eating in the Great Hall, Lucas went to Snape's office. Today, he planned to bring out all the improved spider venom potion. He believed Snape would be very satisfied. After working until past 11, Lucas looked at the new spider venom potion in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Snape walked over and conducted some experiments. Not bad. Hearing this assessment, Lucas breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven knows how rare praise from Snape was. Even if it was just not bad. Snape placed the prescription that Lucas had organized, along with the finished product, on the cabinet beside him. Tomorrow, I will have someone from the potion management department come over to conduct tests and, while they're at it, apply for a patent for you. Lucas nodded. See, that's the prestige of a potions master. Ordinary potion makers have to go to the potion management department to handle these matters. But a potions master like Snape arranges for people to come directly to him. Snape is still the prestigious Snape. Snape asked, "Do you have any leads on your original potion yet?" Lucas shook his head. No, the types of potions currently available on the market are basically saturated. It seems like there are no new directions left to research. Snape frowned. Then go look for one, go think. Don't forget, your time is limited. Don't waste time. I want to see you create your own potion as quickly as possible. Lucas pouted. I know. Snape asked, what are your plans for that broomstick of yours? Lucas shrank his neck. He knew that Snape would definitely see through his little schemes. Lucas replied, I plan to manufacture magic broomsticks and start a new company. Snape immediately frowned. You haven't researched your own potion, and you don't have your own exclusive technique. Are you going to waste your time every day on these useless things? Lucas said, this thing is very profitable. I used alchemy design principles. Besides me, unless an alchemist reaches the level of Nicholas Flamel, I will have a road paved with galleons. Snape said, are you short on money? All the money you've earned over the years is in Gringotts. I haven't withheld anything from you. While it can't compare to the wealth of a potions master, you are richer than 80% of the people in the wizarding world. Lucas shook his head. I'm not short on money, I'm just interested. People need to find things to do, otherwise, how bored would I be every day? Researching potions isn't something that happens overnight, one needs a balance between work and rest. Maybe my progress will even be faster this way. Snape remained silent. He had a thoughtful expression. He couldn't completely deny Lucas's words. What if Lucas was actually right? Lucas said, so, Professor, you can't just hole up in your office all the time, burying every moment of your day in potion research. Perhaps if you clear your mind and change your mood, you might have a flash of inspiration. I'm leaving now, Professor, good night. After speaking, Lucas quickly left Snape's office. After closing the office door, Lucas breathed a sigh of relief. He figured he had managed to deceive him. Of course, it wasn't entirely a deception. The fact was, balancing work and rest was the most important thing. Snape's nerves were constantly taut. Every day, he was only in 3 places: the classroom, the office, and the Great Hall. All his spare time, unless he was on duty patrolling Hogwarts Castle, was spent in his office researching potions. Even a good person would go crazy from being cooped up like that. Where did the title Melancholy Prince come from? It was literally developed from being a homebody. His experiences, combined with being introverted, fostered that kind of temperament. It's terrifying just thinking about it. Whistling, Lucas walked towards the Slytherin common room. Still, the basement late at night is truly too eerie. So, couldn't magic be a little more cheerful? Does it have to be designed with such gloomy environments? Looking at the oil lamps on the walls, Lucas felt he really needed to find a way to apply electricity to these Hogwarts decorations. Torches and oil lamps, someone who didn't know better would think they were living in 1891. It's almost the millennium, yet Hogwarts is still so backward. Returning to the common room, Lucas immediately spotted Draco and Harry Potter by the fireplace. Seeing Lucas, the two immediately stood up. Lucas asked curiously, why are you two awake so late? What are you doing here? Draco replied, Harry wanted to express his thanks to you, but he could never catch you. When he occasionally saw you, you were always rushing off. Harry didn't dare disturb you. Since my father asked me to find you today, he waited here with me to see if we could catch you. Lucas waved his hand. No need for thanks, just winning is enough. Hearing this, Harry Potter quickly stood at attention. Mr. Lucas, don't worry, I will train hard and strive to win all the remaining matches. Lucas nodded. Your dad is looking for me. Why? Draco said, regarding that flying broomstick, my father said that if you need anything, you can approach him for cooperation. I don't know the specifics, but here is a letter. My father asked me to give it to you. He said you would be very busy soon, so he sent the letter ahead of time so you wouldn't miss it. As he spoke, Draco handed a letter to Lucas. A glint flashed in Lucas's eyes. Should he say, as expected of Lucius Malfoy? His sense of smell was too keen. Lucas had thought that pure-blood families in Britain might approach him, but he didn't expect the House of Malfoy to be the first. Lucius's business acumen truly exceeded Lucas's expectations. Lucas took the letter and said, all right, I understand. Hurry back to sleep. The first class tomorrow is Transfiguration, and Professor McGonagall won't show favor to anyone if they're late. Draco and Harry Potter immediately shrank their necks. Thinking of the elderly cat girl, they instinctively felt fear. They said goodbye to Lucas and hurried back to their dormitories. Lucas shook his head and returned to his dormitory as well. Inside the room, Nagini was in her human form, currently sitting by the table eating. You're back. I just made an apple pie, do you want some? Lucas sat down next to Nagini and took a bite. It tastes good. Did a house elf make it? Nagini replied, no, I made it. Hearing this, Lucas was stunned. You know how to bake? Nagini said, of course. It wasn't very difficult. I had the house elves find the ingredients, and then I made it myself in the kitchen. Lucas gave a thumbs up. Amazing. Nagini's eyes curved into crescent moons. You have good taste. I think I'm pretty amazing too. Nagini looked at the letter Lucas had brought back on the table. Who gave you the letter? Lucas replied, Lucius Malfoy. Nagini asked curiously, the head of the House of Malfoy? I've heard of him. They say he used to be a Death Eater, but after Lord Voldemort's downfall, he used many methods to clear his name. Because of that, the House of Malfoy wasn't implicated, and even their business wasn't affected. Lucas nodded, a very shrewd and cunning person. Nagini said while eating an apple pie, what did he want with you? Lucas said, it's about the broomstick. That man is too perceptive, he must have spotted the potential profit. So he wants to cooperate with me. The Bulstrode family is behind the Comet Company, and the House of Malfoy tried to share in the profits years ago. They were rejected, which led to poor relations between the Bulstrode family and the House of Malfoy. Over the years, they have openly and secretly competed for profits more than once. This time, the House of Malfoy must have seen an opportunity and wants to use my magic broomstick to deal a heavy blow to the Bulstrode family. Of course, the profits involved are also coveted by the House of Malfoy. Nagini said, so that's what happened. Are you going to cooperate with him? Lucas smiled, if nothing changes, I genuinely will cooperate with the House of Malfoy. I told you about my wealth accumulation plan, but since I am at Hogwarts, it's inconvenient for me to oversee many things. Cooperating with a pure-blood family is inevitable, the only difference is which family to choose. This pure-blood family must satisfy 3 conditions. First, they must have strength, not just in the wizarding world, but in the Muggle world too. Building factories and manufacturing all require strength. The second condition is that they must have channels, international channels. As for the third condition, they must be controllable by me. Nagini said, it seems the House of Malfoy isn't the only family that satisfies these conditions. Lucas nodded, yes, in the British wizarding world, outsiders talk about the Sacred 28, but in reality, many of those families have died out. Either their heirs are in Azkaban, or the whole Death Eater affair crippled half of the British wizarding world. That saying is no exaggeration. Currently, there are only a handful of pure-blood families left in the wizarding world that can truly be called families. Malfoy, Bulstrode, Greengrass, Knott, Parkinson, the British Rosiers, Flint, and Macmillan. Among these, the Knott family, the Parkinson family, and the British Rosier family certainly still hold influence in the British wizarding world, but they lack influence in the Muggle world. Therefore, those 3 families can be eliminated by the first condition. As for the Greengrass family and the Flint family, their main businesses are concentrated in Britain. They completely lack international channels. In the end, only the Macmillan and Malfoy families remain. Nagini said, so, your third condition eliminated the Macmillan family. Lucas nodded. Nagini said, can the House of Malfoy be controlled by you? Based on what I've learned recently, the House of Malfoy is definitely the top pure-blood family in Britain right now. Lucas laughed, yes, but the House of Malfoy also has the most weaknesses. I hold leverage over Lucius Malfoy, and in fact, over the next few years, he will repeatedly deliver more leverage into my hands. Most crucially, Draco Malfoy, the House of Malfoy's only son and the next heir to the House of Malfoy, is in Slytherin. But the Macmillan family is different. I have no dealings with the Macmillan family, nor do I know enough about them. The only thing I know is that they have a child, Ernie Macmillan, who is currently studying in Hufflepuff. Coincidentally, Hufflepuff students are hard to control, especially since I am a Slytherin. Nagini said, you calculated all this just for a business deal. Lucas said, don't underestimate this business. Once I lay everything out, the wealth will truly be endless and incredibly terrifying. Wealth and economy are always the core of a world. Relying on wealth, one can even overturn a world. Nagini smiled, you're spouting nonsense again. Lucas shook his head and offered no explanation. He couldn't explain these things to Nagini. After all, their perspectives were different. The Muggle world is only just beginning to grasp the terror of economics. The wizarding world has even less of a concept of it. Lucas put his spoon aside. While the two of them chatted and talked, the apple pie had been finished. Lucas said, just wait and see. I'm going to wash up now. Nagini said, aren't you going to read this letter first? Lucas shook his head, no need. I know what's written on it without looking. It's nothing more than this: if I want to get involved in the flying broomstick industry, the House of Malfoy will cooperate with me, and they will be responsible for setting up the factory, establishing the company, and even sales. I only need to contribute the technology, and we'll discuss the profit split later. If I just casually manufacture them, Lucius will ask me to hand over the manufacturing method to him, citing Draco or Professor Snape's sake. He can either buy the rights outright or share the profits with me. Listening to Lucas speak with such certainty, Nagini reached out and grabbed the letter from the table. She tore it open and read it. Nagini rolled her eyes. Boring. Extremely boring. It wasn't word for word what Lucas had said, but the meaning was identical. Nagini couldn't understand why everyone had a brain. Yet Lucas's brain was always so effective. Nagini found it no fun at all, transformed into her snake form, and went back to bed to sleep. After Lucas finished washing up, he came out and saw the opened letter on the table. And Nagini coiled up like a lollipop on the bed. The corners of his mouth lifted. See, someone always doubts his intelligence. However, reality always gives them a slap in the face. Just like Nagini. Why bother? Was it really that hard to admit that Lucas Snape was terrifyingly smart? He shook his head. Lucas lay down on the bed, snapped his fingers, and the lights in the room went out. Next, it was time to continue seeking entertainment from Lord Voldemort. Having not seen him all afternoon, he actually missed Mr. No-Nose a little. Look at the trouble this is causing. If Mr. No-Nose were gone one day, wouldn't Lucas feel lonely? Sure enough, Lucas was still too fragile. He was too sentimental. This was bad, very bad. After dealing with Lord Voldemort, Lucas's soul power welcomed a new wave of growth today. As for how he could tell, he had to whip him one extra time than usual before feeling tired. Indeed, diligence is always the primary factor in human progress. Even someone with powerful aptitude like Lucas cannot escape this truth. Lucas's consciousness returned to his body. He pulled up the covers. He thought happily, today was another especially diligent day. Thanks to Lord Voldemort, my old pal. Good night. In the Transfiguration classroom, Professor McGonagall remained as serious as ever. In reality, Transfiguration is very simple, it's just a spell and a counterspell. However, it became a core subject, and the course schedule was very demanding. Before he transmigrated, Lucas had once been curious. What was the point of discussing such a simple spell every day? But after transmigrating, Lucas finally understood. There was too much to consider in Transfiguration. Imagination and visualization power, these needed to be exercised daily. Professor McGonagall would demonstrate transfiguring an object in every class, moving from shallow to deep understanding, allowing students to observe. They even needed to observe every single texture. Take, for example, the requirement for this class, turning a pear into an apple. Students needed to clearly see every detail of the apple, including its weight, color, texture, and even a tiny wormhole that might appear on it. Therefore, becoming a transfiguration master was not so simple. It required tremendous talent and hard work unimaginable to ordinary people. Lucas had been studying Professor McGonagall's notebook for some time. But the deeper he read, the more he lamented how terrifying Professor McGonagall truly was. If Professor McGonagall was already this extraordinary, what about Dumbledore, whose transfiguration skills were even stronger than hers? After class, Professor McGonagall called out to Lucas. "Lucas, how are you finding my notebook?" Lucas replied, "I have benefited greatly, Professor. However, I happen to have a question." Professor McGonagall stopped what she was doing. "What is it?" Lucas asked. If one's control is good enough in Transfiguration, can it also be used to transfigure spells? Professor McGonagall was startled. "I didn't expect you to already see this point." Lucas was surprised. "It really is possible." Professor McGonagall nodded. "Yes. Actually, you should ask Professor Flitwick about this knowledge, because it involves the fusion of spells." Lucas asked doubtfully, "Spells can be fused?" Professor McGonagall said, "Of course. This is actually something the wizarding world has always been researching. Through spell fusion, the spells achieve an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Lucas pondered for a moment. Then is Professor Dumbledore's fiery path a fusion of the Fiendfire Curse and Transfiguration? Professor McGonagall smiled. "Lucas, you truly are clever. Indeed, this is a fusion of Transfiguration and Fiendfire, but other spells were also added, perhaps 3 spells, perhaps 4. I don't know the exact number, but I know that only 3 people in the current wizarding world can achieve this. Lucas blurted out, Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Lord Voldemort. Professor McGonagall nodded. The Fiery Shield Charm and Fiery Path, these 2 spells are not secrets in the wizarding world. Many people know their incantations and casting methods, but not a single person can learn them, because they require extremely powerful spell control abilities and a deep understanding of the spell itself. When spells reach the level of the Fiery Shield Charm and Fiery Path, they can no longer be successfully cast simply by knowing the incantation and the technique. Lucas understood. So that was it. No wonder he had been trying to replicate the Fiery Shield Charm and Fiery Path without success. So many people in the wizarding world knew the incantations, yet no one could successfully cast them. Now it seemed he had underestimated spells. Professor McGonagall said, actually, any wizard with sufficient skill can achieve spell fusion. Wizards like Severus and myself, we can only fuse 2 spells. And even then, we can't successfully cast them every time. If you are truly interested, go find Phileas. He will teach you. Apart from Dumbledore and the others, he is the most knowledgeable person about spell fusion in the wizarding world right now. Lucas nodded. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. I will go talk to Professor Flitwick about it. Professor McGonagall smiled. Don't underestimate any power in this world. These powers can bring you surprises. I know you possess an obscurial, and a very powerful one. But trust me, spells will not disappoint you. On the way from the Transfiguration classroom to the Great Hall, Lucas was thinking about spell fusion. He really seemed to have underestimated spells. In Lucas's view, spells were not as useful as the obscurial. But if spells could be fused, perhaps their utility was far greater than he had imagined. In battle, they could catch people completely off guard. Lucas thought of Sectum Sempra, created by Snape. It was like sudden blades attacking the target. Was this also a form of spell fusion? Did the 4 heads of house each possess a fused spell that could be considered a trump card? The more Lucas thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Sure enough, the descriptions of this magic world in books and movies were too one-sided. He really needed to find time to ask Professor Flitwick about this knowledge. In the Great Hall, Lucas sat down next to Gemma Farley. After Lucas took his seat, his lunch for the day appeared on the table. Gemma Farley glanced over. Not eating vegetarian today. Lucas rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond to her. This woman really had a sharp tongue. Looking at the steak in front of him, Lucas drooled. Finally, he was rid of the vegetarian diet. It was worth the trip he made to the Hogwarts kitchens yesterday. Those house elves were so afraid he would eat too much greasy food and harm his body. But they didn't consider that at his age, not eating meat meant insufficient nutrition. Lucas's fork and knife were moving so fast they were practically blurring. His dining etiquette was flawless, but he ate incredibly quickly. This was a kind of special talent, combining speed with elegance. Lucas finished a steak before Gemma Farley had even finished her meal. Just then, the sound of wings flapping came from the windows above the Great Hall. The young wizards looked up. Owls flew directly inside. They then dropped letters onto Lucas's table. Before long, about 10 letters were piled up in front of Lucas. Lucas picked up the letters and looked at the envelopes. Comet Company, Nimbus Company, Pureblood Families, Quidditch World Team. Beecher Joyce? Who is this person? Lucas hadn't heard of him, but he could guess that he was also here for the broom. He just didn't know which faction he represented. Lucas collected all the letters. I'm full, Senior Gemma, you keep eating. Gemma Farley nodded, watching Lucas's retreating figure. A flash of golden light crossed Gemma Farley's eyes. She murmured, interesting. Perhaps I can change my original plan. He casually chose a classroom. Lucas first opened the letter from the person named Beecher. After all, Lucas had anticipated receiving the other letters, and he had already guessed their contents. But he was very curious about this particular person. He tore open the envelope and took a look. Lucas's expression was a little strange. There was actually a scout that day. Lucas truly hadn't expected this. In fact, he didn't even know the wizarding world had the concept of a scout. However, this person's appearance was a pleasant surprise to Lucas. A scout's influence was much greater than Harry Potter's. Moreover, the scout's discerning eye also surprised Lucas. Since he was present, he understood the function of the broomstick better. Whether it was the speed or the defense Lucas designed, he saw it all clearly. If a Quidditch scout endorsed it, combined with the global teams he was connected with, perhaps Lucas's plan could be implemented even better. Lucas took out parchment and a quill and began writing a reply. Of course, the first reply was to the scout's letter. The reply was simple. Lucas introduced him to the function of the broomstick. Commercial cooperation, seeking him out, was useless. But as long as he knew the effect of the broomstick, the Quidditch World Cup teams would quickly learn about its features. Lucas always adhered to one principle: as long as your product is good enough, then, business is never about you seeking them out, it's about them coming to you. Disseminating some of the broomstick's performance through the mouth of this Quidditch scout, the effect would be better than running any amount of advertising himself. As for those Quidditch global teams, Lucas had already thought of them long ago. Any product requires practical application. However, to become a broomstick usable in the Quidditch World Cup, it needs to undergo testing, and this matter cannot be rushed. At the very least, it can only happen after it has been officially launched into the market. As for the remaining letters, Lucas replied to them casually, mainly just for courtesy. Since he had chosen the House of Malfoy, he naturally wouldn't consider others. Lucius's business acumen was excellent. Lucas could be 100% assured by approaching Lucius. He believed that in the face of galleons, Lucius would pull out all the stops. Again, Magic Broomstick was never intended to be Lucas's main business. The biggest advantage of his broomstick lay in the magic core driver. That thing was the real fortune. It seems he needs to find a way to get the Philosopher's Stone as soon as possible. He wondered if Harry Potter and those three rascals had found anything yet. Harry Potter being attacked during the Quidditch match should make that smart cookie Hermione think a bit more, right? Kids, their thoughts are always wild and imaginative. He finished replying to all the letters. Lucas rubbed his wrist. It was quite tiring. He stretched. It was time for class. Sure enough, a person only feels fulfilled when they are busy. Finding something to do really improves one's mood. Malfoy Manor. Lucius received Lucas's reply early. Lucius's mouth twitched as he looked at Lucas's reply in his hand. Narcissa poured Lucius a cup of tea. What is it? Lucius placed Lucas's reply on the table and rubbed his temples. See for yourself. Narcissa picked up the letter from the table, looking puzzled. After scanning it, these conditions are a bit outrageous. Lucius said, why didn't I realize before that he was so greedy? He wants us to be responsible for production, sales channels, and even raw materials, and he only handles the alchemy, yet he dares to ask for 70% of the profit. Narcissa said, no one would agree to these terms, no matter who they are. Lucius said, exactly, no one would agree, but he isn't stupid. Since he knows the terms are harsh but still proposed them, it means he is relying on something. Narcissa asked, relying on something? Is he certain we will agree? How could that be? Nobody is foolish enough to agree to such a demand. Lucius leaned back in his chair. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. I don't know, but I always feel that this kid's motive might not be simple. I don't know why I feel this way, but having met him a few times, this kid is definitely not someone who takes a loss. Narcissa said, if it's truly impossible, we can give up entering the magic broomstick market. Anyway, the Nimbus company currently dominates, and seizing market share won't be easy. Several pure-blood families stand behind the Nimbus company, and the same is true even for the declining Comet company. We don't need to try and get a piece of the pie from them. Moreover, even if we really manage to seize market share, if those pure-blood families become desperate, it might cause trouble. It would be trouble for the House of Malfoy too. Lucius suddenly froze. I understand now. No wonder this kid is so confident. We might actually have to accept his terms. Narcissa asked confusedly, why? We absolutely don't need to. Narcissa Malfoy, formerly Narcissa Black, was the only female descendant of the House of Black not named after a constellation. She was indeed special, and had been since her school days. However, after marrying, she didn't involve herself in these Wizarding World matters. Therefore, even though she was very intelligent, she didn't immediately grasp the situation. Lucius said, for anyone, trying to interfere with a business that is already virtually monopolized will result in a heavy blow. But Lucas doesn't have this concern. As you just said, anyone who tries to reach into this business will be suppressed by those pure-blood families. Even we are the same. After all, we are also a pure-blood family and subject to the rules governing pure-blood families. But Lucas doesn't have this concern. He is not from a pure-blood family, in fact, he is a lone wolf. However, he has Severus standing behind him, and the other 3 heads of house at Hogwarts. Furthermore, he himself is an extremely talented potion maker. Severus even said he is only 1 step away from becoming a potions master. In 2 or 3 years at most, he will take that step. Imagine, a potions master at 13 or 14. What kind of terrifying ability is that? What extent will his network reach? Moreover, he has plenty of time. As long as he can research a few more potions, or what if he creates something truly remarkable? What would that mean for the entire wizarding world? Forget about now, when pure-blood families are already beginning to decline, even when pure-blood families were at their peak, who would dare underestimate a potions master of this age? Narcissa pondered for a moment and said, so, the reason he dares to ask for such a price is that he isn't just asking for a share of the technology profits. Is there also something that counts as protection money? Lucius nodded. Yes, that's why he is certain that I will agree to this profit-sharing ratio, which can be described as harsh. Indeed, this kid is not someone easy to fool, he has thought of everything. Narcissa asked, then do you intend to cooperate with him at this ratio? Lucius smiled. Of course not. This profit-sharing ratio is too excessive, so I still need to negotiate with him. After all, the profits from magic broomsticks aren't actually that large. What I value has never been the value of the magic broomstick itself. Instead, if this broomstick truly performs at that level, perhaps we can use it, and the status of this company, to enter the upper echelons of the Quidditch World Cup. That is where the real bulk of the profits lies. Then we will have the qualification to legally open betting. Narcissa said, then why do you still need to talk to Lucas? Wouldn't it be better to just agree? Lucius shook his head. No, I cannot let that kid see my intentions. He is indeed a genius at potion and alchemy, but I don't believe he is a genius at everything. He doesn't know the ins and outs of this. If he finds out, he might ask for even more. Only by negotiating with him will he keep his attention on the profits. That kid is incredibly sharp. To avoid any trouble, I still have to play the part convincingly. Narcissa smiled. Fine, I'm going to Diagon Alley. You can study it yourself. Lucius nodded. He picked up the letter paper and quill on the side and began to write a letter. In Hogwarts, Lucas watched Professor Binns on the podium, his head bobbing. Sleepy, too sleepy. Indeed, Professor Binns's classes are always so torturous. However, come to think of it, the letter should have already been delivered to the House of Malfoy. I wonder what Lucius's reaction will be when he sees the letter. Agree directly? No, Lucius is not that stupid. If I guessed correctly, he will pretend to negotiate the price with me and then wait for a suitable opportunity to agree. This way, he can cover up his true thoughts. Lucas had figured these pure-blood families out completely. It's just that Lucius was too anxious. Initially, Lucas hadn't really noticed. After all, he really didn't understand these ins and outs of the wizarding world that well. Although he had lived in the wizarding world for so many years, more than 80% of his time was spent at Hogwarts. How could he possibly understand those things in the outside world? Although Lucas originally wanted to find the House of Malfoy as a partner, Lucius writing the letter immediately made Lucas suspicious. If he put himself in the other's shoes, if Lucas were Lucius, the House of Malfoy already occupied an advantageous position, at least compared to other competitors. On one hand, the House of Malfoy was familiar with Lucas. It's always more convenient to do this kind of business with someone you know. Secondly, whether it's the channels or the preliminary preparation work, the House of Malfoy is the most convenient one. Being too eager to sell isn't good business. Lucius wouldn't be unaware of this principle. However, he still contacted him immediately. This shows that Lucius is determined to win this business. Moreover, he is very anxious to get this business. This piqued Lucas's interest. Since Lucius is so anxious, it means there are greater benefits behind this, and ones that Lucas cannot see. Therefore, Lucas went to specifically learn about this aspect. Sure enough, with this understanding, Lucas really discovered some interesting things. The International Quidditch Association, abbreviated as IQA. This department is very interesting. In the beginning, it was created by the joint efforts of the Quidditch departments of the Ministries of Magic of various countries. Later, with the development of Quidditch, this department gradually began to formalize. It is responsible for competition rules, scheduling, and international coordination. And to enter this department, there are only two paths. The first is to be a person from the Quidditch department of a national ministry of magic. The other is to be an important figure responsible for a Quidditch match. For example, a supplier of magic broomsticks. Lucas had always been wondering where the profits of magic broomsticks really were. A magic broomstick is not a fast-moving consumable. It belongs to the type that you buy once and can use for many years. But the Nimbus Company can make a fortune relying on magic broomsticks. Those pureblood families are even more flocking to it. Lucas makes money using magic-driven cores, which is money from consumables. But the Nimbus Company doesn't have this ability. So what are these pureblood families fighting over? Until Lucas noticed one thing: betting. During the Quidditch World Cup, the International Quidditch Association opens betting. It's just like the Sports Lottery World Cup before Lucas transmigrated. And almost every wizard participates. Lucas found some data. Just talking about the last Quidditch World Cup, the Galleons wagered exceeded 18 billion. Even Lucas, knowing this number, gasped. 18 billion. And it's billions? How much money is that? Lucas was completely stunned. And Lucas seemed to understand Lucius's plan. Using his own magic broomstick, then entering the International Quidditch Association, then legally open betting to earn more money. That's why Lucas offered such a harsh, incomprehensible profit-sharing ratio. He wanted to see if his guess was correct. According to Lucas's normal estimation, a 30-70th split is the best ratio. After all, he is only responsible for the alchemy. 30% of the profits is already very high. In normal business, giving Lucas 30% would be the normal dividend. As long as Lucius is willing to concede more profit, it means his guess is correct. What Lucius is aiming for is a seat in the International Quidditch Association. Then, later, the room for maneuver between himself and the House of Malfoy will be much larger. The magic-driven core is the wealth harvester that Lucas values the most. As long as Lucius reaches out this time, then when it comes to the magic-driven core later, Lucas guarantees that he will not give Lucius another chance to reach out. Betting is just that, earning once a year during the World Cup. But the magic-driven core will become the core component of the business empire Lucas is envisioning for the future. Therefore, he must nip Lucius's potential ideas in the bud. The International Quidditch Association is a very good opportunity. Since Lucius reached out, that means he concealed things first, so Lucas can use this matter to hold the House of Malfoy in check. After dinner, Lucas took Nagini to lie on the lawn by the Black Lake to aid digestion. Lucas asked, "Nagini, what have you been busy with these past few days? I see you spending all day in the Forbidden Forest." Nagini replied, "Oh, nothing much, just walking around and exploring the Forbidden Forest. I've already explored about 30% of it in this time." Lucas was surprised. "Good heavens, you're really idle. Why are you exploring such a huge Forbidden Forest?" Nagini chuckled, "You wouldn't understand. The Forbidden Forest is actually quite fun, and I've found some very interesting things. But I'm not sure yet. Once I confirm, I'll call you to come see it with me." Lucas nodded. He didn't ask much more. Nagini could do whatever she wanted. Anyway, his wand was with Nagini, and Black Kite sometimes accompanied Nagini. If there was danger, Lucas would rush over immediately. However, now that those disgusting acromantula were gone, there shouldn't be much danger. Just then, an eagle's cry echoed in the sky. Black Kite descended from the sky and dropped a letter in front of Lucas. Lucas asked in confusion, why are you delivering the letter?" Black Kite's gaze was a little evasive. Lucas understood. "You again. You intercepted those owl halfway and bullied them. How many times have I told you, not every owl carries meat strips when they go out?" Black Kite chirped twice softly. Lucas's face instantly darkened. "You good for nothing, am I starving you? Those owl eat mouse meat strips, and you eat beef strips every day, yet you still rob them. I'm telling you, if those owl complain one day and someone comes looking for me, I'll pluck your feathers out immediately." Upon hearing this, Black Kite quickly hid beside Nagini. Nagini said, "All right, don't scold it anymore. It's still young and at a playful age. Hurry up and read the letter." Lucas rolled his eyes. "If you didn't protect it every day, it wouldn't be so lawless." Lucas opened the letter and read it for a while. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, it was just as he thought. Lucius expressed his dissatisfaction in the letter. and stated that he could give Lucas at most 40%, which was the bottom line of the House of Malfoy. Bottom line? How could he not know how flexible the House of Malfoy's bottom line was? It seemed Lucius was indeed eyeing that seat. He put on a good act. Since that was the case, he couldn't blame Lucas. After all, making the magic-driven core would also require money. Lucas was too lazy to find a new sheet of paper. He simply wrote on the back of Lucius's letter, 60%, or find someone else. Then he didn't even bother to put it in an envelope. He folded it and shoved it directly into Black Kite's mouth. Go, Pikachu. Black Kite glared fiercely at Lucas, then flew away indignantly. Its eyes clearly spelled out 3 words. Nagini said, "You just sent it like that. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Lucas said, "That Lucius, he wants to scheme against me, so why bother with what's appropriate or not?" Nagini chuckled, "Aren't those all just your guesses? And what if he does give you a share of the money later?" Lucas said, "See, as soon as you say that, it shows you don't understand these pure-blood families at all. It's absolutely impossible for Lucius to share this kind of profit. If he wanted to share, he would have told me directly long ago. Just wait, if nothing unexpected happens, the final agreed-upon split will be 50-50. Nagini looked at Lucas, "You're terrifying, being able to grasp people's minds to such an extent." Lucas spread his hands, "I can't help it. At such a young age, I have to survive in this man-eat-man wizarding world. It's really hard for me." Nagini immediately gave him a roll of her eyes. Lucas? Hard? How could he say such things? During this time, she had heard a lot about Lucas's past actions from the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest and from Hagrid. Calling him the Hogwarts tyrant was truly no exaggeration. At least as far as Hagrid knew, there were practically no troublemakers at Hogwarts who hadn't been dealt with by Lucas. And they were dealt with quite miserably. Most importantly, Lucas had extremely strong backing. Ordinary people couldn't afford to provoke Lucas either. Therefore, those who got beaten and disciplined could only passively endure it. This also led to Lucas truly swaggering around Hogwarts. Not figuratively, but literally swaggering. The kind where people would avoid him from a distance. Lucas stretched, "Oh, right, I haven't taken you to see the Whomping Willow all these days. Let's go see it today." Nagini nodded. "The Whomping Willow, I've heard of it. I heard it was extinct long ago. I didn't expect Hogwarts to still have one." Lucas said, "This is where Professor Sprout comes in. Professor Sprout really has a knack for these plants. This Whomping Willow was originally half dead, but after Professor Sprout came to Hogwarts, she started interacting with the Whomping Willow from her second year. Later, she managed to revive it, and now that Whomping Willow is quite strong when it hits people." Lucas took Nagini to the location of the Whomping Willow. The Whomping Willow sensed Lucas approaching. It immediately extended its branches and coiled around Lucas. Lucas didn't resist. He arrived in front of the tree trunk. The Whomping Willow placed Lucas on the ground. Nagini emerged from Lucas's embrace. Lucas stroked the tree trunk. "You feel even stronger now. Today, I'm here to introduce you to a friend, Nagini, my good friend. Get to know her. If I'm busy, she can come play with you too." Nagini glanced at the Whomping Willow, then transformed into her human form. "Hello, Whomping Willow." Lucas said, "It probably can't understand you. It seems to only understand me. Even Professor Sprout's words, it can't understand." However, before Lucas could finish speaking, the Whomping Willow suddenly conveyed some information to Lucas. Lucas was startled. "You can understand? That's strange." Nagini asked, "What's wrong, Lucas?" Lucas said, "Nothing, it's just that the Whomping Willow said it can understand you. That's quite odd, because you're the first person besides me that the Whomping Willow can understand." Nagini chuckled, "Isn't that great? At least I can come and chat with the Whomping Willow when I have time. It's a pity I can't understand what the Whomping Willow means." Lucas said, "That's simple, the Whomping Willow can write." As Lucas finished speaking, the Whomping Willow's branches wrote on the ground, "Hello." After playing with the Whomping Willow for a while, Lucas planned to take Nagini back to the dormitory. "I'm leaving, Whomping Willow. I'll come see you when I have time." The Whomping Willow gently waved its branches. Lucas laughed, "I know, I've already started school, so I won't have as much time, but I'll come over whenever I can." Lucas said this, preparing to leave. But just then, his body suddenly froze in place. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He turned his head to look at the Whomping Willow. The Whomping Willow's branches gently brushed against Lucas's body. Lucas nodded. I understand, I'll be careful. Afterward, Lucas left the vicinity of the Whomping Willow, taking Nagini, who had already used up her remaining human form time for the day. Nagini asked doubtfully, What's wrong, Lucas? Lucas shook his head. Nothing, the Whomping Willow just found some interesting little thing on you, but it couldn't be sure. It's not a bad thing, though, and I can't confirm it either. I'll tell you once I figure it out. Nagini nodded. Alright, let's go back. I'm tired. Lucas laughed. Alright, let's go. Life at Hogwarts was as calm as ever. However, the wizarding world was anything but peaceful. Just as Lucas predicted, his final negotiation with Lucius concluded with a 50-50 split. Following this, the House of Malfoy began funding the construction of a factory and opening up connections in the Muggle world. Soon, the Meteor series officially stepped onto the stage of the flying broomstick market, and it quickly began seizing market share. Thanks to Harry Potter, coupled with Lucas making good use of the scout named Beecher. Speaking of Beecher the scout, his role truly wasn't small. He contacted the Bellicosal Bats, and the Bats became the first world-class team to place an order for the Meteor series. Although the Meteor series has not yet received certification from International Quidditch, everyone knew that with the House of Malfoy involved and Lucas backing it, it was only a matter of time. Therefore, the Bats' decision to place an order first put them ahead of everyone else. Of course, many other teams remained in a wait-and-see state. They were unsure if the Meteor series flying broomstick was truly as effective as claimed. 10 days after the Meteor series launched, sales were not good. Aside from those who liked the appearance of the Meteor series, very few people bought it. Naturally, the main reason was its high price. Lucas wasn't exactly black-hearted. The Meteor series currently had 3 models. The Golden Meteor was priced at 2,999 galleons. The Silver Meteor was priced at 1999 galleons. The Bronze Meteor was priced at 999 galleons. This price was not considered high in the magic broomstick market. However, since it was a new product entering the market, this price was still enough to deter many potential buyers. Comet Company and Nimbus Company had been closely monitoring the Meteor series sales. Seeing the dismal sales of the Meteor series, they were all delighted. Lucas refused to cooperate with them, yet they dared not suppress Lucas. They were afraid that the Meteor series would emerge and squeeze out all their living space. But afterward, they discovered that the Meteor series sales were extremely poor. Inside the Nimbus Company conference room, a group of executives looked at the reports in their hands. Their faces were filled with joy. It seems this Meteor series is nothing special after all. We were overthinking things. But then again, Lucas Snape has no experience in this field. How could he possibly know how to sell? He doesn't even run promotions or have a sales strategy. Trying to cut into our Nimbus sales is simply wishful thinking. Who says otherwise? This time, the House of Malfoy can be said to have suffered heavy losses. I wonder how long the House of Malfoy can hold out. Once they can't bear it anymore, we can go find Lucas Malfoy again. His Meteor series does have some potential. If we could buy out the technology, that would be excellent. Yes, it's a pity our alchemists can't decipher the alchemy techniques on that meteor, otherwise, we could completely bypass that kid. Don't even think about that. He has Severus Snape backing him, and the other 3 deans at Hogwarts are also very fond of that kid. So what? It's normal business practice. Is Hogwarts planning to rely on its prestige to do something against us? Enough, no need to say any more. Just wait and see. According to our estimates, the House of Malfoy won't last much longer. Besides Nimbus Company, Comet Company was also holding a meeting at this time. It's obvious that the Meteor series can't suppress the Nimbus series. It seems we need to revise our plan. Hoping for the 2 companies to fight so we can reap the benefits might not work anymore. So what do we do now? Should we approach the House of Malfoy directly for cooperation? The Meteor series' poor sales are frankly due to their lack of sales expertise. If we could use our Comet Company sales channels combined with the Meteor series product, we might be able to completely crush Nimbus Company. Upon hearing this, the other executives looked thoughtful. That did seem to make some sense. Just then, one executive spoke up. I disagree. If we approach them for cooperation now, they might not agree. That kid hasn't done business before, so he doesn't understand these things. He thinks a good product is enough. He has no idea there are so many twists and turns in business. If we go to them now, they will definitely be arrogant and refuse to cooperate. We would end up in a disadvantageous position. That makes sense. We're not the ones who are anxious right now. We've been fighting with Nimbus Company for more than a day or two. If we cooperate, we need to maintain the initiative. After all, we are Comet Company, a major corporation. The rest of the executives discussed amongst themselves. The executive at the head of the table made the final decision. Fine, let's wait a little longer. We'll approach them for cooperation once they can no longer sustain themselves. Appearing like the savior in their desperate situation, that kid will surely be grateful. Then, by offering a small sum, we can buy out the technology directly. As for the House of Malfoy, their Dragon Reserve is already very profitable. There's no need for them to dabble in this business. The corners of the other executives' mouths curled up, all agreeing with this statement. However, they did not know that they had lost the only chance they had for revitalization. Therefore, it was understandable that they, along with Nimbus Company, would be eliminated by the times and swept away into the tide of history. Unfortunately, they couldn't see or imagine these things. Thus, the fate of some people was already sealed. Inside the House of Malfoy Manor, Lucius looked at the report in his hand, his eyes shining brightly. Narcissa said, "Why do you look completely unconcerned?" Lucius said, "Concerned? Why should I be concerned?" Narcissa said, "Everyone outside is saying that the Starfall series has failed. It was all talk and no action. The price is too high, sales are dismal, and the House of Malfoy made a terrible move. Lucas doesn't know how to do business." Hearing Narcissa say this, a smile appeared on Lucius's face. He doesn't know how to do business. Narcissa, do you think so too? Narcissa said, "I don't know, I'm completely clueless about business, but I do know that the sales for the Starfall series are very poor." Lucius nodded, "That is a fact. However, even if he doesn't know how to do business, Narcissa, do you think I don't know how to do business?" Narcissa didn't hesitate at all and immediately said, "Of course not. Although the House of Malfoy has a long history and has always been wealthy, the fortune only reached its peak in your hands." Lucius said, "Exactly. So, it's ridiculous that those fools actually thought I couldn't do business." Narcissa said, "But why aren't you managing the Starfall series? The sales are indeed a bit dismal." Lucius laughed, "If it were me, I would have started promotions and hired people for marketing long ago." Narcissa asked curiously, "Then why haven't you made a move yet? Could it be that you have other plans?" Lucius said, "It's not that I have other plans, but, never mind, just look for yourself." Saying that, Lucius opened a drawer, took out a proposal from inside, and handed it to Narcissa. Narcissa flipped through it. "What is this? A membership system that costs money? Would anyone buy this? And it has to be a limited release." Lucius said, "I don't know either, but when I talked to that boy, he told me that a 50-50th split was fine, but everything he requested had to be implemented. I took it to the Muggle world to have people look at it, and they confirmed that this kind of sales method exists there, and the results are excellent. However, it requires one core element. That is, there must be a continuous supply of new products to support the members' benefits." Narcissa said, "You mean that boy still has something up his sleeve?" Lucius said, "I don't know either. I can't quite figure him out now." Hogwarts, beneath the Whomping Willow. Lucas and Nagini were lying on a hammock woven for them by the Whomping Willow's branches, basking in the sun. Nagini asked, "Lucas, will anyone actually buy into your membership system and all that? Copper member, 100 copper nuts, silver member, 100 silver sickles, gold member, 100 galleons. Who would be crazy enough to spend money buying a membership?" Lucas said, "You have to look at the benefits that come with it. The membership system is linked to the products under the Starfall group. Different benefits allow you to purchase different items. Moreover, gold members get 20% off, and silver members get 10% off. That's a lot of money." Nagini said, "I still don't understand. Products under the Starfall group? Aren't there only flying broomsticks?" Lucas laughed, "Of course not. Do you remember the magic power drive core I told you about?" Nagini was stunned. "You mean those will also be placed under the Starfall group?" Lucas nodded, "Of course. Those will be fixed products then. Furthermore, besides these, the magic power drive device has many other uses, but right now it's just a concept of mine. I haven't gotten around to producing them yet. Anyway, just wait and see. I will release a new product every once in a while. Believe me, they will be highly sought after. Nagini said, but won't this also distribute profits to the House of Malfoy? That doesn't seem consistent with your usual intentions. Lucas asked, confused, why should I share it with them? My cooperation with the House of Malfoy is limited only to magic broomsticks. Nagini suddenly realized, you're so wicked, Lucas. If the House of Malfoy finds out about this, they'll be furious. Lucas said, what does that have to do with me? Anyway, Lucius wanted to scheme against me first. That guy wants to use this opportunity to secure a seat in international Quidditch, so I'll give him that seat. However, he can forget about the other profits. I just hope he won't regret it. Nagini laughed, how could he not regret it? He'll regret it immensely. However, the current sales of the Starfall series are truly too poor. Aren't you going to think of a solution? Lucas said, don't worry. Of course I have to think of a solution. Relax, a way to break the deadlock will appear soon. Furthermore, this solution will make the Starfall series a sensation throughout the entire wizarding world. When that happens, orders will come flooding in like snowflakes. We just need to wait quietly. Nagini didn't know why Lucas had such great confidence. But he was too lazy to ask. Anyway, Lucas never did anything he wasn't confident about. He just had to wait and see. Meanwhile, Lucas was thinking about his business plan. Bronze members, silver members, gold members. The entry barrier for these three membership levels was very low. In fact, above these, according to Lucas's concept, there were even higher tiers. Platinum members needed to introduce 10 gold members of the Meteor Group and pay 1,000 galleons to join. They could enjoy a 30% discount on all Meteor Group products. And after that, Lucas would also create some special items to serve as exclusive products for Platinum members. Diamond members needed to have 10 Platinum members from the Meteor Group under them and pay 10,000 galleons to join. They could get a discount, and of course, there would be Diamond exclusive products. As for Black Gold members, only certain special individuals would be personally invited by Lucas. It could be said that there was no threshold. It could also be said that it had the highest threshold. As for those special items, Lucas already had ideas. Why did Lucas always say that the magic power drive device's effect far exceeded his imagination? Because Lucas could completely rely on this magic power drive device to penetrate every aspect of a wizard's home. By then, everything in a wizard's home would be created by the Meteor Group. What kind of status would the Meteor Group have in the wizarding world then? If it were anyone else, they might have to be united and killed by everyone. But Lucas wasn't afraid of these, not to mention his backing. His own strength was not something ordinary people could compare to. Of course, these were Lucas's future plans. Achieving all of this would still require a considerable amount of time. One step at a time, Lucas had plenty of time. Without things to do, one naturally needed to find some fun. Everyone was waiting to see the Meteor Group's joke of not being able to hold on. Days passed one by one. Another week passed in the blink of an eye. Time came to October. After entering October, the temperature dropped sharply. Early in the morning, Lucas was woken up by Nagini from his bed. Lucas was buried in the quilt. Please, Nagini, let me sleep for another half hour. I'm so sleepy, and it's too cold today. I really don't want to get up. Nagini rolled her eyes. Get up quickly, otherwise, I'm going to pull off the quilt directly. I know you sleep in your pajamas. Lucas sighed helplessly. He sat up from the bed. Staring at his bird's nest hair. What does Nagini want to do? Nagini held a pure white high-necked sweater in both hands. Come and try it on. Lucas was stunned. His gaze fell on the sweater in Nagini's hands. You bought it for me. No, you haven't left Hogwarts. But you did ask Rubius Hagrid to buy yarn for you. You knitted it for me. Lucas jumped directly out of bed. He didn't care if it was cold anymore. Nagini laughed. Hurry and try it on, let me see. If it doesn't fit, I'll alter it for you. Lucas nodded repeatedly, hastily putting on the sweater. This was probably the second sweater he had received that was knitted for him since he was a child, besides the one from Professor Sprout. Lucas put it on and came to the mirror. The white high-necked sweater had a Slytherin snake emblem woven with green thread on the chest. Nagini came in front of Lucas. She straightened Lucas's sweater. The sleeves seem a bit long, but you're growing fast. The other parts fit quite well. How is it? Do you like it? Lucas nodded repeatedly. I like it very much. He wondered why Nagini hadn't been to the Forbidden Forest to play recently. It turned out she had spent all her human form time knitting a sweater for him. Nagini smiled. Good, as long as you like it. Now quickly change and go to class. Lucas nodded. He left the dormitory wearing his new sweater. After Lucas left, Nagini looked at the yarn she had hidden and thought, there should still be enough to knit a scarf. Perfect, I'll give it to Lucas as a Christmas present. Lucas walked down the corridor wearing his new sweater, feeling the warmth on his body. Lucas felt delighted. Nagini was truly wonderful to him. Arriving at the entrance of the Great Hall, he happened to meet Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter, who had just finished eating. Harry Potter quickly greeted, Mr. Lucas. Lucas nodded. Draco Malfoy leaned over. Oh, Lucas, are you wearing a new sweater? Let me see. Although his robes covered it, the white collar could not be hidden. Lucas lightly tapped his finger, and Draco Malfoy was frozen in place. Lucas said, if you dare to dirty my sweater with your paws, believe me, I will hang you in the Forbidden Forest and let you air dry for 3 days, no, a week. Lucas snorted. He snapped his fingers, and Draco Malfoy regained movement. Harry Potter laughed. How about that, Draco, you got disciplined again. Draco Malfoy whispered, he's changed, he wasn't so petty before. Indeed, people change. How annoying. Lucas had no idea about Draco's complex internal monologue. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. This was the sweater Nagini gave him, knitted by hand. Compared to Nagini's sweater, what was a mere Draco? Why bother with him? Days passed, and everyone in the wizarding world was waiting to see when the Meteor series would fail. Some busybodies were even taking bets. After all, both the House of Malfoy and Lucas were famous throughout the wizarding world. Of course, they were all secretly mocking Lucas. If anyone dared to talk nonsense openly, Snape might just show up at their door, wand in hand. This trend had even reached Hogwarts. The students at Hogwarts, especially those close to Lucas, were worried for him. Some descendants of pure-blood families were even planning to use their pocket money to buy the Golden Meteor and support Lucas. Driven by this atmosphere, the young wizards began replacing the equipment they held. Of course, not every young wizard could afford the Golden Meteor. Most could only afford a Bronze Meteor. This also caused the flying class to change drastically. Madame Hooch watched the various high-end Meteor series products flying everywhere. She didn't know what to say. If she forbade them, the school rules didn't mandate using the school's teaching equipment, the flying broomstick, during flying class. But if she allowed it, none of the students could control the speed of the flying broomsticks. This resulted in an unusually high number of injuries during flying class these past few days. Besides the students, the professors were also worried about Lucas. Of course, for the professors, even if they wanted to help Lucas, they didn't know where to start. Professor McGonagall approached Professor Sprout more than once, strictly forbidding Professor Sprout from contacting the Nimbus Company or the Comet Company. After all, if anyone at Hogwarts might try to solve a problem outside the bounds of commercial rules, it would definitely be Professor Sprout. Don't be fooled by her plump appearance and seemingly good temper. But Professor McGonagall knew very well that Professor Sprout was the type who either didn't act or acted decisively and thoroughly. After all, Professor Sprout had caused quite a few major incidents in her youth. If Professor Sprout weren't unwilling to slaughter the innocent, Lord Voldemort would have been the third-generation Dark Lord. Of course, people knew this internally, but they certainly wouldn't say it out loud. It wasn't because they were afraid of offending someone, but because they were afraid of dying. Friday night, in Lucas's dormitory. On the table, a cauldron was bubbling and gurgling. Nagini kept her distance. Lucas, can't you brew that thing in the room of requirement? Do you have to brew it right here in the dormitory? Lucas replied, I can't help it. This is my self-created potion, and I haven't completely perfected it yet. Before it's perfected, I need to keep an eye on it. Nagini asked, so, how long do I have to smell this every day? Lucas pondered for a moment. It will definitely be finished before the break. Nagini was stunned. Before the break? I hope you mean the Christmas holiday. Lucas laughed. Of course not, I meant the end-of-term holiday. Nagini was so angry she laughed. So, you want me to stay in this environment for half a year? Lucas said, it won't be that long. I'm just trying it out briefly, I just had a few ideas. If it doesn't work out, I'll focus mainly on theoretical knowledge next. Nagini said, fine. By the way, why aren't you worried at all? Everyone is trying to figure out a solution for your meteor series, but here you are, suddenly researching potions. Lucas said, don't worry, everything will change tomorrow. Nagini's eyes lit up, you have a plan. Lucas said mysteriously, you'll know by tomorrow night. Nagini murmured, oh, and stopped bothering with the mysterious Lucas. She stuffed 2 wads of cotton into her nose and curled up on the bed. Lucas continued to study the cauldron in front of him, watching the reaction inside. Meanwhile, outside Snape's office, Marcus stared at the closed office door and swallowed. Professor Snape suddenly summoned him, and although he didn't know why, it didn't lessen his fear. After all, that was Professor Snape. There was no one at Hogwarts who wasn't afraid of him. Marcus knocked on the door. The next moment, the office door opened. A scent of potion wafted out. Marcus walked into the office. Snape was busy working at the operating counter. Professor Snape. Snape glanced at Marcus. Then he said, there are some things in the corner, go take them. Marcus was stunned, then turned his head to look at the corner. The next moment, his eyes widened abruptly. Is that? Marcus couldn't believe his eyes. 6 brand new golden meteors were sitting in the corner. Snape said, take them and get out. Marcus nodded repeatedly. Then, he gathered all the brooms and quickly left. As the office door closed, Marcus breathed a sigh of relief. He finally made it out. It scared him to death. Looking at the several golden meteors in his hands, Marcus couldn't help but feel excited. These were golden meteors. He had wanted to buy one but couldn't bring himself to do it. He never expected Professor Snape to equip every member of the Slytherin Quidditch team with one. He felt a pang of envy. Although he wasn't very clever, he knew that Snape's actions were meant to support Lucas's business. It was to show Lucas his support. Why couldn't he have such a good father? Life is hard, and ugly men sigh. After Marcus left the office, Snape stopped what he was doing. He walked over to his desk. On the desk lay a letter with several names written on it. If anyone were there, they would know that these names were all related to the Nimbus Company and the Comet Company. There were executives from both companies, and even the pureblood families behind them. A cold glint flashed in Snape's eyes. The wand in his sleeve seemed poised to strike. Just then, a figure appeared in the office. Snape showed no surprise or alarm. He looked up. Dumbledore, why can't you learn to knock? Dumbledore chuckled. Next time, definitely next time. Snape snorted coldly. He turned to leave, but Dumbledore blocked his path. Snape said coldly, are you trying to stop me? Dumbledore shook his head. Oh, I just wanted to say, why can't you give Lucas a little more time? Have you lost faith in him? Snape remained silent. Dumbledore continued, he has always had his own plans since he was a child, no matter what the matter. So, why not give him more time? Perhaps he might give you a surprise. Snape pondered for a moment. 1 week, I will wait 1 more week at most. Since he wants to do it, let him do it. If he can't do it well, I'll help him. If overt methods don't work, then eliminating everyone who stands in his way is naturally a smooth path. With that, Snape returned to his workbench, and continued to busy himself. Dumbledore shook his head. He turned and left the office. After Dumbledore returned to his own office, Professor McGonagall was waiting for him in the office. Did you stop Severus? Dumbledore nodded. Yes, if I had been any later, he would have already left. Professor McGonagall said, it's good that you stopped him. I don't know what that boy is thinking. He usually doesn't start strong and then fizzle out like this. Why would he let himself get into such a situation now? Pomona is also eager to act. Dumbledore said, don't worry, I think that child should be ready to counterattack soon. After all, he's never been one to endure things. Perhaps he's already planned everything out. Professor McGonagall said, I hope so, otherwise, Pomona and Severus alone would be enough to bring in a fresh batch of blood for these companies' pureblood families. Lucas didn't know that because he hadn't taken any action, the 2 deans were already planning to help him solve the problem from another angle. They don't do business, nor are they interested in it. So, they couldn't solve problems arising from business, but they were very good at solving the people who caused the problems. At this moment, Lucas had just finished a friendly chat with our Dark Lord. He was about to go to sleep. Lying in bed, Lucas yawned. Tomorrow is truly a good day. The stock he had accumulated should have reached Lucius by now. He wondered if it would be enough to sell. Although he was only responsible for carving the magic power drive device, it was still tiring work. His experiments were almost done, and now he could start preparing for the next step. Drowsily, Lucas drifted off to sleep. The next day, the Quidditch match. Slytherin vs Ravenclaw. Lucas was called to watch the match early in the morning. He didn't know why he had to watch this match. But he was dragged out of bed by Gemma Farley. Just thinking about it was annoying. This senior student was getting more and more out of line. She actually used her prefect authority to barge into his dorm room. The heavens have died, the yellow sky shall rise. Lucas felt it was time for him to start plotting usurpation. If Gemma Farley could be a prefect, then he, Lucas Snape, certainly could too. At least he couldn't let Gemma Farley use her authority to harass him anymore. Sitting in the stands, Lucas yawned repeatedly. He was purely just sleepy. The familiar routine, the familiar tone of Lee Jordan. The atmosphere quickly became lively. And after all the Slytherin team members took the field, Lucas understood why Gemma Farley insisted he watch this match. Looking at the golden meteor in each Slytherin player's hand, Lucas's heart stirred. Except for Harry Potter's, which he gave him, everyone else's golden meteors were brand new. Nagini nestled in Lucas's arms, dozing off. As the weather grew colder, her spirits also flagged. Of course, it wasn't because she was sick, but because she was going to hibernate. Although Nagini wasn't a real snake, she still had snake-like habits. Of course, if she stayed in the dorm, she wouldn't need to hibernate. Nagini yawned. You Slytherins are really rich, with a golden meteor for everyone. Lucas shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, they didn't buy these themselves. Before Nagini could speak, Gemma Farley spoke from beside them. See, these golden meteors were all provided by Professor Snape. Yesterday, Professor Snape called Marcus to his office and gave him the golden meteors. Lucas understood. It was just as he had guessed. Professor Snape always supported him in ways he couldn't see. Like these golden meteors. Professor Snape was indeed wealthy. But a golden meteor costing 4,000 galleons, buying 6 at once, 24,000 galleons, that was truly no small sum. The most crucial thing was that Snape's actions were already disrupting the balance. Lucas knew best how powerful the golden snitch was. This was a dimensionality reduction strike for the other houses. Although Snape often favored Slytherin, he would never do something that broke the rules. This time, it was truly to support him. Lucas would be lying if he said he wasn't moved. Looking at Snape, who sat on the other side of the stands with a calm expression, Lucas committed this matter to memory. Lee Jordan also saw those golden meteors. Oh my goodness, what am I seeing? Do all the Slytherin team members have a golden meteor? Lucas, tell me, did you give them these? You're cheating. Lee Jordan's words successfully made everyone's gaze turn to Lucas. Lucas looked at Lee Jordan with ill intent. Lee Jordan was immediately startled. He then realized. This was Lucas. The most vengeful Lucas at Hogwarts. Lee Jordan quickly let out an awkward laugh. Ahem, I was just trying to liven up the atmosphere. Alright, Madam Hooch is ready to officially start the match, let's wait and see. As the whistle blew, a match with almost no suspense officially began. Meanwhile, in Northern Ireland, at a Quidditch pitch, a highly anticipated match was also taking place simultaneously. The two competing teams were the Ballycastle Bats and Puddlemere United. The stands were packed with spectators. Even a large number of reporters came to watch the match, hoping to get first-hand information. In fact, these two teams were only playing a points match. Normally, a points match wouldn't attract so many people. However, the match between the Bats team and Puddlemere United was an exception. The two teams were considered arch-rivals. Puddlemere United is one of the oldest teams in the World Quidditch League. They were founded in 1163. Puddlemere United has existed since Quidditch began. Of course, this only refers to the team's history. Puddlemere United is also one of the top teams in the British and Northern Ireland Quidditch League. They have won the European Cup 22 times and achieved 2 major victories in the European Cup arena. The reason they are arch-rivals with the Ballycastle Bats is because they are both Quidditch teams from Northern Ireland. The two teams' match schedules largely overlap. The Bats team has won the European Cup 27 times and also achieved 2 major victories in the European Cup arena. The two teams' records are exceptionally close. They were once called the first and second most successful teams in the history of the Quidditch League Cup. But who is first and who is second? It has always been a matter of debate. The two teams have faced each other more than once in world competitions, with victories going both ways. Therefore, every match between the two teams is very popular. After all, both fan bases need their team's records to show off to the other. Therefore, in these matches in Britain and Northern Ireland, the games between these two teams are the most anticipated. As the match began, the players from both teams entered the field. The sharp-eyed commentator immediately noticed the Belicastle Bats' uniform brooms. "Oh, are those golden meteors?" "That's right, they're golden meteors. I've seen the real thing, but as far as I know, the golden meteor hasn't been certified by the World Quidditch League yet." "Indeed not, but that doesn't affect its use in a points match." The audience came from all over, and some were indeed seeing the golden meteor for the first time. At this moment, they were all captivated by the golden meteor's appearance. "This broom is really beautiful." "Yes, especially with the Belicastle Bats' black uniforms, the crimson bat on their chests, and the broom with gold threads, it has a very unique beauty. However, I heard that this broom's sales are not very good." "Who knows? But I think, based on its looks alone, it's worth buying." 4,000 galleons, and you'd buy it just for its looks." "Ahem, I was just talking nonsense." Paying 4,000 galleons just for aesthetics was indeed a bit much. This is why the golden meteor, despite its beauty, still had dismal sales. The captain of the Belicastle Bats and the captain of Puddlemere United came to the front after the whistle. Both looked at each other with strong fighting spirit. The captain of Puddlemere United looked at the Bats team captain's golden meteor. "What? Do you think changing brooms will make you win? I'll show you that the gap can never be bridged by a broom." The Bats team captain sneered. "I told my coach that dealing with trash like you doesn't even require a golden meteor, but my coach wanted to give you a taste of what it can do. It's a shame that opponents of your poor skill level have become the golden meteor's first enemies." They exchanged trash talk upon meeting. The tension instantly escalated. Both teams' players also became confrontational. The two captains snorted coldly and dispersed. The Puddlemere United players looked stern. Although they were exchanging trash talk, they wouldn't truly underestimate the Bats team. They still acknowledged the Bats team's strength. In contrast, the Bats team players looked very calm. They were full of ease. The Bats team's seeker laughed. "No, this match should have no suspense, right? You guys just play around, and when the golden snitch appears, I'll end the game directly." The Bats team captain said, "In this match, I forbid you from catching the golden snitch directly." The seeker was stunned. "Why, Captain?" The Bats team captain said, "Did you forget? Our purpose this trip is to let everyone know the power of the golden meteor, which we promised in advance. So, you only need to interfere with the opponent and prevent them from catching the golden snitch. I want everyone to see the power of the golden meteor." The other players nodded. The challenge was directly set. The whistle blew, and the match began immediately. The audience watched with great enjoyment. Because this match was truly intense. The players from both sides displayed a continuous stream of various techniques. But what was even more surprising was the Black Bats team. Puddlemere United was completely bewildered. Many Quidditch techniques, they actually knew. However, they required powerful flying skills and the support of a flying broomstick to execute certain moves. This is why, after high-performance flying broomsticks appeared in the Wizarding World, Quidditch World teams were the first to purchase and equip them. The commentator didn't know how to comment anymore. Because the score difference was too large. 120:40. Such a terrifying score difference actually appeared between two world-class Quidditch teams. This made all the spectators feel absurd. And the golden snitch had already appeared. However, the Black Bats team seeker had been constantly harassing Puddlemere United's seeker. So they simply couldn't catch the golden snitch. The captain of Puddlemere United angrily said, "Damn it, are you humiliating us? You clearly have the ability to end the match, but you're just wasting our time." The Black Bats team captain said, "We don't mean that, we're just fulfilling a request." This match could be called the longest Quidditch match ever played. This was because, during this match, the golden snitch was never caught. Therefore, the match time was maxed out. The final score was fixed at 160-60. Without catching the golden snitch, they managed to achieve this terrifying score ratio purely through the point difference. The Puddlemere United players had completely exhausted their magic. They could barely even maintain control of their flying broomsticks. In contrast, the Bats team players were still full of vigor. The captain of Puddlemere United couldn't hold back. He asked the question burning in his heart, "What exactly is going on with your magic?" The Black Bats team captain laughed, "The broomstick. Can't you tell? We haven't even fully pushed the performance of these broomsticks. The Nimbus era is over, the future definitely belongs to the Meteor series." The Puddlemere United captain gave the Black Bats team captain's broomstick a deep look. "In the Quidditch World Cup, you won't be able to use this kind of broomstick. When that time comes, I will redeem myself." The Black Bats team captain shook his head. "Have you still not recognized reality? After today's match, the performance of the Meteor series will surely resonate throughout the entire Wizarding world. Do you think the Meteor series won't pass the league's review then?" The Puddlemere United captain was stunned. "Oh, you were trying to help the Golden Meteor Company." The Black Bats team captain shook his head. "Oh, I wasn't helping them, it was simply mutually beneficial. You don't understand how powerful the Golden Meteor is. I look forward to the Quidditch World Cup when we can both fight using the Golden Meteor." The match was over, but the impact it brought had not yet ended. Puddlemere United and the Bats team already had high popularity. Coupled with the ridiculous score ratio of this match, the entire Wizarding world was instantly shaken. And during this match, the Golden Meteor finally demonstrated its performance in front of everyone. Unlike the time with Harry Potter, this time the Golden Meteor's performance was certified by 2 Quidditch World Cup teams. The Golden Meteor was a hit. It instantly exploded in popularity. Lucius took out all the inventory Lucas had prepared in advance. Because Lucas had mentioned it beforehand, the House of Malfoy's Golden Meteor shops had stocked up not only in Diagon Alley but also in France, Germany, and the USA. The sales of the Meteor series began to skyrocket. Lucius immediately sent the specifications and parameters of the Meteor series to the International Quidditch League that very day. The review concluded the same day. After all, everyone knew that the House of Malfoy wasn't the only power backing the Meteor series. There was also Lucas Snape, an individual who might become a potions master before the age of 15. Furthermore, the improvement of the spider venom potion had already spread throughout the Wizarding world. Since Lucas improved it entirely by himself this time, Lucas's value increased once again. If people previously doubted whether Lucas could become a potions master, now everyone could confirm that Lucas's future was certainly that of a potions master. With this background, no one dared to cause trouble. Nimbus Company. The executives of the Nimbus Company wore ugly expressions. "You've all seen the latest reports. The sales of the Meteor series are growing exponentially. We can't help it. We didn't expect him to keep such a move hidden. He was waiting all along, waiting for this battle between the Bats team and Puddlemere United. Now that the Meteor series has gained unstoppable momentum, what should we do? Playing dirty is definitely out of the question. We can only find a solution honestly. Have the R&D department continue their research. We must create a product that surpasses the Meteor series. Even if it can't beat the Golden Meteor, it must at least outperform the Silver Meteor." The executives nodded. They were helpless. The Golden Meteor was truly outrageous. It conserved magic and could also protect the players. Combining these factors, anyone could tell that the future of the Quidditch World Cup belonged to the Meteor series. No one could compare, and no one could surpass it. Therefore, they could only try their best to find a solution now. They only hoped they wouldn't be eliminated by the market. But they did not know that the current performance of the 3-color Meteor series was far from its peak capability. Lucas's Magic Power Drive Core hadn't even been created yet. The Magic Power Drive Core, combined with a wizard's own magic, could achieve an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Once the complete Meteor series appeared, then even the Firebolt wouldn't be able to match the performance of the worst Copper Meteor. The future was already set, no matter how much effort they put in. However, the Nimbus Company could at least come up with a plan. But the Comet Company was stuck. They had absolutely no solution. They failed to seize the best opportunity they had to impress Lucas and potentially get acquired. Now, they had the Nimbus Company ahead of them. And behind them was the Meteor Company, which was even more terrifying than the Nimbus Company. Stuck in the middle, they wouldn't even have a chance to linger. Only destruction awaited them. In the Comet Company's conference room, the executives were silent. They had nothing to say, absolutely nothing. nor did they have any good solutions. Unless they could research and develop something new at the fastest possible speed. But unfortunately, they couldn't do it. England, Devonshire, in a busy Muggle district. A seemingly ordinary small two-story building. No one knew that this was the secluded residence of the famous Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel was currently holding a silver meteor and studying it carefully. This is something remarkable. Severus's foster son truly has terrifying talent in alchemy. His wife, Perinel, who was standing nearby, said, "What's wrong? It's been a long time since I've seen you react this strongly." Nicholas Flamel said, "Look at this magic power drive device. Even I cannot engrave a magic power drive device onto such a small area right now, but he can. Furthermore, he left a space open. If I'm not mistaken, it's for placing the core. I dare not imagine how terrifying the performance of this broomstick would be once the core is placed. What a genius concept." Perinel said, "Are you developing an appreciation for his talent?" Nicholas Flamel had nothing to hide from his wife. He nodded, "Yes, I certainly am. I thought I would take all my knowledge of alchemy to the grave, but now I feel like I've found a truly suitable successor." Perinel said, "I have also observed many things about that child. He is expected to become a potions master within the next year or two. If a genius like him also studies alchemy, are you sure it won't impede his progress?" Nicholas Flamel looked at the empty space left on the broomstick in his hand. "I think he might become the first potions master who is also an alchemy master. Perhaps he can accomplish what I could not." Perinel frowned and said, "You still haven't given up." Nicholas Flamel said with a bitter smile, "Give up? That's the work of my entire life, how can I give up so easily? I originally thought there was no hope, but I didn't expect to meet such a person. He possesses superb potion knowledge, and his alchemy isn't bad either. If combined with my lifelong research, he will surely be able to create true immortality." Perinel sighed, "Forget it. Have it your way. However, you need to think carefully. Severus stands behind that child, and Severus is also an absolutely stubborn person, not to mention the child's own importance." Nicholas Flamel nodded, "I know, I won't force him. But I believe he will have the same thoughts as me, he won't refuse me." Perinel said, "All right, what about Nimbus Company then?" Nicholas Flamel said, "I do owe a favor to a Delacour, but that favor doesn't need to be repaid by helping Nimbus Company. Nimbus Company isn't backed by just one of the pure-blood families." Perinel asked, "So you're not going to get involved?" Nicholas Flamel said, "It's not that I won't get involved, but that I can't. The Delacour family didn't really expect me to act, they were just tentatively asking me. Don't worry, there won't be any impact. The Delacour family doesn't hold a large share in Nimbus Company, and they didn't really intend for me to get involved." The meteor series soaring to the sky was already a fact. The entire wizarding world was swept up in a wave by the meteor series. Vast wealth poured into the house of Malfoy, and likewise into Lucas's hands. Lucius was amazed, he didn't even know that Lucas still had such a trump card. Sitting in his study, Lucius looked at the membership plan in his hand. He no longer dared to underestimate it. This membership plan might have something special that he couldn't imagine. Although, this special feature has not yet manifested. Since this membership system was launched, the effect was actually very ordinary. Not many people joined the membership. Lucius once thought this plan would definitely fail prematurely. But now, he no longer had that thought. He felt that Lucas must have his own calculations. This child, the same age as his son, really shouldn't be underestimated. Meanwhile, our Lucas wasn't bothered by the immense wealth pouring towards him. At this moment, he was busy in the room of requirement. For 2 consecutive days, ever since watching the Quidditch match yesterday morning, he hadn't left the room of requirement. Nagini even brought him food from the kitchen. At this moment, Lucas was hunched over a workbench, constantly busy. Beside him stood several small gold figures, entirely made of gold. Each small gold figure was about 1.3 to 1.4 meters tall. Made of pure gold, if placed outside, it would blind many people. Counting them, including the one Lucas was working on, there were a total of 10 small gold figures. Nagini sat beside him, quietly reading a book. She didn't know what Lucas was busy with. She didn't ask, mainly because even if she asked, she wouldn't understand Lucas's explanation. So, she simply didn't bother to ask. After Lucas finished shaping the last gold figure, he rubbed his aching head. Finally, the last step. Once I get this thing done, I'll be able to free my hands. Nagini put down her book. Are you finally almost done? Lucas nodded. Last step. I need to test if it's feasible first. As he spoke, Lucas lowered his head and continuously carved 7 magic power drive devices onto the small gold figure. Then, he channeled magic into it. The next moment, the small gold figure moved directly. Lucas watched the small gold figure expectantly. The small gold figure moved its limbs, its movements looking a bit clumsy. However, soon, its movements became more and more agile. Once it had fully adapted to its gold body, Lucas threw a golden meteor to it. No, it couldn't be called a golden meteor. At most, it was a semi-finished product. Because it hadn't yet had a magic power drive device carved onto it. The small gold figure took the broom. Then, it immediately started working. A magic power drive device slowly began to form at the tail of the broom. Lucas's eyes were full of anticipation. Finally, as the gold figure's last movement stopped, a magic power drive device was completely formed. Lucas eagerly took the broom from the small gold figure's hand. He examined it carefully. Nagini also leaned over. A moment later, suddenly, Lucas covered his forehead. Ha 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 ha, it's done, it's done. As expected, I, young master, am a genius. It actually worked, I really created the assembly line. Nagini looked at Lucas, feeling a strange sense of worry. Lucas seemed a little crazy right now. Lucas didn't know what Nagini was thinking. He was truly excited at this moment. Heaven knows how much effort he had put in to achieve his current vision. Each of these small gold figures was created by Lucas based on the puppets he read about in novels from his previous life, combined with his own creativity. Heaven knows how many brain cells he exhausted to create such a genius work. Heaven knows how many brain cells he exhausted to create such a genius work. But now it's good, he really developed this thing. The gold puppets can be used to carve magic power drive devices, and even, if Lucas modifies them, he could also make them possess combat power, just like the puppets in those fantasy novels from his previous life. It can be said that they have endless wonderful uses. The only problem is that this thing is a bit expensive. No, not a bit, but very, very expensive. Made of pure gold, the amount of gold used for a set of small gold figures is enormous. However, if he wants this thing to become a fighting force, Lucas still has a long way to go. At the very least, he has to solve the problem of its fragility first. This thing is hollow. Although gold has strong magic conducting ability, but it's very soft. So, before these problems are solved, there's still a long way to go to make this thing like the puppets in fantasy novels. But, no matter what, this is a good start. Most importantly, this thing will allow Lucas to completely free his hands starting today. Carving magic power drive devices every day during this period had really exhausted him. Now it's fine, he can just hand everything over to the small gold figures. Lucas immediately carved magic power drive devices onto the other small gold figures. Then he handed all the semi-finished golden meteors to them. Looking at the busy small gold figures, Lucas snapped his fingers with satisfaction. Done. Automation successfully achieved. As expected, I, young master, am a genius, this kind of genius. Lucas truly admired himself for being able to create such a worker. It was truly amazing. It only needed one injection of magic power to work for 24 hours. Once he fully developed the magic power drive core later, he wouldn't even need to inject magic power. Thinking about this, Lucas felt even more eager for the Philosopher's Stone. For such a good thing not to be in his hands was simply a waste of resources. Nagini looked at the automated little gold man. She was already too lazy to be surprised. It seemed nothing about Lucas could ever be unexpected. Lucas said, "All right, Nagini, we can go back and sleep now." Nagini nodded. The two left the room of requirement. Everything was now on the right track, including the daily lives and classes of the young wizards. Of course, this also included Lucas's Meteor series. After a short period of explosive sales growth, the sales of the Golden Meteor gradually stabilized. This was something Lucas had anticipated long ago. The market was just like this. The Golden Snitch, when placed in the wizarding world, was like a small car in the Muggle world. In fact, it was even more durable than a small car. Therefore, no one would buy a magic broomstick every day. For some wizards from ordinary families, a flying broomstick could potentially be passed down for 3 or 4 generations. However, even this brief explosion of sales made it difficult for Nimbus Company and Comet Company to survive. Helpless, the two companies could only start a price war. In response, the Golden Meteor did not follow them in lowering its price. Instead, it maintained its original price. This was naturally Lucas's intention. According to Lucas, the Golden Meteor didn't need to participate in any price war, because the performance of the Golden Meteor was its main selling point. However, under the influence of the price war, the Silver Meteor and Bronze Meteor within the Meteor series were indeed affected. Lucas didn't pay any attention to this. It was nothing more than clinging to life. Once the Magic Power Drive core appeared, the Meteor series would enter a new era. At that time, the Meteor series would completely overturn everyone's understanding of flying broomsticks. That day would arrive soon. Time flew by, as a great person once said. The most precious thing in this world is time, because lost time can never be recovered. But similarly, the least valuable thing is also time, because it always quietly slips away before you even realize it. Just like now, before Lucas could even react. October 13th quietly arrived. That night, Lucas brought Nagini to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Lucas said with a face full of anticipation, "Nagini, today, you should be able to completely resolve the issue of the blood curse. Uncle Dragon must have the potion to lift the blood curse. The Dragon clan loves hoarding good things." Nagini nodded. I'm looking forward to it too." Lucas looked up at the sky. Tonight's moon seems exceptionally bright." Nagini also looked up. "I didn't notice until you mentioned it, but it really is." Lucas said, "Alright, let's go." "Never mind that. What I'm most curious about now is why Uncle Dragon asked me to come find him today." While talking, Lucas and Nagini walked into the Forbidden Forest. Their figures gradually disappeared into the darkness. Just after the two of them left, 2 figures wrapped in black robes appeared there. "Why did you come?" a slightly younger voice asked in surprise. The other person said, "I guessed you would definitely come today. After all, this is considered the beginning of everything." "Yes, the beginning of everything." "So, have you made up your mind? If you change your mind now, there's still time. After all, if it never starts, perhaps everything can be cut off at the source." The other black-robed person shook his head. "It's already too late. What you said isn't quite right. This isn't the beginning of everything. If we're talking about the true beginning, it should be under that big tree, during that winter." "Fine, as long as you've made up your mind. But, are you sure he can succeed? After all, it's something even you couldn't achieve." "You don't understand. Although we've been together for over 100 years, you still don't know me well enough. I couldn't do it because I knew too much, so I was avoiding risks from the very beginning. But he is different. Everything about him is unknown, and he is walking a path completely different from mine. However, just to be safe, I still left behind some hidden preparations. Maybe he wouldn't be able to achieve it on his own, but if he sees the hidden preparations I left behind, he will definitely succeed. What you said has made me curious, but unfortunately, I can't know what happens inside." The black-robed person smiled. "I'm leaving. I'm handing this place over to you. I still have to stop those hyenas. This place depends only on you. Don't worry, it's simple." The other black-robed person nodded. The next moment, his figure disintegrated on the spot, turning into wisps of black mist and vanishing between heaven and earth. Inside the Forbidden Forest, Lucas seemed to sense something. He turned his head and glanced back along the path they had taken. Nagini asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" Lucas shook his head. "I don't know. I suddenly had a very strange feeling." "Never mind, I can't explain it. Let's keep going. This damned weather is freezing." Lucas instinctively tightened his clothes. He continued forward with Nagini, heading toward the lair of the dragon. Soon, the two felt waves of warm heat. Moreover, the further they walked inside, the higher the temperature became. This indicated that they were close to where the dragon was located. They didn't walk much further before, from a distance, Lucas and Nagini saw the dragon curled up on the ground. It was currently closing its eyes, looking as if it were asleep. Hot air streamed out of its nostrils with every exhale. Flames occasionally rose around its body, but quickly died down again. Lucas clicked his tongue. "Dragons are truly terrifying creatures." Nagini nodded in strong agreement. "Especially an adult dragon like this, and a special adult dragon at that. I even suspect it might be the oldest type of dragon recorded in legends. Lucas said, I think your guess is very reliable. Uncle Dragon, we're here. The dragon slowly opened its eyes, and looked at Lucas. You're here, why all the fuss? Lucas scratched his head. I was just reminding you. I'm here for the prescription, Uncle Dragon. Where is it? I'll get it myself. The old dragon glanced at Lucas. Go further inside, there's a wooden hut. The prescription is inside the wooden hut. Go get it yourself. Lucas's eyes lit up. I can go deeper inside. Lucas was very excited. You see, Lucas had explored the Forbidden Forest many times over the years. However, Lucas had never once explored the Forbidden Forest beyond where the old dragon resided, because the old dragon wouldn't let him go. So, he had long suspected that there was definitely a secret back there. But now, the old dragon actually let him go. This would allow him to explore. Lucas looked at Nagini beside him. Nagini, you wait for me here, or you can go play in the Forbidden Forest for a while. Nagini nodded. If there's danger, just leave. I believe you'll be able to help me solve it yourself later. Lucas smiled. Don't worry, there's no danger. Uncle Dragon wouldn't harm me, right? Lucas looked at the old dragon. The old dragon snorted. Put away your little schemes. If I wanted to kill you, those dark energies in your body wouldn't be enough. Hurry up, don't waste time here. Lucas grinned. But he felt relieved in his heart. Of course, he wasn't a fool, what lay beyond was unknown. And judging by the old dragon's demeanor, there was a big secret back there. Such a place, in a novel, would definitely be a very dangerous one. Lucas was a bit too curious, but he also feared death. So, asking in advance was the best approach. To test the old dragon's attitude, Lucas didn't hesitate and walked directly towards the back of the Forbidden Forest. Around him, the Obscurial had already surged out, forming a protective layer on his body. And the Obscurial extended forward along the ground, searching for any potential dangers along the way. However, no danger was found, but Lucas did indeed find his destination for this trip. A wooden cabin. The wooden cabin stood there all alone. Lucas arrived in front of the wooden cabin. He controlled the Obscurial to probe inside the cabin. But soon, his Obscurial was blocked. Lucas let out a soft exclamation. What the heck, why could it block his Obscurial? In Lucas's perception, there was an invisible barrier on the wooden cabin, preventing his Obscurial from entering. Lucas stopped, rubbing his chin. Something was wrong, extremely wrong. The Obscurial was Lucas's greatest reliance. It was also Lucas's main method of fighting. Now, this wooden cabin could actually stop the Obscurial from extending. This indicated that his greatest reliance might be countered by the unknown within this wooden cabin. It was even possible that his Obscurial was inferior to the energy within the wooden cabin. If that were the case, then this wooden cabin posed a threat to Lucas. Should he continue to go deeper? Lucas hesitated. He was someone who cherished his life, so he wouldn't take risks easily. Unless the gain far outweighed the risk, then Lucas might take a chance. But clearly, the potential gain within this wooden cabin was unknown. If it was simply a way to solve the blood curse, Lucas really didn't plan to take the risk. After all, just as Nagini said, Lucas was also full of confidence in himself. He believed that with his efforts, plus a little help from the system, finding a way to solve the blood curse would definitely not be a problem. While Lucas was contemplating, at the old dragon's lair, the old dragon rolled its eyes helplessly. Is this kid really that timid? No ambition, no adventurous spirit at all. Lucas struggled internally. Go in, or turn and leave. Lucas hesitated for a moment, then finally made a decision. Retreat immediately. Such a risk was simply unnecessary. He didn't know what was inside. What if the gain wasn't proportional to the risk? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Thinking of this, Lucas was about to leave. However, at that moment, he suddenly saw that on the door of the wooden cabin, a faint mark seemed visible. Lucas's pupils instantly contracted. It was a mark very similar to the Slytherin house crest. But there were some differences. This mark was more flamboyant and looked more evil. And the reason Lucas was surprised was that he recognized this crest. Salazar Slytherin. This mark was Slytherin's exclusive mark. Salazar's descendants, although the Gaunt family. But in fact, tracing back to the source, Salazar's family was not Gaunt, but came from an ancient family, Slytherin. And the mark of that family was the mark on this door. The Slytherin family has an extremely long history. Salazar Slytherin was the last descendant of the Slytherin family. After that, for some unknown reason, it changed to the Gaunt family. But, in very ancient times, the Slytherin family's power was terrifying. Could it be that this wooden cabin was left behind by the Slytherin family? It's even possible that this wooden cabin was left by Salazar himself. Hogwarts Castle, in its earliest days, seemed to be the property of the Slytherin family. It was Salazar who brought this place out and, together with the other 4 founders, created Hogwarts Castle. Could this be the ruins of the Slytherin family? If that's the case, Lucas really has to take a risk. After all, the potential gain already far outweighs the risk. Whether it's a remnant of the Slytherin family or Salazar's legacy, the value of this place is incredibly high. Lucas thought of a legend known to many at Hogwarts. Legend has it that after the 4 founders created Hogwarts, they all left their respective legacies as Easter eggs, waiting for future generations to discover them. There are rumors that Slytherin's legacy is the Chamber of Secrets, but Lucas, having read the original novel, knew that apart from the basilisk, there was nothing particularly special in the Chamber of Secrets. This doesn't live up to the legacy of the 4 founders. Could it be that this is Slytherin's true legacy? Lucas's heart stirred. It stirred intensely. If that were the case, then this risk, he truly had to take it. This was Slytherin's legacy, after all. Although it was just a guess. But what if he guessed correctly? Gritting his teeth, Lucas clenched his fists. He'd do it. This kind of reward was definitely worth the risk. Thinking of this, Lucas directly lifted his foot and walked towards the wooden cabin. As Lucas approached, Lucas only felt a powerful force slowly reawakening. His obscurial had already been suppressed to its limit. Helplessly, he could only arrange the obscurial around him, serving as a protective layer. To do more was simply impossible. Lucas swallowed hard. It seemed even more dangerous than he had imagined. Regarding all Slytherin settings, they are entirely my own private settings, solely for plot development. However, the arrow was already on the string. Lucas indeed liked to overthink things, but once he made a decision, he wouldn't easily change it. Lucas took a few steps and was already at the door. Upon closer inspection, Lucas clearly saw the mark on the door. Indeed, it was the Slytherin family crest. Lucas's lips curved slightly. It seemed today would bring some rewards. He raised his hand and pushed directly on the wooden door. The next moment, the wooden door creaked open without any resistance. It was pushed open directly by Lucas. Lucas stepped in. However, the next moment, the scene before him rapidly changed. The world spun around him, and by the time Lucas came to his senses, he was already in a forest. Lucas frowned. What was going on? Had he transmigrated again? Or had Salazar Slytherin become so powerful that he could change the scenery for him? Lucas looked around. There were no landmarks nearby. His top priority now should be to figure out where he was. Just as Lucas was pondering, suddenly, a burst of hoofbeats startled Lucas. Lucas's brain briefly froze. Hoofbeats? What's going on, guys? Why were there hoofbeats? Before Lucas could figure it out, a troop of soldiers on horseback, clad in silver-white armor, appeared before him. The leader immediately drew his sword and pointed it at Lucas. Who are you? Lucas scrutinized the knight before him. His mind raced, cavalry, and medieval cavalry at that. Their attire was even more ancient than Hogwarts' oldest statues. Lucas said, I just got lost and stumbled in here. Lucas thought his explanation was quite reasonable. After all, wasn't it normal to get lost in such a large forest? However, to Lucas's surprise, immediately after he finished speaking, the cavalrymen in front of him, no, not just the ones in front, but all of them, instantly looked at Lucas with heightened vigilance. The next moment, before Lucas could react, all the cavalrymen simultaneously drew their longswords and directly attacked Lucas. Lucas was shocked. Seriously, guys, are you natives really that impolite? Attacking right away? A cold glint flashed in Lucas's eyes. The next moment, the obscurial erupted from him. It transformed into numerous spears, directly piercing the bodies of these cavalrymen. But Lucas spared the life of the leading cavalryman. These cavalrymen were utterly defenseless before Lucas. It was simply a massacre. After everything was done, Lucas approached the leading cavalryman. He bent down, looking down at the leading cavalryman. Tell me, why did you attack me directly? The cavalryman said coldly, "Heretic, you deserve to die. Evil wizards like you should be nailed to a cross. Wait and see, heretic. One day, the Lord will send down divine fire and burn all of you heretics to ashes. Your souls will forever fall into the boundless darkness of hell." Lucas frowned. This guy was a bit foul-mouthed. However, some things seemed to have been revealed through his words. Heretic, cross, Lord, divine fire. These elements combined made Lucas inexplicably think of one thing: the Vatican. Some of this world's history was different from the history before Lucas's transmigration. After all, in the history before his transmigration, wizards existed only in legends. The Vatican's so-called crusade against heretics was just an excuse. But the Vatican in this world was genuinely purging wizards. Coupled with the racial uprisings of some magical creatures, the four founders then created Hogwarts. It was to provide a stable environment for new wizards to grow and survive. And this era was also known as a chaotic era. Magical creatures, the Vatican, and the King of England jointly suppressed them, and the number of wizards was drastically decreasing. Thinking of this, Lucas seemed to understand his current situation. He hadn't transmigrated again, had he? Had he arrived in this chaotic era? However, his obscurial was still usable. Lucas stroked his chin. If this was a trial to obtain Salazar Slytherin's inheritance. After all, that's how it's written in novels. Then, what should he do to complete this trial? Crucially, this trial offered no hints. As for whether he had transmigrated again, Lucas immediately dismissed that possibility. Transmigrating again was absolutely impossible. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why his abilities came with him, and it was such a special period of time. Most importantly, he didn't think Salazar Slytherin had the ability to do that. So now it could be confirmed. This was definitely a trial or a test. Though he didn't know what Salazar Slytherin wanted to do. He would take it one step at a time. He would always find something special. With that thought, Lucas walked out of the forest. The further Lucas walked out, the more familiar the surroundings felt. Damn it, wasn't this the Forbidden Forest? Lucas stopped in front of a cave. Confirmed, this was the Forbidden Forest. Because this cave was the one he had told Hagrid about, where Hagrid's brother now lived. The location hadn't even changed. So, he was currently in the Forbidden Forest. Thinking of this, Lucas identified the direction and headed straight towards Hogwarts Castle. Before long, Lucas stood in front of a dilapidated house, lost in thought. So, this was the predecessor of Hogwarts Castle. Wasn't that a bit too casual? Most importantly, this thing could actually be transformed into a castle. Wasn't that pure nonsense? Indeed, the information in books was unreliable. The books said that the four founders converted Salazar Slytherin's old residence into Hogwarts Castle. This tiny house, converting it into the massive Hogwarts Castle? Are you kidding me? Lucas cursed the scoundrels who recorded Hogwarts school history to hell in his mind. History can deviate, but you can't deviate too much. Isn't this purely deceiving honest people? Lucas had painstakingly studied the unedited school history he acquired, cherishing it like a treasure. Now it seemed even the unedited version of the school history had been edited. Just as Lucas was furiously complaining in his mind, a voice suddenly rang out beside Lucas. "Who are you? Why are you standing at my doorstep?" Lucas jumped in surprise and turned to look. "Huh, a child. Wait a minute," he just said. Could this guy be Salazar Slytherin himself? Lucas looked at the child, but quickly frowned. Wait, this child has no magic on him. Not a bit of magic. Lucas was confident that anyone his age could never hide their magic from him. Right now, not a trace of magic was appearing on this child. That could only mean that this child truly had no magic. Lucas asked, "My name is Lucas Snape. I'm lost. Who are you?" The child looked at Lucas with suspicion. "My name is Salazar Slytherin. This is my home. If you have no business here, please leave immediately." Lucas's heart skipped a beat. Was he really Salazar Slytherin? But that wasn't right. Why would Salazar Slytherin have no magic? It didn't make sense. What in the world was going on? Lucas felt like his brain was about to explode. Lucas looked at Salazar Slytherin and said, "You are Salazar Slytherin? Are you sure you don't have any siblings or anyone else with the same name as you?" Salazar Slytherin frowned as he looked at Lucas. He thought this person seemed a bit crazy. The Slytherin family only had him left now. Where would siblings come from? But suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that the person in front of him was an enemy of the Slytherin family, and had come specifically to wipe them out? Or perhaps he was trying to trick him, attempting to deceive him into revealing if there were any other family members? Realizing this, Salazar Slytherin's heart tightened. He couldn't die, at least not here. He still had many things to do, he absolutely couldn't die here. Right now, he had to survive against this person. With this thought, Salazar Slytherin changed the subject. Why are you asking these things? Who exactly are you? Salazar Slytherin deliberately revealed many flaws in his demeanor, hoping to lure the person in front of him into a trap. And Lucas, seeing Salazar Slytherin's reaction, immediately understood. He was just a child, he couldn't control his emotions at all. The person in front of him was not Salazar Slytherin. He might even be a decoy put forward by Salazar Slytherin, as expected of the founder of the Snake House. How cautious. Salazar Slytherin was also feeling uneasy at the moment. He didn't know if the person in front of him could see through the flaws he had deliberately exposed. After all, the person in front of him was too young. He regretted it a little, thinking he should have made his intentions clearer. It must be said that sometimes, misunderstandings happen silently. Just like now, both of them thought the other was too young. Therefore, neither considered whether the other could see through their schemes. This led Lucas to genuinely believe that the person in front of him was not Salazar Slytherin. And Salazar Slytherin was convinced that the person in front of him had come for revenge, and was an infiltrator. Perhaps once this person confirmed the information, countless others would come to completely wipe out the Slytherins. Lucas pondered internally. Since the person in front of him was not Salazar Slytherin, then by following him, he would definitely be able to find Salazar Slytherin. Once he found Salazar Slytherin, he could figure out what this test of his was all about. Being trapped in this place forever wouldn't do. However, since Salazar Slytherin had put forward a decoy, and he himself was hiding in the shadows, meeting him directly would certainly not be easy. There was only one way: gain his trust. At the same time, Salazar Slytherin was also thinking, since the other party was here for revenge, and he had no means of fighting back, why not use the person in front of him and keep him close? Perhaps he could figure everything out. At the very least, it would ensure his safety. Once he knew the truth, he could consider other matters. And if he wanted to achieve this, the first step he needed to take was. Salazar Slytherin looked at Lucas. To gain the other party's trust. At this moment, both people surprisingly made the exact same decision. The next second, they spoke almost simultaneously. Shall we be friends? As soon as the words left their mouths, both of them froze. Then, suspicion simultaneously rose in both their hearts. Sure enough, the other person was not simple, having the same idea as him. If that was the case, it was even easier. They were both familiar with the game of mutual exploitation. It could only be said that he was worthy of being Salazar Slytherin, and Lucas was worthy of being a Slytherin. Their thinking was practically carved from the same mold, prioritizing harming others while benefiting themselves. After realizing this, the expressions on their faces instantly changed. Before they knew it, smiles had appeared on both their faces. Their relationship had inexplicably improved significantly. This improvement came strangely and abruptly. But regardless, the two had now formed a temporary yet strange sense of tacit understanding and ease. 1 hour later, the two appeared in a small town. Based on his memory, Lucas knew this should be the predecessor of Hogsmeade Village. Currently, it was just a very ordinary town. The two walked through the town. Along the way, Lucas casually inquired with Salazar Slytherin about some matters concerning this world, using it to corroborate the things in his own memory. Of course, Lucas asked very subtly, since he possessed memories of his past life. Salazar Slytherin unknowingly allowed Lucas to gather some important information. For example, this time period. Based on Lucas's limited knowledge of history of magic, he could confirm that this world was currently on the eve of turmoil. In the history of magic, this era was divided into 4 phases. The first phase, which was the eve of turmoil, Muggles and wizards were suffering intensely. Muggles were frantically hunting wizards, mercilessly killing anyone confirmed to have any connection to magic. After that came the second phase. The full counterattack of the wizards. War broke out between Muggles and wizards. A large number of Muggles died in this war, and so did wizards. Hogwarts was established during this time. The third phase was the rebellion of the magical creatures. These magical creatures began launching attacks against humans. All of humanity was in crisis, which was also a major turning point. Muggles and wizards began cooperating, and both sides started striking back against these magical creatures. Lucas didn't know much about other countries. But here in Britain, the four founders, leading the predecessors of the sacred 28 families, launched a counterattack against several magical animal groups, including goblins and giants. The battle was a success, nearly wiping out these magical creatures. Later, under Hufflepuff's proposal, a treaty was signed, allowing these magical creatures to retain their civilization. Then came the final stage. Muggles and wizards divided their living areas. The four founders signed an agreement with the Muggle high-ranking officials, prohibiting wizards from displaying their abilities in front of people. Both sides formulated laws, the Ministry of Magic was born to enforce them, and the wizarding world began to recuperate and multiply. This was the entire historical process Lucas knew about this period. However, these processes lasted for over 100 years. Lucas had no idea which stage of the test he was supposed to be dealing with. However, following this Slytherin's doppelganger now, if he could meet Salazar Slytherin, there would always be some gain. However, Lucas didn't know that the child in his eyes was actually Salazar Slytherin himself. How could someone who survived and made a name for himself as Slytherin in such an era be a simple child? His wisdom was simply not something Lucas could match by relying on experience and longevity. So, it seemed Lucas was trying to extract information, but in reality, wasn't Salazar Slytherin also trying to extract information? From Lucas, he also learned some things. For example, this person in front of him was very strange. He seemed to know nothing, not even many basic things. It was as if he didn't belong to this era. Salazar Slytherin's heart trembled at this speculation. Someone who doesn't belong to this era. This sentence was like a flash of inspiration that cut through the dark clouds in his mind. He seemed to understand some things, but he still couldn't be sure. He needed some time for more probing. Lucas and Salazar Slytherin journeyed together, and in a blink of an eye, a month passed. During this month, Lucas felt that this world was truly ridiculous. He still hadn't found any trace of Salazar Slytherin. He even began to doubt if his original guess was reliable. But this Salazar Slytherin in front of him really had no magic. What on earth was going on? Lucas was bewildered. He could clearly feel that his mind wasn't enough. It was very insufficient. Unlike Lucas, Salazar Slytherin could now confirm one thing. The person in front of him was definitely not from the same era as him. He didn't know how this person did it, but it was the truth. Time flew by, and another 3 months passed. Finally, Lucas couldn't hold back. One evening, he called Salazar Slytherin over. "You are the real Salazar Slytherin, right?" Lucas's question was abrupt and without context. However, Salazar Slytherin understood. After such a long time, he had already made some guesses. Salazar Slytherin nodded. "So, you are not from our era?" Lucas sighed. "Yes, I am not from your era, but I am very curious. You are Salazar Slytherin, why do you have no magic? You're not a wizard." Salazar Slytherin shook his head. "No, but my family are all wizards." Lucas was stunned. "He's a squib. The famous Salazar Slytherin is a damn squib? What a joke. How could Salazar Slytherin be a squib?" Lucas felt that this world must have gone crazy. Salazar Slytherin being a squib, let alone him. No one would believe it if you told them. But now, the truth was right in front of him. On this day, Lucas's worldview collapsed. What exactly went wrong? Was all of this real or fake? Was this Salazar Slytherin the same person he had imagined? If so, how did the later Salazar Slytherin become a wizard? Lucas couldn't figure it out. He could only find Salazar Slytherin again. If one day you wanted to change something in the past, what would you most want to change, or rather, what is your dream? Hearing Lucas's question, Salazar Slytherin fell into deep thought. If he had a dream, it would be to avenge his family. That might be one. Are there others? It seems there aren't any. Salazar Slytherin shared his thoughts with Lucas. Lucas began to ponder. Avenge Salazar Slytherin's family? Could this be Salazar Slytherin's trial? But Salazar Slytherin's enemy is the Vatican. Could the target be the Vatican? Lucas couldn't figure it out either, but he had no other options now. He could only try anything, even if it seemed hopeless. He couldn't be trapped in this place, especially if this place might not be a real world. He had to break the situation. With this thought, Lucas made up his mind. Since he was going to play, he might as well go big. He didn't care anymore. Next, Lucas began his actions. He started to change his mindset. No matter what the trial of this world was, to break the situation, he had to make a change. He was going to completely mess up the timeline of this world. Lucas took Salazar Slytherin on a new journey. He spent 3 years saving some wizards who almost died at the hands of the Vatican. And, he assembled his own wizarding legion. At first, the numbers were indeed small, only about 100 people. However, as their reputation grew, more and more wizards began to pledge allegiance to Lucas. Soon, this wizarding army made a name for itself. The individual strength of wizards was, of course, stronger than Muggles. Especially the Muggles of this era, who only had cold weapons. Under the mysterious and unpredictable methods of the wizards, the Muggles suffered heavy losses. Lucas also taught them some of the spells he knew. The Wizarding Legion's strength grew rapidly. During this period, Salazar Slytherin was always by his side, traveling throughout Britain. In the 5th year, he was in a remote village. He rescued a girl, who was naturally intelligent. Later, Lucas learned her name, Rowena Ravenclaw. In the same year, Lucas rushed to Godric's Hollow and found Godric Gryffindor, who was living in seclusion with his parents and studying magic. 3 of the 4 founders were now in hand. In his 9th year in this world, Lucas was 20 years old. Rowena Ravenclaw, Salazar Slytherin, and Godric Gryffindor were also 20 years old. However, Salazar Slytherin still had no magic. In countless battles, Salazar Slytherin always used a longsword, out of place in the Wizarding Legion. But his combat power was astonishing. This year, Lucas was 25 years old. He led the Wizarding Legion to cleanse Britain, and began to march towards the Vatican. The Wizarding Legion advanced like a broken bamboo. The Vatican's armies were like mere chickens and dogs before the Wizarding Legion. The timeline had completely fallen into chaos. Lucas didn't pay attention to this. No matter how chaotic things became, he wouldn't mind. What he wanted was for this timeline to be completely disrupted. Only then could he find a way to break the deadlock. Under the assault of the Wizarding Coalition army, the Vatican couldn't resist, and just as Lucas thought he could flatten the Vatican directly, a sudden change occurred. The Wizarding Coalition army clashed with the Vatican's guard. The moment they engaged, Lucas realized something was wrong. Because this 1,000-man guard unit was composed entirely of wizards. And they were the powerful kind of wizards. At this point, the war entered a prolonged stalemate. Both sides engaged in a long, grueling battle in the small area of the Vatican. After 3 years, neither side had managed to claim victory. Even if Lucas personally took action, the Pope of the Vatican would also intervene. The Pope's strength exceeded Lucas's expectations. Even if he was weaker than Dumbledore, he wasn't significantly so. Furthermore, the opponent could use a very strange ability, which others claimed was divine power, strength granted by God. This thing was the perfect counter to Lucas's Obscurial. Therefore, Lucas couldn't defeat him, but the opponent couldn't defeat Lucas either. It was the 20th year since Lucas arrived in this world. He was 31 years old. A sudden event caused Lucas to halt his campaign against the Vatican. The change occurred involving the 4 founders. That night, Lucas, as usual, had a spar with the Pope. In the end, it was a draw, and the battle was postponed once again. Just as Lucas was about to leave, the 4 founders suddenly appeared. Lucas was surprised to find that Slytherin possessed magic power. And it was very strong magic power. So strong that Lucas felt terrified. Similarly, the magic fluctuations from the other 3 also astonished Lucas. To be honest, ever since Lucas first came into contact with the 4 founders, he hadn't truly found anything special about them. At least regarding their magic power, there was nothing unusual. But, just in the time it took for him to fight the Pope that afternoon, the 4 individuals had undergone a terrifying transformation. Their combined magic power was so immense that Lucas couldn't even comprehend it. Slytherin merely pointed a finger at the Pope, and the Pope instantly died. After the battle, Lucas found the 4 of them. From the mouths of the 4, he learned the reason for their transformation. Someone had given them 4 bottles of potion, 1 bottle for each person. After drinking it, they fell into a deep sleep. When they woke up, the 4 of them had grown to their current state. After hearing the 4 people's account, a name immediately popped up in Lucas's mind. Mana potion. Only the mana potion could achieve this effect. And only the mana potion could cause such a massive change in the four of them. However, something still felt slightly off. Since Lucas arrived in this world, he had considered whether or not to use this world to brew a mana potion. He thought of it as a benefit of having come to this world. However, when he searched for ingredients, he found that several materials did not exist, even in this world. He collected several other ingredients, and after gathering them, he studied them. These medicinal herbs contained no magic power. They were just like weeds found on the roadside. Lucas speculated that this was because this world was fundamentally unreal. Therefore, these herbs had no effect. As for the four founders' mana potion, it was highly likely that they had consumed the mana potion at this very moment in their original timeline. That was why the four of them possessed such immense strength. But there were still some inconsistencies. For example, Slytherin. Slytherin had no magic power, he was a squib. The mana potion increased existing magic power. It was absolutely impossible for it to turn a squib into a wizard. However, he confirmed one thing. The legend was true, the four founders had indeed consumed the mana potion. Lucas couldn't yet discern what was special about the four after drinking the mana potion. But this was certainly a great opportunity. It would allow Lucas to find out if the mana potion caused any other special changes besides increasing magic power. With the four founders taking action, the Vatican no longer had the ability to stop the Wizarding Coalition army. Lucas did not continue to interfere with the timeline. He now only wanted to know what specific changes the mana potion caused in the four of them. He handed over all matters to the four founders. After discussion, the four founders proactively led the wizards to sign an agreement with the Muggles. Muggles were not allowed to persecute wizards, and wizards would not challenge Muggle laws. Lucas felt that the four founders' consideration was very sound. Although wizards were individually powerful, they were ultimately a minority. Moreover, the methods of wizards were strange. But if they were captured, they would still face certain death. The number of Muggles was simply too enormous. If a full-scale war were truly initiated, it would absolutely not be a good thing for the wizards. The four founders took the lead and signed an agreement with the Muggles. Unlike the original timeline, many terms in this agreement between wizards and Muggles favored the wizards. Of course, the Muggles wouldn't suffer too great a loss either. And without the war between Muggles and wizards, the magical creatures did not choose to rebel. Because neither the Muggles nor the wizards' strength had been significantly depleted. The four founders still established Hogwarts, but this time it wasn't for protection. Rather, it was to provide a place for new wizards to study and a place where they could release their magic power. Over the next 30 years, Lucas witnessed the birth of the Sorting Hat, witnessed the Book of Admittance, and witnessed all of Hogwarts' changes. He did not participate but watched everything quietly, like an observer. He lived in the familiar Hogwarts, but from the perspective of an outsider. He was already old, and he even started to lose track of whether he truly belonged to this world. As Hogwarts grew, conflicts also erupted among the four founders. To be precise, it was the conflict between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Lucas also experienced firsthand the true reason for the outbreak of conflict between the two sides. Later generations had based their understanding of some matters on hearsay. In Slytherin's view, although the wizarding world appeared to be thriving now, there were still underlying dangers. Those magical creatures were the danger. Therefore, a strategy of elite troops should be adopted. Every Hogwarts student was a student, but also a soldier meant for war preparation, and since they were preparing for war, they had to be elites. Therefore, he believed that only wizards of pure blood descent should enter Hogwarts. Only this way could the stability of the wizarding world be better maintained. However, Gryffindor believed that as long as the wizarding world continued to improve, magical creatures would never be able to cause any trouble. Therefore, every new wizard should be given a chance to enter Hogwarts, not only for their safety but also to play a role in any potential future crises. It shouldn't be like Slytherin thought, that ordinary wizards were useless. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff remained neutral, because they felt that both Slytherin's and Gryffindor's ideas were correct. Even when the four of them came to Lucas, arguing, Lucas didn't know who was right and who was wrong. According to Slytherin's idea, quality over quantity was key. The elite troop strategy indeed had its advantages, and Lucas also knew Slytherin's deeper meaning. He wanted to use elite troops to protect other wizards. Warriors should charge at the forefront. As for the others, Slytherin felt that they would die on the battlefield anyway, and the danger was too great. It was actually good intentions. However, Gryffindor's meaning was also very simple. As long as they were wizards, they should all be core strength, as the number of wizards itself was small. They should unite and work together to maintain the stability of the wizarding world. Anyway, both of them made sense. Lucas also found it difficult to judge. Watching Slytherin and Gryffindor arguing furiously in front of him, Lucas also felt a headache coming on. Neither of them seemed wrong, but how to solve it seemed to be a big problem. Gryffindor's eloquence was indeed better than Slytherin's. While Lucas was thinking, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had subtly started to lean towards Gryffindor. Slytherin was clearly getting angry. His chest rose and fell dramatically. He looked at Lucas for help. Lucas's heart inexplicably trembled as he met Slytherin's gaze. He felt that this moment was perhaps his true test. Slytherin's feeling of powerlessness, and the sadness of others not understanding him, Lucas truly empathized with it now. He understood Slytherin's idea to protect the stability of the wizarding world. He didn't want ordinary wizards to sacrifice themselves. After all, war was cruel. But Gryffindor and the others didn't understand him. This feeling of not being understood, Slytherin was indeed very desperate now. Lucas swept his gaze over the four founders. Finally, he spoke, "Enough." The four founders quickly quieted down. The four of them actually still respected Lucas greatly. After all, in their opinion, if Lucas hadn't led the wizard army to sound the horn of resistance, they might have died long ago. Lucas said, "The four houses of Hogwarts, no one is intolerant of another, and there are no necessary conflicts. You four are the deans of the four houses. Since your opinions cannot be unified now, then do as you each see fit. No one dictates that the four houses must be the same. Recruit students according to your own ideas. The sorting hat was created by all four of you together. When you made the sorting hat, you should have already thought about how to sort students. Since you incorporated your own wills, then build your own houses according to your ideas. However, I hope you understand one principle. The four of you jointly created Hogwarts. Your original goal was to build a better magic world. Your four goals are the same. Even if disagreements arise, you should resolve them, not argue, and certainly not bring your arguments to me. Hogwarts is a whole, all the students are, and so are you four." Hearing Lucas say this, shame appeared on the faces of the four. Yes, their four goals were actually the same. It was just that their methods of doing things were different. And now, they were actually arguing, even to the point of almost breaking up. Originally, the four of them weren't like this. Gryffindor looked at Slytherin, suddenly extended his hand. "Sorry, Salazar." Slytherin's expression froze. But the next moment, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He reached out and grasped Slytherin's hand. "Sorry, Godric." The moment Slytherin's voice fell, the environment around Lucas began to shatter like a mirror. The scene froze, shattering into pieces. Lucas stood still, looking at the fragments. On the fragments, all of Lucas's memories after going to that world were carried. Lucas seemed to re-examine these memories like a slideshow, watching frame by frame. Finally, the last fragment froze on Gryffindor's and Slytherin's clasped hands. Then, that fragment shattered again in front of Lucas, breaking into scattered points of light. Subsequently, a long sigh came. "How wonderful, what a pity, it's all fake." Lucas looked down at his hands, still those young hands. The surrounding environment was also inside a wooden house. A table was placed in the wooden house. On one side of the table sat a person. Lucas recognized him at a glance. He was Salazar Slytherin. Salazar Slytherin smiled at Lucas. "Sit, Junior." Lucas glanced at the chair opposite Slytherin, and sat down directly. Slytherin said, "You can start asking questions." Lucas asked, "What was all that I just experienced?" Slytherin said, "It was my memory, and also a trial. 2 parts to the trial. The first part was how you would handle the relationship between Muggles and wizards at that time. If you could complete the first part of the trial, then you would witness the second part of the trial, the conflict between me and Godric. Your solution was the second part of the trial." Lucas frowned. "So, did I pass the trial?" Slytherin said, "Not only did you pass, but you passed perfectly. At least, what you did was quite different from what I originally imagined." Lucas said, "According to your setup, how should these 2 trials be passed?" Slytherin pondered for a moment. "To be honest, I hadn't thought about it. I hadn't even thought anyone would pass. The events of that era should all be recorded in the history books of the magic world. Normally, if someone was being tested, they would follow the recorded history step by step. However, you broke the convention. Lucas said, if I had truly followed the original history step by step, I don't think I would have had the chance to participate in the second part of the trial. Slytherin laughed. You are very smart, smarter than I imagined. Are you really a Slytherin? I think you are a Ravenclaw. Lucas said, then I thank your excellency for the compliment. Slytherin's expression briefly faltered. Then he burst out laughing. Interesting, very interesting, similar, truly similar. I used to not believe in so-called fate, nor in destiny. But at this moment, I believe it wholeheartedly. Lucas frowned. What do you mean? Slytherin shook his head. Nothing, my time is short. Do you have any more questions for me? Lucas said, yes. Are you a squib? Slytherin nodded without hesitation. Yes and no. As I told you, the trial is my memory. However, you've led my memories astray, but many important things remain unchanged, for example, the mana potion. Lucas's eyes widened instantly. You really drank a mana potion? But that shouldn't be possible, even in your era, many herbs weren't available. How did you brew the mana potion? No, you didn't brew it, someone else gave it to you, but where did that person get the mana potion? Also, what do you mean by yes and no? Slytherin shook his head. You have too many questions, so I'll answer them one by one. First, normally speaking, I did appear to be a squib. But unlike other squibs, the definition of a squib is someone born into a wizarding family, inheriting their parents' talent, but without magic. This is a very rare occurrence. But I am different. I couldn't use magic, not because I had no magic within me, but quite the opposite. My magic surpassed everyone else's. Precisely because my magic was too immense, my body couldn't adapt to such powerful magic. Under the body's self-protection, that magic was hidden away. Otherwise, I would have long since become an obscurial. Normally, as I aged, my magic, not being stimulated, would gradually dissipate. But with the help of the mana potion, my magic was completely activated, and as I aged, my body was also strong enough to sustain this magic. Lucas suddenly understood. So, Slytherin had no magic because his talent was simply too exceptional. His body couldn't handle such immense talent and automatically protected itself. If not for the mana potion, this magic would have dissipated because it wasn't activated. That bottle of mana potion not only helped him activate his magic but also made it stronger. Slytherin continued, as for the mana potion, honestly, I don't know. I don't know who that person was, nor where he got the mana potion, but he did find the four of us. However, unlike in the trial, he originally found us four separately. Lucas pondered. This was interesting. An unknown person freely gave them 4 bottles of mana potion? Lucas said, one last question, does the mana potion have any special effects? Slytherin nodded, yes, but it's hard to explain. It can make our strength far surpass others. And it also allows us to leave behind a remnant soul body, similar to what I am now, after death. As for other uses, I can't explain them clearly. If you have the chance to obtain a mana potion, I think you will understand. Lucas nodded. Then I have no more questions. Slytherin said, aren't you going to ask why I left this trial? Lucas shook his head. There's no need, because you will tell me voluntarily. That question is pointless. Slytherin smiled, his gaze filled with appreciation for Lucas. Interesting, indeed, I will tell you voluntarily. This trial is actually my legacy. Someone once told me that a true strong person should leave behind their legacy. To pass it on to deserving descendants. This is not just a legacy of power, but also a legacy of spirit. Lucas looked at Slytherin. Was it the person who gave you the mana potion who said that? Slytherin nodded. Clever, it was indeed him. Lucas frowned. But you just said you didn't know who he was. Slytherin said, I truly don't know, because when he was with me, he always wore a hood and never showed his face. Lucas said, all right. Lucas had a guess in his mind, though it was highly unreliable, yet considering all the possibilities, it seemed to be the most plausible one. There were only 2 possibilities for the person who gave them the mana potion. The first was that they came from the ancient era of Merlin, or even earlier. After all, only that era could gather all the ingredients for the mana potion. The second possibility was that the person was either him or Snape. Because if anyone in this era could create a mana potion, it would only be him or Snape. However, Some of the logic didn't quite add up. More evidence was needed to verify it. Slytherin continued, I have prepared 3 gifts for you. The first gift is the highest level of authority in Hogwarts. Although Hogwarts was built by the 4 of us, this place ultimately belongs to the Slytherin family. Therefore, my authority surpasses theirs. Here is a parchment, sign your name on it, and my authority will be yours. Slytherin placed a parchment on the table. Lucas signed his name without hesitation. The next moment, the parchment burst into flames. Something very special suddenly appeared in Lucas's mind. He now seemed to have mastered a lot about Hogwarts, including the staircases and Hogwarts' defensive forces. Moreover, he could apparate within Hogwarts. He even knew the exact locations of all the secret passages. He could also sense everyone in Hogwarts. It was as if a live map was in his head. Slytherin said, the second gift, I left a chamber of secrets in Hogwarts, and in the chamber, there is a small pet of mine. The moment you gain authority, that small pet will also become your pet. I hope it hasn't run away. Lucas was stunned. A small pet? Wait, he wasn't talking about the basilisk. That thing, a small pet. Lucas said, the Chamber of Secrets? That place has been opened, by your descendant, also a Parseltongue speaker. Slytherin said, my descendant. Yes, they can indeed open that Chamber of Secrets, but it doesn't matter. Parseltongue can make my little pet somewhat obedient, but you are still its master. Lucas nodded. That's good, otherwise, he'd have to fight Lord Voldemort for basilisk custody. Slytherin said, as for the third gift. Slytherin waved his hand, and 2 herbs instantly appeared on the table. Lucas's pupils constricted instantly. Having read Professor Sprout's Encyclopedia of Herbs, he recognized the 2 herbs in front of him at once. Star Moon Radiance Grass and Death Breath Grass. 2 types of herbs that were already extinct in the magical world. Likewise, these 2 herbs were also the main ingredients for the mana potion. Slytherin said, it seems you recognize them. Lucas nodded, that's right, I do. Slytherin laughed, that's good. It seems I haven't found the wrong person. These 2 herbs are your third gift. Lucas looked at the herbs on the table but did not reach out to take them immediately. Instead, a look of contemplation appeared on his face. Slytherin asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Lucas shook his head, there is no problem. No, to be precise, I originally had a problem, but now I don't. A sharp glint flashed in Slytherin's eyes. Oh, what do you mean? Lucas said, I mean, are you really not planning to give me my 4th reward? Hearing Lucas say this, a flash of surprise crossed Slytherin's eyes. I don't know what you are talking about. I only prepared 3 gifts for those who passed the test. Lucas shook his head, why bother? Since I've already asked, it means your concealment is completely useless. Why keep up this facade? Or do you think I'm really that stupid? As his voice fell, Lucas's expression instantly turned cold. The next moment, an obscurial shot out directly from the ground, aiming straight at the Slytherin in front of him. Just as the obscurial was about to pierce through Slytherin's body, a black mist emerged from Slytherin's body, blocking Lucas's obscurial directly. Lucas was truly shocked this time. Obscurial? You are also an obscurial. No, there is no aura of dark energy on you. You are not a simple obscurial. Interesting, you've piqued my interest. The unknown obscurial looked at Lucas. The obscurial surged around him, looking even stronger than Lucas's. How did you discover I am not Slytherin? Lucas said, although I don't know who you are, I must admit that you did fool me. It was too similar. Although I have never met Slytherin, based on some records and my understanding of Slytherin, your performance was exactly like the Slytherin in my mind. To be honest, I really didn't see that you had any issues. It's just that I was guessing. According to standard settings, a test from the 4 founders couldn't be this simple. It could even be said that the test you arranged, while it could stop many people, wouldn't stop everyone. For example, Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, and other deans would have no problem passing it. Even the heads of the pureblood families of this era should have been able to pass it back when they were in school. Not to mention that Hogwarts once had someone who should have been the most rightful heir to Slytherin's legacy. Following this line of reasoning, only one thing can be confirmed: you, this so-called Slytherin, are problematic. So, I just decided to test it out. The obscurial looked at Lucas. Aren't you afraid your guess might be wrong? Lucas shrugged. Does it matter? Whether I'm right or wrong, does it affect the final result? Even if you are fake, the 3 rewards are real, and I've already gotten them. What if I guessed wrong? But if I guessed right, it would be different. I could get a new reward, which is a good thing. The Obscurial looked at Lucas and was silent for a moment. He suddenly laughed. Interesting, very interesting. As expected of you, Lucas Snape. My past self, hello. As his voice fell, the black mist around the Obscurial dissipated. The next moment, a mature version of Lucas's face appeared before him. Lucas was stunned. His mouth opened slightly. This face, it was definitely him, no doubt about it. His future self? Although he knew many things in the Harry Potter world were extremely bizarre, he hadn't expected it to be this bizarre. How did his future self get here? A time turner? But didn't time turners have restrictions? Couldn't you meet your other self? Lucas looked at his future self suspiciously. Future Lucas said, "It seems you don't believe me, but that's okay. I don't need you to believe me. I came here just to ask for your help. In the future, we will fall into great trouble. The enemy is terrifying. I lost, so I need to find you, the current me, and make some changes to important events. Consider it providing some support to my future self." Lucas rubbed his chin. "So, you mean you are here to ask for reinforcements, right?" Future Lucas nodded. "You could say that." Hearing this, Lucas laughed. The next moment, before his future self could even react, Lucas's Obscurial pierced directly through the other's chest. Future Lucas looked at the Obscurial in his chest in astonishment, then looked at Lucas. "Why?" Lucas said, "To be honest, I almost let you fool me. My God, seeing my future self, that is truly absurd. Such a thing, even though I have always been rational, is enough to stun me. I can also see that you know me very well, but unfortunately, no matter how well you know me, you still don't understand what kind of person I am. Asking for help? And asking for help from my past self? You have no idea what my trump cards are, and you have no idea what I rely on. If I had my trump cards and my reliance, and I still needed to ask my past self for help, then the future me would truly be a piece of trash. A piece of trash like that, if he dies, he dies. He has no value in living. I have always firmly believed one thing: everyone needs to prove their own value, whether it is the current me or the future me, it is the same. If the future me really needs to ask the current me for help, then the future me will have no value whatsoever. The destiny of trash is to be thrown in the trash can, even if that person is me. The fake future Lucas watched as the current Lucas nonchalantly said these truly absurd words. His face was full of astonishment. Lucas laughed. "Don't understand? Actually, I don't understand either. The old me wasn't actually this rational, but unfortunately, I have changed. So, what is the true inheritance of Slytherin?" The fake Lucas remained silent. Lucas shrugged. "Forget it, I've already gained enough. If there's nothing else, then so be it. However, according to the standard setup, if you die, perhaps I'll have more gains. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to die." As he spoke, Lucas raised his hand. The next moment, a large surge of Obscurial energy drifted out from Lucas's body, transforming into spears pointed at the fake Lucas. The fake Lucas hurriedly said, "Wait a moment. Aren't you curious about who I really am? Aren't you curious about what exactly Slytherin left behind?" Lucas said, "I was curious at first, but compared to my curiosity, I value benefits more. Also, if I'm not mistaken, you are an Obscurial, right? Although your mouth is full of lies, you did say one thing correctly: you are not from this era, you are from the future. If nothing unexpected happens, you are an Obscurial from the future. I just don't know if you are the Obscurial inside me, or if you come from the Albanian Black Forest." As Lucas finished speaking, a look of obvious shock flashed in the Obscurial's eyes. Lucas laughed. "It seems I guessed wrong again. You come from the Albanian Black Forest. What a wonderful place that is. I have no idea what secrets it holds. To think it could breed a thing like you. Most importantly, you, this thing, actually have your own consciousness. It seems my exploration of that place last time wasn't thorough enough. There are still many secrets there. But that doesn't matter. I will go again when I have time. You've made me truly interested in that place." The Obscurial looked at Lucas, not saying a word. Lucas said, "Fine, it seems I can't get any more information from you. By the way, before you die, I have to tell you one thing. Actually, everything I said to you just now wasn't something I figured out, it was all a guess. I was just using it to test you, and I didn't expect you to fall for it so easily. The Obscurial's eyes widened, staring fixedly at Lucas. Lucas, however, did not give him a chance to speak. The next moment, the black mist turned into spears, piercing the Obscurial into a sieve. As the black mist dissipated, it swept the Obscurial's black mist into Lucas's own Obscurial. A massive amount of dark energy merged into Lucas's body. Lucas's eyes instantly turned pitch black. It was as if they were a bottomless abyss. A moment later, Lucas returned to normal, exhaling a breath of turbid air. This is something else. This dark energy is as pure as 82 talents of milk. Just then, Lucas saw a pitch-black crystal on the ground. Lucas gave a soft sound of surprise and then picked up the crystal. What is this thing? Lucas brought the crystal to his nose and sniffed it gently. Good grief, the dark energy inside this is even denser than an Obscurial. What kind of thing is this? Lucas weighed the black crystal in his hand. As the crystal bounced up and down, wisps of black mist drifted out. Lucas clicked his tongue. Good heavens, could this be a solid form of dark energy condensed to the extreme? As everyone knows, gas reaches a certain level and becomes liquid, and liquid reaches a certain level and becomes solid. Lucas put the crystal away, feeling that it might be useful to him. Even if it didn't have any major use later, keeping this thing on him could allow his Obscurial to grow slowly. In any case, it wouldn't do any harm. Lucas scanned the small wooden hut. It was a pity he hadn't truly met Slytherin. However, that Obscurial must have inherited some of Slytherin's memories. Otherwise, it wouldn't have spoken about so many things so convincingly, even misleading Lucas. Lucas stretched. It had been a fairly smooth journey, though he had been deceived by that old dragon. This place didn't have a prescription to solve the blood curse. However, it couldn't be said that he was completely deceived, because he had found a way to solve the blood curse. The Obscurial, this time, by absorbing the energy of that Obscurial, Lucas's own Obscurial had become perfectly stabilized. Even if it couldn't completely solve the blood curse, it could directly suppress it entirely. In other words, Nagini would no longer have time restrictions on her human form. However, regardless of everything, he still had to find a way to solve Nagini's blood curse. Lucas looked at the two herbs in his hand that seemed to have just been picked. The biggest gain of this trip was likely these two things. With these two herbs, and relying on Snape's potion-making level, perhaps in the near future, he could really make a mana potion. Lucas carefully put the herbs away, turned, and left the wooden hut, walking in the direction he had come from. Shortly after Lucas left, two people dressed in black robes appeared there. Interesting. So, you deliberately placed this Obscurial here. You could say that. Didn't I tell you? With a backup plan in place, that crystal would definitely end up in his hands. That kid is a ruthless one, he even cursed his future self. He spoke the truth. That Obscurial thought he knew enough, but unfortunately, he didn't know what it meant to have leverage, or what it meant to have trump cards. What do we do next? It's time to go back. The time loop has already been formed. The next events have nothing to do with us. From now on, any further time loop matters will have to be left to him. Time loops, so annoying. There's no other way. If the time loop cannot be broken, it will always be like this. Alright, let's go. As he spoke, the black-robed person took out a compass. The compass needle began to spin crazily. Just then, in the sky, a compass appeared that looked the same as the one in the black-robed person's hand, but much larger. Damn, this time compass reacts so quickly. It's fine, don't worry about it, someone will naturally deal with it. The black-robed person's voice had just fallen. The next moment, a sound that a normal person could not hear arrived. Get back. The time loop has already been formed. If you dare to strike again, don't blame me for shattering you completely in this timeline. Think about the consequences. Following the sound, streaks of black mist in the sky coiled toward the gold compass. The gold compass in the air hesitated for a moment, then slowly faded away. In the sky, a pair of eyes appeared and met those of the black-robed person on the ground. The two smiled at each other. The black-robed person's figure slowly disappeared. There was such a huge commotion behind him, but Lucas at this moment could not perceive it at all. His strength was far too lacking. He was currently studying the permissions of Slytherin. He discovered some very interesting things. Lucas's heart stirred, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The authority of Slytherin is truly amazing. Arriving at the old dragon's location, he found Nagini chatting with it. This actually caught Lucas by surprise. After all, this old dragon was incredibly proud, he had known it for so many years. Apart from chatting with Lucas, the old dragon had never talked to anyone else. Even Hagrid dared not approach the dragon's territory. Seeing Lucas approach, Nagini hurried over. Nothing went wrong, did it? Lucas said, it's a long story. I'll tell you when we get back. Subsequently, Lucas looked at the old dragon. Uncle Dragon, you really deceived me quite badly. There's no way to lift the blood curse at all. The old dragon snorted. Don't act like you've been wronged when you've already benefited, kid. Don't you know whether there's a way to solve the blood curse yourself? A gleam flashed in Lucas's eyes. So, Uncle Dragon, you know about those things. The old dragon said disdainfully, of course I know. It's just that some things are not for me to manage. My agreement with Slytherin was only to help him watch over this place. Lucas said, so, you knew Slytherin, and even reached an agreement with him to help him choose a suitable heir. The old dragon nodded. There's no need to ask me about anything else. Even if you ask, I won't tell you. You are too weak, it would be useless to tell you. You just need to know that you've gained benefits, and that's enough. Lucas asked, did all of the 4 founders leave behind a legacy? The old dragon nodded. Yes, all 4 of them left behind a legacy. Gryffindor's legacy was taken by that person called Dumbledore. As for Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff's legacies, I don't know where they are. In any case, they are definitely within the scope of Hogwarts. I know what you're thinking, but I can't help you. Lucas pondered for a moment and said, so, the reason Dumbledore has such high authority in Hogwarts is because of Gryffindor's legacy. The old dragon nodded. Isn't that obvious? Lucas said, then, Uncle Dragon, why do you bully the unicorn every now and then? The old dragon said casually, bored. I had nothing to do, and I wanted to lure you here to see how much you've grown, and whether you could accept Slytherin's trial. The corner of Lucas's mouth twitched slightly. Uncle Dragon, you really are, quite spontaneous. The old dragon said, all right, you don't need to beat around the bush, kid. Do you think I don't know what you want to say? However, things here have ended, and I am leaving too. Lucas was stunned. You're leaving? The old dragon nodded. Yes, I only had an agreement with Slytherin to help him find a suitable heir. Now that I've found one, I naturally have to leave. Lucas's heart stirred. So, Uncle Dragon, are you one of those ancient dragons? The old dragon hesitated for a moment before saying, I suppose so, but my bloodline is not pure enough. However, if we are talking purely about bloodlines, those dragons nowadays have no comparison to me. I should be considered one of the last ancient dragons. Lucas's heart skipped a beat. He certainly knew what an ancient dragon meant. Dragons nowadays really lack prestige. Apart from having strong defense, high magic resistance, high attack power, and being able to breathe fire, they really don't seem to live up to the word dragon. But ancient dragons were different. In ancient times, dragons were the most formidable creatures. If dragons were not inherently lazy, they would have been an unavoidable disaster for everyone in that era. The reason ancient dragons were formidable was that they all knew the dragon language. Using the dragon language, they could use true dragon magic. That was truly terrifying. Lucas asked, then, Uncle Dragon, where do you plan to go? The old dragon said, I haven't decided. I'll find a place and sleep for 1,000 or 800 years. Lucas was dumbfounded. Fine. As expected of a dragon, everything is measured in centuries. Lucas asked, then will we be able to meet again? The old dragon glanced at Lucas. If I didn't know you well enough, I would have really thought you were reluctant to see me go. Don't get any ideas about me, your strength is too weak, unless. Forget it, it's nothing. Get lost quickly, I'm leaving too. Lucas's eyes lit up. That's not right. Judging by the old dragon's words, perhaps he really did have a chance to obtain a dragon mount. But why did this old dragon only say half and leave the rest out? However, the old dragon had no intention of letting Lucas continue. It flapped its wings and took off directly into the air. Kid, think carefully about what your most powerful strength really is. The obscurial, spells, these things are not your core power. When you one day understand what your most powerful strength is, you will be able to find me. Remember my name, I am Adelaide, the dragon Adelaide. The old dragon's wings flapped, and a hurricane howled. The entire dragon soared into the air and disappeared into the night. Lucas clicked his tongue. Leaving just like that, truly heartless. Nagini looked at Lucas. Lucas, it is a dragon with a name. Lucas nodded. He understood what Nagini meant. Among the ancient dragons, there were differences in rank. Some ancient dragons, whose strength was insufficient, were not worthy of having a name. And every dragon that had its own name was an extraordinary existence, even among all dragons. Lucas said, "Forget it, never mind it. I have a premonition that we will meet again." Nagini nodded. "Then are we going back to the castle?" Lucas said, "Yes, let's go find Professor Snape first, and then go back to the dormitory. I will help you solve the problem of the blood curse." Nagini was stunned. "Didn't you just say that there was no prescription in there?" Lucas said, "There is no prescription, but I had other gains. My obscurial has fully matured. A mature obscurial is enough to suppress your blood curse. From now on, you don't need to worry about the time limit between your snake form and human form anymore. You can use whichever form you want." Hearing Lucas say this, Nagini couldn't help but show joy on her face. Of course, she also wanted to live in human form every day. After all, being a snake was never that comfortable. On the way back, Lucas told Nagini about what happened during the trial. Nagini was also full of surprise. "I didn't expect that all of the 4 founders actually left legacies in Hogwarts. I wonder if anyone else besides you and Dumbledore has taken a legacy." Lucas said, "Probably not. If I guessed correctly, the legacies of the 4 founders all grant authority over Hogwarts. But apart from Dumbledore, I haven't seen anyone else who can use the authority of Hogwarts. Special thanks to Dr. Samson, the peerless Earth Saint, who sends gifts on the author's homepage every day. Thank you." Nagini nodded. "I'm very curious what exactly this authority allows you to do." Lucas said, "I don't know about Dumbledore's, but based on my enhanced version, I should be able to deduce some of his capabilities. My authority allows me to mobilize all of Hogwarts' defensive forces, such as the stone gargoyles, suits of armor, and so on. As long as I cast a spell, I can make those things move. Furthermore, if I need to, I can directly seal off Hogwarts and enter a state of war. This must be the trump card left behind by the 4 founders, intended to guard against external enemies. As for other things, I have a great deal of freedom within Hogwarts. For example, I can use apparition, and I can enter every location belonging to Hogwarts. I can even monitor everyone in Hogwarts, such as knowing how many people are currently moving around and causing trouble." Nagini said, "That is quite remarkable." Lucas said, "Strictly speaking, the greatest benefit this authority gives me is absolute safety if I am inside Hogwarts. After all, the entirety of Hogwarts can be mobilized by me, so this is definitely a trump card." Nagini nodded. "It sounds like the rewards from this trip were indeed significant." Lucas laughed, "Yes, and I've also figured out all of Hogwarts' secret passages and hidden rooms, like the Room of Requirement." After returning to the castle, Lucas headed straight for Snape's office. Although it was already past midnight, Snape was still awake. When he saw Lucas arrive, Snape was slightly puzzled. "What are you doing up so late?" Lucas said, "I took a trip to the Forbidden Forest." Snape remained silent, watching Lucas quietly. Lucas shrugged. "Snape is such a boring person. Shouldn't he be asking why I went to the Forbidden Forest right now? There's zero interaction." Lucas proactively explained the matter of the Slytherin inheritance. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise appeared in Snape's eyes. After all, he hadn't expected Lucas to have such an adventure. Snape pondered for a moment. "I see, no wonder Dumbledore had a degree of freedom within the castle that surpassed all previous Hogwarts principals." Lucas said, "But now my authority is much higher than his. After all, Slytherin is the true master of Hogwarts." Snape nodded. "And what else? You didn't just come to tell me this, did you?" Lucas said, "I knew I couldn't hide it from Professor. Take a look at this." As Lucas spoke, he took out the Star Moon Radiance Grass and the Death Breath Grass. Snape lost his usual composure. He quickly moved to the table and examined them carefully. The coexistence of starlight and moonlight power, the Star Moon Radiance Grass, and the Death Breath Grass, tainted by countless death energies. That's right, both these herbs are real. Lucas said, "Yes, I was also quite surprised when I saw these 2 things." Snape frowned. "Something seems off." Lucas said, "Professor, you thought of it too. The The star-moon radiance grass can only be found in places where starlight and moonlight coexist. During Salazar Slytherin's era, due to the increasing number of wizards and the presence of muggle hunting, this type of thing shouldn't have existed at all. As for the death breath grass, it's more understandable. Places shrouded in death were common in that era. If one was lucky, finding it wouldn't be surprising, but the star-moon radiance grass shouldn't have existed even in Slytherin's time. Snape nodded. Exactly. So, how did Slytherin acquire them? This is certainly worth thinking about. Lucas said, that fake Salazar Slytherin said one thing. Someone told him that he should leave behind an inheritance for future generations. Although he was a fake, I think he must have known quite a few things, and perhaps someone really did say that to Salazar Slytherin, and the fake just repeated it. Therefore, I speculate that these two herbs were likely left for Slytherin by that person. Furthermore, I guess that the person who left the herbs is the same person who gave the mana potion to the four founders. Snape pondered for a moment. A person like that shouldn't have been completely unrecorded in history, yet I am certain there is no historical record of such a person. That is very strange. Unless, Lucas said, unless this person appeared very suddenly, perhaps never interacted with anyone except the four founders, or, even more likely, they completely erased all evidence of their existence. Therefore, they left no trace in history. And there are only two possibilities for achieving this. First, they are strong enough, even stronger than we can imagine. As for the second possibility, they were not a person of that era, they were merely a transient visitor to that time. Therefore, they could not be recorded in writing, and unless one was powerful enough, they wouldn't even remember this person existed. Snape looked at Lucas. Do you have a guess? Lucas nodded. Yes, I think that person might be me, or perhaps you. Snape was stunned. Explain your reasoning. Lucas said, if they were wizards from an ancient era, they would have no reason to help the four founders, because the four founders had no impact on their time. Then, it can only be someone from a later generation. And after the four founders, only Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Lord Voldemort are suspected of having drunk incomplete mana potion. And the formula for the mana potion was only obtained by us. If someone wanted to brew the mana potion, I don't think anyone could do it except for you. After all, too many of the herbs are already extinct. Snape nodded. Logically, it makes sense, but the motivation doesn't. Lucas said, these are all just my speculations. What if the four founders drinking the mana potion was necessary for something to happen? Or perhaps, it was necessary to close a time loop. If I wanted to analyze the possibilities, I could find too many potential scenarios. But I have no proof, so everything is just speculation. Snape said, then don't dwell on it. No matter what happened, you will know the truth eventually. With patience, the facts will always surface. Lucas nodded. Yes, I think so too. That's why I'm not in a hurry. I will know the whole truth someday. Snape said, all right, go back and rest. I'll keep these two herbs for now. I won't use them for now, I'll only use them when I'm confident I can make a mana potion. Lucas nodded. All right, I'll head back then. Professor, you should get some sleep too. After leaving Professor Snape's office with Nagini, Nagini said, Lucas, what you just said, is it reliable? According to your theory, the rise of the four founders was due to the mana potion, so wouldn't that mean it was because of you or Snape? Lucas replied, I don't know if it's reliable, after all, those are just my guesses. Nagini nodded. Then who do you think it was, you or Snape? Lucas was silent for a moment. I don't know. If you're asking the current me, I think it was Professor Snape, because I can't think of anything I would need to achieve by giving mana potions to the four founders. It doesn't align with my interests. If I had 4 extra mana potions, why wouldn't I give them to people close to me? At the very least, I could drink them all myself. Although, one person can only drink 1 mana potion, otherwise the effect will weaken. But even if it's weaker, it still has an effect. I can't imagine why I would give up my chance to become stronger and hand it over to others. But if it were Professor Snape, he has his own obsessions, his own desires. Perhaps he would do this because of certain obsessions, certain desires. Nagini nodded and didn't press further. She could tell that Lucas didn't want to talk too much about it. After returning to the dormitory, after Lucas washed up, he looked at Nagini, who was coiled on the bed, and asked, Nagini, are you ready? Nagini nodded. Lucas said, We're taking a risk now because I don't know if there will be any backlash if we completely suppress the power of the blood curse. After all, it's a blood curse. Besides I haven't even seen the power of a blood curse, so I don't know if it has any special properties. Nagini said, "It's alright, Lucas, go ahead with confidence. Even if something goes wrong, I won't blame you. But I need you to promise me one thing: if anything unexpected happens, make sure you protect yourself." Lucas laughed. "Don't worry, Nagini, I just don't understand the power of the blood curse, but that doesn't mean the power of the blood curse can hurt me. I'm very strong, as you know." Nagini didn't joke along with Lucas. Instead, she said earnestly again, "Lucas, I hope you understand that I don't want anything to happen to you because of me. Otherwise, I'll never forgive myself, even if my blood curse is truly lifted, but something happens to you. I wouldn't be able to accept it." Lucas nodded vigorously upon hearing this. "Don't worry, Nagini, there won't be any problems. Trust me." Nagini nodded, then slowly closed her eyes. Lucas took a deep breath. The next moment, his obscurial was unleashed. Ink-black mist quickly spread from Lucas's body. Lucas's eyes turned completely black. The obscurial drilled into Nagini's body. The next moment, Lucas sensed that familiar blood curse power. Lucas didn't hesitate to control the power of the obscurial and pressed it towards the power of the blood curse. Under the extreme dark power of the obscurial, the blood curse, also a dark power, had no power to resist and was suppressed to its limit. Nagini's serpentine body involuntarily swayed twice, a sign of pain. Lucas softly said, "Hold on, Nagini, it'll be over soon, very soon." Nagini didn't open her eyes, but nodded, forcibly suppressing the pain. Lucas sped up. Although he didn't know how uncomfortable it was to have the blood curse suppressed, he could imagine it. After all, he could guess the pain Nagini was enduring to suppress such a strong blood curse power. Under Lucas's efforts, the power of the blood curse became weaker and weaker as it was compressed. Lucas couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although it couldn't be completely solved, being able to suppress it directly was also a solution. He would find a way to completely resolve it later. Nagini's serpentine body also gradually stabilized. However, as the saying goes, accidents always happen unexpectedly. And, according to typical novel settings, when you let your guard down, something unpleasant will happen. Just like now, as Lucas breathed a sigh of relief and intended to withdraw his obscurial, suddenly, the blood curse energy, compressed to its extreme, violently erupted. Nagini cried out in pain. Her entire serpentine body trembled like a sieve. Lucas's expression instantly changed. "Damn it, Nagini, Nagini, hold on." Lucas had not expected the blood curse to suddenly do this. In fact, Lucas had truly been too careless. He had overlooked a serious problem. Energy, after compression, when it suddenly erupts, is countless times more powerful than its original state. Under such energy compression, the purity of the energy reaches its limit. Just like the blood curse now, its energy, after two previous compressions, had already been suppressed to a state of extremely high quality. And this compression pushed the blood curse's accumulation to its limit. When it suddenly erupted, even Lucas found it hard to bear. Lucas's obscurial was directly dispersed. The power of the blood curse was frantically destroying everything within Nagini's body. Nagini's eyes opened, switching back and forth between red and their normal color. Nagini suppressed her voice. "Lucas, kill me, I can't hold on. The blood curse is eroding my sanity. Hurry, kill me, otherwise I'll hurt you." Lucas looked at Nagini in this state. His heart was anxious. Kill Nagini? He would absolutely never kill Nagini. Nagini held the same status in Lucas's heart as Snape. Not just a companion, but also family. Lucas might not have many emotions, but he would never harm his own family. Lucas looked at the rampant blood curse energy within Nagini's body. He hardened his heart. Alright, you want to trick me, huh? Do you really think I can't deal with you? You trick me, and I'll fight you to the end. I refuse to believe that a mere energy like you can contend with me." The next moment, Lucas's entire body erupted with obscurial. The entire room was filled with the obscurial's energy. Lucas's eyes were even blacker than before, an absolute black. Like an abyss whose bottom couldn't be seen. Lucas's consciousness was gradually being infiltrated by the obscurial. Kill, destroy, kill everything, ruin everything. These negative emotions were frantically invading Lucas's mind. Lucas gritted his teeth. Damn it, don't think you can control me. The black crystal on Lucas's chest, catalyzed by Lucas's obscurial, released a large amount of energy resembling black threads that wrapped around Lucas's body. Under the strengthening of the black energy, the obscurial grew stronger and stronger, and it began to spread outside the dormitory. Seeing this, Lucas grew anxious. If this obscurial energy entered other areas, those students definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. Lucas roared, "Get your ass back here, or get lost. You are my obscurial, my energy. You dare try to lose control." Under Lucas's fierce command, the obscurial that was about to spread quickly began to retract. It converged around Lucas's body. After all, this was the perfect obscurial given by the system. The loss of control was due to the energy being too immense. Even Lucas's perfect obscurial couldn't quite handle it. Therefore, it needed to expand its range to vent the energy. However, after being scolded by Lucas and forced to retract, Lucas suffered. All this energy had to be borne by him alone. The black mist enveloped Lucas and Nagini, and a sphere of black energy wrapped around the two of them layer by layer. Wisps of red blood curse energy were escaping from Nagini's body. It looked as though red lines were being added to the black sphere. Lucas looked at Nagini's appearance. The obscurial surged into Nagini's body once more. Nagini cried out, "Lucas, what are you doing?" Lucas scolded, "Close your eyes, Nagini, and rest well. Trust me, everything will be over when you wake up." The next moment, a wisp of black mist struck Nagini's head directly. Nagini instantly fainted. A frantic light flashed in Lucas's eyes. "Blood curse, is it? Now, let's have some fun. Since I can't suppress you, don't blame me for using another method." As he spoke, Lucas's obscurial created a direct channel of black mist between Nagini and himself, and the next moment, the bloody mist was engulfed by the obscurial mist and surged directly into Lucas's body. The blood-red mist seemed to sense the danger. It began to resist violently. Lucas curled his lips. His eyes were filled with madness. "Are you anxious now? Did I tell you to run? Get inside." Following Lucas's furious roar, the obscurial instantly acted like a bandit. It frantically pulled the blood curse energy, forcing it into Lucas's body. No matter how fierce the blood curse's resistance was, in front of the obscurial, which was an energy of a higher grade, its resistance was still futile. A large amount of bloody mist was stuffed into Lucas's body like force-feeding a duck. The moment it entered his body, it was immediately suppressed by the obscurial. The blood curse energy inside Nagini also seemed to sense Lucas's bandit-like plundering behavior. It began to shrink rapidly. It started to compress automatically. Lucas snorted, "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Then, Lucas activated the obscurial, sealing the compressed blood curse energy inside Nagini's body. He couldn't continue plundering now, not only because Nagini's body couldn't handle it, but also because if he continued, he wouldn't be able to suppress the power of the blood curse himself. He had underestimated the power of the blood curse. This thing was truly too stubborn. Looking at Nagini, who had returned to normal, Lucas breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he had to solve his own problem. Lucas began mobilizing the power of the obscurial to compress the blood curse power within his own body. Because it was inside Lucas's body, the obscurial was much more obedient than when it was released. Under the suppression of the obscurial, the power of the blood curse was directly forced back into Lucas's body. After completing all this, Lucas rolled his eyes and directly passed out. The energy consumption was too great, and the blood curse was still struggling frantically within Lucas's body. Therefore, Lucas's body truly couldn't take it anymore. Silence fell over the dormitory. Only the table shattered into wood chips and the widespread mess visible everywhere indicated that a major event had occurred in the dormitory. The next day, early morning, Lucas was the first to wake up. Feeling the energy within his body, Lucas clicked his tongue. This time, he really caused quite a commotion. The blood curse had condensed into a small bloody sphere inside Lucas's body, wrapped layer upon layer by the obscurial. It was a temporary suppression. Lucas sighed. Damn it, he managed to get himself involved too. Now, not only did he need to sort out Nagini's blood curse issue, but he also had to resolve his own. Lucas sensed the situation inside Nagini's body. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, although the process was a bit convoluted, the result was good. A portion of the blood curse inside Nagini was suppressed, and another portion was absorbed by him. Now, this blood curse would no longer affect Nagini. Seeing that Nagini was still sleeping, Lucas didn't disturb her. After all, suppressing the blood curse yesterday had been a huge drain on Nagini as well. Lucas sensed the blood curse inside his body. Suddenly, he had an idea. Could he use the power of this blood curse? Lucas suddenly felt that this might be a very interesting thing. But soon, he shook his head. It was better not to try random things. What if he ended up causing himself a problem? After all, the power of the blood curse was too strange. Lucas had originally thought it was just pure dark power. But he hadn't expected this thing to be so outrageous. It seemed to be more than just dark power, there was something extra, but Lucas couldn't quite explain it. Lucas's consciousness left the energy mass within his body. He didn't notice that right after his consciousness withdrew. The power of the obscurial and the blood curse within his body were slowly making contact, the red mist and the black mist were gradually merging. However, this process was very slow, so slow that Lucas couldn't detect it. After about half an hour, Nagini slowly woke up. The first thing Nagini did upon waking was look at Lucas. "Lucas, are you all right?" Lucas shook his head. "I'm fine. Feel the blood curse inside you. It should be successful. From now on, you have no time limit, and switching between human and snake forms won't affect you anymore." Nagini ignored that and asked, "What exactly happened yesterday, Lucas? Tell me, what is your current situation?" Looking at the anxious Nagini, Lucas had no choice but to tell her roughly what happened yesterday. After listening to Lucas's account, Nagini said, "Why did you take such a risk? I said before, you cannot let my affairs affect you." Lucas said, "Rest assured, Nagini, believe me, it really hasn't had the slightest impact. Besides, there is an old saying in Daxia, a blessing in disguise. The power of the blood curse is indeed very strange, but since I was able to suppress it with an obscurial inside your body. Once it's inside my body, that is the base camp of my obscurial. The blood curse, naturally, won't be able to stir up any trouble. Moreover, I might even be able to take this opportunity to study the blood curse. Perhaps I will soon be able to find a way to completely solve the blood curse in your body." Nagini said, "Really? Are you sure it won't have any impact on you?" Lucas laughed, "Of course not, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Hearing Lucas say this, although Nagini was still worried, she had no choice but to choose to trust Lucas. After all, what was done was done. Lucas said, "All right, let's go have breakfast." Nagini nodded. Part of the blood curse had been devoured by Lucas, and another part had been completely suppressed by the obscurial. Now, Nagini could freely choose between her human form or snake form. The blood curse was no longer a shackle for Nagini. Even, when necessary, Nagini could use the power of the blood curse to deal with enemies. On the way to the Great Hall, Lucas did not forget to stop by the consciousness space to pacify Lord Voldemort. After all, he was serious about dealing with Lord Voldemort. However, because he had to attend class, Lucas lashed Lord Voldemort a few times less. It actually made Lucas feel that today was a bit incomplete. After arriving at the Great Hall, Lucas looked towards the professor's table for the first time. The four heads of House and Dumbledore were all absent from the professor's table. The corners of Lucas's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that his authority was indeed useful. Moreover, it was absolutely superior to Dumbledore's. He sat in his seat. Nagini sat down next to Lucas. Gemma Farley greeted Nagini and didn't say much else. Nagini had been at Hogwarts for such a long time that many people had already seen her. Of course, they didn't know the specifics, only that Nagini was with Lucas. Lucas wouldn't explain anything to them. And they wouldn't ask. As for whether they didn't want to ask or didn't dare to ask, it was likely the latter. The professors at Hogwarts didn't say anything either. Naturally, they wouldn't make a spectacle of themselves. Gemma Farley lowered her voice and said, "Lucas, have you heard about what happened today?" Lucas shook his head while eating bread. "I just woke up and came straight to the Great Hall." "What happened?" Gemma Farley said, "It has already spread everywhere. This morning, Dumbledore was found sleeping in the Great Hall, wearing pajamas, with blankets and everything in the Great Hall. A Hufflepuff student discovered him first. That student was terrified. He got up early, intending to come to the Great Hall to read for a while, and as soon as he entered the Great Hall, he saw Dumbledore lying on the floor sleeping soundly. Now all the students are saying that Dumbledore might have some special habits." Lucas was amused inwardly. This was, of course, his handiwork. After obtaining the authority of Slytherin yesterday, the first subject Lucas experimented on was, of course, Dumbledore. Actually, wanting to achieve this was very simple. He just needed to teleport Dumbledore directly over, using his authority. However, what surprised Lucas was that the power of this authority actually allowed him to move Dumbledore without him even noticing. That was why he was moved directly into the Great Hall. It seems that as long as he is within Hogwarts, the power of the authority is even more useful than Lucas imagined. Since that was the case, perhaps Lucas could use his authority to do more things. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Dumbledore's office, Dumbledore and the four heads of house were all gathered here. Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore. She asked doubtfully, "So, you mean you can't enter your own office?" "Professor Dumbledore, classes are about to start, we haven't had breakfast yet, and we don't have time to mess around here with you." There was some dissatisfaction in Professor McGonagall's tone. As the deputy principal of Hogwarts, she naturally knew about the issue of Hogwarts authority, and Dumbledore had explained it to her. She could even use a portion of Hogwarts authority. Now, Dumbledore, this owner of Hogwarts authority, was saying he couldn't enter his own office. Wasn't this just a pure joke? Therefore, Professor McGonagall naturally wouldn't believe Dumbledore's claim. Dumbledore was also very helpless. What he said was all true, but this matter was just so unbelievable. He really couldn't enter his own office right now. Although he could still use apparition, his own office was rejecting him. He could not apparate into his own office. Professor Sprout frowned and said, "Minerva, calm down. I don't think Professor Dumbledore would joke about something like this." Dumbledore sighed, "Although I really don't want to admit it, it is true that I cannot enter my own office right now. I asked you to come here just to have you try whether you can enter the office using the password." Hearing this, Snape walked forward 2 steps. Fizzing whiz-bees. This was the password Dumbledore had just changed, and the four heads of house naturally knew it. However, after Snape finished saying the password, the door didn't move at all. Professor McGonagall and the others frowned. Dumbledore said, "It seems you can't either." Professor Flitwick said, "What is this situation? The principal of Hogwarts can't enter the headmaster's office." Professor Sprout looked thoughtful. She turned her head to look at Snape beside her. At this moment, a flash of light flickered in Snape's eyes. Professor McGonagall said, "If there is one person who could do this, then who that person is, it's already self-evident. I think, even if this matter wasn't done by him, it's inseparable from him." The person Professor McGonagall was talking about, everyone present naturally knew who it was. Lucas. Let's just put it this way, throughout the history of Hogwarts, there has never been anyone with such a twisted sense of humor as Lucas. Dumbledore thought for a moment, did Lucas obtain the inheritance of Slytherin? Dumbledore looked at Snape. He was waiting for Snape to give him an answer. Snape did not hesitate in the slightest and shook his head directly. "Oh, he didn't obtain anything." Snape spoke with absolute certainty. His expression was as calm as water, showing not the slightest sign of lying. Moreover, Professor McGonagall and the others understood Snape. They also knew that Snape would not lie about such things. At least, he wouldn't have in the past. However, they had misjudged Snape. Because, as long as it concerned Lucas, Snape could change. He could even change everything. Furthermore, while it seemed as though Snape was on Dumbledore's side, in reality, Snape had never trusted Dumbledore. To be precise, given Snape's personality, he would not completely trust anyone. Of course, with the exception of Lily. And now, Lucas must be added to that list. Lucas had not told him that his own authority could suppress Dumbledore's authority to this extent. Therefore, Snape naturally would not say much either. Besides, who knew if Dumbledore might harbor ill intentions toward Lucas because of Lucas's authority? In any case, Dumbledore was not a good person, at least, that was how Snape saw it. Lucas once felt that his dislike for Dumbledore was, more or less, influenced by Snape. Dumbledore also couldn't think of any good way to enter that damned office. He had no choice but to let the four heads of house leave first. After all, classes were about to start, and the four heads of house had their own things to attend to. The four heads of house also knew that they couldn't help Dumbledore with this matter. Their authority was given to them by Dumbledore, so how could they solve an authority problem that Dumbledore himself couldn't resolve? Dumbledore watched the four of them leave and fixed his gaze on Snape. A look of contemplation flashed in his eyes. Did he trust Snape? The answer was affirmative, but he didn't believe that Snape was completely open with him, especially regarding matters concerning Lucas. He would not forget how Snape confronted him in the Forbidden Forest because of Lucas. Such things had happened more than once. Therefore, he was very clear about Snape's guardedness against him. But he didn't mind, as long as he could complete his final plan, he didn't mind not being trusted. Especially since, in reality, he himself wasn't exactly trustworthy. Dumbledore looked at the office door in front of him. He shook his head. "Lucas, you really have given me a difficult problem, you vengeful boy." The four heads of house checked the time. They had intended to go eat together, but there clearly wasn't enough time. With no other choice, they had to go prepare for their lessons first. Professor Sprout and Professor Snape lagged a few steps behind. After Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick left, Professor Sprout called out to Snape. "Severus, Lucas obtained the inheritance of Slytherin, right?" Snape did not speak. Professor Sprout smiled. "Your attitude has already given me the answer. I didn't expect that your guardedness against Dumbledore had become so heavy." Snape still did not speak. Professor Sprout shook her head helplessly. "Forget it, I don't mean anything else by it, I was just curious. Of course, if possible, I think you should talk to Lucas. After all, Dumbledore is the principal of Hogwarts. At the very least, Lucas currently cannot be the principal of Hogwarts, and Hogwarts cannot be without a principal, right?" After saying this, Professor Sprout turned and left directly. She didn't say anything else, because she knew that Snape would perfectly resolve everything else. Snape watched the direction in which Professor Sprout had left. He pondered for a moment, then walked toward the Great Hall. Inside the Great Hall, having finished his meal, Lucas said goodbye to Nagini. Nagini was going to go play in the Forbidden Forest. Only Lucas was left, miserable and having to go to class. Just thinking about it felt annoying. If he could, he really didn't want to go to class. Before officially entering Hogwarts, he thought about enrolling every day. But after enrolling, he had thought more than once about how comfortable he was before he had enrolled. Sighing, Lucas also planned to go to class. Just as he walked out of the Great Hall, Lucas saw Snape hiding himself in the shadows. The corner of Lucas's mouth twitched slightly. "Fine, this is very Snape." Lucas had complained more than once. Why did Snape like those dark, gloomy places? Perhaps because of being a double agent? Trying to minimize his presence, trying to keep himself in the darkness. Lucas didn't even need to ask to guess that Snape was definitely coming for him. Lucas walked toward Snape. "Professor, good morning." Snape nodded. "The matter with Dumbledore's office, was that you're doing?" Lucas nodded. Just testing out that so-called authority. It actually had a much better effect than I imagined." Snape said. "What do you want to do?" Lucas said, "Nothing really, I was just testing it out. Even if I wanted to do something, it wouldn't be now." Snape nodded. "Since there are no other schemes, unlock the restrictions on the office." Lucas said, "By the way, Professor, do you want to be the principal? As long as you say the word, I will immediately deliver the principal position to you." Lucas blinked his eyes, looking at Snape expectantly. Lucas was not talking nonsense. Now that he held the Slytherin authority, wanting to appoint a principal was really too easy. The composition of Hogwarts is actually quite magical. On the surface, Hogwarts is managed by the Hogwarts Board of Governors, including the appointment and removal of the principal, as well as the appointment and removal of professors and the like. The Board of Governors can intervene, and the Ministry of Magic can supervise. This is also something everyone knows. But in reality, after obtaining the Slytherin authority, Lucas understood that this so-called Board of Governors and the supervision of the Ministry of Magic were just a joke. Neither the Board of Governors nor the Ministry of Magic holds the authority of Hogwarts. They don't even know about the existence of Hogwarts authority. The reason the Board of Governors exists is because they are the sponsors of Hogwarts. As for the Ministry of Magic, that is for political reasons. But in reality, they cannot truly intervene in the internal affairs of Hogwarts. Lucas and Dumbledore, who hold the authority, don't need to pay any attention to these people at all. If the Board of Governors wants to appoint a principal or dismiss a principal, it requires a vote. But in reality, in front of Dumbledore, who holds the authority, their vote is just a joke. If Dumbledore is unwilling, no one can strip him of his principal position. Truly speaking, in this Hogwarts, apart from the four founders, only Dumbledore can be called a true principal, because he has the authority. However, now there was one more person with authority, Lucas. And that authority superseded Dumbledore's. Therefore, the current Lucas naturally held the right to appoint the principal. Let's just say, if Lucas wished, he could completely strip Dumbledore of his position as principal. Of course, he couldn't strip Dumbledore of all his authority. But he could make Dumbledore a person without a position at Hogwarts. Hearing Lucas's words, Snape was briefly stunned. He then shook his head. I have no intention of becoming principal. Lucas was a little disappointed. All right then. Snape said, Hogwarts cannot be without Dumbledore, at least not right now. Lucas said, okay, I understand. I will return the authority of the principal's office to Dumbledore. Snape nodded. Are you researching your own potion? Lucas nodded. Yes, I certainly have some ideas. Snape asked, what type? Lucas said, it's an amplification type, I suppose. I took the recipe for the mana potion and added some of my own ideas and creativity. I plan to make a potion that temporarily boosts my magic power, a kind of potential squeezing potion. Snape frowned slightly. Do you have a finished product? Lucas shook his head. Oh, because there are some parts one haven't figured out yet. I ran into some small problems during the potion property fusion. It seems like something is missing, preventing the properties from fully merging, and the side effects are too severe. So I temporarily stopped the research. Snape nodded. Continue thinking along this line. If you can succeed, perhaps you can pioneer a brand new school of thought. Lucas nodded. Of course, he knew this. Potions in the wizarding world are actually quite scarce. I can only say that the imagination of the author is truly inferior to the web novel authors of the world before I transmigrated. Like those novels Lucas read, things like secret arts or pills that temporarily increase combat power. No one in this world researches them. If Lucas could continue researching along this line of thought, he could completely pioneer an amplification system, using potions to enhance his own combat power. This would give wizards an extra means of dealing with enemies, and it certainly counts as a brand new school of thought. Snape did not continue the discussion about the new potion with Lucas. Every original potion created by a potions master requires a large amount of time and accumulated experimentation. This is something others cannot help with. Besides, even if someone could genuinely help, would it still be considered the original potion of that potions master? The peaceful life at Hogwarts continued. In the blink of an eye, another week passed. On this day, Lucas sat by the Black Lake, listlessly watching the calm water. Nagini had left Hogwarts, or more accurately, Lucas had asked her to leave, to help him handle some matters. Several days had passed. Nagini still hadn't sent any news. This made Lucas feel a little anxious, unsure of the situation. Just as Lucas was thinking, in the sky, a loud eagle cry sounded. Lucas's eyes lit up, and he looked up. Black Kite descended from the sky and landed beside Lucas. It placed a letter beside Lucas. Lucas, filled with anticipation, tore open the envelope. She actually found it. Nagini is amazing. Lucas gave Black Kite a bag of jerky, and then let Black Kite go off to play. Meanwhile, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in Diagon Alley. At the meteor shop, Lucas found Nagini. Lucas, you're here. Lucas nodded. Yes. How have you been these past few days, Nagini? Nagini shrugged. It's alright, but I still think Hogwarts is more comfortable. Outside, there are too many things to worry about. Lucas chuckled. Then once this matter is finished, we'll go back together. Nagini nodded. Afterward, the two left Diagon Alley. On the outskirts of England, not far from a manor. Lucas and Nagini looked at the manor nearby. Nagini said, this is the place. The person you asked me to find, I followed him for 2 days and confirmed he came here. But you told me to notify you immediately after finding the person and not to act rashly. So, I don't know what the situation is inside. Lucas said, it's alright, we will soon know what the situation is inside. As he spoke, a wisp of black mist slowly drifted out from beneath Lucas's feet. The next moment, the black mist floated directly toward the nearby manor. Hidden beneath the ground, no one could detect the black mist. The black mist entered the manor without obstruction. A moment later, Lucas snapped his fingers. The black mist inside the manor instantly dissipated. Lucas's brows furrowed slightly. Nagini asked, what's wrong? Is there any danger inside? Lucas shook his head. No. On the contrary, it's almost excessively safe inside. If you hadn't followed the person here, I would even wonder if we came to the wrong place. Nagini asked, what should we do now? Lucas said, wait for me here, I'm going in for a look. Nagini nodded, then be careful. Lucas said, don't worry. If someone could perceive the obscurial, then that person's strength would be truly terrifying. At the very least, Dumbledore doesn't have that ability, and I don't think there would be such a strong person in this wizarding world. Lucas walked directly toward the manor. He had no intention of concealing himself, but walked over openly. Arriving at the manor entrance, Lucas politely knocked on the door. A middle-aged man walked out. He looked Lucas up and down. Who are you? Who are you looking for? Lucas said, Lucas Snape. After a brief moment of shock, the middle-aged man's eyes widened suddenly. Lucas Snape? Are you the Lucas Snape from Hogwarts? Severus Snape's adopted son. Lucas nodded, yes, that's right. I am also the big boss of the Meteor Group. Don't forget to mention that in the future. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched slightly. Mr. Snape, may I ask why you have come to our family manor? Lucas said, it's nothing much. I'm just curious about something. 2 months ago, I was robbed on a bus, and there was a fat man on that bus. There was something in his bag that I was very curious about, so I came to verify some of my ideas. The middle-aged man was startled. Something? What thing? Lucas's mouth curved upward. The Philosopher's Stone. To be precise, the fake Philosopher's Stone. The middle-aged man's pupils visibly contracted upon hearing this. I don't know what you're talking about. If there's nothing else, I think you should leave. Lucas spread his hands. Tell me, why do people always think I'm easy to fool? Actually, I came with goodwill. After all, I was just curious. But if you don't want goodwill, then I can come with malice. Lucas's eyes gradually grew cold. Around him, black mist began to dissipate. The middle-aged man's neck was directly choked by the black mist. Then, his body was slowly lifted. Lucas said coldly, do you understand what I mean? The middle-aged man looked at Lucas in terror. Why yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Snape, I understand. Lucas snorted coldly, and the obscurial directly threw the middle-aged man to the ground. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Now, take me to see your fake Philosopher's Stone. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly, not daring to say another word. Lucas sneered inwardly, a cheap bone. There are always some people who think they are important, and dare to court such disaster. What makes these people think that he, Lucas, is a good-tempered person? The middle-aged man dared not speak any more nonsense, leading Lucas towards the manor. Lucas wasn't worried about any so-called ambushes or the like. His current strength was enough to ignore these so-called ambushes and schemes. It was still the same saying, all conspiracies and tricks are based on insufficient strength. Moreover, Lucas was confident that even without relying on his own strength, just considering his background, this middle-aged man wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Did they really think my esteemed father, Snape, was just a mere phrase? Walking into the main hall, Lucas immediately saw the Fat he had encountered on the bus. The Fat was also startled when he saw Lucas. It's you. He had a deep impression of Lucas. After all, this wasn't the first time he had experienced a carjacking. But he had never seen anyone teach robbers how to carjack. Most importantly, someone teaching robbers how to carjack looked like an accomplice. But when the Aurors investigated later, they didn't investigate this person. Lucas smiled, little fatty, long time no see. The Fat excitedly said, why are you here? Who exactly are you? Before Lucas could speak, the middle-aged man reprimanded, shut up. This is Mr. Lucas Snape, don't be rude. The middle-aged man emphasized Snape. Upon hearing the word Snape, the Fat naturally knew Lucas's identity. There were only 2 Snapes in the wizarding world. One was Severus Snape, the youngest potions master, who had once been an undercover Death Eater and made countless efforts for Lord Voldemort's downfall. The other was Lucas Snape, who was expected to become the new youngest potions master and personally founded the Meteor Group. Compared to Severus Snape, Lucas Snape was more famous in their family, because they also studied alchemy. And Lucas's Meteor series was hailed as a masterpiece of alchemy. Comet Company and Nimbus Company had approached their family. They wanted to decipher the alchemy technology of the Meteor series to upgrade the products of their 2 companies. But unfortunately, although their family could roughly imitate the magic power drive device, they couldn't achieve perfection. Naturally, they couldn't replicate it, let alone surpass it. The Fat looked at Lucas with terrified eyes. He hadn't expected the famous Lucas Snape to appear so vividly before him. Lucas said, "All right, no more nonsense. Bring out the fake philosopher's stone you made, I want to see it." The middle-aged man had no room to resist. He could only obediently call for someone to bring 2 golden yellow stones and place them before Lucas. Lucas picked up one of them and observed it carefully. A moment later, a look of understanding appeared in Lucas's eyes. The last time on the bus, the reason he could tell at a glance that the philosopher's stone the Fat was carrying was fake, was not only because he knew the plot and that it was unreasonable for the philosopher's stone to appear then, but the biggest reason was that the philosopher's stone the Fat carried had insufficient magic power. And now, Lucas observed more closely, and he found that not only was the magic power insufficient, this thing itself also had problems. Lucas had never seen a real philosopher's stone, but based on records, Lucas could roughly deduce some things. For example, some characteristics that a philosopher's stone should have. However, this fake philosopher's stone in front of him, although it emitted magical fluctuations, it was merely magical fluctuations. To give a simple example, if the philosopher's stone was a finely crafted weapon, then this fake philosopher's stone was a weapon without an edge. It had the appearance but lacked the ability to harm others. This thing was just a showpiece. But that didn't mean it was useless to Lucas. This fake philosopher's stone also had great uses. Rather than calling it fake, it was more like an incomplete item. It possessed many characteristics of the philosopher's stone, but it lacked the miraculous effects of the philosopher's stone, such as being able to stimulate magic, turn objects into gold, or prolong life. From Lucas's current perspective, this thing might be missing a core component. If a philosopher's stone were compared to a complex equation, then the fake philosopher's stone was a philosopher's stone that was half solved. It lacked the latter half of the solution. Lucas looked at the middle-aged man. "How did you make this thing?" The middle-aged man hesitated. Lucas frowned. "What? Is it hard to say?" The middle-aged man said, "Mr. Snape, it's not that I want to conceal it, but..." Lucas was a bit annoyed. Why was this person so hesitant when speaking? Seeing Lucas frown, the middle-aged man was startled and quickly said, "My father, the previous head of our family, once studied with Master Nicholas Flamel for a period, and this fake philosopher's stone was also brought back by my father. However, we usually don't make them because they are not very useful." Lucas raised an eyebrow. Nicholas Flamel. Lucas hadn't expected this family to have such a connection. Nicholas Flamel, he was someone Lucas wanted to contact but hadn't found a way to. Lucas said, "So, your family has a history with Nicholas Flamel? Are you considered his disciples?" The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "Oh, my father just did odd jobs for Master Nicholas Flamel. He was just lucky enough that Master Nicholas Flamel taught him a few words. To say he's a disciple would be unworthy of the title." Lucas understood. It's like the role of a page boy, helping out with mundane tasks, and occasionally offering a few pointers. Lucas felt a little disappointed. It seemed his idea of contacting Nicholas Flamel through this family was unlikely to succeed. Lucas said, "One last question, was this fake philosopher's stone commissioned by someone at Hogwarts?" The middle-aged man didn't speak, his face etched with conflict. Lucas said, "You don't need to tell me who it was. Just nod or shake your head." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Lucas already understood. Sure enough, for something as important as the philosopher's stone, even if Dumbledore used it for a scheme, he wouldn't use the real one. Lucas said, "All right, sorry for the intrusion today. You don't mind if I take one of these with me, do you? Since you made 2 extra, they must be spares. 1 piece should be enough." The middle-aged man replied, "Please feel free." Lucas didn't stand on ceremony and left directly with the fake philosopher's stone. After Lucas left, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely a little afraid of Lucas. After all, this person had a bit of a temper. And he was exceptionally forceful. They were just a small family with a legacy of alchemy. The reason they had a reputation in the wizarding world was simply that few people studied alchemy there. They were the tallest among the short. Naturally, they were the ones chosen. Arriving outside the manor, Lucas found Nagini. Nagini asked, "How did it go? Did you gain anything?" Lucas replied, "I guess so. It's a bit different from what I expected, but it confirmed some of my suspicions. This fake Philosopher's Stone was indeed commissioned by someone at Hogwarts. If I'm not mistaken, it's also Dumbledore's doing. Nagini asked, why would he make a fake Philosopher's Stone? Lucas didn't answer immediately. Instead, he entered the consciousness space, knocked Lord Voldemort unconscious, and made sure he was completely out cold. Only then did he tell Nagini, it's a setup. If I haven't guessed wrong, Dumbledore isn't sure whether the Philosopher's Stone would actually help Lord Voldemort. Therefore, he needs to set a trap for Lord Voldemort, but he can't actually help him. In this situation, it makes sense that he produced a fake Philosopher's Stone. He can fish for him without Lord Voldemort actually obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Nagini asked, but won't Lord Voldemort discover the Philosopher's Stone is fake? Lucas shook his head. This thing can truly pass off as the real deal, at least regarding its appearance and magic power fluctuations. I have never seen the Philosopher's Stone, and neither has Lord Voldemort. So, if this stone can fool me, it can naturally fool Lord Voldemort. Unless Lord Voldemort has studied alchemy, he won't discover it. But as far as I know, apart from the dark arts, nothing else is on Lord Voldemort's research list. Nagini said, then what do you plan to do? Don't you need the Philosopher's Stone too? Lucas sighed. Yes, I need it too, but the situation is complicated now. Since Dumbledore made a fake Philosopher's Stone, it means there's a high probability that the real one won't be used by him for bait. The key is, I don't know where the real Philosopher's Stone is. That makes things difficult. It's even possible that old Bai Deng has already destroyed the real Philosopher's Stone. Nagini asked, what should we do then? What about your plan? Lucas pondered for a moment. We continue. With the fake Philosopher's Stone appearing, Dumbledore is already in control of everything. So, I can only try to break his control. I'll give it a try. If I can succeed, then everyone's happy. If I can't, then I can only try the other plan. Nagini asked in confusion, you have another plan? Lucas nodded, of course. Don't tell me you forgot who the true owner of the Philosopher's Stone is. Nagini said, Nicholas Flamel? Are you planning to ask Nicholas Flamel to teach you? To be honest, I think that's a long shot. Nicholas Flamel, I've met him. He was an eminent alchemy master during Grindelwald's era. The fact that he can give up the Philosopher's Stone now indicates that he is indifferent to life and death. How could he possibly teach you? Lucas said, as far as I know, Nicholas Flamel is a very pure alchemy master. His dream is to research alchemy to its extreme. He has been doing just that for all these years. This has resulted in him having no apprentices or students to pass on his legacy. For a master, having no one to inherit their life's work is a great pity. Even if Nicholas Flamel is indifferent to fame and fortune, this is a knot in his heart that he cannot untie. Nagini said, so, you want to apprentice under Nicholas Flamel? Setting aside whether Nicholas Flamel would accept you, what reason does he have to take you on? Your talent is indeed strong, but I don't think that's what will move Nicholas Flamel. Furthermore, even if he did accept you, would Snape agree? He regards you as the sole successor to his potion's legacy. Lucas said, Professor doesn't like me researching other things, but he allows one principle to influence his judgment. And that is whether or not the matter benefits me. He doesn't want me to research other things because he believes my talent in potion is excellent, and I will become a potions master who surpasses him. However, if apprenticing under Nicholas Flamel would secure greater benefits for me, believe me, he won't stop me. Slytherins share a common characteristic, prioritizing self-interest. The professor is the same. As long as the benefits I gain are sufficient, the professor will not oppose me. As for whether Nicholas Flamel will accept me, have you forgotten my Meteor series? Nagini was stunned. The Meteor series? What does that have to do with it? After Nagini spoke, she suddenly stopped. Lucas smiled. Did you figure it out? Nagini said, you prepared 2 plans from the very beginning. Lucas nodded. That's right. The magic power drive device of the Meteor series is indeed very ingenious, and ordinary people can't see its true power. But Nicholas Flamel is different. He is an alchemy master, and he also knows how to create magic power drive devices. Therefore, as soon as he sees the Meteor series, he will realize that its greatest potential is not what it currently exhibits. Its strongest and greatest potential lies in the magic power drive device, or rather, the magic power drive core. And my age, along with my achievements in alchemy, he won't fail to notice. At his age, Having dedicated his entire life to the path of alchemy, he won't let go of a true genius like me. I can confidently say that he, who researched and created the Philosopher's Stone, must have desperately wanted to find a true method of achieving immortality. Not the false immortality offered by the Philosopher's Stone. Combining the information I've seen about him with the things he's done, I can confirm one thing: he didn't just create the Philosopher's Stone to be with his wife forever. The biggest reason was that he felt his lifespan wasn't long enough to achieve his goals. Now, he has given up on the Philosopher's Stone, most likely because he can't see a way forward. So, he had no choice but to give up. He couldn't continue his research, and his energy couldn't sustain it. At this moment, a genius like me appeared. At 11, I could create a complete magic power drive device. And I could even engrave it on something as small as a broom. What do you think he would think? I will become his hope for finding a way forward. Nagini said, what if you're wrong? Lucas spread his hands, then there's nothing I can do. I'll just have to think of other methods. However, I don't think I'll be wrong. Lucas said this, but he was actually a bit unsure in his heart. Where did all these speculations come from? They came from the novels he read in his previous life. Actually, reading novels has some benefits. Some plots are actually logical. For example, what does a powerful being with not much lifespan left, especially one who has dedicated their entire life to a certain path, want most? An inheritor who can continue their path. Therefore, Lucas's speculation seemed reasonable to him. However, man proposes, God disposes. Could Lucas be 100% sure? Of course not. However, if there was even a sliver of possibility, he wanted to try. After all, he never liked to have only one plan. But in this situation, being able to formulate two plans was already his limit. He really couldn't handle any more schemes. His intelligence was limited. Nagini said, even if all your guesses are true, how can you be sure that he will pay attention to your meteor series? At his age, he probably isn't interested in such things at all. If he doesn't see your meteor series, won't all your preparations be in vain? Lucas smiled, yes, he won't be interested. But who said he would learn about the meteor series himself? Nagini was stunned for a moment. You mean, Comet Company and Nimbus Company? Lucas nodded, yes, these two companies certainly don't have that much power. But don't forget who their biggest backers are, pure-blood families. As far as I know, Nimbus Company is backed by a French pure-blood family, and this French pure-blood family once had a connection with Nicolas Flamel. This is precisely the time to leverage connections like Nicolas Flamel. Therefore, I am absolutely certain that the people behind Nimbus Company will find a way to get the meteor series in front of Nicolas Flamel. And Nicolas Flamel will definitely notice the meteor series. Nagini looked at Lucas with complex eyes. Really, Lucas, sometimes I wonder how your brain works. Aren't you afraid that Nicolas Flamel will decipher your meteor series and then tell Nimbus Company? Then your business empire could just die prematurely. Lucas smiled. Nagini, you don't think this magic power drive device is easy to engrave, do you? First, let's not even talk about whether Nicolas Flamel would tell Nimbus Company about these things. Even if he did, I can guarantee that no alchemist in the wizarding world, besides Nicolas Flamel, can fully replicate my work. And asking Nicolas Flamel to work alone, engraving magic power drive devices every day, that's simply impossible. On this point, Lucas had absolute confidence. The reason was simple. Even though he engraved the magic power drive device so easily, that was because it was an ability granted to him by the system. In other words, he was cheating. If Nicolas Flamel had to engrave them alone, he would be exhausted to death and still couldn't keep up with production. This thing not only requires proficiency but also mastery in alchemy. Lucas's alchemy mastery wasn't enough, but it didn't matter because this item was directly rewarded to him by the system. How domineering and outrageous the system was. As the essential cheat for transmigrators. Only every transmigrator and novel reader could know the miracles of the system. And this was Lucas's greatest reliance for setting up so many plans. To be honest, it was quite tiring. Just thinking, Lucas sometimes envied those reckless people. Like those in Gryffindor. But unfortunately, the things he experienced and the people he faced wouldn't allow him to be reckless. After all, none of his enemies were fools. Even the no-nosed man, who seemed foolish, always gave Lucas a feeling of pretense during their daily interactions. In this situation, How could Lucas be careless? What? You ask what making money has to do with dealing with Lord Voldemort. Presumptuous. Is Lord Lucas's business something you muggles can comment on? You ask what making money has to do with dealing with Lord Voldemort. Presumptuous. Is Lord Lucas's business something you muggles can comment on? Lucas took Nagini to eat something Nagini had always wanted to eat in London. Crazy Thursday. Yes, it was KFC. Watching Nagini happily eating the newly released spicy chicken wings this year. This is true. Spicy chicken wings just came out. They are truly a dish with history. Lucas fell into deep thought. He was wondering if he had been somewhat abusive to Nagini, but it didn't seem so, because the Slytherin common room and the Hogwarts kitchen were both in the basement. Nagini could eat well every day. After all, she could go to the kitchen to order food herself. And it was specially made. Out of respect for Lucas, the house elves were very obliging. But why did it seem like Nagini had never eaten anything refined before? Lucas cleared his throat twice. Nagini, if you don't mind, I plan to go to Gringotts to exchange some pounds first, otherwise, I might not be able to pay later. What do you think? Of course, I could just use the memory charm, but with so many chicken bones, it wouldn't be easy to pack them up, right? Lucas looked at the table full of chicken bones, his mouth twitching slightly. Indeed, snakes can swallow food much larger than themselves. Even snakes in human form were the same. Nagini's appetite was truly terrifyingly large. Nagini looked at the messy table and said somewhat embarrassed. No need, I'm full. Lucas said, all right then, I'll go pay the bill. Nagini nodded. Lucas went to the counter. He should have paid the bill first. However, big customers like Lucas were truly rare. The chefs in the back kitchen frying chicken wings had already changed shifts twice. The clerk saw Lucas coming over. He said, Sir, are you full? Lucas gave the clerk a bright smile. Yes, please pack another one for me, thank you. The clerk nodded. Lucas planned to take the packaged food back to the house elf so they could figure out the recipe as quickly as possible. Since Nagini liked eating it, he had to make sure she could eat it back at Hogwarts too. When the time came, she could eat as much as she wanted. Of course, this had nothing to do with how much it cost. The main thing was that it was quite troublesome to leave Hogwarts just to eat out. It was better to have the house elf make it specifically for Nagini. Seeing Lucas carrying the packaged chicken wings, Nagini asked in confusion, Aren't you full, Lucas? Lucas smiled, I'm full, I'm just taking one portion back. Let's go, we're going shopping, and I'll buy you some nice clothes while we're at it. To be honest, the aesthetic of those wizards in the wizarding world is really not on the same dimension as muggles. Those nice clothes in the muggle world, those wizards wouldn't be able to make them in a lifetime. Hearing this, Nagini's eyes instantly lit up. There are no women who don't like window shopping or shopping. Even if her other identity was a snake, it was still the same. However, before shopping, Lucas still needed to exchange some pounds. Of course, those goblins at Gringotts were really too happy for someone to exchange galleons for pounds. They even gave a very high exchange rate. 1 galleon exchanged for enough pounds for Lucas to take Nagini shopping all day. Carrying a large sum of money, Lucas and Nagini rushed to the Muggle Mall. Nagini had actually never really gone shopping before. In the era of Grindelwald, her life was miserable. She had been abused for a long time as a sideshow monster at the Circus Arcanus. She once wanted to escape to a better place. Later, she met Credence Barebone, who was the son of Aberforth Dumbledore. Likewise, he was also an Obscurial. Perhaps because the two of them shared the experience of being abandoned, plus the ignorance of their youth. They became close friends, and perhaps there was some budding love between them. However, it was a pity that later Credence didn't last 3 seconds in the hands of a master brainwasher like Grindelwald. He went directly under Grindelwald's command. As for Nagini, although her life was tragic, she had strong principles and morality. Therefore, she refused Grindelwald. Everyone knew what happened later. Grindelwald failed, and Credence chose to live with Aberforth. According to the later plot in Harry Potter, Credence did not appear. It was very likely that because of the Obscurial inside him, he didn't live long before he died. And Nagini was completely consumed by the blood curse. Then she lived the life of a snake, occasionally able to maintain consciousness, trying her best to stay away from human society. Therefore, she had absolutely no experience living outside, much less any experience with shopping. After being taken away from the dark forest by Lucas, Nagini had also been staying at Hogwarts. This was her first time properly exploring the Muggle world. Along the way, Nagini was constantly amazed by the Muggle world. Now all countries were actively developing their economies, including England. Therefore, Nagini was truly having a great time. She also bought quite a few things, all of which were thrown by Lucas into a bag on which an undetectable extension charm had been cast. With so many things, if Lucas had to carry them himself, that would really be exhausting. Nagini enjoyed this rare happy time, shopping until the mall closed. Nagini was still not quite done. Standing at the entrance of the mall, Nagini looked at the closed mall doors, her face showing undisguised disappointment. Lucas smiled. "Did you not have enough fun?" Nagini said, "A little. After all, I don't think I have ever enjoyed a life like this. So relaxed, happy, without needing to think about anything." Lucas said, "Then in the future, let's come to the Muggle world once a week." Nagini was stunned. "Is that okay?" Lucas smiled. "Of course it is. Is this a big deal? Wait until I find someone to buy an estate in the Muggle world later, and then that will be your home." Hearing this, Nagini's eyes turned slightly red. "Thank you, Lucas." Lucas waved his hand. "Between us, there is no need to say this." Nagini stretched. "Come to think of it, sometimes I am quite grateful for the blood curse. Although that damn thing turned me into a monster, it extended my lifespan. It even kept my appearance from changing in the slightest." Lucas said, "This is also because the wizarding world knows too little about the blood curse. Otherwise, I think there would be many people dying to be carriers of the blood curse." Nagini chuckled. "I think that's really possible. Alright, let's go back to Hogwarts." Lucas said, "Wait for me here, I'm going to the restroom." Nagini nodded. Subsequently, Lucas turned around and walked towards an alley across the street. Nagini twitched her nose slightly. Then she shook her head. "Is there always someone who likes to court death?" After walking into the alley, Lucas stopped. "Come out, are you still waiting?" As Lucas's voice fell, several shabbily dressed middle-aged men walked out from the shadows. "Kid, you've got guts. Tell me, where did all those things you bought go? Hand over those things, and hand over all your money, and I can spare you." Lucas shook his head. Being targeted, on this point, Lucas was not surprised at all. Especially since this was England. The chaos in Western countries had been around since their founding until before Lucas transmigrated, and in fact, they would continue to be chaotic. After all, Westerners were never as polite and law-abiding as the people of Great Sia, and Lucas had discovered them long ago. Before leaving, he naturally had to deal with these people. He bought things today, and the things mysteriously disappeared. If it wasn't someone specifically watching him, they wouldn't have noticed this. But for those who were targeting him, it couldn't be hidden. And this would become his trouble. Even for my father, Snape, if the Ministry of Magic found out about these things, it would be a trouble. Therefore, Lucas had planned to solve them all in one go from the very beginning. Lucas looked at these muggles who were courting death and shook his head. "It's all for the sake of survival, so I'll give you a quick end. This can be considered a good deed for the day." A few minutes later, Lucas walked out of the alley. Inside the alley, there were a few more corpses. As for what would happen after these bodies were discovered, Lucas didn't need to worry about that. Because, when a few people die in these places, those useless people in Britain will naturally stop investigating after a while. After all, everyone dies, right? Feeling the sunlight again, Lucas stretched, thinking he truly was a good person. The achievement of daily good deed was complete. His mood had improved quite a bit. That's right, the concept of a daily good deed was different in Lucas's mind. To be precise, many things in Lucas's world were different from those of normal people. The most outrageous thing was that Lucas didn't feel there was anything wrong with what he did. Don't ask. If you ask, the answer is that the world is wrong. Nagini saw Lucas return. A smile appeared on her face. "Time to go back." Lucas said, "We should definitely go back, but I think we should enjoy one more dinner in the Muggle world. We still have time for that." Hearing Lucas say this, Nagini's smile widened. What was the most endearing thing about Lucas? He could always say the most anticipated things at the most appropriate time. Inside a very famous restaurant in Britain, Nagini tasted the steak in front of her. "I don't think this steak is all that good." Lucas nodded in strong agreement. It's obvious that this place is only famous because of its location. After all, there probably isn't a restaurant in all of Britain with a better view. Lucas turned his head to look out the window. It was a good thing this wasn't the future, otherwise, this would definitely be an internet-famous check-in restaurant. The taste was ordinary, but the view was excellent. Crucially, this lousy place was ridiculously expensive. If this were in the future, you would see everyone holding their cell phones, taking pictures and checking in. And their food might not even be touched. Of course, another scenario might be 10 or so beautifully dressed girls taking turns taking photos and checking in next to one table, posting the same captions. Fortunately, it was currently 91. After a not-so-delicious dinner, Lucas and Nagini agreed on one thing. Go back and ask the house elves for an extra meal. Late at night, inside the room of requirement, Lucas was busy in front of the console, where his magic version Gatling was placed. As for Nagini, after having an extra meal with the house elves, Nagini went for a walk on her own. Who knows where she was playing now? Lucas didn't worry about Nagini. Regarding Nagini's safety, Lucas gave Nagini the maximum amount of Hogwarts authority he could grant her. As long as she was inside Hogwarts, Lucas could guarantee that Nagini was absolutely safe. Moreover, as the authority dog of Hogwarts, Lucas could sense Nagini's status at any time, and if anyone tried to attack her, he could use his authority to instantly mute and ban them, even if that person was Dumbledore. Of course, these were some clever uses of authority Lucas discovered while bored. In other words, inside Hogwarts, he could already go head-to-head with Dumbledore. It was just that there was no need for it yet. Just as Snape said, Hogwarts couldn't be without Dumbledore for the time being. After all, there were still many plot points Dumbledore needed to execute. Speaking of the plot, Lucas suddenly realized that his system hadn't made a sound in a long time. Lucas almost forgot about the thing. However, the plot during this period didn't seem to have anything that could cause him to break down. A calm period, truly boring. Shaking his head, Lucas continued his research. Lucas carefully picked up a gold crystal and placed it in the center of the magic power drive device. With a crisp crack, faint gold lights illuminated on the magic power drive device. Lucas's eyes instantly lit up. However, the next moment, the light became increasingly dazzling. Lucas immediately retreated backward. With a bang, Lucas's Gatling was scrapped. Lucas frowned. It really doesn't work. It seems I thought things were a bit too simple. The Philosopher's Stone is not just a magic container, its release of magic also requires precision. Relying on myself, I really can't figure out a smooth solution for continuous magic output. Lucas looked at the scrapped Gatling on the console and shook his head helplessly. The next moment, he took out another Gatling from the cabinet. If Nagini were here, she would definitely be full of questions. After all, Lucas had told her that this thing was quite rare. However, Lucas hadn't been entirely clear with Nagini back then. This thing was indeed quite rare, he only had about 30 or so of them. Fear of insufficient firepower, please understand. For such a major killing weapon, if it weren't for the fact that the second-hand dealer didn't dare sell him more, he could have filled a bag enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Moreover, this thing was extremely expensive. Lucas chose to use the memory charm to pay the bill. After Lucas scrapped 2 more Gatlings, he gave up the idea of researching it himself. This thing was too difficult. Given Lucas's current alchemy level, he simply couldn't research a crystal capable of smoothly outputting magic power. He had to admit that he had thought things were too simple. A thing that could be called Nicholas Flamel's lifelong masterpiece of alchemy. It certainly wasn't something that could be researched casually. Indeed, learning never ends. Yawning, Lucas checked the time. It was 3 o'clock again. Sure enough, the studious Lucas had once again been busy until this late hour. How can success be achieved easily? It is all the accumulation of sweat. Lucas sighed internally, thinking that for someone as hardworking and intelligent as him, success was inevitable. Although he hadn't succeeded yet, it was only a matter of time, right? Lucas put away his Gatling. Today's effort was over, time to go back to sleep. On the way back to the Slytherin common room, Lucas conveniently went to comfort Mr. No-Nose. It was quite boring. Ever since Mr. No-Nose stopped cursing, Lucas couldn't even muster anticipation for this daily activity. He wondered if Mr. No-Nose had gotten used to it. When comforting Mr. No-Nose these past few days, why did he seem to be enjoying it? Lucas didn't understand, but he was greatly shocked. He even felt that Mr. No-Nose might have some special characteristics. Wouldn't that mean he was rewarding him every day? Thinking of this, Lucas couldn't help but shiver. Honestly, if it weren't for the sake of improving his soul strength, Lucas was starting to feel like giving up the daily reward. Tui, the action of comforting Mr. No-Nose. Time continued to flow uneventfully. On this day, Hogwarts welcomed its first snow of the year. Early in the morning, Nagini woke Lucas up. Lucas groggily opened his eyes. He saw Nagini, bundled up tightly. Nagini was beaming with excitement. "Lucas, it's snowing. It's beautiful outside, hurry up, let's go out and play." Lucas yawned. "Aren't you going to the Muggle world today?" Nagini said, "Didn't we just go last weekend? I don't want to go today, I want to build a snowman." Lucas was helpless. "No, Nagini, calculating her age, must be several decades old, right? Why does she still want to build a snowman?" Lucas sighed. "Give me 10 minutes to wash up." Nagini said, "Then hurry up." What could Lucas do? If Nagini wanted to play, he could only go play with her. Although Lucas really didn't want to play this childish game, under Nagini's urging, Lucas quickly finished washing up. Bundled in the cotton coat they bought last week when they went to the Muggle world with Nagini. Then the two left the Slytherin common room and walked outside. Outside the castle, a group of young wizards were already playing wildly. The wizards were having a snowball fight, while the witches were building snowmen. Nagini said, "This snow truly came at a great time, right on the weekend." Lucas nodded. "Indeed, it gives others some fun too." Nagini laughed. "All right, no more sighing. Why are you getting so old-fashioned? Come on, let's go build a snowman." Nagini pulled Lucas's hand and ran towards an open space. This spot happened to be empty, and the snow was quite thick. Originally, a young couple had also set their sights on this place. They planned to build a snowman to witness their budding love. But seeing Lucas approach, the two could only lower their heads and choose another place to witness their love. After all, Lucas symbolized authority at Hogwarts. Lucas saw the young couple walk away dejectedly. He was a bit helpless. Why did it seem like he was bullying them on campus? He was clearly a good person. Shaking his head, Lucas couldn't be bothered with the young couple. He planned to cooperate with Nagini on today's snowman project. Nagini was already squatting on the ground, starting to roll snowballs. Lucas said, "By the way, Nagini, we are wizards, why do we have to do this by hand? Isn't this something that can be built with a snap of our fingers?" Nagini rolled her eyes. "Lucas, that's not right. You can't solve everything with magic. Building a snowman is about enjoying the process. It's not about the result, so only a snowman built by hand is fun." Lucas shrugged. "All right, you call the shots." Nagini pulled out a pair of thick gloves from her pocket and handed them to Lucas. "Here, I prepared these for you. Now, let's build a big snowman." There was nothing Lucas could do but cooperate with Nagini to build the snowman. To be honest, it was quite enjoyable. After all, Lucas hadn't built a snowman in many years before he transmigrated. Who had time for that kind of thing? After transmigrating, he had even less of that kind of fun. Although he grew up at Hogwarts, every year when it snowed, no one invited him to play this game. After all, his best relationships were with Gemma Farley and the others. These prefects usually kept a straight face and wouldn't participate in building snowmen. At most, he had had 2 snowball fights with George and Fred. While Nagini and Lucas were busy. Not far away, some Gryffindor students were having a snowball fight. A student looked at Percy, who was standing nearby with his arms crossed, acting cool, and said, "Percy, come play with us, it's finally snowing." Percy pouted, about to refuse. But then he saw Lucas and Nagini building a snowman nearby. A flash of hatred crossed Percy's eyes. Because of Lucas, his reputation at Hogwarts was really bad now. How could he not hate Lucas? Unfortunately, he didn't have Lucas's strong backing, nor Lucas's strength. Even in studies, he had no advantage over Lucas. In the air, George and Fred flew over on flying broomsticks. Ron followed his 2 brothers below. He had no friends in Gryffindor. Even his roommates didn't like him, so he could only follow Fred and George. Even though these 2 often played tricks on him and didn't really care for him. But at least following others wouldn't be too awkward. And, after all, they were brothers, so they wouldn't completely exclude him. A snowball flew directly from Fred's hand and hit Percy on the head. Percy was about to scold him, but then he suddenly thought of something. He glanced at Lucas, then at Ron. An idea sparked. Percy immediately rolled a snowball from the ground, then let's play. With that, Percy threw the snowball directly at Ron. Fred and George exchanged glances. George said, "That's interesting, he's actually joining involuntarily." Fred said, "I have a feeling there's a conspiracy." George laughed. "Who cares, having fun is the most important thing, isn't it?" Fred also laughed. "You're right, having fun is what matters. So, let's start." Fred steered his flying broomstick, swooping low over the ground, and a snowball appeared in his hand. He threw it directly at Percy. Percy waved his wand, and the snowball flew directly at Ron. George shouted, "Cheating, are we? Using spells?" Percy said, "We're wizards, of course we use spells. Stop talking nonsense." Again. Other Gryffindor students also joined in one after another. Although they were playing, it was also a way to practice spells, wasn't it? On the other side, with Lucas and Nagini's efforts, the snowman was gradually taking shape. Nagini pulled out the carrot she had prepared beforehand. She stuck it on the snowman's head. "Alright, the nose is formed." Lucas clicked his tongue. At this moment, he should mention Lord Voldemort. The snowman had a nose, but he didn't. By the way, could they give Lord Voldemort a carrot nose too? Nagini stood beside Lucas, admiring the snowman. "It's beautiful. This is the snowman we made with our own hands. It's a shame it will disappear when the snow melts." Lucas said, "That's easy. I'll just cast a few spells on this snowman later, and it won't disappear." Nagini shook her head. "Oh, let's not. It's still the same thing, the process is wonderful, isn't it? Letting it disappear naturally is also a process, isn't it?" Lucas nodded. He could tell that Nagini really liked the snowman they made together. Nagini carefully decorated the features of the snowman. Lucas accompanied her on the side, even though the snow was very cold. But whether it was Lucas or Nagini, both of their faces were full of smiles. Up in the high tower, the four heads of house were each holding a cup of tea, looking down at the snowman built by Lucas and Nagini. Professor Flitwick said, "This snowman is really well built." Professor Sprout smiled and said, "Yes, it's rare to see Lucas so happy." In the shadows, Snape watched the smile on Lucas's face. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Professor McGonagall said, "After all, Lucas is still a child. Children should be happier every day. Lucas has too many things to think about every day. It's too exhausting. Sometimes I even forget that he's really just a child." Professor Flitwick said, "He has his own ideas and his own code of conduct. He looks very tired, but who knows if he isn't enjoying it." Professor Sprout said, "Why think so much? We can watch these children step by step toward success. Growing up step by step, and after graduating from Hogwarts, being able to live a stable life, isn't that enough? Isn't that our common dream?" Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick nodded. Teaching and nurturing, no matter how they usually acted or what thoughts they had, their purpose was always for the good of these children. Otherwise, with the strength of the four of them, where could they not go? Even in the entire wizarding world, whatever kind of life the four of them wanted, it would be within their reach. Why go through the trouble of coming to Hogwarts to be a dean and exhaust themselves physically and mentally? No one would think that these children at Hogwarts, aged 11 to 17 or 18, are easy to take care of, right? They are all a group of rebellious children, and these deans have spent quite a lot of effort on them. If it weren't for these professors at Hogwarts, how would Hogwarts have its current state? As the saying goes, there is no such thing as quiet and peaceful times. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. And the four heads of house are undoubtedly the models of those carrying the burden forward. And just when everyone was immersed in the joy of the snowy day, the Weasley family's snowball fight was also in full swing. Percy was fighting George and Fred alone. Although his magical attainments were stronger than the twins, it was still a bit difficult to fight two at once. Plus, there was Ron causing trouble on the side. Percy treated Ron as a breakthrough point. Every snowball was aimed at Ron. In just a short while, Ron was covered in snow. George and Fred laughed out loud. While launching attacks at Percy, they also made fun of Ron, which made Ron furious. Seeing Percy being suppressed by George and Fred, Ron seemed to have found a way to take revenge. He crouched on the ground and, using his limited skill with spells, began to brew a large snowball. A huge snowball took shape in front of Ron. George and Fred were suppressing Percy. Percy consciously moved closer to Lucas and the others. Lucas was immersed in decorating the snowman with Nagini at this moment and did not notice this scene. Ron looked at Percy, who was being suppressed by the twins, and his eyes lit up. He had found an opportunity. Using the only levitation charm he was somewhat proficient in, he floated the snowball. Then he threw it directly at Percy. Ron had been brewing it for a long time, waiting for this opportunity. "Percy, let's see how you dodge this time." Ron's eyes were full of anticipation. But Percy, watching the snowball shooting towards him, had a flash of brilliance in his eyes. This was what he was waiting for too. He knew his stupid brother too well. In the Weasley family, he was the stupidest. If they weren't both Weasleys, he felt that such a person shouldn't stay in Gryffindor. He was purely tarnishing Gryffindor's reputation. Percy tilted his body to the side. The next moment, the snowball grazed his body and shot out, heading straight for Nagini's snowman. Nagini and Lucas, who were decorating the snowman, had never thought that anyone would come to destroy it. Therefore, the two of them had no defense at all, and had not even considered such things. The snowball hit the snowman's head directly. The button Nagini was holding to make the snowman's eyes hadn't been attached yet, and her hand was suspended in midair. In Nagini's disbelieving gaze, the snowman's head was knocked off directly. It fell to the ground and shattered. The atmosphere at the scene froze instantly. Percy's face showed a hint of joy, and he quickly walked over. "Sorry, my brother didn't mean it." Percy couldn't deal with Lucas, but that didn't stop him from causing some annoyance for Lucas. It was just a snowman. He didn't believe Lucas would just flip out over it, right? Ron was also stunned at this moment. He hadn't expected to cause such big trouble. However, it was nothing more than a snowman. He didn't take it seriously. He came to Percy's side. Percy scolded, "Ron, hurry up and apologize. Look at the trouble you've caused." Ron was resentful. If Percy hadn't dodged, he wouldn't have knocked over this snowman. Ron said indifferently, "Sorry, I didn't mean it. Alright, let's continue playing." Saying that, Ron was about to turn and leave. At this time, the twins in the air also landed on the ground. Looking at the shattered snowman head on the ground, the twins frowned. "Ron, your attitude in apologizing is wrong," George said. Fred, who was on the side, nodded. "Yes, Ron, you should apologize properly, and then we will restore this snowman." Ron said, "It's just a snowman, it doesn't need to be that troublesome. They can just build another one." Hearing Ron's words, Nagini's eyes were filled with cold light. But thinking that she was at Hogwarts, and that there seemed to be no need to quibble with some children, she sighed, "Forget it, forget it." Ron shrugged his hands. "You heard it, she said she didn't need it. She isn't even from Hogwarts. It's just a snowman, what else can happen?" Ron was having fun and couldn't be bothered to care about what Nagini thought. At this time, Percy, the twins, and others all frowned. They suddenly realized that they seemed to have overlooked a problem. Why hadn't Lucas spoken? He should be the protagonist of today. Everyone looked at Lucas. Lucas was looking down at the shattered snowman head on the ground. Because his head was bowed, no one could see his expression. Naturally, no one could see that at this moment, black and red colors were covering Lucas's eyes. George tentatively called out, "Lucas." Lucas stood in place, motionless. Everyone fell silent at this moment. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Only the occasional sound of wind blowing the snow on the ground, making a rustling noise. Inside the office, the four heads of house put down the teacups in their hands. Professor McGonagall frowned and said, "Something is not right. Why isn't Lucas responding?" Flitwick said, "I don't know. What is little Lucas thinking? This is Hogwarts, he shouldn't go too far, right?" Professor Sprout looked at Lucas and said, "I always feel like something is about to happen." It seemed to be confirming Professor Sprout's words. Just the next moment after she finished speaking, a hoarse voice rang out, sounding just like gears lacking lubricant. It was somewhat hoarse, with an indescribable feeling to it. You really deserve to die." Lucas slowly raised his head. At this moment, Lucas's eyes had been completely covered by pitch black. If one looked closely, one could also discover that the pitch black in his eyes carried a hint of blood red. Around him, the obscurial slowly dissipated outwards. The snowy ground was covered with streaks of black mist. It looked somewhat ferocious and terrifying. Nagini's pupils constricted suddenly. "Lucas!" Nagini wanted to come and pull Lucas. However, the next moment, her body was directly held back by the Obscurial. She was unable to get close to Lucas. Nagini was greatly alarmed in her heart. She realized that Lucas's state at this moment was not right, and furthermore, apart from that extreme dark energy of the Obscurial, there were some special energy fluctuations. She was too familiar with this energy. That was the power of her blood curse. Nagini couldn't move now and could only shout, "All of you, leave here quickly." Hearing Nagini's words, Gemma Farley, who had been watching this side, immediately called all the Slytherin members away, moving far from this area. On the Ravenclaw side, Penelope also issued the same order. The other students were also quite perceptive. Seeing that the black mist had begun to dissipate, as long as they weren't stupid, they naturally wouldn't continue to approach. The twins also began to retreat. Ron and Percy saw this and also wanted to leave. However, at this moment, Lucas's cold voice rang out again. "Did I let you leave?" As Lucas's voice fell, 2 wisps of black mist directly slithered in front of Percy and Ron. They condensed into 2 spears pointed at the 2 of them. Ron and Percy were greatly alarmed. Percy shouted, "Don't do anything rash, this is Hogwarts." Ron was so scared he was about to wet himself. Hearing Percy speak, he also gathered his courage and said, "Exactly, this is Hogwarts, not a place for you to act violently. Besides, it's just a broken snowman. At worst, I'll build one for you." As Ron's words fell, Gemma Farley, Penelope, and the crowd of smart people all shook their heads. What an idiot. It's very obvious that Lucas's state is wrong, yet he dares to add fuel to the fire. Gemma Farley had already thought of 100 ways for this idiot to die. However, this was Hogwarts after all. She felt that these 2 idiots shouldn't be able to die. Penelope naturally thought of this point in her heart too. After all, in Hogwarts, no one would watch these 2 idiots die at Lucas's hands. Their lives didn't matter, but if Lucas killed someone in front of so many people, then Lucas would also be in trouble. Not to mention others, Professor Snape would not just stand by and let it happen. Lucas heard Ron's words. The black mist around him surged. A broken snowman? Just. Lucas's remaining rationality was being crazily devoured. The black mist around him surged faster and faster. The next moment, the 2 spears condensed from black mist shot directly towards Percy and Ron. Percy and Ron were startled. Facing the moment of death, the 2 could no longer maintain their rationality. They screamed in terror. However, at this moment, 2 phantom images of armor blocked the 2 spears. Subsequently, the 4 heads of house appeared. Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick blocked in front of Ron and Percy respectively. Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape were looking at Lucas. Ron was scared to tears. Professor, save me, he wants to kill me. He wants to kill someone, lock him in Azkaban." The expressions of the 4 heads of house were not good. Professor McGonagall scolded angrily, "Shut up, you idiot. I can't believe the Weasley family would produce an idiot like you. After today's events are over, I will call your parents to Hogwarts." Ron was stunned by the scolding. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, his mother came to mind. He couldn't help but shiver. And Percy, on the side, was gasping for breath. He didn't have any worries in his heart. The look he directed at Lucas was full of hatred. The snowman wasn't destroyed by him, and he had apologized immediately. Now he wasn't speaking either, so no matter how one looked at it, he was the victim. Attacking other students at school. Even for Lucas, he wouldn't avoid being scolded, right? Percy was happy in his heart, not expecting such an unexpected gain. However, at this moment, Snape's cold voice came, "You think you're very clever. Believe me, this matter is not over. Now, get lost. When things here are finished, I will personally pay your family a visit." Hearing Snape say this, Percy's body trembled violently. Snape visiting in person. He was truly afraid. Lucas said in a hoarse voice, "Move aside." Lucas's rationality was now almost gone, but he still knew that he could not harm the 4 people in front of him. Professor Sprout looked at the Lucas in front of her and said, "Little Lucas is not right. It seems his mind has been eroded by the Obscurial." Professor Flitwick said, "Then what should we do?" Professor McGonagall said, "Let's subdue little Lucas first, otherwise, if the Obscurial completely loses control, that would be troublesome." The other 3 heads of house nodded. They intended to take action. However, at the moment they took out their wands, the Obscurial suddenly moved. The Obscurial transformed into flexible whips. It directly coiled around their wands, and then, forcibly snatched them from their hands. Lucas's combat consciousness was still there, and the Obscurial instinctively felt the threat posed by the wands. Naturally, it would resolve the wands first. This was also thanks to the underlying logic in Lucas's consciousness. In the underlying logic of Lucas, the four heads of house could not be harmed by him, and the combat consciousness of the Obscurial could not ignore threats. Therefore, under the clash of the two consciousnesses, a new solution was formed to deal with the wands of the four heads of house. If it weren't for this underlying logic, the four heads of house would be facing an Obscurial at full power right now. The four heads of house were shocked, having had their wands seized. Professor Sprout frowned and said, "I feel that Lucas is even stronger than that Obscurial in Albania." Professor Flitwick said, "What do we do now?" Professor McGonagall said, "Dumbledore will arrive soon. He will definitely be able to sense the commotion here." The Obscurial restrained the four heads of house and then chased after Percy and Ron to kill them. Seeing this scene, the two were scared to death. The reason for Lucas's loss of control was his murderous intent toward the two of them. Naturally, the Obscurial would hunt the two of them down. The four, including Professor McGonagall, were restrained by the Obscurial. Anxiously, she said, "Think of something, we can't let Lucas actually kill them. Otherwise, Lucas will really end up in Azkaban." Professor McGonagall's tone was full of anxiety. But being restrained by the Obscurial, they couldn't move at all. They had tried using spells, but they couldn't break free. Snape said coldly, "If they die, they die. Azkaban? If the Ministry of Magic wants to arrest him, I don't mind taking a trip to the Ministry of Magic." Professor Sprout said, "All right, Severus, we need to think of a way now. I know you are angry, but we cannot let Lucas actually kill someone." Hearing this, Snape didn't continue. Although he certainly wasn't afraid of Lucas actually killing the two. Even if he did kill them, he could still protect Lucas. But that wouldn't be a good outcome for Lucas's future path. Percy and Ron watched the Obscurial attacking them. Their hearts were filled with extreme fear. Percy had already started to regret it. He hadn't expected Lucas to be so ruthless and actually want to kill them. George and Fred frowned. George said, "What should we do? We have to help them." Fred said, "How can we help? We are definitely no match for Lucas." George said, "So we just watch." Fred looked at Percy and Ron, who were about to be caught, and said, "Forget it, let's make a move. Even if we can't win, we can at least stop Lucas for a moment." As they spoke, the two pulled out their wands, intending to intervene. Just at that moment, in the sky, a ball of fire descended from above. Two suits of armor formed from flames directly blocked the Obscurial. It made a sizzling sound. Dumbledore had arrived. Dumbledore stood in front of Percy and Ron. Fawkes stood on his shoulder. He watched Lucas vigilantly. Dumbledore frowned, watching the rampant Obscurial. "Lucas, wake up." Lucas looked at Dumbledore in front of him. At this moment, his consciousness had completely disappeared. The Obscurial sensed that the Dumbledore in front of it was not to be trifled with and began to retract the black mist. And within Lucas's underlying logic, there was no rule against harming Dumbledore. Therefore, in the Obscurial's view, Dumbledore was just blocking its path. Then it should die. A hoarse voice came from Lucas's mouth. "Die, die, die." The next moment, all the black mist converged and charged directly at Dumbledore. Seeing this, Dumbledore frowned tightly. Why did Lucas react so strongly upon seeing him? And why didn't he have such a reaction when he saw the four heads of house? How would he know about the underlying logic? This was all caused by Lucas's dissatisfaction with him. In Lucas's heart, if Dumbledore wasn't still useful, Lucas wouldn't mind taking action against the old bee directly. Therefore, to the Obscurial, Dumbledore was labeled as an enemy from the very beginning. Kill. With a roar, the next moment, the black mist of the Obscurial transformed directly into a black pillar, charging straight at Dumbledore. A flash of surprise crossed Dumbledore's eyes. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the Elder Wand appeared in his hand. He pointed his wand directly. A pure white barrier appeared in front of Dumbledore. It blocked the Obscurial completely. A series of sizzling sounds came. The Obscurial and the white light neutralized each other. Just when everyone had their eyes fixed on the interlacing white light and black mist, suddenly, Lucas's body moved. Between them, Lucas's body, wrapped in black mist, slammed directly toward Dumbledore. Dumbledore hurriedly waved his wand to deflect Lucas. However, before Dumbledore had time to react, Lucas, who had been knocked flying, suddenly turned in midair. The black mist wrapped around Lucas and charged at Dumbledore again. Dumbledore had experience dealing with Obscurials. Therefore, he could feel that Lucas's Obscurial was different. Compared to the Obscurials he had seen before, Lucas was more agile. And the power was even greater. The more they fought, the more alarmed Dumbledore became. Lucas, in a full burst, unleashed the full power of a mature Obscurial. The black mist slammed into Dumbledore again and again, causing the white light around Dumbledore to flicker incessantly. The aftermath of the battle destroyed the ground beyond recognition. Lucas was like a tireless machine. The attacks never stopped. Dumbledore frowned. This is even harder to deal with than I imagined. Dumbledore waved his wand, and all the snow on the ground floated up, wrapping around Lucas. Soon, Lucas turned into a huge snowball. Professor Flitwick mused, has he been restrained? Professor Sprout's expression was cold. A full-form Obscurial is not that simple. Sure enough, the next moment the snowball exploded. Being suddenly restrained had incited the ferocity of the Obscurial. At this moment, Lucas's eyes had changed. The left eye was pure black, while the right eye was a blood-red crimson. The dual-colored eyes landed on Dumbledore. Around him, murderous intent was fully revealed. And similarly, Lucas's Obscurial form had also changed. The left side of his body could still be called a black Obscurial. But the mist drifting from his right side had turned blood-red. Red and black occupied half each. It looked indescribably evil and eerie. Lucas roared at the sky. Then, he raised his arm and pointed his finger at Dumbledore. The next moment, the black and red mist around Lucas instantly went berserk. Transforming into spears, they shot directly at Dumbledore. Dumbledore's expression changed slightly. He pointed his wand forward, and a white light membrane that completely enveloped him appeared. The red and black spears hit the light membrane, actually producing the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew out. Dumbledore frowned tightly. Pressure, long-lost pressure. Dumbledore had underestimated Lucas's strength and the power of this two-colored mist. Seeing its attack blocked, the Obscurial became even more irritable. Although Lucas's consciousness was being invaded, he was currently in a very special situation. He could not control his body, but he could know what he was doing. To be precise, what the Obscurial was doing. Watching the Obscurial and Professor Dumbledore. Lucas, on the contrary, did not feel any anxiety. He observed the Obscurial's fighting style with great interest. Although Lucas was the owner of the Obscurial, Lucas had always felt that his use of the Obscurial had not reached its limit. To put it simply, he could not fully unleash the power of the Obscurial. Thinking about it, it was normal. After all, Obscurials were only able to unleash the full power of the Obscurial because they were controlled by it. The Obscurial itself was naturally more adept at using its own energy. And someone like Lucas, who controlled a perfect Obscurial, had never appeared in the entire wizarding world. Therefore, all of Lucas's fighting styles involving the Obscurial had been researched by himself. This time, he had suddenly lost control. Although he didn't know what was going on, he thought it must be because of the blood curse. After all, look at his current appearance. Lucas looked at his half-black, half-red appearance. Why did it feel inexplicably cool? Lucas felt deeply worried about his own aesthetic sense. Originally, he had intended to forcibly seize control of his body. Yes, that's right, he could do it. Except for the very beginning, when the blood curse and the Obscurial had launched a counterattack, catching him off guard. After that, he discovered that he could seize control of his body. Perhaps it was because taking care of Lord Voldemort during this period had made his soul exceptionally strong. Therefore, he could forcibly compete with the Obscurial for control of his body. If the four heads of house were blocking him, Lucas would directly seize control. But if it was Dumbledore, Lucas felt that this was a good opportunity to take the chance to see Dumbledore's strength and, by the way, learn some combat methods from the Obscurial's autonomous consciousness. Why not? Anyway, Dumbledore wouldn't be killed by the Obscurial. Of course, if he could be killed, that would also be fine. But could an old schemer like Dumbledore really die at his hands? Lucas absolutely did not believe it. Looking at it this way, fighting Dumbledore was, for Lucas, all benefits and no harm. Thinking of this, Lucas patiently continued to watch the battle between the Obscurial and Dumbledore. The Obscurial's fighting was entirely based on instinct. This was a disadvantage. Relying on the Obscurial's instinct naturally meant there was no combat intelligence, focusing purely on brute force. But at the same time, this was also a disadvantage. Under the Obscurial's instinct, the power of the Obscurial could be maximized. Of course, the price was that the Obscurial would not consider energy consumption or whether Lucas's body could handle it. But if it could improve his strength, Lucas felt that he could endure some physical wear and tear. With the Obscurial's instinct, when its attack was blocked, it would not maneuver or use other means. It would only do one thing, and that was to keep charging forward. In Lucas's perception, the energy around the Obscurial rose again. Subsequently, it pressed directly toward Dumbledore. Wisps of black mist turned into spears, attacking Dumbledore crazily. Dumbledore's expression was cold and stern. His feet involuntarily slid back a distance, feeling the intensity of the Obscurial's attack. Even with Dumbledore's strength, he was finding it a bit hard to handle. Dumbledore knew that he could not delay like this any longer. He had already tested the strength of Lucas's Obscurial. While Lucas was testing him, had he not also been testing Lucas? As the saying goes, the old bee didn't truly trust anyone. This was a problem with the old bee's character. He would always be such a person. Therefore, this was also the part Lucas looked down on him for. How could someone who couldn't fully trust others ask others to trust him? Lucas shook his head. Looking at it this way, he didn't seem to be any different from Dumbledore. Dumbledore flicked his wand gently, and the next moment, the barrier shattered directly. The Obscurial, without any obstruction, drove straight toward Dumbledore's chest. Lucas stared intently at this scene. If he guessed correctly, Dumbledore's next attack would be for real. Thinking about it, he felt a bit expectant. What move would Dumbledore use? Dumbledore's wand trembled slightly, and then he traced a trajectory in the air. Lucas's heart skipped a beat. Damn, old by dang, not playing by the rules. He was actually using an ultimate move. The next moment, a ball of fire extended from Dumbledore's wand, and it became increasingly vigorous. Fire God, clear the way. With a soft shout from Dumbledore. The next moment, all the flames converged, and a phoenix made entirely of fire soared into the sky. It shot straight toward Lucas. The Obscurial instinctively sensed the crisis. Watching the fire phoenix pouncing toward it, the Obscurial roared. The next moment, the red and black mist around it began to converge. The snow on the ground was swept up. It gathered in the air into a giant dragon, the giant dragon made entirely of snow. It looked incredibly white, and then, the red and black mist condensed. On the sides of the giant dragon, it condensed into red and black wings. The two-colored wings flapped, and then it charged directly toward the fire phoenix. With a loud bang, the two giant beasts collided. A large amount of scattered flames and snowballs fell from the sky, smashing onto the ground. Lucas's eyes lit up. This was interesting. It seemed that letting the Obscurial mess around today was really the right path. The Obscurial and the Blood Curse could actually be used like this. Although the Blood Curse itself had no attack power, it seemed to have a unique strengthening effect on the Obscurial. This move was good, he could learn it. Dumbledore had not expected the Obscurial to have such a trick. Dumbledore looked up at the two giant beasts entangled in the air. Then he glanced at Fawkes on his shoulder. Fawkes opened its beak, and a loud phoenix cry rang out. Subsequently, a ball of phoenix fire was sprayed from Fawkes's mouth, merging into the fire phoenix in the air. The two giant beasts, which were originally evenly matched. Suddenly, the fire phoenix began to suppress the giant dragon. Lucas clicked his tongue. Dumbledore still had tricks up his sleeve. That Fawkes was also a rare asset. Unfortunately, the Phoenix clan had a contract with the Dumbledore family. This thing, there was no hope for it. If there was a chance, he still needed to find a pet that could become an asset. At this moment, the black kite, who was busy beating up two owls in the Ollery, inexplicably felt a chill down its spine. It instinctively turned around but discovered nothing. Shaking its head, it assumed it was just an illusion. With Fawkes and Dumbledore working together, the giant dragon formed by the Obscurial simply couldn't hold on. It began to gradually dissipate. Although the Obscurial increased its energy output, it still couldn't do anything about it. Lucas sighed and prepared to take back control of his body. In the end, the consciousness of the Obscurial itself was still lacking. However, before Lucas could make a move, Dumbledore's wand waved again. All the snow on the ground floated up, and wrapped around Lucas. The snow gathered around Lucas. Lucas felt a jolt in his heart. Old by Deng wants to restrain him directly? Interesting, a vicious creature like an Obscurial, even relying solely on its consciousness, is not so easily subdued. Lucas wanted to see what exactly this old by Deng was planning. Dumbledore waved his wand, and layers of snow wrapped around Lucas. The Obscurial sensed the crisis and revealed its fierce nature. It poured out all its energy without reservation. The snow was torn apart layer by layer. Dumbledore frowned. He waved his wand even faster. Lucas was puzzled. What exactly is Dumbledore trying to do? Does he just want to restrain him? But it shouldn't be this much trouble. With Dumbledore and the Obscurial locked in a tug-of-war, snow flew everywhere in the sky. It was impossible to even see Lucas's movements inside. Just then, Lucas keenly sensed a surge of magic attacking him. It rushed directly into Lucas's body, and surged towards the core of the Obscurial. Lucas was shocked. Damn it, this old by Deng really didn't have good intentions. Using magic to probe someone else's power is a very excessive act. Because some curse-type spells require using one's own magic to make contact with the other person's source of energy. And now, although he didn't know what Dumbledore wanted to do, his purpose was definitely not that simple. Thinking of this, Lucas forcibly seized control of his body. Then, he manipulated the Obscurial core inside his body to counterattack the magic that had entered him. A glint flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. The moment Lucas manipulated the Obscurial's power, he understood that Lucas had recovered. Dumbledore calmly withdrew his magic, and stopped waving his wand. The snow in the sky slowly fell to the ground. Lucas and Dumbledore stood on opposite sides. The black and red in Lucas's eyes had completely faded. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Welcome back, Lucas." Lucas said with a cold face, "Very well, Professor Dumbledore, I have noted today's events." Dumbledore smiled, "Lucas, are you trying to thank me?" "No need, we are all members of Hogwarts, and as the principal of Hogwarts, I have an obligation to protect you." The restraints on the four heads of House and Nagini were also removed by Lucas. Nagini ran to Lucas's side immediately. Lucas looked at Dumbledore and said, "Yes, I am going to properly thank the principal. I will definitely thank you properly sooner or later." Dumbledore was non-committal. Nagini said, "Lucas, are you okay?" Lucas shook his head, "Wait for me a moment." Subsequently, Lucas looked at Percy and Ron who were trembling nearby. "Restore the snowman. If I see that any part of it is different, believe me, no one will be able to protect you." After saying this, Lucas took Nagini's hand. He exchanged a glance with Professor Snape. Then he turned and walked towards Hogwarts Castle. Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout exchanged glances. Neither of them spoke. Professor Flitwick looked at Dumbledore with an inquisitive gaze. Dumbledore's expression remained normal. "All right, the matter here is concluded, and I must return. Minerva, I'll leave the subsequent matters to you." Professor McGonagall nodded. However, just at this moment, Snape suddenly blocked Dumbledore's path. "Where are you going?" Dumbledore smiled, "Back to my office. Lucas's strength is very high, and I have expended a lot, so I need to rest." Snape said, "Go to my office to rest, we'll go together." Dumbledore glanced at Snape, smiled and said, "Of course, as you wish, Severus." Then, Dumbledore turned and walked towards the castle. Snape followed closely behind. Professor McGonagall saw that a small part of a wand was already exposed from inside Snape's sleeve. Professor McGonagall sighed. Professor Flitwick said, "Dumbledore, what did he do?" Professor Sprout shook her head, "I don't know, but looking at Lucas's reaction just now, perhaps something happened between the two of them that we don't know about." Professor Flitwick said, "Severus, he revealed killing intent." Professor Sprout said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. As long as Dumbledore can explain clearly what he did to Lucas." Professor McGonagall stopped their conversation. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's comfort the students first." Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout nodded. On the other side, inside Hogwarts Castle, Lucas and Nagini were walking in the corridor. With every step Lucas took, black mist and blood energy dissipated around him. Nagini looked at Lucas with concern. "Lucas, are you okay? Your energy." Lucas shook his head, "It's nothing, it's just a bit difficult to control. Let's go to the room of requirement, I need to resolve the problem with my body." Nagini nodded. Lucas had no other choice now. No matter how well he could directly seize control of his body, the fact remained that the energy inside his body was out of control. This led to one consequence: he was currently having trouble controlling the power of the Obscurial and the Blood Curse. Coupled with that move by Dumbledore, the Obscurial and the Blood Curse inside his body had been stimulated. The two forces, which were originally stable, were now rampaging inside his body. That was why energy dissipated with every step Lucas took. If he couldn't resolve the energy problem in his body, this thing would become a big problem for Lucas. As for how to solve it, Lucas actually already had some small ideas in mind. The full eruption of the Obscurial, combined with the battle involving the Blood Curse, had given Lucas some inspiration. Since it couldn't be forcibly suppressed, why not just take it and use it for himself? Lucas was never a timid person. Although he cherished his life, if he could become stronger, he could also become a person who loved adventure. Nagini and Lucas arrived at the room of requirement. Lucas sat down cross-legged immediately. Nagini, next I am going to handle the energy conflict problem in my body. Remember, no matter what happens, do not touch me, and do not interfere with me. Do not worry about me, you must have confidence in me. Lucas said this to Nagini in advance. It wasn't like he hadn't watched the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. If it weren't for Xiao Zhao wiping his sweat, Zhongwuji's great shift of heaven and earth could have progressed even further. It was impossible for Lucas to make such a mistake. The rigorous Lucas always excluded any potential accidents that might occur. Nagini nodded. She certainly had a lot to say to Lucas, especially about why there was blood curse energy in Lucas's body. But she knew that now was not the time to talk about this. Lucas looked at Nagini's worried expression. He smiled. All right, don't worry about me. You must have confidence in me. Since we've known each other, have I ever done anything without being certain of it? Nagini nodded. Then take care of yourself. I don't know how I can help you. Lucas said, oh, one can help me, and actually, this isn't a bad thing. Perhaps, after today, I will have some different changes. My combat power might even skyrocket, who knows? As his voice fell, Lucas closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his body, and he began to sort out the two forces within him. In Lucas's perception, his body was extremely lively right now. The Obscurial and the Blood Curse were originally in a state where the Obscurial wrapped around the Blood Curse and suppressed it. But now, the power of the Obscurial and the Blood Curse were entangled together. Within the black mist, there were blood-red veins. It looked exceptionally eerie. And these forces were all wandering through Lucas's body. Lucas tried to separate the power of the Obscurial and the Blood Curse. However, after his efforts, he found that it was impossible to do. They were entangled too deeply. Lucas couldn't help but frown. Not being able to separate them made things difficult. According to Lucas's original plan, he intended to separate the Blood Curse and the Obscurial so they could stand against each other. With the Blood Curse and the Obscurial keeping each other in check, they could form mutual restraints on one hand. This would avoid potential energy loss of control in the future. On the other hand, they could also be mobilized at any time. But now, if they couldn't be separated, his original plan was obviously not feasible. Lucas's brain worked at high speed. Since they couldn't be separated, could he try to fuse them? If it were before, Lucas wouldn't have had this idea. But after the Obscurial erupted this time, Lucas seemed to understand the relationship between the Obscurial and the Blood Curse a bit better. Both belonged to dark energy. Although the manifestation of the energy was not the same thing, the Obscurial was the ultimate dark power, while the Blood Curse was a type of curse power. Both belonged to the black attribute, but they were different branches. And this shared black attribute was where Lucas thought they could fuse. If one took dark power as the root, then branches of power like the Obscurial and the Blood Curse would emerge. But they shared the same root. Of course, this was just an analogy. Actually operating it would definitely not be this simple. But as long as there was an idea, Lucas felt he could try. Thinking of this, Lucas did not try to separate the Obscurial and the Blood Curse again. Instead, he began to promote the fusion of the two. Under Lucas's operation, the black mist of the Obscurial and the Blood Curse began to entangle more thoroughly. The first step was to let the two be completely entangled together. Then he could find a way to make them fuse. Lucas tried to use this line of thought to push the two energies. Soon, under Lucas's operation, the two forces began to entangle with each other, just like twisting a rope. Sweat began to seep from Lucas's forehead. Nagini, who was on the side, was anxious, but she kept Lucas's words in mind. She didn't dare to touch Lucas at all. She could only pray in her heart, praying that nothing would happen to Lucas. Otherwise, she really wouldn't be able to forgive herself. Soon, 2 hours passed. Finally, Lucas exhaled. It was done. Now, inside his body, the entanglement of the obscurial and the blood curse was even more thorough. This force was terrifyingly violent. It was also because Lucas was bold. A normal person would really not have the guts to do such a thing. After all, both were ultimate forces. Who would dare to let them touch each other, and even entangle together? Lucas observed the energy in his body. At this moment, the two forces already had you in me, and me in you. Lucas adjusted his own state. The next step was the most difficult one, to fuse these two forces. Lucas was not certain about this step. After all, no one had done this before. But the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. Lucas had already reached this point. He couldn't be hesitant anymore. Thinking of this, Lucas gritted his teeth. He started directly. That was how he did things. Either he didn't do it, or if he did, he would absolutely not hesitate. Hesitation leads to defeat. Lucas understood this principle better than anyone. Lucas's movements were extremely slow. He first intercepted a segment of energy to start fusing. This way, if there was any danger, he could stop in time. Perhaps, it could reduce the danger. Under Lucas's control, the two forces began to move in the direction of fusion. The fusion of energy sounded simple, but it was very difficult to do. The two violent forces, the moment they touched, erupted with terrifying power. They began to explode inside Lucas's body. Lucas forcibly suppressed this force. Forcing the two forces to fuse together would of course cause the energy to rebound. Lucas was not having an easy time now. On one hand, he needed to control the fusion of the two forces. On the other hand, he also needed to suppress the rebound of the two forces. Therefore, his energy consumption was very high. The two forces gradually began to move towards fusion, and the violent energy ushered in a new, more intense counterattack. Lucas felt the violence of this force. His heart tightened. It didn't seem to be working. These two forces were too violent. Especially when fused together, Lucas could barely suppress this violent momentum. Lucas's brain worked at high speed. He did not want to abandon his previous efforts. Especially since, if they couldn't fuse, he might face energy riots at any time in the future. If he could add a balance point between these two forces, like a triangle, would it be better? It is well known that triangles are the most stable. Architecture is like this, and romance is also like this. Lucas's mind opened up, and he thought of a method that might be the way to break the deadlock. Since the two energies cannot completely merge, then, what if a fusion agent is added to them? Or, to put it another way, add a bridge between the two. To connect the two. When other energy intervenes as a smoothing agent, perhaps the two streams of energy will have a buffer, and this wildness can be reduced. Thinking of this, Lucas's brain quickly turned into an electric motor. To merge and become a communication bridge for energy levels like obscurial and blood curse. That third force must absolutely not be weak. At least in terms of quality, it cannot be too poor. And to achieve this step, the first thing Lucas thought of was the power of the soul. However, Lucas cannot fully use the power of the soul. This is a problem. If it cannot be used, it naturally cannot act as this buffer. Suddenly, Lucas was startled. No, what was he thinking? He forgot his identity. He is a wizard. What is the essence of a wizard? Magic. Lucas's frequent use of obscurial often made him forget his identity as a wizard. What energy could be more compatible with Lucas himself than magic? It is the energy derived from Lucas's own body. At this moment, the vast magic power, which had been cowering in a corner of Lucas's body, truly felt like crying. Finally, its master finally thought of it. Almost a year had passed, and its sense of existence had become increasingly weak. Lucas began to mobilize the magic power within him to act as a catalyst. Under Lucas's mobilization, amidst the raging blood curse and obscurial energies, a new energy flowed in. That was Lucas's magic. Magic unique to Lucas. Lucas nervously observed the changes in the energy. He truly had no confidence. After all, no one had ever done such a thing before. Without past examples, how could there be lessons for the future? Therefore, Lucas was exploring everything. Under Lucas's observation, the moment the magic flowed in, the wildness of the obscurial and blood curse strangely subsided. And, at an extremely slow pace, they were gradually merging. Lucas's eyes instantly lit up. Indeed, it was feasible. His guess was not wrong. This gamble of his was worth it. Lucas increased the output of his magic, beginning to merge the energies within his body. Meanwhile, in Snape's office, Dumbledore sat in a chair, drinking the honey water in front of him. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. Snape stood not far from him, holding his wand. A cold light flickered in his eyes. Dumbledore, you need to give me an explanation, otherwise, only one of us will walk out of this office. Dumbledore put down his cup and said, Severus, you are still so impatient. You ask me for an explanation, but you must tell me what you want me to explain, right? Snape said coldly, you think what you did was very clever. You think no one can see your actions. Although I don't know what you did, Lucas's reaction tells me that you definitely didn't do anything good. I said, Lucas is the bottom line. You shouldn't scheme against him, and you certainly shouldn't touch him. Dumbledore's expression became more serious. Severus, don't you want to know why Lucas is so special? Snape frowned. What do you mean? Dumbledore said, I actually didn't do much. I just wanted to leave a switch in Lucas's body to prevent Lucas from rioting again. You and I both know that Lucas is very special. Although the magic in his body seems to be the same as ours. But we have both investigated, his magic grows extremely fast, and it also has very special attributes. Although we don't know what it is, Lucas's magic is indeed very special. I never thought of harming Lucas, I just can't let him harm others. Moreover, if we don't understand Lucas's situation, what if something really goes wrong with Lucas? Are we just going to be helpless? Snape fell silent. Dumbledore sighed and said, Severus, I know you don't trust me, and of course, I don't deserve your trust. But just this once, I ask you to believe me, I never intended to harm Lucas. To you and Minerva, Lucas is like your child. To me, he is no less. Lucas grew up at Hogwarts, I watched him grow up. If I really wanted to do something to him, why wouldn't I do it when he was young? Now he has grown up. He can already shake me. If I act against him now, wouldn't I just be making things harder for myself? Snape looked coldly at Dumbledore. In the office, the atmosphere grew heavier. A moment later, Snape put away his wand. No matter what Lucas's situation is, Dumbledore, this is the last time. I only know one thing, he is my child. If there is a next time, Dumbledore, don't blame me for falling out with you. Perhaps I am not your match, but you should know what kind of impact it would have if I disregarded the consequences. With that, Snape waved his hand directly. The office door opened. Dumbledore knew that Snape had issued a dismissal. Dumbledore did not speak. He stood up and walked towards the door. Upon reaching the door, Dumbledore stopped. Severus, if one day you find that between Lucas and Harry, you can only save one person, what would you do? Snape did not hesitate in the slightest. There will never be such a day. If there really is, I will die before them. What happens after that has nothing to do with me, a dead man. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. I understand, Severus. Starting today, I will no longer pay attention to Lucas. I suppose you have planned everything for him, it has nothing to do with me anymore. Oh, and one more thing, Nicholas Flamel wrote to me. He wants to take Lucas as an apprentice and teach him alchemy. You don't have to rush to refuse. Perhaps, with dual efforts in alchemy and potion making, Lucas might really be able to research true immortality. Of course, all of this depends on you and him. If you make a decision, you also know his address. You can write back to him. Dumbledore finished speaking and left without delay. The office door closed. The office once again fell into gloom. Snape stood by the wall. His body was completely obscured by the shadow of the wall. No one knew what he was thinking, nor did anyone know what his psychological state was at that moment. Lucas was unaware of everything happening in the office. At this moment, he was focusing on his grand plan of energy fusion. The fusion of energy was progressing very slowly. However, Lucas could feel the power within every wisp of fused energy. This was completely different from the obscurial, blood curse, and magic that Lucas already possessed. It was a brand new kind of energy. Lucas couldn't test it yet, but he could sense its sheer dominance. Lucas was in no hurry, quality work takes time. He had plenty of time to refine his energy. Time passed bit by bit. Nagini had been watching Lucas's state with concern. Until Lucas's aura gradually began to stabilize. The energy fluctuations around him were no longer as violent as they were at the beginning. Nagini felt a bit more relaxed. Although she didn't know what Lucas was doing, she knew that Lucas was likely close to succeeding. At the very least, there was no more danger. That was enough. Nagini had been living in fear for so long. It might have looked like she was doing nothing, but in reality, her heart was no less burdened than Lucas's. Exhausted, her eyelids began to droop. In a daze, she fell asleep right there on the floor. Lucas could not feel the passage of time. He was focusing all his heart and soul on controlling the energy fusion within his body. 1/3, 1/2. Until the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. Lucas finally fused the very last wisp of energy completely. Lucas exhaled a breath of turbid air. He slowly opened his eyes. The energy surrounding him began to retract entirely into his body. Lucas glanced at Nagini, who had fallen asleep leaning against his leg. He smiled. He didn't disturb Nagini's sleep. He began to observe the energy inside him. This wave of energy fusion had brought him truly immense gains. The tripartite fusion of the blood curse, the obscurial, and magic. Lucas didn't even know what he should call the energy currently in his body. The fusion of the three gave this new energy the characteristics of all three. It could be used as magic to cast spells, while also retaining the powers of the obscurial and the blood curse. Moreover, its purity was much higher than any of the three energies on their own. Just as Lucas was studying it, Nagini opened her eyes groggily. "You're awake." Nagini happened to meet Lucas's eyes. She became wide awake instantly. She quickly sat up. "Lucas, are you okay now?" Lucas nodded. "Yes, I'm fine. Not just fine, I've gained a lot." "Do you want to see my new ability?" Nagini asked in confusion. "New ability?" Lucas said, "It's not exactly a new ability, it's more like another way to develop the obscurial and the blood curse." Lucas stood up. "Now then, keep your eyes peeled. I'm going to show you something interesting." As he spoke, Lucas willed it. The next moment, the energy inside him began to surge. Then, red energy flowed over Lucas's skin, forming a deep crimson robe upon his body. It was a robe that looked as if it were stained with blood. Then, black mist drifted from his back, condensing into two wings made entirely of black mist. Nagini's eyes widened. "Lucas, you grew wings." Lucas laughed. "I didn't grow wings, this is just a way to use the energy. The clothes on my body are the same. The wings behind me carry the power of the obscurial, they can change shape at will and be used to attack. As for the clothes on my body, they are pure blood curse energy. The blood curse contains a curse. So, this robe is a sort of alternative curse. While it can defend against attacks, it also attaches a curse to counterattack." Nagini was stunned. "A curse counterattack?" Lucas nodded. "Yes, after fusing the blood curse and the obscurial, I traced them back to their source and mastered some special things. For example, the curse of the blood curse is simply a curse that turns one into an animal. But after I traced it back to its origin and added my understanding of curse magic, I added some other ways to use it. That's roughly what I mean." Nagini said, "I think I understand. Anyway, it's very strong, right?" Lucas smiled. "Yes, it's indeed very strong." Nagini said, "Being strong is enough. The stronger you are, the safer you'll be, and the more I can be at ease." Lucas said, "I have one more form. Do you want to see it?" Nagini said in surprise, "Another one?" Lucas nodded. "Yes, the blood curse actually has some influence on me. For example, you can use the blood curse to turn into a snake. I can naturally use the blood curse to turn into an animal as well." Nagini asked in shock, "Will that have any effect on you?" Lucas shook his head. "No. I've completely mastered the energy of the blood curse now, so it won't affect me in the slightest. You can think of it as a special kind of animagus." Nagini breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that there's no effect. So, what animal can you turn into?" Lucas said, "I don't know either, I haven't tried it yet. Stand back a bit, and I'll try to transform." Nagini nodded. Then she stepped back a bit. Lucas mobilized the energy within his body. The next moment, he felt a special energy sweep through his body. Then, his body began to transform. Lucas could feel this change very vividly. The feeling was exceptionally magical. Nagini watched this scene with anticipation. Red mist gradually obscured Lucas's body. Then it began to swirl, like a red orb. A moment later, a beastly roar echoed from within the red mist. In the next instant, the red mist was directly dispersed. Then, a very special tiger appeared before Nagini. Nagini stared at everything, dumbfounded. A tiger. Lucas raised his paw and looked at it. There was also some surprise in his eyes. He had actually turned into a tiger, a real tiger. He could feel the terrifying energy in his paws. This was the Lord of the Mountain, after all. Lucas never knew that a human could turn into such a thing. Nagini felt a sense of trembling in her heart. This was because her transformation was a snake, and she felt a natural awe when facing a creature like a tiger. After all, the king of all beasts was no joke. Nagini suppressed the discomfort in her heart. She slowly approached Lucas. Lucas, you actually turned into a tiger. And a black one at that. Only then did Lucas notice that his color seemed a bit off. A pure black tiger, and it even had red stripes. What a strange-looking creature. Lucas raised a paw. He said something. Nagini raised her hand. Stop, Lucas, I can't understand you. To my ears, you're just roaring. Lucas rolled his eyes. But this action, when falling into Nagini's eyes, made Nagini inexplicably want to laugh. After all, she had truly never seen a tiger that could roll its eyes before. And it was a black tiger at that, a black tiger with blood-colored stripes. Nagini leaned in close to Lucas's tiger head. Lucas, why don't you have that mark on your forehead? With a slight bit of thought, Lucas knew what Nagini was talking about. The character for King. After all, Wong is a great Xia character, and this thing is universal throughout the world. No matter where a tiger is from, there is a Wong on its head. You can't exactly carve the word King up there, can you? How much space do you really think there is on a tiger's head? Lucas let out a tiger's roar, and then, the red stripes on his body lit up with bursts of red light. The next moment, a blood-red, Wong, character mark slowly appeared on his forehead. Nagini said in surprise, "Oh, it even glows. Lucas, your blood curse is a bit too different from mine." Lucas didn't speak. Nagini wouldn't understand him anyway. He was currently feeling his tiger body with great amazement. This explosive power simply made Lucas overjoyed. Who said the blood curse was bad? This thing is actually great. If it weren't for the blood curse, Lucas would never have had the chance to experience being a tiger in his life. This is a Lord of the Mountain. Although his version of the Lord of the Mountain was black, in essence, he was still a Lord of the Mountain. The strength and explosive power of a tiger. Lucas felt that if he slapped down with a paw now, the destructive power might not be as great as an Obscurial, but it was much stronger than those werewolves. However, what concerned Lucas the most was that he felt his current tiger form didn't seem quite perfect. Thinking of this, Lucas began to study his tiger body with even more confidence. The more he studied, the more surprised Lucas became. It seemed that his blood curse had also mutated. Could he use the power of the Obscurial? Although this was just a vague feeling. But practice brings true knowledge, as they say. With a thought from Lucas, the power of the Obscurial was directly mobilized. The next moment, from behind Lucas's tiger body, wings constructed of black mist appeared once again. Nagini's eyes widened. A tiger with wings. Lucas rolled his eyes. Uncultured Westerners. This is called adding wings to a tiger. Wait, adding wings to a tiger. A creature suddenly surfaced in Lucas's mind. A Kyanki? The only tiger with wings, isn't that a Kyanki? Could it be that he hadn't turned into a tiger, but a Kyanki? Lucas was startled by his own guess. A Kyanki, that was one of the great ominous beasts recorded in Great Xia. However, he heard that Kyanki could spit out tailed beast bombs. Energy cannons. Could he do that too? Lucas tried opening his mouth. Alright, nothing happened. Lucas turned his head to look at a tin dummy placed in the corner of the classroom. This thing was used for testing spells. Lucas intended to test just how strong his current power was. The wings behind Lucas's back twitched slightly. Then, wisps of black mist drifted out, propping up the dummy on the floor. It was placed in the center of the room. Nagini understood Lucas's intention and stepped back a few paces. Lucas lightly scraped his claws against the ground twice. From Nagini's perspective, the black wings behind Lucas's back flapped gently. The next moment, a wisp of black mist that couldn't be tracked by the naked eye shot out directly. Immediately after, the tin dummy was sent flying backward. It smashed heavily against the wall. Nagini's eyes widened. So fast, it was too fast. She couldn't see it at all. Lucas was also shocked by his own speed. This form really had something to it. Lucas walked over to the Tin Man that had fallen on the ground. Taking a look, the Tin Man's chest had completely collapsed. The chest had also been torn open directly by Lucas's tiger claws. Nagini sucked in a breath of cold air. This power is so terrifying. Lucas was equally shocked in his heart. If this were to hit Dumbledore's body, wouldn't he be scattered piece by piece? With a thought, Lucas transformed back into his human form. Nagini said, "Lucas, that winged tiger just now, is that your blood curse ability?" Lucas nodded. "Yeah, it must have mutated. How is it? Pretty powerful, right?" Nagini nodded subconsciously. "It really is powerful. I didn't expect that the blood curse, which is such a big trouble for me, would actually be a kind of combat power for you." Lucas said, "That's because you were never able to control the blood curse before, so you couldn't master its power at all. But now, I've helped you suppress the blood curse. Later, I'll absorb some more of the blood curse from your body, and then you can try to utilize it. When the time comes, the blood curse will also become your combat power." Nagini heard this. She immediately became anxious. "What? You still want to absorb the blood curse?" "No, absolutely not. You haven't even told me what's going on with your blood curse." Lucas said, "It's actually nothing. It's just that last time I was a bit greedy and wanted to suppress more of the blood curse, and I didn't expect to suppress it too harshly. The result was that it fought back. I had no choice but to absorb it directly. It has been under the suppression of the Obscurial all this time, but for some reason, it suddenly broke out today. As for me continuing to absorb the blood curse, you don't need to worry about that. My current situation is a bit special. Although the Obscurial and the blood curse have merged, if I want to improve, I still need both powers to increase together. They have now reached a point of equilibrium. The Obscurial will absorb dark energy to improve, so I also have to absorb your blood curse energy from time to time to keep it on par with the Obscurial. I also mixed in magic power. Fortunately, my magic power will grow along with my age. So, I have to ensure the balance of these three powers. The blood curse in your body will also gradually grow stronger over time. Just right, I can absorb it and keep it in a weak state. This also makes it easier for you to master. In other words, your blood curse is not only not harmful to me now, but it's actually all benefits." Nagini said, "Is what you're saying true? Can the blood curse really help you now?" Lucas nodded. "Of course it's true. I wouldn't joke about myself. If I want to become stronger now, I have to advance all three energies together. Magic power will grow slowly. To ensure balance, I have to let the energy of both the Obscurial and the blood curse increase as well. It's not even a matter of whether I want to become stronger anymore, I'm being pushed forward now." Lucas let out a sigh. This was also the only drawback of his energy fusion. A triangle is indeed very stable. An equilateral triangle is even more stable. Therefore, to maintain this stability, it must always be equilateral. After not sleeping all night, Lucas and Nagini left the room of requirement, went to the Great Hall for a bite to eat, and returned to their dormitory to catch up on sleep. Within Hogwarts, the matter of the confrontation between Lucas and Dumbledore had become the talk of the town for everyone at Hogwarts during their spare time. Even the professors were tirelessly discussing Lucas's affairs. After all, being able to fight Dumbledore meant that Lucas's strength already stood at the very pinnacle of the wizarding world. The most crucial point was that he was only 11 years old, an age that felt terrifyingly unreal. Regarding the handling of Percy and Ron, the four heads of house were also in discussion. After all, when it came down to it, this wasn't actually a major issue. It was a snowman, not a person. However, because this matter involved Lucas, Hogwarts was just being a bit protective of its own. After the four heads of house discussed it for over an hour, they finally came up with a solution. Let's have Percy and Ron go home for a while for now. On one hand, they were afraid that Lucas would take revenge on the two of them. On the other hand, they had watched Lucas grow up, so they couldn't let him suffer any grievances, could they? They originally intended to have the Weasley family come to pick them up. But in the end, Professor McGonagall decided to have Professor Sprout make the trip, to escort the two of them. As the deputy principal of Hogwarts, she didn't have the time. And Professor Flitwick wasn't very suitable for this job either. As for the reason, Snape was eyeing them like a tiger. Professor McGonagall always felt that if Professor Flitwick were to escort them, Snape might really do something like intercepting them halfway. Professor Flitwick couldn't suppress Snape. This had nothing to do with strength, but rather Professor Flitwick's personality. But if it were Professor Sprout, even if Snape really went, he would give some face. Professor Sprout left Hogwarts directly with Ron and Percy. Of course, the two of them were somewhat unwilling, and even a bit unconvinced. Professor Sprout just smiled and told them. Lucas was currently catching up on sleep in his dormitory, but he would wake up eventually. With that simple sentence, the two of them didn't dare to make a peep and immediately packed their luggage. They were terrified that if they were a second late, Lucas would wake up and give them a beating. No, not just a beating, they had no doubt that Lucas might kill them. After Professor Sprout left with the two of them, Snape snorted coldly and turned to leave Professor McGonagall's office. It was evident that he was somewhat dissatisfied with Professor McGonagall's arrangement. Professor Flitwick sat on the sofa. With a smile on his face, "Minerva, are you sure this arrangement is appropriate?" Professor McGonagall said, "Do you think there is anything inappropriate about it?" Professor Flitwick smiled, "Nothing, as long as you think it's appropriate." "Indeed, Minerva, you are excessively protective of little Lucas." Professor Flitwick jumped off the sofa and left the office. Professor McGonagall sat back down in front of her desk. Opening the drawer, a soft light flashed in her eyes. Inside the drawer lay cards upon cards. These were all the handwritten cards that Lucas included when he sent gifts every Christmas. One each year, since Lucas started making money. Up to now, there were exactly 6. Professor McGonagall whispered, "How can one not be punished for doing something wrong? The students are students of Hogwarts, but their parents have already graduated long ago." Professor McGonagall pushed the drawer back in. Leaning back in her chair, looking at the ceiling, thinking about Lucas's situation yesterday, her eyes filled with unconcealable worry. On the other side, Professor Sprout brought Ron and Percy to Hogsmeade Village and boarded the night bus directly. After getting on the bus, Ron finally felt a sense of relief in his heart. Now, surely they wouldn't be caught up to. Ron's courage grew a lot. Damn it, it was just a broken snowman, yet he had such a huge reaction. If you ask me, a volatile factor like him is the one who should leave Hogwarts. Percy, who was beside him, frowned. He didn't respond. Ron kept talking to himself. He didn't notice at all that Professor Sprout, who was sitting on the side, although she kept a smile on her face. Her eyes held a chilling coldness and disgust that was almost impossible to suppress. The night bus headed straight for the burrow. Inside the burrow, Ginny was lying on the table reading a book. Nearby, Molly was cooking. The night bus stopped, and Ginny heard the sound immediately. "Huh, Mom, I think I heard the sound of a vehicle." Molly put down the utensils in her hand and looked up out the window. "The night bus." Molly's eyes lit up. "Is it one of your brothers coming back?" Ginny heard this. Her eyes also lit up instantly. The Weasley family had 7 children. Except for Ron, the other 6 were all quite remarkable. You could say the Weasley family was poor, but you definitely couldn't say they were incompetent. After all, the entire Order of the Phoenix was supported by the Weasley family. Ginny jumped off the chair. "I'll go check." Molly nodded with a smile. Her heart was also full of anticipation. She didn't know if it was her eldest son coming back, or her second son. As for the others, she hadn't even considered them. They were all at school, how could they come back at this time? Ginny ran to the door and happened to see Professor Sprout, along with Percy and Ron, stepping off the bus. Both Percy and Ron were carrying luggage. Ginny's eyes widened instantly. "Mom, it's bad, Percy and Ron have been expelled from Hogwarts." Molly was stunned. "What? Expelled?" Ginny said, "Yes, they are both carrying luggage, and the person bringing them is Professor Sprout from Hogwarts. I saw her at Diagon Alley last year." Hearing Ginny say this, Molly also realized the seriousness of the matter and quickly ran towards the door. Sure enough, she saw the 3 of them walking towards this side. Molly quickly went out to meet them. "Professor Sprout? This is..." Professor Sprout had a smile on her face. "Long time no see, Mrs. Weasley." Molly felt a chill in her heart. As fellow members of the Order of the Phoenix, they used to have a pretty good relationship. Professor McGonagall and the others would only call her Molly, but now, the title, Mrs. Weasley, had come out. Molly glanced at Percy and Ron behind Professor Sprout. The two were hanging their heads at this moment, not daring to speak at all. Molly said, "Did these 2 children make some mistake?" I will definitely discipline them properly. Professor Sprout said, the matter actually isn't big, but the nature of it is quite severe, and furthermore, some subsequent matters are quite troublesome. Hearing Professor Sprout speak so gravely, Molly also became nervous. She looked at Percy and Ron with an unkind gaze. Get back inside. Once I figure out what tricks you two are playing, I will settle the score with you. Percy and Ron didn't dare to speak. They carried their luggage inside. After the two of them left, Professor Sprout explained to Molly what had happened at Hogwarts. After Professor Sprout's explanation, Molly was a bit bewildered. Professor Sprout, I mean no offense, but I feel that if it were just a snowman, it shouldn't have been enough to make you come all this way. Professor Sprout nodded. She knew what Molly meant. In fact, if it were just a snowman, it really wouldn't require so much trouble. However, what Professor Sprout was best at was how to connect the beginning and end of a matter together. Therefore, under Professor Sprout's narration, Molly learned about the good deeds Percy and Ron had done at Hogwarts, including what happened on the platform before the start of school. Even including some of the things the two had said, Professor Sprout picked out the key points to tell Molly. Finally, there were the little tricks Percy had pulled this time. One incident after another was grating on Molly's nerves. Molly's face visibly darkened. The Weasley family is poor, but in truth, except for Percy and Ron, the Weasley family's values are very upright. Molly was truly angry at Percy for playing such underhanded schemes behind people's backs. And Ron's brainless behavior also made Molly very angry. Professor Sprout said, and, you also know that this matter concerns Lucas. Severus had intended to bring them back himself. But Minerva asked me to come instead. Molly knew what Professor Sprout meant by bringing this up now. If Snape had come, this matter really wouldn't have been so easy to resolve. Molly said, so, has Hogwarts decided to expel them both? Professor Sprout shook her head. It's not that serious, it's just letting them rest at home for a while. Once this matter blows over, and besides, you know what kind of child Lucas is. Molly nodded. She was, of course, familiar with Lucas. The whole wizarding world knew how strong Lucas's desire for revenge was. Professor Sprout said, so, this is also to protect them both. However, because Percy needs to take a temporary leave of absence, his position as a Gryffindor prefect needs to be reselected. And the same goes for his student council position. I hope Mrs. Weasley can understand. Professor Sprout's words sounded very polite. However, Molly could hear the lack of leniency in Professor Sprout's words. Molly sighed, I know, this is what he deserves. When Arthur returns, if possible, I hope to go to Hogwarts in person to apologize to Severus and Lucas. Professor Sprout nodded. I think there will be an opportunity. I have delivered the two children, I hope Mrs. Weasley can educate them well. At the very least, you must let them know that some things are not what children should be doing, don't you agree? Molly nodded. I understand. Professor Sprout did not intend to continue dawdling with Molly. Instead, she directly apparat and vanished from the spot. Molly looked at the spot where Professor Sprout had disappeared. She wasn't stupid, she naturally understood the meaning behind Professor Sprout's words. Seemingly giving them face, in reality, wasn't it a statement of attitude? This was also the reason why Professor McGonagall had sent Professor Sprout. As the saying goes, some things, some words. Professor Sprout was easier to talk to and easier to handle things. If it were her, due to her relationship with Dumbledore, she couldn't have stated her position so clearly on many matters. Professor Flitwick, an old nice guy, naturally couldn't have expressed his attitude so clearly either. As for Snape, if he had come, things would have been even more troublesome. They might have already started fighting. Therefore, only Professor Sprout was suitable to come. She could both express their attitude and maintain a sense of proportion. And as long as their attitude was put forward, for people like the Weasley family who were close to Hogwarts, it was already enough. After all, the world is never just about fighting and killing. When Lucas and Nagini woke up, it was already afternoon. Lucas sat on the bed and stretched out big time. Comfortable, incredibly comfortable. Feeling refreshed. Pulling an all-nighter, being able to catch up on sleep and wake up naturally, is the happiest thing. After Lucas and Nagini washed up, they intended to go to the kitchen to find a house elf for a special meal. Before they could leave, in the common room, the two encountered Gemma Farley waiting there. Gemma Farley said, "You're finally awake, Lucas." Lucas asked in confusion. What's wrong, Senior Gemma? Do you need something from me? Gemma Farley said, Professor Snape wants you to go to his office after you wake up. Lucas nodded. He was not surprised by Snape's summons. After all, he had to roughly tell Snape about his own situation, to save Snape from worrying. Lucas said, All right, I know. Gemma Farley nodded. Where are you two planning to go? Lucas said, To eat. Gemma Farley's eyes lit up, looking for a house elf for a special meal. Lucas nodded. Gemma Farley said, I'm going too. I've long envied that you can go to the kitchen to order food. Lucas said, Then let's go. Nagini, you go to the kitchen with Senior Gemma first, I'll go find Professor Snape. You eat first, I'll eat when I get back. Gemma Farley and Nagini nodded. Lucas headed straight for Snape's office. They were both in the basement, which was very convenient. Arriving at the office door, Lucas directly used his authorization to open Snape's office door. Incredibly convenient. Snape was in front of the workbench, flipping through a book. That book was thicker than a dictionary. And it was especially large. One book occupied half the workbench. Just woke up. Lucas nodded, then tapped the table lightly. 2 cups of black tea appeared. Lucas picked them up and placed one in front of Snape. Snape said, What happened with you yesterday? Lucas said, A small problem. When I was studying Nagini's blood curse, I absorbed some of the blood curse. For this period of time, my state hasn't been quite right, but I didn't take it seriously. Yesterday, my emotions were triggered, and then, the blood curse took advantage of the opening. It triggered the Obscurial to go on a rampage. Snape frowned, resolved. Lucas nodded, Yeah, it's been perfectly resolved. Professor Snape nodded, not asking how Lucas had resolved it. Nor did he ask if there would be any lingering effects, because he understood Lucas. If Lucas hadn't completely resolved it, he wouldn't have stated so decisively that it was handled. Snape was silent for a moment before saying, Those 2 from the Weasley family have been sent back to the burrow. Lucas's hand, holding the teacup, stiffened slightly. Snape said, It's the result we 4 discussed. After all, when it comes down to it, this matter wasn't that serious. Lucas nodded, Yeah, I understand. Snape glanced at Lucas. If possible, I think you should let this matter go. Of course, a small lesson is fine, but it's best not to kill them. It will have some impact on you. Of course, I'm just giving you advice. Hearing Snape say this, Lucas was left with a look of utter bewilderment. Professor, I never thought about killing them. Yesterday, my mind was corrupted by the joint influence of the Obscurial and the blood curse. I don't have such a heavy murderous intent. Snape didn't speak. It was obvious that while Snape might have believed the first part of what Lucas said, he didn't believe a single word of the latter part about Lucas not having such heavy murderous intent. Seeing Snape fall silent, Lucas coughed twice, feeling a bit awkward. Professor, you called me over, what is it about? Snape said, Icholas Flamel wants to take you as his apprentice. It must have been your flying broomstick that caught his attention. Lucas's eyes lit up. It was here. Snape noticed Lucas's expression. Of course, this was also because Lucas didn't hide anything in front of Snape. Snape said, You seem to have expected this, even somewhat expectant. Did you calculate this in advance? Lucas had no intention of hiding anything from Snape. He nodded and admitted it directly. Snape frowned. You want to learn alchemy? Lucas said, To be precise, I want to learn how to make the Philosopher's Stone. Snape said, That is a false immortality. Lucas nodded, I know. I want to learn to make the Philosopher's Stone just to use it as an energy core. This relates to some of my future plans. Snape pondered for a moment and said, Is it very important? Lucas said, Not that important, really. It's just to add some variety to a boring life. Of course, if I can advance in both alchemy and potion making, and perhaps research true immortality, I think that would be quite interesting. Snape said, So, shall I reply on your behalf and accept? Lucas shook his head, Oh rush for now, Professor. Is the Philosopher's Stone in that room? Snape shook his head, It's not. Do you want the Philosopher's Stone to reverse engineer the manufacturing process? Lucas nodded, Yeah, I have that intention. Snape said, It won't work. You can give up on that path. I have studied the Philosopher's Stone, the knowledge involved is very complex. It involves many things, and they are all intertwined. It's impossible to reverse engineer it. Any step, even if the order is reversed, will result in failure. Otherwise, other people in the wizarding world who study alchemy, even if they are a bit worse than Nicholas Flamel, wouldn't have left the current wizarding world with only Nicholas Flamel capable of making the Philosopher's Stone. When he created the Philosopher's Stone, he even made it public for all alchemists to observe. Lucas said, "Is it that complex?" Snape's attainments in alchemy were actually not low. It's just that he focused on potion making and only studied alchemy casually. But even that casual study was already the pursuit of a lifetime for a normal person. Lucas said, "It seems my idea was a bit unrealistic." Lucas felt a bit annoyed. If that was the case, hadn't he been busy for nothing after laying out his plans for so long? Snape said, "It's up to you. If you want to try, you can try. However, I don't know where the Philosopher's Stone is. If you need it, I can ask Dumbledore." Lucas shook his head. "Forget it, I don't want to owe him a favor. If he dares to take out the Philosopher's Stone to use as bait, I can get it on my own. I'm just afraid he won't actually take the Philosopher's Stone out at all." Snape didn't speak, but his attitude was already one of tacit agreement. Lucas said, "I'll think about it some more. There's no rush for the moment. During the school term, I really don't have time to learn from him." Snape nodded, then refocused his attention on the book in front of him. Lucas turned and left sensibly. On the way to the kitchen, Lucas pondered Snape's words. He had always overlooked this problem, the difficulty of the Philosopher's Stone. If he wanted to reverse engineer the manufacturing process, could he really do it? He tapped his head lightly. After all, Lucas couldn't bear to hit himself too hard. He had been a bit mysteriously overconfident. He hadn't even considered that in the circle of alchemists, even those second only to Nicholas Flamel couldn't replicate the Philosopher's Stone. How could he possibly replicate it? It seemed that becoming Nicholas Flamel's apprentice was the right path. As for the Lord Voldemort thread, Lucas decided to let it take its natural course. Harry Potter, Draco, and Hermione were hanging out together every day. He didn't know what they were up to. Lucas felt that the trio should have already started their journey of exploration. Lucas was also quite curious about how the story would play out now that the plot had collapsed like this. However, these three were together every day, yet hadn't triggered any system rewards. What kind of superficial friendship was this? They looked harmonious and inseparable on the surface, but in reality, they hadn't officially accepted each other yet. But it should be soon. The Halloween party was coming up. In the original novel, the trio accepted each other because of the troll on Halloween. He just didn't know how the troll would make an appearance this time without Professor Quirrell. But these were all minor issues. If the troll couldn't appear, he would go catch one himself. For the sake of rewards, working a little harder wasn't shameful. Lucas headed straight to the kitchen and pushed the door open. Nagini and Gemma Farley were sitting at the table, and there were already quite a few chicken bones on it. The two were chatting while eating chicken wings. Seeing Lucas return, Nagini smiled. "Lucas, did you have the house elf learn this?" Lucas nodded. "Yeah, how is it? Does it taste authentic?" Nagini's eyes curved into crescent shapes. She nodded. Very authentic. It tastes just like what we ate in the Muggle world." Lucas laughed. "That's good, as long as you think it's authentic. It seems that when it comes to cooking talent, house elves really cannot be compared by ordinary races." Gemma Farley, who was on the side, looked at the chicken wing in her hand. Then she looked at Nagini and Lucas. A flash of contemplation crossed her eyes. After Lucas sat down, the house elf served the dishes immediately. The abundance of the dishes made Gemma Farley exclaim that it was outrageous. The attitude of this house elf towards Lucas was simply not on the same level as its attitude towards everyone else at Hogwarts. Well, actually, the attitude of everyone at Hogwarts towards Lucas was not quite the same. After the meal, the three of them left the kitchen. The house elf warmly welcomed Lucas to visit again. As for Nagini and Gemma Farley, they did not have as much face as Lucas. After eating and drinking to their fill, it was, of course, time to digest the food. Gemma Farley left first. After all, as a prefect, she had many things to handle. Snape had too cold a personality, and students did not dare to approach him. Therefore, the affairs of Slytherin over these years were basically handled by generations of prefects. The workload of these prefects was very large. The Slytherin prefects were also known as the most tired prefects at Hogwarts. None other. However, after several years of training, these prefects had their abilities in handling various trivial matters improved. Therefore, Prefects from Slytherin were sought after in the entire wizarding world. After all, people with strong abilities, whether in the Muggle world or the wizarding world, were in high demand. Whether it was management or entering the Ministry of Magic, it was a way out. Of course, most importantly, Slytherin prefects had powerful connections. Therefore, Gemma Farley's future was basically bright. Just taking the fact that she hadn't graduated yet, she had already received invitations from many companies in the wizarding world. Even the Ministry of Magic had already sent an invitation to Gemma Farley. Now it just depended on what choice Gemma Farley would make after graduation. By the Black Lake, Lucas and Nagini strolled for a while and found a place with nice scenery to sit down. Nagini stretched. Hogwarts in winter also has a unique scenery. Lucas nodded. Indeed, the place the four founders chose back then, not to mention anything else, the scenery is very good. Nagini laughed. Yes, the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake, these places are very famous in the entire wizarding world. Lucas said, that is because they are all next to Hogwarts. Nagini nodded. That makes sense. By the way, about the Weasley family. Lucas said, I have already let them go home. It should be that Professor McGonagall was afraid that I would do something to them. So, it can be considered protecting them, and by the way, expressing the attitude of Hogwarts. Nagini said, then will you retaliate against them? Lucas smiled. Don't be silly, Nagini. I am not a child anymore, of course I will retaliate against them. Nagini was almost thrown off balance by Lucas's sudden turn. Lucas said coldly, they need to pay the price. I didn't really want to bother with them, even though they had offended me. But Fred and George have a very good relationship with me, and I am willing to give them face. But unfortunately, perhaps my concession made them think that I am weak and easy to bully. Since that is the case, I have to change their impression of me. Nagini listened to Lucas's words. Her eyes were full of confusion. No, Lucas conceded. Lucas is weak and easy to bully. When did Lucas have such a misconception? If Lucas was really weak and easy to bully, why did that person named Percy not dare to target Lucas openly? He only dared to play some small dirty tricks. Isn't this just not daring to deal with Lucas, and using some small dirty tricks to vent his anger? Nagini said, then how do you plan to deal with them? Lucas thought for a moment. Originally I was thinking of finding an opportunity to finish them off directly. But after all, I am a law-abiding person, and it seems a bit not good. But just letting them go like this also does not conform to my code of conduct. Let's wait until they come back. I haven't thought it through yet. Nagini's mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, Lucas's current style of doing things was becoming more and more direct. He went straight for taking lives from the start. Nagini hesitated and said, Lucas, do you feel that your murderous intent is a bit heavy now? Hearing Nagini's words, Lucas was silent for a moment. It might be the influence of the Obscurial and the blood curse. I don't know, and I also know that my murderous intent is a bit heavy now. But you have to admit, no matter what it is, my solution is the most efficient, isn't it? Nagini was silent. What could she say? Lucas was absolutely right. Although Nagini was very kind, she was a person who had come out of the Grindelwald era. People of that era, no matter how kind they were accustomed to killing. Although Nagini had not killed many people with her own hands, she had seen too much. Most importantly, after so many years, although she still maintained kindness in her heart, she would definitely not be a saint. Especially, in her heart, the priority of all things was lower than Lucas. What Lucas did, in her eyes, was never wrong. After all, she only had Lucas by her side now. Lucas was her most important person. As long as it was Lucas's decision, unconditional support was all that was needed. Lucas watched Nagini stay silent, thinking of Nagini's personality in the original novel. He said, don't worry, Nagini, I will try my best to control my murderous intent, and I will also adjust my mindset as soon as possible. I know that my murderous intent is heavy now, which conflicts with the kindness in your heart. I will try to be more careful in the future. Nagini heard Lucas say this. She quickly waved her hand. Go, Lucas, you misunderstood. I unconditionally support any of your decisions, and likewise, I unconditionally approve of all your actions. I told you this not because I wanted to blame you, or make you change or anything. I was just afraid that having heavy murderous intent would affect you yourself. But if you are sure about it, and it won't cause any other impact on you, then you can pretend that I never said anything today. Lucas understood, Nagini was simply worried about him. A smile appeared on Lucas's face. He turned his body and lay on Nagini's lap. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. Lucas slowly closed his eyes. He let the sunlight spill over his body. He was enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Nagini looked at Lucas lying on her lap. A smile appeared on her face. She looked up at the sunlight. Wasn't this life exactly what she had always dreamed of? A stable life, no longer having to experience that blood and cruelty. No longer worrying about being displaced, no longer considering the blood curse within her body. No longer afraid of losing control. And being able to have this life now was all brought to her by Lucas. She was truly, deeply satisfied. Nagini raised her hand and gently brushed the stray hairs on Lucas's forehead. She whispered in a voice only she could hear, "Thank you, Lucas. I'm grateful to have met you." The sunlight fell on the two of them like a master painter. It used light to outline their silhouettes, leaving a truly beautiful scene between heaven and earth. No one came to disturb Lucas and Nagini as they enjoyed their peaceful time. Even if someone happened to pass by and saw Lucas, they would lower their footsteps and leave quietly. After all, Lucas was now at the absolute top of the list of people one must not provoke at Hogwarts. Although he had already held this status before. Several days passed, and on this day, all the students at Hogwarts were very excited. As soon as class was over, they ran toward the Great Hall. Because today was the Halloween feast. Tonight's dinner would be exceptionally grand. And after all, it was a holiday. It was just like the time before the New Year in Lucas's previous life. Although the grand feast could attract people, the festive atmosphere was even more exciting. Who doesn't like holidays? Even Lucas was in an inexplicably good mood today. Of course, he wouldn't let his mood be good just because of the holiday. The Meteor series market was now basically saturated. Lucius was already setting up overseas markets. Progress was rapid, with the scale of the House of Malfoy. Conducting international trade was truly too easy. Germany, France, and the United States. Specialty shops for the Meteor series had already been set up in the magic worlds of these countries. Large amounts of galleons flowed into the pockets of Lucas and Lucius. Lucas didn't even know how many galleons he had now. That stuff was just a number to Lucas now. People are like that. When they have no money, they are desperate to make it. But when wealth truly accumulates to a certain level, they really have no concept of money anymore. Lucas had always thought that when a wealthy man surnamed Ma in his previous life said he had no interest in money, he was just humble bragging. Now that it was his turn to make so much money, he suddenly seemed to understand those words. He now seemed to have no interest in money either. When those things accumulate too much, they really do just become a number. Of course, having money really does make people happy. You could tell just from looking at Lucas. Lucas now highly suspected if he had actually gone through a cycle of reincarnation before transmigrating. In that reincarnation, he must have been a dragon. Otherwise, why would he like the shiny golden galleon so much? As expected, greed wasn't Lucas's true nature, but was influenced by various strange factors. In the Great Hall, the Halloween feast began as scheduled. Dumbledore said some very uninspiring words. Lucas wanted nothing more than to use his authority to directly silence Dumbledore and throw him out. This old bidang was too long-winded. Fortunately, before Lucas could no longer suppress his impulse, Dumbledore finally stopped his rambling. With a wave of his hand, the feast officially began. Nagini and Gemma Farley sat on either side of Lucas. Regarding Nagini's presence, the whole of Hogwarts was now in a state of default acceptance. No one bothered Nagini. Even Dumbledore didn't say anything. No one knew why, but they accepted the fact that Nagini could live at Hogwarts, with a very special status. Looking at the dazzling array of food, Nagini was very happy. Now that life had settled down, Nagini's true nature was unlocked. She really loved to eat. Most importantly, this girl didn't get fat no matter how much she ate. This made Lucas a bit envious. Having midnight snacks with Nagini every night, Lucas had gained quite a bit of weight. But Nagini's figure hadn't changed at all. This was simply unscientific. In the Great Hall, the atmosphere was very harmonious. Everyone focused their attention on the food in front of them. Lucas chatted with Nagini and Gemma Farley while eating. His gaze swept toward the Ravenclaw table. Lucas looked around for a bit. His eyes lit up. Interesting. Hermione wasn't there. So, it's still the same as the original plot. But now that there's no Ron, what would Hermione be upset about? Gemma Farley noticed Lucas's gaze. She looked at the Ravenclaw table, then leaned closer to Lucas. What are you looking at? Lucas shook his head. Nothing. Did anything interesting happen today? Gemma Farley wondered. Something interesting. If you put it that way, there seems to be one thing, though I don't know if you'll find it interesting. Lucas said. What is it? Gemma Farley said. Today, Penelope flew into a rage in the Ravenclaw common room. It's said that the whole of Ravenclaw was quite frightened. Lucas was stunned. Senior Penelope. Flying into a rage. Lucas didn't know how to connect Penelope with the phrase, flying into a rage. Based on Lucas's understanding of Penelope, Penelope had a very good reputation at Hogwarts. Wise, gentle. These were the labels associated with Penelope. Except for when she faced Gemma Farley, where she often lost her composure. Lucas had never seen Penelope lose her temper. Gemma Farley said, What do you think? Rare, right? When I heard it, my reaction was the same as yours. Penelope flying into a rage, that's truly interesting. Lucas finished the chicken leg in his hand in 2 bites. Give me the details. Gemma Farley rolled her eyes. You're so interested in Penelope's affairs. Lucas said, Don't give me that. That's Senior Penelope, she actually lost her temper. Don't tell me you didn't look into what happened. You're much more interested in her than I am. Gemma Farley smiled. You guessed right. After I heard about it, I went to find out the news immediately. After all, I'm too curious about what could make Penelope angry. Lucas said, And then? What did you find out? Tell me quickly, I've been dying for some gossip. If I miss this kind of drama, I won't be able to sleep tonight, no, all week. Gemma Farley couldn't help but roll her eyes. As expected, Lucas really loved watching the drama. Gemma Farley said, It has to do with a new student in Ravenclaw. I think her name is Hermione Granger. You know, back at the train station. That very smart Muggle-born witch that Senior Penelope personally recruited. Do you remember her? Lucas nodded. What a waste of breath. As one of the trio and someone carrying Lucas's system rewards, how could Lucas not remember her? Of course, Gemma Farley didn't know about these things. Gemma Farley said, Ever since that little witch entered Hogwarts, her performance has been exceptionally good. Moreover, that little witch seems to have endless energy and a unique obsession with studying. You know that Ravenclaw has had internal tests since the house was founded, right? Lucas nodded. Yeah, Ravenclaw has so many top students. Besides their intelligence, this internal testing also plays a big part. Ravenclaw holds an exam every month, like a monthly test, where senior students set the questions and grade the papers for the lower year students. The final grades are ranked. Gemma Farley nodded. Yes, and that's where the problem lies. That little witch performed exceptionally well, taking first place in both monthly tests since the term started. Then, the problem arose. You know, no matter which house it is, there's never a shortage of petty people. Someone was jealous of that little witch's grades and started spreading rumors that she was cheating during the exams. Lucas was stunned. Wait, hold on, let me get this straight. Cheating on an exam? Copying someone else? If she's in first place, there's no one else to copy from. As for copying from books or something like that, as far as I know, the questions in Ravenclaw's exams aren't just rote memorization copied from textbooks by the seniors. Gemma Farley nodded. Exactly. That's why this rumor had very little impact. After all, everyone understands that logic. Not to mention those brainy folks inside Ravenclaw. Lucas said, Then what's the problem? Can something like this make Senior Penelope fly into a rage? That seems unlikely. Jealousy causing bad influence isn't the first time this has happened. It's not like Senior Penelope hasn't dealt with this before. Gemma Farley said, This time it's a bit different. I think Penelope wants to groom that little witch as her successor. She initially wanted you to be her successor, but then you came to Slytherin. She had to settle for second best and groom that little witch instead. According to the information I've received, Penelope values that little witch highly. So, this time, the matter fell onto that little witch's head. To ensure that when that little witch takes over as prefect later, there won't be any stains on her record. Penelope started a thorough investigation into the source of the rumors. Lucas nodded. Yeah, every generation of Ravenclaw prefects places great importance on cultivating their successors. That's normal. I heard that Prefect Penelope went through something similar, the previous generation's Ravenclaw prefect took care of Senior Penelope just like this. It doesn't seem like a big deal, though. With Senior Penelope's ability, resolving something like this should be quite simple. Could it be that she didn't find the culprit? Gemma Farley held up her index finger and shook it. No, no, no. Quite the opposite. The Sorting Hat might really be getting senile. There was a problem with the sorting. It sorted an idiot into Ravenclaw. Penelope barely had to put in any effort to find the person spreading the rumors. This afternoon, in the Ravenclaw common room, Penelope stepped up and criticized the rumormonger. But, let me tell you why I call that person an idiot. That person comes from a wizard family. She was jealous of that little witch, so she was very unconvinced by Penelope's criticism. And then they started arguing. Lucas clicked his tongue. What a warrior, daring to argue with her own house prefect. Did Senior Penelope get angry because of this? Gemma Farley said, no. Although Penelope and I don't see eye to eye, she's not that petty. Penelope probably wanted to build up some momentum for that little witch, so she let her handle that idiot. Perhaps she was also testing that little witch. And that little witch knew how to handle it, she just asked that idiot to apologize. But that's where the problem started. I don't know if she was just defiant or felt she had lost face. That idiot blew up right then and there. I heard her composure completely crumbled, and she made a huge scene. In the end, she even said, "How dare a mudblood tell me what to do?" Lucas's eyes widened immediately. My God, that idiot you described feels strangely familiar. Could the Weasley family have some long-lost daughter out there? Gemma Farley rolled her eyes. I remember you're friends with the twins. Lucas waved his hand, only occasionally. Let's not talk about that. What happened next? Gemma Farley said, you know how disgusting the term mudblood is. And Ravenclaw actually has 60% of students from Muggle families. With that one sentence, that idiot offended more than half of Ravenclaw. Penelope blew up right then. Lucas clicked his tongue. No wonder. It's normal for Senior Penelope to blow up. After all, that idiot didn't just embarrass herself. Once those words got out, she embarrassed the entire Ravenclaw house. Except for Slytherin, the main student body of the other three houses consists of students from Muggle families. Gemma Farley nodded. Yeah, so this matter has blown up pretty big. Lucas said, in the end, how was it resolved? Gemma Farley said, didn't you notice Professor Flitwick isn't here? Professor Flitwick personally took that student for a home visit. I think that student might get expelled. Lucas nodded, that's actually quite possible. After all, she comes from an ordinary wizard family. Expelling her won't have any impact. Expelling one person to minimize the fallout, no matter how you look at it, it's not a loss. Gemma Farley nodded, exactly. How was that for drama? Satisfied. Lucas nodded, it certainly qualifies as drama. The Sorting Hat might really have gone senile. I can't believe such an idiot appeared in Ravenclaw. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Poor Senior Penelope. Ravenclaw really hasn't seen anyone this stupid. Gemma Farley laughed. Yeah, that's why Penelope's face is black right now. Lucas looked over towards Penelope. Sure enough, Penelope's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. However, did today's events really unfold like this? So, Hermione getting scolded was a necessary part of the process? This plot advancement, poor Miss Granger. Lucas exercised his authority and quickly pinpointed Hermione's location. Still the bathroom. Honestly, girl, is this bathroom some kind of must-visit landmark? Do you really have to sneak into the bathroom to cry? Huh. Lucas discovered something interesting. He spotted two people, Harry Potter and Draco. At this moment, the two were at the entrance of the bathroom. Moreover, their positions were moving back and forth. Clearly, they were pacing outside the bathroom door. Lucas loved this authority too much. This thing was truly fun. It came with its own Marauder's map, and it was even more comprehensive than that one. Anyone who had ever left a trace of magic in Hogwarts would be recorded by the castle. He wondered how they had managed to create all this when Hogwarts Castle was being built. Although Lucas had visited that era during Salazar Slytherin's trial, he really didn't know how Hogwarts was constructed. Because that damn trial had a bug. Whenever it encountered something unrelated to the trial, it would fly by, just like a slideshow. Lucas once suspected that Slytherin Fellow simply wasn't powerful enough. He couldn't fully manifest the events of the past. But it didn't matter, Lucas couldn't be bothered with that. As long as the authority was useful. Lucas ate while chatting with Nagini and keeping an eye on the Marauder's map. Indeed, in the world of a genius, multitasking is the only way. As the feast proceeded into its latter half, Lucas's brow furrowed. Had no one made a move yet? Could it be that the plot was going to change? Just then, Lucas suddenly saw, in the corridor outside the bathroom, a name suddenly appeared, Barty Crouch Jr. Lucas's pupils dilated instantly. This guy, when did he get here? No, how did he bypass Hogwarts surveillance to enter the school? Lucas's authority allowed him to fully monitor all of Hogwarts. It should be impossible for anyone to bypass his surveillance and appear directly inside Hogwarts. Unless there were secret passages in Hogwarts not recorded in his authority? No, that's not right either. To be precise, it should be that this part of the authority existed outside of Hogwarts' general authority. The Chamber of Secrets. Lucas immediately thought of that place. Within Hogwarts, Salazar Slytherin's authority was the highest. However, the other three founders also had authority. Even if it didn't match Slytherin's, their authority regarding Hogwarts surveillance shouldn't be inferior to his. And Slytherin had left behind the Chamber of Secrets. No matter what his purpose was. One thing was certain, he wouldn't place the Chamber of Secrets right under the noses of the other three founders. If Lucas were Slytherin, he would have stripped the Chamber's authority away from the main Slytherin authority when building it. Therefore, it was only possible that Barty Crouch Jr. had entered through the Chamber of Secrets. This would explain how Barty Crouch Jr. could escape his notice and appear directly within Hogwarts. As expected, his initial guess was correct. Lord Voldemort definitely had a backup plan. Otherwise, there was no explaining how he contacted Barty Crouch Jr. But how on earth did he do it? Lord Voldemort was locked deep within his own consciousness. He was being whipped into unconsciousness every day. How did he manage to pull all this off? A deep sense of vigilance rose in Lucas's heart. Indeed, the Dark Lord was not simple. Even a Dark Lord who had split his soul and made himself stupid and mad was still not someone he could easily manipulate. Lucas stroked his chin, watching Barty Crouch Jr. gradually approach the bathroom. Since he could discover it. Then, Dumbledore. Lucas looked toward the staff table. Sure enough, although Dumbledore was holding a wine glass in one hand, his brow was tightly furrowed. The cloudiness in his eyes had vanished, replaced by calculation and weighing of options. Lucas raised his cup and took a sip. Even now, is he still weighing the gains and losses? If it were simply using a troll to give Harry Potter and the other two some practice, it would be somewhat justifiable. After all, that thing had no intelligence. But Barty Crouch Jr. was different. That guy was insane, but more importantly, while he was crazy, he wasn't stupid. He wasn't a troll. As one of Lord Voldemort's most trusted followers, Barty Crouch Jr. had left his own legends behind at Hogwarts. Someone like him was not someone Harry Potter and the other two undeveloped children could handle. Would Dumbledore really take this risk? Lucas watched Dumbledore with composure. He wanted to see what Dumbledore would ultimately decide. The time left for him wasn't much. Lucas looked at the name Barty Crouch Jr. on the Marauder's map. One more turn and he would be able to see Harry Potter. Given Barty Crouch Jr.'s loyalty to Lord Voldemort, he would probably fire a killing curse directly at Harry Potter. Dumbledore, if you don't go now, it really will be too late. Lucas picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. He leaned into Nagini's ear and whispered, "Go back and rest in a bit, I have something I need to take care of." Nagini nodded subtly. Lucas tossed the napkin onto the table, then stood up and walked toward the exit of the Great Hall. Gemma Farley watched Lucas leave. She asked curiously, "Nagini, where is Lucas going?" Nagini said, "He's full, he went for a walk to digest." A flicker of thought passed through Gemma Farley's eyes. Digest. She felt that the digestion Nagini spoke of might not be the same thing she understood. However, Gemma Farley was a clever person. She knew Nagini wouldn't tell her more, so naturally, she didn't ask further. Gemma Farley was well aware of Nagini's status in Lucas's heart. At least, before Nagini appeared, she had once thought that Lucas wouldn't trust anyone except Professor Snape. Even she and Penelope, though close to Lucas, both knew. They had never truly gained Lucas's trust. Between them and Lucas, they were at most good classmates, better than ordinary ones, but that was it. But Nagini was clearly different. To be honest, Nagini's treatment sometimes truly made Gemma Farley envious. Unfortunately, Many things cannot be obtained simply by being envious. After stepping out of the great hall, Lucas stopped directly in the shadows of the corridor. Leaning against the wall, a smile played on Lucas's lips. Dumbledore, still not planning to act. If you delay any longer, Harry Potter really is going to die. Lucas rubbed his fingers together. So, Dumbledore, what will you choose? Will you allow Harry Potter to endure a trial he simply cannot handle right now? Or will you use Barty Crouch Jr. to see exactly where the loopholes in Hogwarts are? Lucas was looking forward to it. Just then, Lucas saw a name appear behind Barty Crouch Jr. on the Marauders map. Albus Dumbledore. The corners of Lucas's mouth curled up. Very well, Dumbledore chose Harry Potter after all. Since that's the case, it's time for him to get to work. With a thought from Lucas. In the next moment, he used his Hogwarts authority to appear directly in a room. The instant he appeared, Lucas felt a gust of strong wind. Lucas stood his ground. Fluffy, you've grown bold, daring to bite me. The massive dog head stopped not far from Lucas. In the next instant, a light of pleasant surprise appeared in Fluffy's 6 large eyes. Then, a large tongue licked toward Lucas. Lucas quickly stopped it. Don't move, Fluffy. I've told you many times, you can't lick me. That tongue of yours is like taking a bath. Fluffy's 3 large heads lowered dejectedly. A very human-like unhappiness showed in its eyes. Lucas smiled and said, all right, come here, let me pat your heads. Don't be unhappy anymore. Lucas reached out his hand. Fluffy's middle head was about to lean in. But it was bumped aside by the head on the right, while the head on the left also forced its way toward Lucas. All right, stop fighting. How many times have I said it? The 3 of you might use 3 brains, but your consciousness belongs to 1 dog. How can you be competing with yourself? What? Canine personality split. Lucas raised his hand and patted all 3 heads. Fluffy looked completely blissful, rubbing its heads against Lucas's hand. It made a purring sound. Lucas smiled and said, all right, I know you feel wronged. After a while, I'll take you out to play. Your duties aren't finished yet. Tonight, I'll have the house elves bring you some meat to eat, but you can't scare them, understood? Fluffy's 6 dog eyes instantly lit up, and it nodded vigorously. Lucas said, all right, I have things to do. Move your paws, I need to enter that trapdoor. Fluffy nodded, moved its paws, hooked the trapdoor handle with a claw, and pulled it open directly. Lucas patted Fluffy's belly. Good dog. Stay here and don't let anyone in. Oh right, Professor Snape should be coming later, but don't bite him, and don't let him enter the trapdoor either. Fluffy nodded. Lucas jumped straight into the trapdoor. Fluffy carefully hooked the trapdoor shut again. Then it shifted its body and sat its bottom right on top of the trapdoor. Hagrid had it guard the trapdoor, and it could just cover it with its paws. That was casual, but if Lucas asked it to guard, then it felt that sitting on it was much safer. Fluffy wiggled its butt, finding a comfortable position to curl up. The middle and left heads drooped down and began to sleep, while the right head kept watch. It was the right head's turn to keep watch today. Lucas fell directly onto the devil's snare. After sensing Lucas's presence, the devil's snare became restless, very excited. One branch after another began to move, forming a mattress to catch Lucas. Lucas smiled and said, little guy, long time no see. What has Professor Sprout been feeding you? How did you grow so fast? A vine wrapped around Lucas's arm and rubbed against it. Lucas laughed, I know, I missed you too. Don't worry, you'll be back in the greenhouse soon. Professor Sprout wouldn't bear to leave you here forever. The devil's snare gently poked Lucas's arm. Lucas shook his head, no, I can't take you with me. You're too big, it would be very inconvenient. Besides, you don't like light. You wouldn't be comfortable following me. But don't worry, once you're back in the greenhouse, I'll still visit you often. The devil's snare waved its vines. Lucas's face darkened, nonsense. When have I ever lied to you? You ungrateful little thing, don't forget back when you were just a tiny clump. Who took you out to play in the Forbidden Forest every night? The devil's snare rubbed against Lucas's face. I'm not angry, just teasing you. Alright, let me down, I have work to do. The devil's snare slowly spread apart, revealing the hole below. Then, the mattress of vines lowered, placing Lucas steadily on the ground. Lucas waved his hand, thanks, little guy. When you get back to the greenhouse after this term ends, I'll come play with you. After saying that, Lucas walked deeper in. The second trial, designed by the 4 heads of house. The swarm of flying keys contributed by Professor Flitwick. These things had no life. So Lucas's affinity for all things ability wasn't very useful. However, it couldn't stop Lucas either. Lucas snapped his fingers, and all the keys darting around in the air stopped. Then, Lucas walked up to the door. He reached out and gripped the handle. The lock on the door opened with a click. There is no lock that an Alohomora can't solve. If there is, then use 2. Sure enough, the kindergarten trio of spells also have their time to shine. The wizard's chess trial. Lucas rubbed his chin. He looked at the massive chessboard, then simply walked around the side. Yes, he bypassed it directly. Looking at the path, Lucas felt that the design of this trial was truly ridiculous. No, to be precise, it was Harry Potter and the other 2 who were ridiculous. This chessboard, though large, still had empty space beside it. One could just walk around it and be done with it. Why did they have to play chess? As for what to do after bypassing it, wasn't it just a matter of waving a wand at the chess pieces guarding the passage and using a levitation charm to move them out of the way? If all else failed, wouldn't a counterspell for transfiguration to turn them back into stone blocks also work? Play chess. Who would actually play chess? This trial was purely designed for the Harry Potter trio. The feeling of it being a training exercise and having a backdoor was too strong. The Devil's Snare was a test of knowledge, and the flying keys were an opportunity for Harry Potter to show off his flying talent. Wizard's chess, the only thing that useless Ron was good at. The troll trial was to give the 3 of them some combat experience. And the final trial by Snape was about logic, meant to test Hermione. So, these trials were just for training. A pure, newbie dungeon. The kind that made Lucas want to laugh just looking at them. To Lucas, weren't these trials just simple toys? Lucas walked into the room Snape had prepared. As soon as he entered, he smelled a unique scent. If not for his current potion-making skills approaching those of a potions master, he might not have noticed it. Looking at the raging flames before him, the corners of Lucas's mouth curled up. Then, he pulled a bottle of potion from his bag. He tilted his head back and gulped it down. As the potion entered his stomach, in Lucas's eyes, the flames filling the room had all been extinguished. The scorching heat in the room also dissipated instantly. The corners of Lucas's mouth curled up slightly. As expected of Professor Snape, just how did he make this hallucinogenic potion? The hallucinogenic potion is actually not very well known throughout the wizarding world. But when your potion-making level reaches a certain point, you will have the chance to know about this potion. Because this potion was exactly the one Professor Snape created himself when he became a potions master. It was never sold to the public. No more than 5 bottles had ever circulated in the outside world. The effect of this potion is related to its name. It is used to induce hallucinations. However, Snape's potion is quite outrageous. The effect brought by this potion is indeed a hallucination. But if you don't break the potion's effect, everything you experience in the hallucination will be directly reflected on your body. For example, this room constructed of flames. Lucas knew it was an effect formed by the hallucinogenic potion. But if Lucas were to walk straight ahead regardless, then the hallucinogenic potion in his body would turn into a highly pure burning potion, directly burning his body. This is the most magical thing about this potion of Snape's. Lucas knew the recipe for this thing, but he just couldn't brew the potion's effect. It's simply outrageous. According to Snape, he didn't know why this potion couldn't be imitated either. It was very easy for him to make. What could Lucas say to that? He could only helplessly accept this outrageous setting. And the reason Snape's status in the potion world is so transcendent. On one hand, it's because he's so young, to have become a potions master at this age. No one could guarantee how high his potion-making skills would reach in the future. On the other hand, it's also because of this hallucinogenic potion. Potions are indeed indispensable for a wizard. There are even some potions in the wizarding world that can be used as a means of attack. But none are as powerful as Snape's hallucinogenic potion. According to the setting of Wuxia novels, a famous doctor in the Jianghu would be someone people seek to befriend. But when a famous doctor you need to befriend also possesses the power to take your whole family's life, you don't just need to befriend him, you must revere him. Snape is that famous doctor who can hold the lives of others' whole families in his hands. After him, many people wanted to research potions of similarly great power. But unfortunately, they all failed. Then, Lucas became certain of one thing. There was definitely something outrageous about Snape. The scent Lucas smelled upon entering the room was the scent of the hallucinogenic potion. Lucas, who was exceptionally sensitive to potions, saw through the truth immediately. So, he broke Snape's setup from the very beginning. As for the few bottles of potion Snape left behind, Lucas picked them up and sniffed them. One was the antidote to the hallucinogenic potion. As for the others, plain water. It was too outrageous. Snape didn't even bother to use a potion to disguise it. He just put in plain water. Lucas continued walking forward. As he passed by the doorway, Lucas glanced at the potion bottle on the ground. The hallucinogenic potion had evaporated from this potion bottle. It really is a very useful thing. Too bad he couldn't brew this thing himself. It's Snape's exclusive. Since it's something that can't even be imitated, Lucas lost interest. Snape's trial was the final stage. Lucas pushed open the door and arrived directly at a hall. It was empty. That magic mirror wasn't here either. The Philosopher's Stone, naturally, wasn't there either. Lucas hadn't come for the Philosopher's Stone anyway. He came this time only to set some things up, to be used for reaping the rewards later. Lucas pulled out his wand after a long time. The black wand had been given to Nagini for temporary use. He would go to Diagon Alley to buy another one after this semester ended. That old fellow Ollivander only brings out some of his treasured wands before the start of every school year. Usually, they are just ordinary stock. Even though Lucas has a good relationship with Ollivander, he wouldn't bring them out for sale early. So, he could only wait until the eve of the new school year. Lucas lightly flicked his pure white wand. Then, Lucas placed spells one after another in various locations. After finishing all this, Lucas nodded. Although Lucas didn't know if this backup plan would be useful, he might as well do it since he had nothing else to do. Give it a try. Who knows, there might be some unexpected surprise. Lucas controlled his permissions. On the Marauders map, the names of Harry Potter, Hermione, and Draco overlapped. They were all in the restroom, while Barty Crouch Jr.'s name was together with Dumbledore's. Lucas let out a soft sound of surprise. How interesting. It seems Dumbledore still hasn't given up on his plan to test Harry Potter. He couldn't miss out on such great fun. It's a good time to go and appreciate Dumbledore's acting. With a thought, Lucas's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the corridor above. Leaning against the wall, Lucas could just see Dumbledore and Barty Crouch Jr. in the distance. At this moment, the two were fighting. Lucas could tell at a glance that Dumbledore was holding back. He was holding back way too much. It could no longer be called holding back. It was more like letting him off the hook completely. Barty Crouch Jr.'s attacks looked quite fierce. But in front of Dumbledore, such attacks were no different from a child's tantrum. The gap was truly too vast. Lucas stroked his chin. He was pondering a question: why was Barty Crouch Jr. putting on such a show? If it were Lord Voldemort, his ultimate goal would be the Philosopher's Stone. Then Barty Crouch Jr. should be used to draw attention. And Barty Crouch Jr. facing off against Dumbledore was to keep Dumbledore occupied, and perhaps see if he could deal with Harry Potter in the process. Then, if one wanted to obtain the Philosopher's Stone or gather information about it, Barty Crouch Jr. would definitely be too busy for that. He wouldn't have the chance to do those things. So, there's one more person. Lucas exercised his permissions once again. His brows furrowed slightly. No one. Lucas didn't find any outsiders in Hogwarts. Besides students, there were only professors. There was no other person. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Lucas clenched his fists. No, that can't be right. I couldn't have guessed wrong. Relying solely on Barty Crouch Jr. alone, this could never be achieved. He could come to attract Dumbledore's attention, but today's setup was Lord Voldemort's way of testing whether the Philosopher's Stone was actually at Hogwarts, and where it might be located. In the original novel, Professor Quirrell was the one who did this. Therefore, there must be someone to replace Quirrell to complete this task. But why hasn't this person appeared? This is getting a bit unfun. Things seem to be getting out of control. A flash of red light uncontrollably flickered in Lucas's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Lucas took a deep breath. This feeling was uncomfortable, especially uncomfortable. Reading the original novel, Lord Voldemort felt incredibly weak. But only after truly engaging with Lord Voldemort could Lucas feel his terror. Such a person absolutely cannot be dealt with simply. He had to find a way to figure out what kind of tricks Lord Voldemort was up to. The battle between Barty Crouch Jr. and Dumbledore was still continuing. In order to make the acting more realistic, Dumbledore was truly trying his best to hold back his strength. His cautious appearance made even Lucas feel a bit of sympathy. If he used too much force, and accidentally poked Barty Crouch Jr. to death, that would truly be a waste of all the effort Dumbledore had put in for so long. Inside the restroom, Harry Potter and the other two huddled by the door, listening to the commotion outside. Hermione said, "Judging by the sound, the battle outside is very intense." Harry Potter nodded. "Why would a bad guy sneak into Hogwarts? Isn't it said that Hogwarts is the safest place?" Draco touched his chin and said, "I remember I seem to have heard Lucas say that the safety of Hogwarts is relative. Before certain factors occur, Hogwarts is the safest place in all of Europe. Even if there were a war with Muggles one day, Hogwarts would not be harmed. But if a specific factor appears, Hogwarts will become the most dangerous place." Harry Potter asked doubtfully, "This factor? What is it?" Draco shook his head. "I don't know. I just happened to remember this, so I mentioned it casually." Hermione glanced at Harry Potter thoughtfully. She seemed to understand something. Harry Potter is the savior, the person who ended the era of Lord Voldemort. And the bad guy outside, when he appeared again, was targeting Harry Potter. Then isn't this factor Harry Potter? If there are many people coming for Harry Potter in the future, wouldn't Hogwarts be in danger forever? Hermione shook her head, shaking those messy thoughts out of her head. "Don't think about these useless things. We should find a way to help Professor Dumbledore. After all, we are all students of Hogwarts, and that person is targeting Harry. If we don't resolve it, Harry will still be in danger." Harry Potter nodded. "But how should we help Professor Dumbledore?" Draco didn't speak. Although his brain capacity wasn't large, he was well informed. His father really didn't like Dumbledore. But every time, he could only stand on the moral high ground to condemn Dumbledore. People say Dumbledore is the strongest white wizard of the current age. His father had never denied it either. Lucas had also said more than once that Dumbledore's strength was a cliff-like lead for the current wizarding world. But why does it take Dumbledore so long to deal with a bad guy now? And this person is still a subordinate of the Dark Lord. Someone who could suppress the Dark Lord is now fighting back and forth with the Dark Lord's subordinate. Can this be right? It must be said, Draco, who occasionally uses his brain, didn't seem to have a completely rusted stupid brain. However, it was a pity that Draco had some brains, but not really much. So, before Draco could figure it out, Hermione had already figured out how they could intervene to help. Hermione snapped her fingers. "Got it, we do this first, then like this." Hermione pulled Harry Potter and Draco aside to whisper and plot for a while. Both of them felt that what Hermione said made a lot of sense. Thinking of it, they did it. Draco tore his notebook page by page. Then, he crumpled them into paper balls, placing them on the ground. Hermione said, "Harry, the rest is up to you. You must not drop the ball." Harry Potter nodded vigorously and swallowed his saliva to hide his nervousness. Then he slammed the door open. Barty Crouch Jr. immediately noticed Harry Potter's reappearance. Killing intent instantly shot out from his eyes. The order he received was to kill Harry Potter. Unexpectedly, he was blocked by Dumbledore. Although he didn't know why Dumbledore's strength was so weak. But this did not affect him completing his goal. Barty Crouch Jr. waved his wand, outlining a lightning bolt in the air. Avada. However, before his spell could be chanted out, Harry Potter suddenly jumped to the side. The next moment, Draco waved his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. One by one, the paper balls flew into the air, flying towards Barty Crouch Jr. Barty Crouch Jr. was dumbfounded. What is this? Do they really think this is children's play? Throwing paper balls at people? However, the paper balls were flying in the air. Hermione Granger took out her wand. Incendio. All the paper balls instantly ignited. Barty Crouch Jr. was startled. However, this kind of small trick, in front of him, was still a joke. Barty Crouch Jr. only needed to wave his wand, and these fireballs would be effectively useless. However, just as he was about to make a move, suddenly, he felt a terrifying pressure descend directly upon him. This caused his movement of waving the wand to stop instantly. This pressure was even more tyrannical than what he felt from Lord Voldemort. Even more terrifying. Even more awe-inspiring. Barty Crouch Jr. turned his head abruptly to look at Dumbledore. "So, you have been pretending all along." Dumbledore's expression was as usual, even carrying a smile. Barty Crouch Jr. understood, he understood everything. From beginning to end. Dumbledore never intended to fight him seriously. It was like an elder teasing a child. And he was that child. Barty Crouch Jr. could only watch helplessly as the fireballs landed directly on him. The clothes on his body were instantly ignited. Harry Potter and the others were full of excitement. Yay, it worked. Barty Crouch Jr. glared bitterly at Dumbledore and Harry Potter and the others. Subsequently, his figure actually disappeared on the spot. Dumbledore and Lucas, who was hiding in the dark. Their pupils instantly contracted. Apparition. I noticed that some readers seem quite interested in Nagini's positioning. So, I will take up some space to do a little character analysis, just consider it filler. I know that everyone who has read up to this point likes this book. As for the character of Nagini, I actually never thought about setting her as the female lead from the beginning. I have self-awareness, my writing isn't great, so some details aren't described well. Perhaps, to put it in a more understandable way, Nagini will play the role of an older sister. And Lucas is a serious cis-con, that should make it clear. Because of his own personality, Lucas cares extra for the people he cherishes. Nagini, Snape, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, they should all be like this. But at the same time, Lucas is a Slytherin. Following my usual protagonist shaping style, Lucas is relatively lacking in humanity. In other words, there is no one in this world he cannot use. The reason I added the bond between Snape, Nagini, and Lucas is to provide some constraint for Lucas later on. Otherwise, I'm really afraid of writing a protagonist without any constraints into Azkaban. So, as for the speculation about a female lead, it's unnecessary. After all, I haven't even decided if there will be a female lead. Lucas would not be mistaken, the move Barty Crouch Jr. used was definitely apparition. That spatial fluctuation could not be faked. Lucas looked towards Dumbledore. Could it be that Dumbledore granted the permission? No, that doesn't make any sense logically. Dumbledore's brows also furrowed slightly. Lucas thought of him, and naturally, he would also think of Lucas. After all, only the two of them possessed the permissions for Hogwarts. And only the two of them could grant those permissions to others. However, at the same time, Dumbledore did not feel that Lucas doing this fit with Lucas's usual principles of action. After all, he knew Lucas's way of doing things too well. It looked like he liked to mess around, but in reality, Lucas had a plan and a set of rules for everything. Furthermore, Lucas was an extreme pragmatist. At this moment, Lucas, in the shadows, and Dumbledore, both of their brains were spinning rapidly. A moment later, a flash of brilliance crossed both of their eyes simultaneously. If it could make him do this, that means this matter definitely aligns with his interests. He has other motives. At this moment, without even meeting, they reached an identical conclusion. The next moment, both of them had smiles on their lips. Interesting. Lucas turned and left directly. Dumbledore put back on that kind, benevolent smile, watching the three people running out of the restroom. Harry, are you three all right? On the other side, Lucas returned to the dormitory and greeted Nagini, who was lying on the bed reading. Then he went to the restroom to wash up. Today's events were truly interesting. Barty Crouch Jr. appeared, but he was alone. Lucas didn't believe that Lord Voldemort would arrange for Barty to enter Hogwarts without trying to track down the Philosopher's Stone. Then there was only one possibility. Lord Voldemort used some unknown means to deceive him. Thinking about the sudden appearance of Barty Crouch Jr., Lucas had a guess in his heart. That was, the Chamber of Secrets left behind by Slytherin might be even more valuable than he imagined. Could it be that inside there was actually a part of the Hogwarts permissions? If that were the case, could Barty Crouch Jr.'s permission today have also been given to him by Lord Voldemort through the permissions of the Chamber of Secrets? If this guess of his was true, then, perhaps Slytherin didn't just build a Chamber of Secrets simply to house a basilisk. This Chamber of Secrets might have other arrangements from Slytherin, cutting off the permissions, making the Chamber of Secrets completely detached from Hogwarts. Yet this Chamber of Secrets was itself within Hogwarts. This was truly interesting. So, Slytherin, what exactly were you trying to do? The Chamber of Secrets, it seemed it was time to take a trip there. Nagini, do you want to go see a big guy? Nagini closed her book. A big guy. What is it? Lucas laughed. A basilisk, a real basilisk, the pure-blooded kind, not those impure things in the wizarding world nowadays. Nagini was stunned. Really? A basilisk, that thing, it actually still exists. Lucas nodded. It exists. Didn't I tell you? It's a legacy gift from Slytherin. Nagini thought for a moment. Legend has it that Slytherin did indeed raise a basilisk, also a pure-blooded one. Perhaps it is the last pure-blooded basilisk in this wizarding world. It's actually still alive. Lucas said, yeah, that thing has a very long lifespan. Nagini said, then we must go see it, after all, we are of the same order. The corners of Lucas's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed there was nothing wrong with Nagini saying that. They were indeed of the same order. But why did Nagini already default to thinking she was a snake now? Lucas and Nagini left the common room. Afterwards, Lucas walked directly towards the girls' restroom. Arriving at the door, Lucas said, Nagini, you go in first to see if there is anyone. If there is, I would be a bit embarrassed. Nagini laughed. Okay, you wait. Afterwards, Nagini pushed the door and walked in. Lucas waited quietly at the door for Nagini's signal. However, suddenly, Nagini screamed. Lucas's expression changed drastically, and he transformed into black mist and rushed directly into the restroom. He grabbed Nagini and protected her behind him. Afterwards, the black mist instantly filled the entire restroom. Myrtle, who was crying on the toilet, looked at this scene in confusion. Lucas, what are you going crazy for? We have nothing to do with each other. You come to my territory and make everything pitch black. What are you doing? Lucas ignored Myrtle. He looked at Nagini behind him. Are you all right? Nagini shook her head. I'm fine, I was just scared when I saw her just now. Myrtle shrugged. This time it really isn't my fault. I didn't intend to scare anyone today. I was just staying here quietly, and then she happened to push the door open, and when she saw me, she got scared. I didn't even say a word, I didn't do anything. With a thought from Lucas, the black mist all retracted. He looked at Nagini with some helplessness. Why was Nagini afraid of ghosts? Wait, it seemed like any person would be afraid of ghosts. That also made sense. Lucas glared at Myrtle with annoyance. Are you sick? What are you doing sitting on the toilet in the middle of the night? Myrtle widened her eyes and pointed at herself. Me? You're talking about me. Lucas, who is the one with the problem? This place is mine, it's mine. I have always been here. I was here long before you. Lucas rubbed his nose. What, can't I even say anything to you now? Don't forget, who helped you when Peeves was teasing you last time. Myrtle was furious. Fine, Lucas, you're very good. You've managed to make moaning Myrtle so angry she doesn't even want to cry anymore. I can't be bothered with you. After saying that, Myrtle dove straight into the toilet, splashing water everywhere. Lucas pulled Nagini back a few steps. He was afraid the water would splash onto them. Nagini looked at Lucas in confusion. Lucas said, she's a poor soul. She died at Hogwarts back when she was a student. Later, she became a ghost of Hogwarts and has lived in this girl's restroom ever since. I forgot to tell you earlier, I'm sorry if I scared you. Nagini shook her head. She is indeed quite pitiful, but she lives in a toilet. Lucas coughed twice. Perhaps that's just her hobby. You know how ghosts are, maybe they have some quirks, which is understandable. Alright, let's go. I'll take you to find the Chamber of Secrets. Nagini nodded. Lucas led Nagini to the central sink. He then ran his hand over every faucet. He didn't have to check more than 2 before he found his target. A faucet with a snake engraving on it. Lucas gave it a try. He discovered that he couldn't open this Chamber of Secrets using his own authority. Lucas was even more certain of his hypothesis. Slytherin definitely had some arrangements made for this Chamber of Secrets. Lucas looked at Nagini. Nagini, I need your help now. You need to transform back into your snake form and speak to this faucet in Parseltongue to tell it to open. Although I can understand Parseltongue, I am not a Parselmouth. Nagini nodded, then transformed directly into a giant python. She hissed twice at the faucet. The next moment, the walls of the sink began to shift. A hollow opening appeared in the wall. Nagini transformed back into her human form. I smelled a very strong, fishy odor inside just now. It's the scent of the same order, but that smell makes my snake form very afraid. Lucas said, that's to be expected, that is a basilisk. Among the snake species, it is the undisputed overlord. If it weren't for Slytherin, this thing wouldn't be staying at Hogwarts. If it were released, the entire wizarding world would suffer. However, it seems to be sleeping right now. After all, the basilisk has a very long lifespan. Without anyone to wake it, it should just keep sleeping. Nagini nodded. But do you have a way to deal with it? That kind of creature won't just listen to you because of your affinity. If it's uncontrolled, it will be difficult to handle. Lucas laughed. Of course I do. How could a legacy gift from Slytherin have any power that isn't under control? The basilisk recognizes Slytherin's authority at Hogwarts. As long as one holds that authority, one is its master. Nagini nodded. Then let's hurry inside. I haven't seen a basilisk before. Lucas said, I haven't either. We'll get to broaden our horizons this time. The two jumped directly into the passage. The pitch-black passage was damp and foul-smelling, simply the most suitable lair for serpentine creatures to grow. If Nagini were still in her snake form, she would have really liked this place. The two walked forward along the passage. Not long after, they saw a huge shed snake skin on the ground. Even Nagini was shocked. My god, just how big is this thing? Such a huge shed skin, and it's not even complete. Lucas said, I don't know, but it must be about the same as the one that collided with the Great Fortune. Nagini asked in confusion, what Great Fortune? Lucas shook his head. He didn't explain. This kind of meme is something only a transmigrator would understand. Lucas was also shocked. In the original novel, the basilisk certainly looked huge. But seeing this shed skin for real, Lucas knew just by imagining it that the movie had been far too conservative. Passing through the passage, the two arrived in a large hall. It was extremely similar to the movie. There were pools on both sides, and a path in the center. At the end of the path was a huge snake-shaped sculpture. The sculpture's mouth was open, with a pitch-black passage inside. Lucas sensed around. He discovered that Slytherin's authority was completely useless here. It was as if this place was outside the range of Hogwarts. Lucas understood in his heart. Sure enough, this Chamber of Secrets was truly a place built by Slytherin outside the reach of Hogwarts. This was actually quite interesting. Just as Lucas was pondering, he suddenly heard a friction sound coming from the passage within the statue's mouth. Both Lucas and Nagini were very familiar with that sound. It was the sound of a serpentine creature's scales rubbing against the ground. Nagini said nervously, that thing seems to have woken up. Did our scent wake it up? Lucas patted Nagini's arm. It's fine, don't worry. It's good that it woke up, it saves me the trouble of finding a way to wake it. Nagini said, should we close our eyes? I heard that the basilisk's eyes are terrifying, making eye contact with it will instantly cost one their life. Lucas said, don't worry, no need. The basilisk's eyes, at the end of the day, are just a form of magic. My magic, its ability is useless against me. As long as you are by my side and I am here, you will be fine. Nagini nodded. Then, she looked at the pitch-black passage with a face full of anticipation. After all, this was a basilisk. Strictly speaking, she belonged to the snake family too. Being able to see the pinnacle of her own order, how could she not be curious? Lucas was even more curious than her. Such a huge basilisk, if he were to abduct it, the plot would collapse significantly. The second installment would disappear entirely. Wouldn't this level of collapse be simply absurdly high? But if that happened, the plot of the second installment would be gone. If the second installment were changed, would there be even more rewards? Lucas was a bit conflicted. He had to say, he was truly too Slytherin, the level of his greed. Just as Lucas was pondering, the system in his mind, which had seemed dead, suddenly popped up. Ding, host, it is suggested that you take the basilisk away directly. You can obtain a super high evaluation reward. As for the problem the host is worried about, you can choose to put the basilisk back before the second installment begins, and then you can farm rewards again. Upon hearing the system's words, Lucas thought he had already cultivated the ability to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Yet, he was still shocked. Wait a second, system, doesn't this count as exploiting a bug? Ding, it counts, host, it absolutely counts. Lucas's mouth twitched. It just admitted it like that. Just flat out admitted it. That's not right, system. You're teaching me how to exploit your own bug. Host, please do not misunderstand. System rewards come from the System Resource Library. They require meeting conditions to be redeemed. You can think of it as your salary for doing work. As for me, I am the system, but strictly speaking, I am not the system. You can treat me as an AI assistant program. Everything I do is to make the host stronger. Lucas didn't speak. He digested the system's words in his mind. This was getting interesting. So, you're trying to say that you and the system itself are not the same thing, and that you are wholeheartedly dedicated to me, is that what you mean? Ding, that is exactly it, host. A slight smirk tugged at the corner of Lucas's mouth. Interesting, very interesting. The system was actually pledging its loyalty to him? The system in the past wouldn't do this. So, what happened? Or perhaps, what does the system want to do? And only then would it pledge its loyalty to him. Most importantly, if one considers the system letting him exploit a bug, it seems the system is somewhat anxious for him to become stronger. That's fine too. Since he knows the system's needs, there are many more opportunities to manipulate the situation. As the saying goes, Lucas would not trust anyone other than Snape and Nagini. This was Lucas's character. Furthermore, ever since Lucas transmigrated, he had always known one truth: in this world, people who are nice to you for no reason are always plotting to get more from you. Who knows if the system is a pawn of some higher being? It never hurts to be on guard. Lucas said, then thank you very much. I think this method of exploiting the bug is quite good. Come to think of it, I don't seem to have a signature spell yet. It looks like I need to find time to go to the room of requirement to properly research spell fusion. After all, one must have some presence. Lucas mentioned it casually, but he believed that a certain system would treat it as a task to be accomplished. And this was also one of Lucas's probes into the system. He wanted to see if it was truly as he had imagined. Meanwhile, in a corner unknown to Lucas, an elderly sprite with 6 wings was berating a timid 4-winged little sprite in front of him. Are you crazy? You just revealed your bottom line to him like that. The 4-winged little sprite said timidly, Grandpa, it just slipped out. The elderly sprite said, but you can't just tell him directly. Look at the request he's making now, he's probing you. The little sprite was stunned. Probing me? What does that mean? The elderly sprite sighed helplessly. Why do you think he talked to you about a signature spell? It's to make you communicate with the system to get the spell reward. If you communicate, doesn't that prove that all rewards are controllable? Then, when rewards are distributed in the future, he will be able to control the authority over the rewards. The little sprite blinked its large eyes. Is that so? As expected, Lucas's heart is black. No matter how old he is, his heart is black. The elderly sprite raged. Is the issue now whether his heart is black or not? The issue is how to give him the rewards. The little sprite said, that's simple, just don't give it to him, then he won't know that the rewards are controllable, right? The elderly sprite said, if you don't give it to him, then what about the loyalty you pledged to him earlier? How much credibility do you think you have left with him? The two of us are in charge of Lucas, and we understand him best. Don't you know what kind of personality he has? He won't trust anyone, he even holds back from us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Think about what we should do. The little sprite sat on the ground dejectedly. Its eyes gradually turned red. The elderly sprite was shocked at the sight. Oh my, little ancestor, why are you crying? The little sprite wailed. Tears and snot flowed together. I said I didn't want to get involved with Lucas, he's black-hearted. You insisted on telling me that only Lucas could help me grow 2 more wings. You clearly know I'm stupid and can't outplay him. You forced me to be in charge, forced me to get involved. When I didn't want to, you scolded me. Now it's happened, and you're scolding me again. My life is so bitter. I have no father or mother. I was sent to training as soon as I was born. After finally finishing training, I was sent to be the system sprite for Lucas. Don't you know best what kind of person he is? No one in the entire system realm dared to take the job, but you made me go. Those 2 guys, sign in and clock in, were even completely cleaned out by the Lucas of the previous cycle. Now you're making me go again. I can't do it, and you scold me. It's so hard for me. Lucas bullies me, and you bully me too. Other systems bully me too. They are all waiting to see me make a fool of myself. It's bad enough you don't help me, but you even scold me. The elderly sprite looked at the wailing little sprite, whose voice was getting louder as it cried. He sighed and held his forehead. All right, sweetie, don't cry, don't cry. Grandpa didn't lie to you. Lucas can indeed help you advance further. Although sign in and clock in were cleaned out later, haven't their ranks been upgraded now? Didn't Grandpa want you to be upgraded too? The most important thing for a system is to choose a good master. If I gave you other masters, you wouldn't like them. You think they aren't as smart as Lucas and that they definitely won't make it to the end. I had no other choice but to put you in charge of Lucas, didn't I? The little sprite sobbed. Then what do you say we should do now? The elderly sprite said, there's no other way. I'll go file an application with the System Resource Library. When the time comes, you can just give him the reward. Anyway, based on his talent, he would be able to research it himself. We're just speeding it up a little, it won't have much impact. As for the bottom line you've already revealed to Lucas, let it be. It's too late to make up for it now. Given his intelligence, he must have already guessed quite a bit. Since that's the case, there's no need to keep hiding things. In this cycle, letting him know some things in advance isn't a bad thing. After all, besides us, he is also setting up his own plans. It's just the last cycle anyway, and the outcome will be decided within this cycle. Lucas didn't know that his system actually had its own circle, and it was a circle exclusive to systems. Up until now, he still thought the system was just something similar to a piece of code, just something created by high-dimensional beings. But he didn't expect that the system itself was a high-dimensional life form. Of course, Lucas couldn't be bothered with that at the moment, because he was currently facing a very awkward situation. Lucas looked at the basilisk, which was staring back at him with big eyes. For a moment, he was a bit dazed. He had imagined ways he might meet the basilisk, but after this basilisk swam out of the tunnel, it came straight to his side. It coiled its body into a circle, trapping Lucas in the middle. Then it just stared at him with those two eyeballs that looked like yellow lanterns. Nagini nervously grabbed Lucas's arm. Lucas, are you sure it's okay? I keep feeling like it wants to eat us. Lucas rubbed his nose. It's fine, I don't feel any malice from it. I only feel that it's very curious about us. What I'm hesitating about now is how to greet this big guy. Just as Lucas was still thinking of an opening line, the basilisk spoke first. You are not Slytherin. Lucas's eyes instantly widened. Holy crap, a toddler's voice? What the hell, this basilisk actually has the voice of a toddler. How old is this thing? How can it still have a toddler's voice? No, wait, according to the recorded lifespan of basilisks, the current basilisk is actually in its infancy. Lucas stroked his chin. An infant basilisk. Isn't that just like a child, at the time when they are most malleable? A child is like a blank sheet of paper. To what extent the final drawing is fixed depends entirely on how the parent draws it. And this basilisk used to follow Lord Voldemort. What good could a person with such a dark mind draw? So, the problem Lucas had been worried about, that the basilisk would be hard to control, didn't seem to exist. He just needed to erase what Lord Voldemort had drawn. Thinking of this, Lucas felt a sense of joy in his heart. Not bad, not bad. A basilisk like this is much more likable. Lucas looked at the basilisk. I am indeed not Slytherin. I have received Slytherin's inheritance, and he told me to take care of you in the future. The basilisk lowered its head. Then will you give me something to eat? Lucas said, of course I will. What do you like to eat? The basilisk said impatiently, roosters, I love to eat roosters. Lucas was stunned. Huh, you love eating roosters? Isn't that thing your natural enemy? The basilisk said, yes, those roosters are very weak, but they have a suppression over me, so I want to eat them all. Lucas said, that's simple, eating roosters is a small matter. You've slept for so long, are you hungry? The basilisk nodded, yes, very hungry, very hungry. I have never been full. I could only eat my fill when Slytherin was here, after that, I was never full again. The basilisk's voice sounded very aggrieved. It made Lucas feel distressed just listening to it. Look at how aggrieved the child is. Such a big child has never been full, what kind of miserable life has it been living? Lucas said, I'll go have someone prepare food for you, but I can't use permissions here, so I have to leave first and bring it back once it's ready. The basilisk said, no need, I have permissions. I can use the permissions of this Chamber of Secrets. Slytherin said that his permissions, combined with mine, would allow the use of permissions here. However, back then, I split a part of my permissions and gave it to Slytherin's descendant. Lucas's eyes lit up, though, the permissions for the Chamber of Secrets were given to you by Slytherin, and then you gave a part of the permissions to his descendant. The basilisk nodded, yes, that person said he was Slytherin's descendant and that Slytherin sent him, so I gave him a part of the permissions. Lucas rolled his eyes. This Lord Voldemort is really not a good person. He even tricks snakes. Lucas said, then what should I do? The basilisk said, you don't need to do anything. I'll just give the permissions to you. As it spoke, a snake-shaped pattern slowly emerged on the basilisk's forehead. Then, the snake pattern detached directly and floated towards Lucas. At the same time, a snake tattoo appeared on Lucas's forehead as well. However, unlike the basilisk's, his snake tattoo was a green so deep it was almost black. The moment the two snake patterns touched, the basilisk snake pattern was directly swallowed by Lucas's snake tattoo. Afterward, Lucas felt that he had gained control over this chamber of secrets. However, there was something missing. It was like a map with a piece dug out of it. Lucas knew that this part should be the portion of permissions held by Lord Voldemort. With a thought from Lucas, the snake tattoo split into two again. One part entered the basilisk's forehead. The other part returned to his own body. However, Lucas could take control of the basilisk's part of the snake pattern at any time. Lucas understood why Slytherin said that as long as he had the permissions, the basilisk would recognize him as master. Slytherin's brain was truly something else. Sensing Slytherin's permissions, the basilisk wouldn't attack. It would also take the initiative to hand over its permissions, and at that time, the two permissions would merge. It was just like a spirit beast recognizing a master in a novel. So, by mastering Slytherin's permissions, one could naturally master the basilisk. As expected, Slytherin's preparations were far too thorough. Lucas looked at the basilisk. I'll call a house elf over and have it prepare food. But you can't look at it, otherwise, it will be stared to death by you. Close your eyes first. The basilisk nodded its massive snake head and then closed its eyes. Then, with a thought from Lucas, a house elf appeared in front of him. The house elf was holding a spatula, looking completely dazed. Mr. Lucas. The house elf looked around. It saw the basilisk. Oh my God. With a scream, the house elf plopped down on the ground. Lucas felt helpless. All right, don't make such a fuss. The house elf looked at the basilisk with its eyes closed. Then it looked at Lucas. As expected of Mr. Lucas, did you kill such a huge monster? Did you call me over because you want to turn it into a dish? Rest assured, although I haven't cooked snake-like creatures before, after all, the totem of Slytherin House is a snake. But if it's you, I think no one will have any objections. Hearing the house elf's suicidal remarks, Lucas quickly gave him a kick. He was afraid the basilisk would open its eyes and give him a look. Lucas said, it's not dead yet. All right, I called you here to have you prepare some food. Roosters, all kinds of roosters. Contact me after they are ready. The house elf heard that the basilisk was not dead. It subconsciously moved closer to Lucas. Mr. Lucas, how much should I make? Lucas pointed at the basilisk. How much do you think it can eat? The house elf took a look at the basilisk's massive body. I understand, Mr. Lucas. I will go back and have everyone in the kitchen prioritize supplies for you. Lucas said, that's actually not necessary, don't let it affect other people's meals. The house elf said, don't worry, Mr. Lucas, it's fine to eat a little late occasionally. Lucas waved his hand, and the house elf disappeared. Lucas then sat down with Nagini. He casually patted the basilisk's head. Big guy, you can open your eyes now. The basilisk didn't react. Lucas scratched his head. He leaned close to the snake's head. You fell asleep in such a short time. Lucas was completely stunned. He turned his head to look at Nagini. Nagini was also yawning. After thinking it over carefully, Lucas seemed to understand. The temperature in the Chamber of Secrets was very low, which was just right for snakes to live. Plus, it was winter now, so snakes needed to hibernate. Lucas patted Nagini on the shoulder. If you're sleepy, just take a nap. Nagini nodded drowsily and then lay down on Lucas's lap. It wasn't long before she fell fast asleep. Lucas leaned back against the basilisk's body. Must say, it was quite cool. It was just a bit bony. It wouldn't be much use in winter, but if it were summer, it should be very comfortable to sleep hugging the basilisk. Sometimes, he really envied these hibernating creatures. They could sleep whenever they wanted, sleeping for an entire season at a time. Lucas yawned. Why did he feel a bit sleepy too? Oh, it was the middle of the night now, no wonder he was tired. The little sprites were already preparing breakfast. Drowsily, Lucas also fell asleep. The sleeping Lucas did not know. At this moment, Hogwarts was in a huge uproar because of him. In the Hogwarts kitchen, a group of house elves was busy as a beehive, killing chickens, cleaning them, marinating them, then roasting, frying. A whole assembly line of work. The chickens of all Hogwarts never dreamed that one day, in the middle of the night while they were sleeping, they would be dragged out to be used as ingredients. A large amount of chicken came out of the oven, causing the entire Hogwarts to be filled with the aroma of chicken. The first to be affected was the Hufflepuff common room. It was right next to the kitchen. When that fragrance drifted over, the gluttonous young wizards were too sensitive to this smell. One by one, they opened their eyes in a daze. What is that smell? So fragrant, it seems to be the smell of roast chicken. Why is roast chicken being made in the middle of the night? So hungry, my stomach is rumbling. Is my watch broken? Is it already time for a meal? A group of young wizards wrapped in pajamas walked out of the dormitories. In the main hall of the common room, a large number of young wizards had already gathered. The young wizards opened the door to the common room. The fragrance was even richer. A group of young wizards swallowed their saliva, looking at the Hogwarts kitchen not far away. The next to be affected was Slytherin. The little snakes of Slytherin, although not as gluttonous as the Hufflepuffs. But this smell was really too fragrant. It made them all hungry. Following the Hufflepuffs, a group of little snakes also walked out of the common room. In the basement corridor, a large number of students had gathered. Gemma Farley frowned as she looked in the direction of the kitchen. At this time, for the kitchen to be running, no need to guess, it was definitely Lucas's doing. However, having a midnight snack, why such a big commotion? Snape's office, also located in the basement, was affected as well. Snape at first thought he had smelled wrong. He even suspected if there was a problem with his potion. After checking several times, Snape finally determined. It wasn't the smell of his potion, it was drifting in from outside the office. Snape frowned. He opened the office door, and as soon as he came out, he was startled by the students standing full in the corridor. What are you doing? Rebelling or what? The fragrance quickly drifted throughout the entire Hogwarts. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw. All the professors were attracted by the smell. In the basement corridor, there were more and more people. Professor McGonagall wearing glasses and pajamas came to the basement. She saw Snape standing at the office door. She walked over. Severus, what is the situation? Snape shook his head. I don't know, I haven't gone to ask yet. The kitchen is cooking, they should be making roast chicken, and the quantity is huge, otherwise there wouldn't be such a rich smell. Professor McGonagall frowned. Her gaze swept across the corridor. I don't see Lucas, so it's Lucas causing trouble again. Snape didn't speak. Professor Flitwick on the side yawned. Besides him, who else could it be? Professor McGonagall sighed. All right, you go and tell the students to go back, I'll go to the kitchen to ask what's going on. Professor McGonagall just felt exhausted. Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout nodded. Afterward, they went to manage the students of their respective houses. As for the Gryffindor students, with a glare from Professor McGonagall, the little lions left consciously. In an orderly manner, Professor McGonagall came to the kitchen door and pushed it open to enter. The fragrance in the kitchen was even richer. On the tables in the kitchen, there were roast chickens everywhere. What are you doing? Professor McGonagall asked. A house elf walked over. Your Excellency Deputy Principal, Mr. Lucas needs a large amount of roast chicken, so we are making it. Professor McGonagall was helpless. Sure enough, it's Lucas. Why does he need so much roast chicken? How many is this? Professor McGonagall looked at the roast chickens covering the tables. The house elf said, Mr. Lucas is feeding a monster. Professor McGonagall was stunned. A monster? The house elf nodded. Such a big monster. The house elf gestured with its hands. Professor McGonagall's face turned black. All right, no need to say more, you hurry up and finish, the smell is too strong, other students can't sleep. The house elf nodded. Professor McGonagall yawned and took a look at the table full of roast chickens. Before turning to leave, she casually tore off a chicken leg. Then she left the kitchen. The students in the corridor had already been dismissed and sent back. However, the young wizards who returned to the dormitories couldn't sleep either. With such an alluring smell, who could sleep? Even if they were full at night, now they were all hungry. Inside the Chamber of Secrets, Lucas opened his eyes drowsily. Just now, the house elf had contacted him through special means. The food had arrived. Lucas knocked on the ground directly. The next moment, plates of roast chicken appeared. The alluring fragrance instantly filled the entire Chamber of Secrets. Nagini and the basilisk opened their eyes immediately. So fragrant. As for the basilisk, its saliva was already dripping out. It looked at Lucas with eyes full of longing. The corners of Lucas's mouth curled up. The binding power of this contract on the basilisk seemed even stronger than he had imagined. Since the testing was over, Lucas smiled and said, "All right, go ahead and eat." Receiving the command, the basilisk opened its giant maw and lunged straight toward the roast chickens. With its mouth wide open, an entire area of roast chickens was instantly cleared. Lucas's mouth twitched slightly. "Wait, can you even taste anything like that?" Nagini gently tugged on Lucas's sleeve. Actually, a snake's perception of taste is different from a human's. A snake swallows food directly, but it can still perceive the taste. Lucas was taken aback. "Is that so?" "Sure enough, if you aren't a snake, you'll never truly know what it's like to be one." The basilisk feasted greedily, enjoying it immensely. Seeing Lucas and Nagini standing still, the basilisk thought for a moment and, with great reluctance, swept some roast chickens in front of the two with its tail. "Eat." Lucas was surprised. "You even know how to share." The basilisk looked at Nagini and said, "She is of my kind, though I don't know why she uses this strange human body. It's not convenient at all. But I should take care of my own kind. After all, among our kind, I am the most powerful. My memories tell me that I should protect my kin." Both Lucas and Nagini were stunned for a moment. After a short while, Lucas laughed. "Interesting. Protecting your kin. Indeed, animals are far better than people. But why share with me?" The basilisk replied, "You are my master now. Besides, I am eating the food you provided. If I don't share with you, what if you stop feeding me in the future?" Lucas laughed even more happily. "Do you see? This is why he liked animals. Animals are always more grateful than humans. They understand better what it means to not forget the one who dug the well when drinking the water." Lucas sat on the ground. "Nagini, sit down. Since it invited us, let's eat together." Nagini smiled. She sat down next to Lucas. Lucas tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Nagini. Nagini took small bites to taste it. The basilisk leaned in. "Why don't you eat in your original form? Eating like this isn't satisfying at all. A good snake should eat in large gulps. Swallow them whole, swallow everything." Nagini's mouth twitched slightly. "That's really not necessary. I think eating like this makes it easier to savor the flavor." A thoughtful look flashed in the basilisk's eyes. "So, if the form is smaller, the food tastes better." The basilisk shook its serpentine body. In the next moment, to Nagini and Lucas's astonishment, it actually began to shrink. Lucas blurted out, "Holy crap, size manipulation." Lucas said this in the Great Xia language. In fact, besides the profound Great Xia language, Lucas couldn't find a word in English that corresponded to "Wachao." Nagini looked at Lucas in confusion. "Lucas, what are you saying?" Lucas shook his head. He looked at the basilisk, which had shrunk to only about 1.5 meters in length. With a strange expression, he wondered why this guy could transform. "You can shrink." The basilisk swallowed a whole chicken and savored it carefully. I can control my body size at will. It's just that shrinking makes me feel insecure, like I don't have enough power. However, eating while small does seem to make the taste better." "Kin, you are truly smart." The basilisk praised Nagini, making her feel a bit embarrassed. What was this? Personal recognition from the king of her kind? Should she feel honored? Shaking her head, Nagini didn't bother thinking about those messy things. It was better to eat first. Watching the basilisk devour one roast chicken after another with great relish, Nagini swallowed her saliva. It seemed that swallowing them whole was much more delicious than eating slowly like she was. Thinking of this, Nagini shifted her body and also transformed into her snake form. Lucas watched in a daze as the two snakes ate roast chickens one by one with great gusto. He fell into deep thought. Resisting the urge to activate his Kainki form, Lucas felt that it was better for him to remain human. Before the bell for class rang, Lucas appeared on time in the Charms classroom. The scent of roast chicken still lingered in his mouth. This meal he had eaten a whole roast chicken early in the morning. As for the basilisk and Nagini, those two were currently digesting in the Chamber of Secrets. They had eaten too much. All those roast chickens had gone into their bellies. When it comes to snakes, those who know. They can swallow an extraordinary amount of food. Then they store it in their bellies. and digest it slowly. This kind of ability was something Lucas couldn't help but envy. With this ability, how much more good food could they eat? Lucas's eyes lit up. He seemed to understand why Nagini was so gluttonous yet never got fat. Lucas had once felt that his feeding was inadequate. Turns out it was a racial thing all along. But after this meal, Nagini and the basilisk shouldn't need to eat for a long time. Professor Flitwick was lecturing above. While Lucas opened the system, he looked at the latest notification on the system panel. Ding, congratulations to the host for taming the basilisk. Plot disruption level, SS grade. Obtained SS grade reward, exclusive spell, incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. The corners of Lucas's mouth curled up slightly. According to the system, the plot of the second book had disappeared because Lucas had tamed the basilisk. However, since this was originally something caused by Lord Voldemort's Horcrux, it was rated as SS grade, but that was no longer important. Lucas had confirmed one of his suspicions. That is, the system's rewards were indeed controllable. As for the so-called ratings, perhaps they were also up to the system's discretion. If that was the case, then Lucas felt as if he were being set up by a system. So, was there someone controlling the system from behind? Or was the system itself calculating something? No matter what the system's purpose was, Lucas's interest had been piqued. To make something interesting, it couldn't be allowed to become a one-sided stomp. That would be boring. The unknown and the uncontrollable might exceed Lucas's control. But isn't the unknown also the most interesting? The process of decryption and exploration is what's truly worth remembering. The system, the four founders, the basilisk, the Chamber of Secrets. All of this gave Lucas a special feeling. Perhaps everything he was doing now was also being manipulated. Of course, that wasn't important. What mattered was that next, it was time for a different way to play. No matter who was plotting against him, as long as his own strength was sufficient, this so-called plot would become a joke. Let's take a look at his exclusive spell first. Lucas began to study his exclusive spell. Soon, he understood what his exclusive spell was all about. As mentioned before, the so-called exclusive spell is actually a self-created spell, using spell fusion techniques to enhance the power of the spell. And this exclusive spell of Lucas's, should one say it is worthy of being a system exclusive, or that it is worthy of being a spell that should have belonged to Lucas in the first place? This spell fused Lucas's Obscurial and Blood Curse, added with Fiendfire, as well as a special fire control technique. If fired at full power, it could truly cause damage capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas. As long as Lucas had enough energy in his body. Theoretically, this spell has no upper limit. Moreover, this spell is very comprehensive. It can be broken down into several levels. Pure Obscurial, Pure Blood Curse, Obscurial fused with Blood Curse, Fiendfire fusion. Anyway, the abilities that were originally fused together can be taken out individually, fused in pairs, or fused in multiple combinations. The power is naturally different as well. Lucas was very satisfied with his exclusive spell. It was just a pity that there was no good opportunity to test it for the time being. The opponents he was currently facing didn't seem to be people who could make him go all out. If he had this spell when he lost control the day before yesterday, Lucas could guarantee that he might really have been able to make Dumbledore suffer a significant loss. If he had lost his sanity and let the Obscurial control his body without caring about energy consumption, perhaps he could have killed Dumbledore. Thinking of this, Lucas couldn't help but feel tempted. Should he go and ambush old Bideng to test it out? In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore suddenly felt a chill. It felt as if he had been targeted by some terrifying thing, just as Lucas was studying his exclusive spell. In the space where the system sprite lived, the elder spirit stood up abruptly, looking at the torn space rift in front of it. Damn it, you've gone too far, you actually dare to cross dimensions to come here. From within the space rift, a figure stepped across, and behind it, black mist filled the sky. From within the black mist, roars and screams could be heard from time to time. Phantom shadows with faces full of pain wanted to break free from the control of the black mist, but were dragged back in. The elder spirit's expression was solemn. Why do you seem like a villain every time you appear? That figure stepped out of the space rift. Isn't this the ability you gave me? You chose it, Elder, letting me walk down this path. To be honest, I quite like it. It's just a pity that the people of that ring were all killed by me, but I still haven't reached perfection. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any business with this ring, would there? The elder spirit said coldly, originally, that ring of yours had the most hope, but your desire to kill was too heavy, and that ring was not destroyed normally. Instead, it was destroyed by your own hands. Now that you still say such things, is it meaningful? Don't worry about these details. That ring was not perfect. 9 is the ultimate number. My ring was not the time to break the situation anyway, so I killed them all. Does it have any impact? The elder spirit was silent. Although it wanted to deny it, it really had no reason to deny it. Because everything the other party said was correct. The elder spirit said, "So, what are you here for today? You shouldn't have let him notice you so early. Otherwise, it is very likely to affect many plans in the future. No matter what schemes you have, your hands are too long, you have touched him. Wanting to use him, this point is something we cannot tolerate. Therefore, entrusted by someone, I have come to take a pair of your wings as an apology." A terrifying aura erupted suddenly around the elder spirit. "Lucas, you are presumptuous." The aura surged, blowing open the person's cloak, revealing a face exactly the same as Lucas's, only this face was more mature. The mature Lucas stood in place, motionless. The black mist behind him surged. "So, you intend to resist me? It seems you have forgotten how I stripped you away inch by inch back then." Hearing the mature version of Lucas say this, a flash of ferocity crossed the elder spirit's eyes. "Lucas, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Don't forget, all your strength was given by me. I am your system, the person who knows you best." The mature Lucas laughed. "Yes, you are my system. Unfortunately, I stripped you away long ago. Stop talking nonsense, come on, let me see how much you have improved compared to back then." The mature Lucas's voice fell. Behind him, the black mist instantly surged up and rushed directly towards the elder spirit. White radiance appeared around the elder spirit. The next moment, the black mist wrapped around it directly. With a loud noise, the elder spirit flew backward. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. "You broke through the restrictions of the ring." The elder spirit's face was full of horror. The mature Lucas smiled. "See, you are still so vulnerable. The ring? It's just a joke. If it weren't for the fact that tearing the ring apart now doesn't serve our interests, do you think we would tolerate its existence until now? Do you really think that the 9 iterations of the ring were all because we didn't have the ability?" The elder spirit's eyes widened instantly. Were you doing it on purpose?" The mature Lucas nodded. "Yes, we were doing it on purpose. Otherwise, why would you think that we could survive under the eradication of the ring? You don't really think that your understanding of the ring is everything there is to the ring, do you? Ridiculous, you don't understand at all what the real ring is. You also don't understand what we really want, so put away your little schemes. You systems have your own plans, but your plans are too ridiculous. You cannot change anything. In the eyes of the ring, you are just jumping ants. In our eyes, it is the same. If you properly fulfill your duties, perhaps we will still turn a blind eye to you, but if you insist on courting death, then you cannot blame us." The elder spirit looked at Lucas, and after a moment said, "We didn't intend to do anything to him, our goals are the same. It is just because of some special circumstances that he noticed some things. However, our ultimate goal is to cultivate him. This point does not conflict with you, and we have never intended to do anything to him." The mature version of Lucas nodded. I know. That is why you are still alive. Your granddaughter is a bit stupid, we know that too. 2 wings, 10 years is enough time for you to recover. Will you do it yourself, or should I?" The elder spirit sighed. Forget it, forget it." The elder spirit stood up, and energy surged directly out from within its body. Of the 6 wings behind it, 2 began to turn illusory. With a crisp sound, the 2 wings shattered directly, turning into starlight and dissipating. Blood spilled from the corner of the elder spirit's mouth. The mature version of Lucas didn't waste any words. He turned around, raised his hand, and tore through space. Just as he was about to step into the spatial rift, the elder spirit spoke up. "Lucas, please believe us. We have never thought of dealing with you. Even if we were all forcibly stripped away by you, that remains true. Our purpose, from the very beginning, has been to make you stronger. Only when you become stronger can we survive." Lucas's figure paused. "Actually, I have always been grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lived such a brilliant life. Naturally, I wouldn't have survived the shattering of the ring either. It's not just me, we are all actually very grateful to you. After all, never forget those who dug the well when drinking the water. This has been our principle at one time. However, there are some things you cannot interfere with. You don't understand what you are facing, and naturally, you wouldn't know that for you, what you are doing is just a waste of time. Not only is it a waste of time, but it might also affect us. I don't want to watch you die. After all, you are my system. So, be well behaved in the future and don't think about things you shouldn't be touching. Since you have already ascended, just do your own things well. This is the last ring. Your granddaughter might just be able to be like us, breaking free from the restrictions of the ring, rather than just simply ascending. For the sake of your granddaughter, you should also stop those useless schemes of yours. That is all I have to say. I hope that when we meet again, you are still alive. As the words fell, the mature version of Lucas stepped out and vanished. The elder spirit watched the place where Lucas had left. It smiled bitterly. So, our pursuits were different from the very beginning. We thought that ascending was enough, but for you, breaking free from the ring, or even controlling the ring, is your pursuit. How can the swallow know the ambition of the swan? The elder spirit touched its forehead with its finger. A blurred mark appeared, and a moment later, it lowered its finger. It sat cross-legged. White mist appeared around it, wrapping it completely inside. In a hidden location somewhere in Lucas's consciousness space, the four-winged little sprite dangled its legs while eating potato chips. Grandpa is going into seclusion. No way, you're a system. What kind of seclusion are you going into? Forget it, I can't be bothered with him. I'd better just stay here. Lucas is too terrifying. In the short term, it's better if I don't appear. Grandpa isn't here either. If that terrifying person tricks me into talking again, I definitely won't be able to defend against it. The little sprite nodded vigorously, making this decision it considered wise. Outside the world, in the void. A long table was placed in the void. There was a seat at the head of the long table, and 8 seats around it. At this moment, except for the seat at the head, the other seats were occupied. What was eerie was that they all possessed the same appearance. Lucas's appearance. The Lucas who had attacked the elder spirit was also among them. At this moment, he was sitting with his legs crossed, with black mist swirling behind him. Wails and screams could be heard from time to time. The Lucas sitting next to him frowned and said, "Seventh ring, can you be a bit more mortal? Put that thing of yours away." Seventh ring. Lucas laughed. "Insulting me is insulting yourself. What are you thinking? You've been sitting next to me for so long, haven't you gotten used to it yet?" First ring. Lucas said, "Alright, seventh ring isn't doing it on purpose. You all know that he can't put that thing away. Let's talk about the ninth ring now. As the final ring and also the main body, what do you all think? What can we think? His growth right now is clearly much faster than ours. Obviously, the ring has a hand in this. It's just futile. As the main body, the ninth ring is not on the same path as the ring itself. If the ring wants to use him, it has to see if it has the capability. In the end, it will be nothing more than another attempt where it tries to steal a chicken but loses the rice instead. First ring. Lucas frowned. This time, it might not be that simple. The ring has started taking other routes, including being adopted by Snape and then getting to know Nagini. Everything points to one thing: the ring is deepening the ninth ring's connection with the world. Seventh ring frowned. Do you think the ninth ring will be affected by these bonds? First ring nodded. I have this concern, but I trust the main body 100%. It's just that I'm afraid he might get played in the end. Fifth ring, who had been silent and hadn't spoken, said from the side, "Then let's kill them. Whether it's Snape or Nagini, kill them all. Completely sever the ninth ring's bonds, and our chances will be much greater." Hearing fifth ring's words, everyone else present rolled their eyes. Can you use your brain? Seriously, I have always felt that when you were the fifth ring, the ring's backup plan was to strip away your brain. We are all one, we know ourselves best. We value feelings and bonds the most. Not to mention that before the main body transmigrated, he already liked Snape the most. Plus, with Snape's grace of adoption now, do you think the main body could do something like this? Or are you saying that any of us could go against the main body's wishes and kill Snape? It's the same with Nagini. The main body met Nagini when he was at his weakest. And he formed a friendship with Nagini, and now she is still with the main body. The two of them eat and live together. If something happens to them, I can guarantee that the ninth ring will definitely go crazy. If the main body goes crazy, all of us will go crazy. In that case, there will only be one outcome: the ring will be completely destroyed by us, and then we will never be able to control the ring, let alone let the world jump out of the ring. First ring said, that is indeed the case, this method definitely won't work. As remnants of the ring, we cannot take action against the ninth ring, everything must rely on the main body. What we haven't achieved, the main body will definitely achieve. After all, this plan was formulated by the main body himself. The others nodded. Then let's wait and see, but we must also make some preparations. Sixth ring said, this is simple. I heard that over at the sign-in side, after such a long time of recuperation, they've stockpiled quite a few good things again. I can go for a trip. Third ring laughed. It seems they have also saved up quite a few good things over at the clock-in side. I can also go for a trip. You all go find your respective financiers. To make preparations, we must have supplies. Once these words were spoken, smiles appeared on the faces of the 8 Lucases present. Sly, greedy smiles. Inside Hogwarts. Time and Charms class passed quietly as Lucas studied his own spell. Although Professor Flitwick noticed Lucas's distraction, he didn't say anything to him. After all, given Lucas's current strength, there really wasn't anything left to teach him. After eating, Lucas headed straight to the Chamber of Secrets. Nagini and the Basilisk were chatting while digesting. Nagini told the Basilisk quite a bit about the changes in the outside world. Things like cars that could run, and airplanes that could fly in the sky. And a vast amount of delicious food. Everything made the Basilisk yearn for it. It had slept for so long, it had no idea what the outside world was like. After all, when it fell asleep, the outside was still in the age of cold weapons. Seeing Lucas approach, the Basilisk swam directly over. Lucas, I want to go out and play, to see the things Nagini mentioned. Lucas said, that's simple enough. I'll take you out when the weekend comes. However, there is one troublesome thing, your eyes. Whoever you glare at dies. Nagini's body contains the energy I left behind, which can resist your eyes. But people in the outside world don't have that ability. The Basilisk said, I can turn off that ability. Lucas was stunned. That's not a passive. It's an active skill. The Basilisk explained it to Lucas. Only then did Lucas understand that the Basilisk's eyes were, in the end, a manifestation of the Basilisk's power. It wasn't just a matter of active or passive. It should be described more as an aura-type skill. It's just that this aura requires someone to see the Basilisk's eyes to trigger. And the Basilisk can cut off the power supply, so it naturally won't affect others. Lucas was amazed when he heard this. As expected of the Basilisk. It really has something. Lucas said, alright then, when I'm free this weekend, I'll take you out to play. The Basilisk nodded. I don't want to stay here anymore, it's boring. Can I follow you? Lucas said, sure. I wasn't planning on letting you stay in the Chamber of Secrets anyway, this place is indeed a bit boring. Besides, if you're in the Chamber of Secrets, it's not convenient for me to bring you food. The Basilisk's eyes instantly lit up. I can still eat food. Lucas said, of course. 3 meals a day, whatever I eat, you eat. Oh, and Nagini eats the same as us too. The Basilisk was overjoyed. Lucas said, but you have to promise me one thing. The Basilisk said, go ahead. Outside, you cannot reveal your true form, and try your best not to let people see you. Otherwise, many things will be hard to explain. The Basilisk nodded. Fine, no problem. Although, I feel that not everything you say is the truth. But, just like Slytherin, your eyes are always full of schemes and calculations. However, that doesn't matter. You are smarter than me, and you won't hurt me, so I am willing to help you. The expression on Lucas's face stiffened for a moment. Meeting the Basilisk's pair of golden eyes, Lucas suddenly laughed. Then, from today on, we shall look out for each other. The Basilisk slithered up Lucas's leg, climbed onto his shoulder, wrapped its body around his arm, and poked its head from behind Lucas onto his shoulder. Okay, Lucas, I will protect you. Lucas was amused. Perhaps he should have changed how he lived from the very beginning. People really aren't reliable, it's these animals that are truly trustworthy. Nagini transformed into human form and came to Lucas's side. Lucas smiled. Alright, let's go. Next, it's time to do what I should have done a long time ago. Nagini nodded. Late at night, Lucas arrived in his consciousness space. Looking at Lord Voldemort hanging there, Lucas waved his hand, a chair materialized, and Lucas sat on it. Lord Voldemort opened his eyes. What kind of scheme are you cooking up again? Lucas said, nothing. We haven't seen each other for 2 days. Lord Voldemort did not speak. For these 2 days, Lucas hadn't come to the consciousness space. It made him feel a bit unaccustomed to it. Lord Voldemort snorted coldly. What do you want to say? Lucas said, nothing. I'm just curious, how do you communicate with the outside world? You are in my consciousness space. Theoretically, my consciousness space is completely under my control. But how did you break through my blockade? Lord Voldemort was stunned. He said coldly, I don't know what you are talking about. Lucas smiled, it's okay, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. Why don't I tell you my guess? Lord Voldemort frowned at Lucas. Lucas ignored Lord Voldemort. He continued on his own, from the moment I guessed that you might be able to communicate with the outside world, I have been thinking. How exactly you managed it. But unfortunately, I thought about it for a long time without any clues. Finally, I thought of one thing. Perhaps only that thing could give you methods I cannot understand. So, regarding the Horcrux, its function is not just what's in the books, right? Perhaps when your soul is split to a certain degree, and your mastery of the Horcrux is high enough, certain wondrous effects appear. Lord Voldemort's heart skipped a beat. I don't know what you are talking about. Lucas waved his hand, it doesn't matter. Even if you don't admit it, your reaction has already told me the answer. My guess was not wrong. Lord Voldemort was silent for a moment and then said, so what? Lucas said, there is no, so what. Actually, all of this was just a guess. I came here today just to test you, or rather, I was bluffing you. How could I have guessed anything in 2 days? I just wanted to test you. Of course, there is another possibility. Lucas looked at Lord Voldemort with a smile, making Lord Voldemort feel uneasy. Lucas's gaze suddenly became sharp. Everything I guessed was wrong. The reason you are acting like this right now is that you want to mislead me. To make me ignore certain things right in front of me, leading me to misjudge. Lord Voldemort was silent again, staring intently at Lucas. The corner of Lucas's mouth curled into an arc. So that's it. My guess really was wrong. This really makes me feel a bit frustrated. Of course, it's also possible my guess wasn't entirely wrong. The Horcrux does indeed have effects I don't understand, but the Horcrux is not your only trump card. You have other special methods, then, Lord Voldemort. What is your special method? The Dark Mark. Looking at the still silent Lord Voldemort, Lucas laughed exceptionally happily. Wow, I guessed right again. To be honest, Lord Voldemort, I really underestimated you. I originally thought that after splitting your Horcrux several times, your soul would be plunged into absolute weakness, causing you to become tyrannical and irrational. However, I now realize that I must have been misled. I preconceived that you would truly become stupid. Clearly, you are not stupid. But, if you aren't truly stupid, why was your performance afterward so poor? Tyrannical, irrational, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Based on Tom's brilliance during his school days, it's impossible for you to have behaved like that later on. Dark Lord, you wouldn't happen to be faking it, would you? Lucas's gaze suddenly became sharp. He stared fixedly at Lord Voldemort, as if wanting to see through everything about him. Lord Voldemort met Lucas's gaze for a moment, then suddenly laughed as well. The next moment, the rope that had been binding Lord Voldemort, condensed from Lucas's consciousness space energy, suddenly shattered inch by inch. It turned into mist and merged back into Lucas's consciousness space. Lord Voldemort slowly landed on the ground and stretched. Lucas's pupils contracted sharply, but his face remained expressionless, not pretending anymore. Lord Voldemort rubbed his neck. Why did you have to say it out loud? Are we not getting along well right now? You can use me to consume your soul power and enhance it, and I can absorb your soul power to heal my soul's wounds. Lucas said, as expected, one really cannot let their guard down when dealing with wizards of your level. It's truly terrifying that you've been hiding this for so long. So, from the very beginning, you deliberately entered my consciousness space, didn't you? All to make me lower my guard. And then use my consciousness space to heal your soul wounds, right? Lord Voldemort shook his head, right and wrong. I honestly didn't expect at the beginning that you were a perfect obscurial. And then, being able to devour the obscurial at the Dark Lake caught me off guard. But later, I discovered that your consciousness space actually helped my soul wound significantly. You don't understand how pleasantly surprised I was when I realized this. Someone like you, I have truly never seen before. I haven't even heard of such a thing." Lucas laughed. "Hearing you say that, I'm actually quite surprised." Lord Voldemort said, "I originally intended to stay in your consciousness space. After all, I found you really interesting. To be honest, I have to admit that you are far more excellent than I was. At least when I was your age, whether in strength or wisdom, I couldn't compare to you. Actually, my initial thought was to subdue you. After all, someone like you would be too much of a waste to kill. But unfortunately, as I learned more about you, I knew my idea was too naive. You and I are essentially the same, neither of us will submit to anyone. You are like that, and so am I. Therefore, we are destined not to stand in the same camp." Lucas said, "That's truly a pity to hear. After all, you have really surprised me, Dark Lord. Being enemies with someone like you, I think I'll be exhausted. I originally thought your wisdom and schemes were absolutely no match for Dumbledore. But clearly, I was wrong. It's not that you are inferior to Dumbledore, but that Dumbledore is inferior to you." Lord Voldemort waved his hand, and an identical chair appeared. Lord Voldemort sat down. "Thanks for the compliment. Sigh, it's a real shame, your development of this consciousness space, even if it was unconscious development, is something I cannot compare to. I originally wanted to stay longer, but from the moment you started consciously sealing off the consciousness space, preventing me from seeing the outside world through it, I knew. You had already realized it was time for this tenant to move out." Lucas said, "But you still didn't leave. You were waiting for me to have a showdown with you. You wanted to see how much I could figure out." Lord Voldemort nodded. "Yes, I wanted to see how much you could figure out and how much you could understand. I am very curious, how did you suddenly think of so much? Was there something that triggered you?" Lucas did not speak. Triggered him? Of course there was. The exposure of the system was the greatest trigger for Lucas. Lord Voldemort said, "It seems you don't want to say. That's fine. What I wanted to know, I already know. The remaining matters, I don't need to know or care about for now." Lucas said, "So, Dark Lord, what do you plan to do now? The Philosopher's Stone." Lord Voldemort laughed heartily. "Lucas, are you still probing me? Even now, you are still probing me. You really suit my taste. Have you really not considered standing with me? Dumbledore cannot tolerate you. He cannot tolerate anyone who slips out of his control. I am like that, and so are you. Clearly, we could make this world change color, yet he always stands on the moral high ground, making everyone do things according to his ideas. Isn't this, in itself, another form of control?" Lucas laughed. "I agree, Dumbledore is truly a hypocrite. I also hate him, but unfortunately, he won't fall out with me for the time being. So, he still has value, doesn't he?" Lord Voldemort nodded. "You are quite right, I cannot even refute that. Then, if one day Dumbledore falls out with you, what will you do?" Lucas spread his hands. "No matter who it is, they cannot stand in my way. You are like that, and Dumbledore is the same. If he blocks my path, then he deserves to die." Lord Voldemort nodded. "A very good statement. I hope you can remember your words today." Lucas said, "So, is the Dark Lord's soul mentorship over?" Lord Voldemort said, "It should be, just about." Lucas laughed. "It seems the Dark Lord's preparations are already in place." Lord Voldemort nodded. Just about. Actually, it's not much of a preparation, just some gifts prepared for you. I only hope you will be satisfied with my gifts." Lucas said, "Let me guess, Dark Lord, do you want me to accept the gifts and then take the opportunity to break through my consciousness space and leave? But unfortunately, I think the Dark Lord's plan might not necessarily work. Compared to the gifts, I think the Dark Lord himself is the greatest gift, isn't he?" Lord Voldemort shook his head. "Don't be so certain, Lucas. Believe me, you won't be disappointed by the gifts." Lucas said, "Given the Dark Lord's personality, you must be planning to target those around me, right? Professor Snape? Or Nagini?" Lord Voldemort laughed. "It seems you are quite confident. Severus's strength is formidable. Indeed, apart from me, no one can deal with him. As for Nagini, to be honest, I am very interested in that snake. I was already interested in her back in Albania. I originally intended to wait until she was completely eroded by the blood curse, and then use her as a Horcrux. But unfortunately, you took her away. With the basilisk protecting her, I cannot touch her. Lucas said, My lord, you see things very clearly. It seems I guessed wrong, your contingency plan does not involve them. Lord Voldemort laughed. Lucas, I would like to ask you a question. Lucas nodded. Please proceed, my lord. Lord Voldemort said, What do you think a Death Eater is? Lucas frowned. A Death Eater. Lord Voldemort said, Let me rephrase that. You should be well aware that the Death Eaters are composed of me and the wizards from those pureblood families. However, the pureblood families are now dwindling. The Ministry of Magic has 300 registered Aurors, plus other wizards in the wizarding world. Why do you think I could nearly topple this England relying on just that small number of people? A flash of light appeared in Lucas's eyes, the power of the Death Eaters. Lord Voldemort snapped his fingers. Exactly. The upper echelons of the Death Eaters are indeed composed of descendants of pureblood families. But who told you that there are no others in the Death Eaters? Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If you hadn't brought me to Hogwarts, I wouldn't have had the time to assemble those people. A sudden sense of foreboding rose in Lucas's heart. It seemed that some things had slipped out of his control. Lord Voldemort laughed. What? Are you a bit nervous? Are things not going according to your plans? To be honest, Lucas, all your calculations are, in my view, astonishing. But ultimately, you are too young. While you were guarding against me, you already made sufficient preparations. But you forgot one thing. Lucas, there is still a difference between the two of us. You, Lucas Snape, grew up at Hogwarts, and likewise, you have bonds that I do not have. In this Hogwarts, there are too many people you care about. And one more thing, I saw some of your memories. 7 years from now, I led people to invade Hogwarts, right? And now, I intend to advance that time. Lucas, the first battle is the decisive battle. Have you ever thought about this day? No, calling it a decisive battle is not accurate either. I can tell you clearly. This battle is just to test your strength. How will you choose? Use time to trap me, or go and protect Hogwarts? Believe me, you don't have much time left. Lucas's face was cold. What exactly do you want? The Philosopher's Stone, or something else? Lord Voldemort laughed heartily. You are panicked, Lucas. It seems I am the one who wins. The Philosopher's Stone? What kind of trash is that? Do you really think I would believe that the Philosopher's Stone could help me reshape my body? Do you really think I cannot see such an obvious trap? And do you really think you know me well enough? Lucas, wake up. This world is not the fake world you imagine. Everything here is real. Everyone is capable of dying, including you, including me. But the difference is that you have too many limitations. You want things to follow the plot. You know that if it follows the plot, I will die. But I am different. I want to live, I want to change, I want to destroy your so-called plot. Now, Lucas, tell me your choice. Lucas stared fixedly at Lord Voldemort. Damn it. As the words fell, Lucas's figure gradually dissipated from where he stood. Lord Voldemort looked at the spot where Lucas had vanished, the corners of his mouth curling upward. As expected, your heart is too soft, Lucas. Why have you become so soft-hearted? Let me teach you how to be ruthless. Soul energy burst forth from around Lord Voldemort. The next moment, Lord Voldemort's figure also vanished from within Lucas's consciousness space. Reappearing, Lord Voldemort, in his soul form, hovered beside a figure in a black robe. You intend to force him like this? Lord Voldemort's soul form asked. The black-robed person said, The first ring's concerns are valid. Therefore, I want to try my own method. If it works, the main body will no longer have any weaknesses. Lord Voldemort said, Then what do you think is the probability of your success? The black-robed person laughed. 0. Lord Voldemort was stunned. 0. The black-robed person nodded. Yes, I am the 8th ring, the ring closest to him, so I can clearly perceive his thoughts. In fact, I am also the one most like him. I am very clear that these tricks are of no use to him. Do you really think we have calculated everything perfectly? Have you thought about what the biggest thing we missed is? Lord Voldemort shook his head. The 8th ring. Lucas looked toward Hogwarts Castle, appearing to be able to see Lucas, who had just walked out of Hogwarts Castle. At this moment, the corners of Lucas's mouth held a smile. Seeming to sense the 8th ring's gaze, he turned his head to look over. The corners of his mouth curled up. Lord Voldemort, your scheming is quite good. I just don't know if this is your own scheme, or if someone else is scheming against me with you. But unfortunately, you miscalculated one thing, and that is my strength. If it weren't for me, do you think the Ministry of Magic would have such big problems, big enough to need to ask Dumbledore for support? However, this also proves one thing: my guess was not wrong. Behind this, there are even deeper people. I just don't know if they are friend or foe. It really makes one look forward to it. This feeling of being out of control is truly something I haven't felt in a long time. Nagini stood by Lucas's side. Lucas, the war is about to begin. The 4 heads of house have already gone outside Hogwarts to stand guard. The upper year students are protecting the lower year students, and Hogwarts also requested reinforcements from the Ministry of Magic at the first opportunity. There has been no response yet. The basilisk poked its head out from Lucas's shoulder. Lucas, let me take action, I can kill them all. The basilisk flicked its tongue, looking with murderous intent at the black clouds moving toward Hogwarts in the sky. They were not black clouds, but Death Eaters wearing black robes. However, there were just too many of them. Lucas laughed. No need. Since it's a gift, of course I have to sign for it myself. To be honest, I'm actually quite grateful to Lord Voldemort. Speaking of which, I have also given the wizarding world a little shock. Protect Nagini well, and wait for me to return. As the words fell, Lucas's figure soared into the air. Behind him, red and black wings unfurled. In the sky, fire clouds ignited. Hogwarts, those who approach, die. The group of students hiding inside Hogwarts Castle watched in stunned silence at Lucas, who was suspended in the sky. The bicolor wings and the red clouds in the sky were all incredibly shocking. Gemma Farley's pupils contracted. Lucas. Setting aside his strength, Lucas's appearance alone was enough to shake the souls of these inexperienced students. When the 4 heads of house saw Lucas come out, their hearts also skipped a beat. Professor McGonagall said, Lucas, go back. Go protect the students, we'll handle things out here. Professor Sprout held her wand, looking at Lucas gently. Go back, Lucas. Leave it to us. As long as we're here, there's no need for you to act. Lucas looked at the 4 heads of house. He knew what they meant. Facing this many Death Eaters. Even for the 4 heads of house, there was only one path, a fight to the death. After all, no matter how strong they were, dealing with so many people was difficult. Right now, they were protecting Lucas. Professor McGonagall said, do you remember that spell from the notebook? Go back and use it. I will stall for enough time for you. What Professor McGonagall was referring to was Purtatum Locomotor. It was also the defensive force of Hogwarts, commonly known as the Cat-Happy Charm. Lucas looked at Professor McGonagall and smiled. Professor, you should use that spell yourself. Trust me, this is my gift, you can't snatch it from me. The 4 heads of house looked at each other. Snape asked, are you sure? Lucas smiled. Don't worry, Professor, it's fine. Snape nodded. Then I'll leave it all to you. After saying that, Snape was the first to turn and walk toward Hogwarts Castle. Professor McGonagall and the other 2 thought for a moment before following him. After returning to Hogwarts Castle, Professor Flitwick asked, are we really just going to leave it be? Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout didn't speak. Instead, they looked at Snape. Snape pondered for a moment. I don't think Lucas is a reckless person. Besides, I have a feeling he might have other plans. Outside Hogwarts Castle, Lucas floated in midair. He watched the approaching dark clouds and shook his head. Then, Lucas raised his hand, aiming at the sky. Sky incineration. As Lucas's words fell, in the next instant, all the energy in his body was mobilized. It surged straight toward the sky, dyeing the entire firmament red. Flames burned, and the dark clouds were brought to an immediate halt. All the Death Eaters looked at this scene in horror. Lucas, holding the red clouds in his hand, looked at the sky. Still not making a move. If you don't want to act, then you won't get another chance. In the shadows, 8th ring Lucas saw the red clouds in Lucas's palm. His heart chilled. He raised his hand and suppressed an attack from beside him. 5th ring, stop. 5th ring Lucas's figure appeared. 8th ring, why stop me? Do you know what it means for him to expose such great strength now? 8th ring said, don't move. Trust me, I feel something is wrong. He isn't a reckless person. I think he might have guessed something. Perhaps he has somehow obtained some of the main body's schemes. 5th ring said, if the ring acts, ninth ring will surely die. After fifth ring finished speaking, another figure appeared beside him. First ring. First ring said, the ring won't kill him, nor does it dare to. If ninth ring dies, we will go mad. At that time, the ring will be completely extinguished. It doesn't dare to gamble. Trust ninth ring, he has his own plans. Fifth ring scratched his head. Eighth ring sighed. First ring, when you were looking after fifth ring back then, did you really not notice that the ring had other hidden hands? I always feel like there's something wrong with fifth ring's brain. First ring smiled. Who knows? After all, although you didn't experience fifth ring's era, you should be able to guess, right? That stage was the most desperate time. Eighth ring didn't speak. Among the 8 of them, none of the rings they experienced were simple. Every one of them had walked out of death. Therefore, he knew very well what each of them was going through. Eighth ring said, so, why do you think the main body chose to suddenly show his hand now? First ring shook his head. I don't understand. Logically, he shouldn't have sensed the existence of the ring. Naturally, it's impossible for him to have other layouts. Unless. Eighth ring picked up the thought, unless he experienced some change that we don't know about. Fifth ring leaned against a tree. What could there be? Haven't we been taking turns watching him? Someone is watching every step. He couldn't have started planning since he was born, right? As fifth ring's words fell, eighth ring and first ring both froze at the same time. Then, the two looked at each other. That 1 year of time. First ring raised his hand, his finger tapping on the void. In the next moment, spatial fragments condensed and reorganized in the void. Then, these fragments combined together. Nothing. What was the situation that year? Why is there no record of that year in our memories? Eighth ring said, find third ring. Third ring specializes in time and space, let him reverse engineer it. We must know what happened that year. In my subconscious, it's clear that we've been taking turns watching him since birth. But what is going on with that 1 year of time? First ring said, you stay here, I'll go find third ring. Eighth ring nodded. First ring directly used violent power to forcibly tear open a spatial rift. Normally, if he tore a spatial rift, he would spend some time stabilizing it. But now, the moment he stepped into the spatial rift, it shattered immediately. Clearly, in his haste, he couldn't care about such things. In the void, first ring mobilized his power to contact third ring. The river of time and space manifested. Third ring's figure sat cross-legged atop the river of time and space. He opened his eyes, which carried a hint of desolation. First ring, is something the matter? First ring said, check. Check what exactly happened the year ninth ring was born, and why we are all missing a year of memory. Someone tampered with our subconscious, or someone tampered with our memories. Third ring's gaze changed slightly. In the next moment, third ring raised his hand to forcibly halt the flowing river of time and space. Wails of sorrow echoed from within the river of time and space. Lucas, you will die a horrible death. You actually dare to forcibly intercept the river of time and space. Third ring snorted coldly. Noisy. It's not the first time. Can't you even change your insults? Third ring's finger tapped several times in the air. Within the river of time and space, a branch was directly cut off. In the next moment, this branch was pulled before him by third ring's great power. Third ring reached his hand directly into it. In his eyes, the reflection of the river of time and space began to manifest. A moment later, third ring opened his eyes. There is nothing. The third ring's tone was icy. With killing intent, he said, within the river of time and space, not a single trace remains. It is as if the ninth ring does not exist within the river of time and space at all. The first ring's expression was grim. Tell the others the news. Everyone must enter the river of time and space to search for the truth of that year. We must know exactly what happened and why that year's time vanished. And who it was that tampered with our perception and whitewashed our memories. The third ring nodded. I feel like something isn't right. We have all surpassed the ring. We understand the power of the ring. It is powerful, but at most, it can only utilize the river of time and space. It absolutely cannot modify the river of time and space, and it certainly cannot tamper with our perception. The first ring frowned. You mean, it was the main body's doing? The third ring said, I don't know, and I'm not sure. If the main body did it, then what is his purpose? What exactly is he plotting? We are all acting according to the main body's plan. If the main body really has some other plan, why wouldn't he tell us? Unless, we are actually not that reliable. The first ring's heart skipped a beat. Are you saying the ring has influenced us? Or rather, the ring isn't as simple as we imagined, and our current state of surpassing the ring is only what the ring wants us to see. The third ring shook his head. I can't see clearly, and I don't understand. If that's the case, could everything we've been doing have been under the ring's watchful eye all along? The first ring's brow furrowed tightly. This matter is no longer something the two of us can resolve through discussion. No matter what is going on, tell everyone. Let everyone choose for themselves. We are all equals, and everyone's path is different. Even if there is only a sliver of a possibility. We cannot continue to push forward according to the original plan. The third ring nodded. Then, with a wave of his hand, his figure once again merged into the river of time and space. The river of time and space faded away, and the third ring's figure disappeared along with it. The first ring clenched his fist. Behind him, surges of turbulent energy, like crashing waves, bombarded the void. Ring, whether it was your doing or not, our game isn't over yet. I'm looking forward to seeing what surprises you will bring us. Outside Hogwarts, Lucas pressed his palm down gently, and the red clouds pressed toward the group of Death Eaters. The crowd of Death Eaters was filled with terror. They watched as the flames bore down on them. Just as the flames were about to wipe out all the Death Eaters in one fell swoop. Suddenly, the flames paused in midair. The wind stopped, and the fires were extinguished. Lucas's body also froze in place. He remained in the posture of pressing his palm down. Everyone's movements were frozen in place at this moment. The eighth ring, who was off to the side, suddenly stood up. Ring. As the eighth ring's voice fell, beside him, 7 figures arrived simultaneously. In the sky, a figure with an indiscernible face slowly coalesced. Long time no see, fellow Lucases. The first ring said coldly, Ring, you actually dare to show your face. The ring laughed. Why wouldn't I dare? Just as I cannot kill you, you cannot kill me. The fifth ring said, Enough nonsense. Let me see how much you've improved. Die. The fifth ring launched a direct burst of speed. He charged straight toward the ring. The surging energy around him pressed toward the ring. At that moment, the ring's palm lifted slightly, and in the next instant, Lucas's body was pulled directly in front of the ring. The fifth ring's attack came to an abrupt halt. Damn it, you're actually using the ninth ring as a shield. The ring said, A shield? To be honest, sometimes even I can't tell which one of us is the shield. The group of Lucases was stunned. They looked at Lucas, who was suspended in midair. At this time, a black and red spear had already pierced through the ring's chest from the suspended Lucas's finger. The ninth ring. Lucas smiled. So, you're the one behind the scenes. The ring said, So, you are already able to avoid being controlled by the power of the ring. The ninth ring. Lucas said, I don't know. I only know that the moment you appeared, I felt an instinctive loathing. It was an extreme loathing. To be honest, I've never loathed a person this much. No, to be precise, you aren't a person. The ring tapped a finger lightly. The ninth ring. Lucas was sent flying backward. He hovered in the air. The wound on the ring's chest quickly repaired itself. The ninth ring. Lucas's gaze swept over the other Lucases. They nodded to each other. The ring said, So, why did you go to such great lengths to draw me out? Lucas said, Don't flatter yourself. I didn't draw you out. Rather, you didn't expect that my strength would recover so quickly. The other Lucases' hearts skipped a beat. They noticed the word Lucas used, recover. The ring's aura also suddenly stagnated. You? No, it's not you. You're bluffing me. The ninth ring. Lucas laughed. Interesting. It seems I really do have some extraordinary identity. The ring laughed. Interesting. You're still as cunning as ever, Lucas. That's right, I can tell you that you indeed have an extraordinary identity. But unfortunately, you were defeated by me. And precisely because of your failure, everything that followed happened. That's why these other versions of you exist. Now that you have the answer you wanted, are you satisfied? Lucas said, I'm somewhat satisfied. Actually, I didn't really take these things seriously at first. After all, I've read many novels. Sometimes, if you take a guess, you might just stumble upon the truth. After all, the endings of all novels seem to be more or less the same. The ring said, So, what do you want? To start the war directly? To move the final battle forward. Lucas waved his hand. Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of starting a war with you right now. The reason you appeared today was just a verification on my part. When I realized that I might be a chess piece meant to turn the tide of the battle. I started wondering if someone was secretly protecting me as a chess piece, and if someone else wanted to destroy me. It seems my guess was correct. You want to destroy me, this chess piece, but you can't do it. Just like when I attacked you just now, you didn't resist because you knew I couldn't hurt you. And similarly, you didn't touch me because you likewise cannot touch me. Let me guess. You're waiting, aren't you? Waiting for me to reach a certain level, or rather, to reach a certain critical point. Only then can you take action against me, or even thoroughly erase me, to finally achieve victory. A very standard novel finale template. A faint, hidden killing intent appeared in the ring's eyes. You guessed right. And then? How do you plan to end this now? Now that the protagonist and supporting characters are all in place. Lucas smiled. You've got me there. What should I do? How about I commit suicide? That way, everything will be resolved. As he spoke, black mist surged around Lucas's body. Spears lunged toward Lucas's body. Ring's face paled with shock. Stop. The spears stopped right in front of Lucas's forehead. Lucas was amused. You don't dare let me die. Ring said coldly, what exactly do you want to do? Lucas said, I want to play a game with you. Ring said, a game? Lucas nodded, yes, a very interesting game. Harry Potter is the world's destiny, right? Ring nodded, correct. Lucas smiled, then, let's bet on whether Harry Potter will die. Ring's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Lucas with deep suspicion. He was wondering if Lucas knew something. It shouldn't be possible. He had already laid out 8 rings. How could Lucas know? Ring said, what exactly are you planning? Lucas said, don't be afraid. In this game, your chances of winning are very high. After all, Harry Potter is destiny, so his mortality rate is too low. What, you don't even dare to play this? Ring said coldly, he won't die. Lucas snapped his fingers, very well. However, I'm betting differently. I bet he will die. And, he will die within 3 years. Ring said, how do you want to play? Lucas said, it's simple. Over the next 3 years, I will set a plan to take Harry Potter's life. And you just need to try and see if your destiny can protect Harry Potter. Ring said coldly, that's not fair. I cannot interfere with this world at will, so I cannot make any moves. Lucas said, but you can give him the protection of destiny, can't you? Isn't the reason Harry Potter has always been able to turn danger into safety because he has the protection of destiny? But now, I'm going to break your destiny. To be fair, I will completely erase all my memories of today, only planting a seed in my heart. This seed will make me harbor killing intent toward Harry Potter. And I will design a plan to kill him. Meanwhile, you, under the condition that you cannot directly intervene, will protect him with destiny. Let's see if my schemes are more effective, or if your destiny is stronger. So, Ring, do you dare? Ring looked at Lucas. Interesting. Lucas, I'll play with you. What are the stakes? Lucas said, if you win, I will leave this world. Isn't that what you've always wanted? To banish me and make me leave. Ring said coldly, you really have remembered. Lucas held up his hands, look at you, getting anxious and worried again. What? Afraid that if I recover, you won't be able to beat me. Understandable. After all, if you hadn't cheated back then, you wouldn't have won at all. Rest assured, I haven't fully recovered. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here talking to you now. Do you think if I had truly recovered, I wouldn't have a backup plan against you? Think about my personality. Unfortunately, I haven't recovered, so I can't even remember what backup plans I have. Ring looked at Lucas with suspicion. But thinking about Lucas's personality, he felt that what Lucas said made sense. If Lucas had truly remembered, he would have used his backup plans long ago. After all, Lucas never lacked the habit of setting up backup plans. Ring said, fine, I'll play with you. Lucas smiled, don't you want to hear what happens if you lose? Ring said coldly, if I can still lose this kind of game, then you must have already set everything up. In that case, no matter what I do, I'll be at your mercy. So, the stakes don't really matter. Lucas nodded, you're quite open-minded. Then the game officially begins. But before that, I'll have to trouble you to wrap things up. After all, With so many Death Eaters and Hogwarts students, you need to provide a reasonable explanation, don't you? Ring said. The Death Eaters fled in panic, the Hogwarts students escaped disaster, and Lucas Snape protected Hogwarts with his overwhelming strength. What do you think of this script? Lucas smiled. I like it very much. With a wave of Ring's hand, all the Death Eaters began to flee in disarray. Lucas's sky-burning left behind some Death Eaters, but most had already escaped. Lucas nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at First Ring and the others. Leave. First Ring and the others nodded, and then one by one, they tore through the void and disappeared from the spot. Ring stood quietly not far from Lucas. Lucas smiled. Seeing how defensive you are, you really are cautious enough. Don't worry, I've always been a good sport. After Lucas finished speaking, streaks of silver light appeared on his forehead. Memory fragments were stripped away one by one and then immediately shattered. At the same time, a seed appeared in Lucas's mind. Seeing this, Ring's figure also slowly vanished from the spot. The black mist around Lucas began to retract into his body. No one noticed that a wisp of black mist was hidden within all the others. Its tip carried a glimmer of gold radiance. This touch of gold merged into Lucas's body along with the black mist. The corners of Lucas's mouth curled into an arc. Today wasn't a wasted effort after all. The memories regarding Ring and First Ring began to gradually disappear. Only a seed named, "Kill Harry Potter," was taking root and sprouting. Meanwhile, in Lucas's mind, some other things were slowly awakening. Of course, neither Ring nor First Ring and the others knew about any of this. How could the cunning Lucas truly set up a game that was disadvantageous to himself? The crisis at Hogwarts came quickly and went just as fast. Soon, the news of the Death Eaters' return spread throughout the British wizarding world. By the time Dumbledore rushed back, the trouble had already been resolved by Lucas. The entire wizarding world was in an uproar. Whether it was the appearance of the Death Eater army or Lucas's strength, it was the talk of the town that no one could avoid. Lucas became the savior of Hogwarts. And as the savior, Lucas was currently gorging himself in the kitchen with the basilisk and Nagini. Lucas always felt something was strange in his heart. He was now filled with killing intent toward Harry Potter. He wasn't sure if it was a desire brought about by the sudden surge in strength. Over the past few days, Lucas had thought about killing Harry Potter more than once, to get a higher evaluation and then obtain more rewards. This thought spread rapidly in Lucas's heart. He had even planned to implement it. If only there were a good opportunity. Lucas could feel that perhaps something was wrong with him. However, he couldn't figure out where the problem lay. This made him feel very uncomfortable. And the source of all these changes was the day the Death Eaters attacked Hogwarts. Lucas had asked Nagini in private what exactly he had done that day. What Nagini told him was the same as what was in his memory. But Lucas always felt that something was wrong. It was as if someone was forcibly changing his perception. Clearly, keeping Harry Potter alive would maximize the benefits. After all, it's better to play the long game. But now, in his heart, Lucas felt an urgent desire to kill Harry Potter. This was very strange. Lucas couldn't figure it out, so he could only suppress this doubt in his mind. A place of nothingness. 8 versions of Lucas gathered here. What exactly is the main body trying to do? Fourth Ring asked in a deep voice. First Ring shook his head. I don't know, but I feel that the main body might be setting up a huge scheme. We might even just be chess pieces. Do you think the main body has really returned? Third Ring said, in the river of time and space, the main body is missing a year of time, and we are also missing a year. What exactly happened during that year? According to our initial layout, after the main body was born, he would be directly adopted by Snape. I had always thought so too. But when First Ring looked for me last time, I searched through the river of time and space. The main body was adopted at the age of 1. That year was completely blank. I don't know why he suddenly appeared by Snape's side. I also don't know what the main body experienced during that year. This is very wrong. First Ring said, if the main body has already returned, then the game he reached with the ring is very likely the key to breaking the deadlock. But what I can't figure out is that we are now able to suppress the ring. Why is the main body doing these things? Seventh Ring leaned back in his chair and said, unless there is something we have overlooked. The main body has noticed it, but we haven't. The others all wore thoughtful expressions. First Ring said, if that is really the case, perhaps everything we are doing now is part of the main body's layout. He is the main body, he naturally sees more and further than we do. But what I don't understand is why the main body wants to gamble with Harry Potter's life. We all know that the ring cannot be killed, and the same goes for Harry Potter. This world exists based on Harry Potter. As long as this world exists, Harry Potter is immortal. This is a destiny. Third ring said, this is also where my doubts lie. Regardless of what the main body plans to do, it is clearly impossible to kill Harry Potter. Unless the main body intends to drag this world down with him. But if that were the case, then the main body doing these things would make even less sense. First ring said, among us, only seventh ring has destroyed the world and killed Harry Potter. The rest of us have never killed Harry Potter. Seventh ring, did anything happen when you killed Harry Potter back then? Seventh ring said, to be precise, it wasn't me who killed Harry Potter, rather, Harry Potter died on his own. Just as we said earlier, the world exists based on Harry Potter. And if the world exists, Harry Potter exists. Conversely, after I slaughtered that entire world, the world died, and then Harry Potter died along with it. I tried to kill Harry Potter ahead of time, but it was truly absurd. Given my strength back then, all sorts of unexpected situations would occur every time I tried to kill Harry Potter. Anyway, regardless of what happened, I just couldn't kill him. This made me very angry at one point. First ring said, if that's the case, then the main body can't kill Harry Potter either. This is a destiny, one that cannot be changed. Doesn't that mean the main body is destined to lose? First ring rubbed his temples, I can't understand it, I can't figure it out. I have no idea what the main body is trying to do. The only thing I know now is that the main body seems to be scheming something. And this scheme is something we cannot imagine. He might end everything in a way that shocks us all. Since that's the case, let's wait and see what the main body really wants to do. Then do we still need to follow the main body? First ring said, let's keep following him. We will do our own things and act according to our original ideas. Do not change our plans. Since we don't know what the main body is going to do, then we shouldn't cause trouble, we just need to do our own jobs. The others nodded. First ring waved his hand. Everyone left one after another. First ring sat in the chair, looking at the nothingness before him. He rubbed his temples. Main body, what exactly are you trying to do? As the earliest Lucas, first ring's strength was actually not very strong, if one were to take the ring as a unit of measurement. Then, the other versions of Lucas, the weakest had the strength of 1.5 rings, and the strongest, like seventh ring, could have the strength of 3 rings. And he could only be counted as 0.8 of a ring. However, his intelligence and scheming were among the best of all the Lucas versions. And with such intelligence, he now could not see through the intentions of the main body, Lucas. This gave him a feeling of being unable to control things, all his schemes seemed somewhat useless. Just then, First Ring suddenly felt something extra in his mind. First Ring was greatly alarmed. But soon he thought of something. Subsequently, he began to absorb those extra things in his mind. A moment later, First Ring, Lucas, opened his eyes. Why make such an arrangement? First Ring's eyes were full of confusion. Main body, what exactly are you trying to do? Inside Hogwarts Castle, Lucas looked at his obscurial, rubbing his chin, full of confusion. Just a moment ago, he discovered that a wisp of golden thread had appeared on his obscurial, though he didn't know when. The golden thread was very thin, and just in that instant, it had diminished a bit more. This startled Lucas. The obscurial was his energy, after all. How could he not be anxious when there was a problem with this energy? Lucas tried to research the reason for the changes in his energy. But he found nothing at all. He tried to sense this golden thread and found that it didn't have any effect on him. Lucas could only temporarily use the obscurial and the blood curse to form a double layer of wrapping around this wisp of golden thread. He didn't continue to study it for the time being. After all, why study something he couldn't understand? What he needed to think about now was the final exam. That's right, it's time for final exams. Not long after the Death Eater attack on Hogwarts, Hogwarts was about to usher in its final exams. This meant that the first school year was almost over. As for the Harry Potter trio's quest, come to think of it, Dumbledore really knew how to play the game. After the Death Eaters attacked Hogwarts, Dumbledore took the initiative to approach Harry Potter, and revealed some things to Harry Potter. For example, the Death Eaters. Then, with Hermione's brilliant brain, The Harry Potter trio, as expected, connected the issue to the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore even personally stepped in to put on a show for the three of them, allowing Harry Potter to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, it was fake. The contingency Lucas left at the final level had already taken everything into account. For example, if the Philosopher's Stone appeared, Lucas would sense it. And obviously, the fake Philosopher's Stone could not trigger Lucas's contingency at all. But regardless, Dumbledore succeeded. He successfully let the trio satisfy their craving for a quest. The process of the quest was almost identical to the original novel. The only difference was the original Wizard's Chess level was replaced with smashing stone statues. Draco took action in this level. Draco's progress was rapid, truly worthy of the title of the only heir of the House of Malfoy. In terms of mastering spells, especially offensive spells, the progress was truly leaps and bounds. When Lucas and Nagini watched the live broadcast, Nagini also gave high praise. At the final Hogwarts feast, Slytherin rightfully won the House Cup, surpassing the second-place Ravenclaw by 30 points. As for Gryffindor, without the old bee abusing his power, Gryffindor ranked behind the Little Badgers. The loss was miserable. This caused Professor McGonagall's face to be dark for the whole day. The students could stay at Hogwarts for one more night, and the next day they would board the Hogwarts Express to leave Hogwarts. That night, Lucas found Professor Quirrell. After Lucas arrived at the office, Professor Quirrell was packing his luggage. Seeing Lucas arrive, Professor Quirrell was very enthusiastic. "Lucas, why did you come at this time?" Lucas looked at Professor Quirrell's suitcase. "Professor, are you going out?" Professor Quirrell nodded. "Yes, I plan to take advantage of this year's holiday to continue visiting some places and increase my knowledge reserves."